This man's name is Peter, a top assassin in the criminal underworld. With his exceptional talent and combat skills, Peter became a nightmare for all his enemies. His strength, sharp senses, and fighting prowess made him a living legend in the world of assassins. But just as he reached the pinnacle of his life, he decided to give it all up. He suddenly retired at the age of 60 and lived a quiet, hidden life in a small bookstore. Just when it seemed all his past conflicts were over, the very organization that had built him up now wanted to eliminate him. But they didn't go easy on Peter. Just because he was old, they put a 7 billion won bounty on his head, causing countless organizations around the world to hunt him down. Even a young girl, still a student, came to kill him. Although he could have easily fought back, Peter decided to spare the girl's life, warning her that she had failed. He knew her organization would surely send someone to silence her to tie up loose ends. Even so, he would protect her, because he himself was once a child just like her, raised on bloody beatings, surviving in the cold, and fighting like a soulless machine. While others learned to love, he learned to kill. While others held books, he held a gun. And now, after dedicating his entire life to the organization, he was being repaid with death. But a miracle occurred. As death drew near, he accidentally awoke in the body of his 20-year-old self. And just like that, the legendary assassin's journey of revenge against the entire underworld organization had begun. All right, let's get to the damn story. A cold voice rang out. You want to hear an interesting rumor? The voice was steady, as if recounting a story. There's a man in this world who even the world's top armed organizations fear upon sight. The name in his story was deliberately emphasized, Peter. But from his mouth, the fact that this Peter was an old man sounded so absurd that anyone hearing it for the first time would be stunned. But the surprising thing was, for an assassin like him, for those who knew Peter's identity, the deepest impression left in their minds was a face weathered by time, yet without losing any of its presence, the face of a 60-year-old man. In front of the speaker was a group of men who looked like they'd just been beaten to a pulp. One of them, still somewhat conscious after hearing the story, stammered. But if he had died back then, he would have been a legend. Now he's being hunted by thousands of assassins. He's lost all the wealth he ever accumulated. The storyteller, wearing a mascot head with a man's goofy face, said, "Isn't that tragic? His loyalty to the organization. A legend like him is now being threatened by those who want to take his life." The beaten man narrowed his eyes and asked, "It's you, isn't it?" He looked at the other man, his voice hoarse and choked as if stuck in his throat, but utterly certain. "Peter, but I have a question. No matter how I think about it, it just doesn't make sense. 1,000 eyes are on you, wanting to take your life." His words were intermittent. It seemed the man was too exhausted to even speak properly. "So how are you still alive? And why can't anyone find you? Even if you're the legendary Peter, this is just impossible." Peter, holding a pistol, walked up to him. "You want to know the answer? Even if 1,000, no, even 100,000 eyes were tracking my every move, you people would never find me." He knelt down, sitting on the man's chest, and spoke very slowly. "Because." He took off the mascot head. "Unfortunately for you, I times am times the Peter you're looking for." Seeing his face, the man was utterly stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. "No way. It can't be." His mouth hung open, lips trembling, unable to form a proper sentence. "Peter, you?" Peter casually took out a cigarette and lit it, enjoying the panicked expression of the man beneath him. His face was backlit, making his features hard to see. He pointed the muzzle of the gun at the center of the man's forehead, preparing to finish off the one who had discovered his identity. Peter. 3 months ago, in an old bookstore on a quiet street, the story truly begins. A voice that sounded like a doctor's came through the phone. "Mr. Peter, I've told you before, you can't keep doing this." An old man with white hair stood listlessly at a desk, ignoring the person on the other end of the line who was trying to persuade him, saying that if he kept ignoring the calls and didn't come to the hospital for a checkup. That old man was Peter, at 60 years old, and as he looked down at the pile of medicine on the table, the voice continued, "You'll be dead in less than 3 months." Peter seemed sick and tired of having to shove a pile of pills into his mouth every day. He put the medicine away and continued his work of organizing stacks of books and newspapers. He thought to himself, "I'm not afraid of death. I've dealt with life or death situations my entire life." A sad look crossed his face. "I've given 50 years of my life to the organization, and I have no regrets." He looked down at the book right in front of him, titled 10 Skills to Help Anyone Become a Great Photographer, and thought to himself, "I've lived a life with no regrets." His face was gaunt from sickness and old age. It was true. Then he turned to look at his reflection in the mirror and suddenly remembered something. "Come to think of it, I've never had a picture taken of myself." Just then, the door to his bookstore opened. Outside the door was a note he'd written, "Warehouse clearance sale." A young female student walked in from outside and greeted him politely, "Hello." Seeing Peter busy arranging stacks of books, she hesitated for a moment before continuing, "I'm here to buy high school textbooks." Peter heard her, but he didn't answer right away, lost in thought for a moment, as if considering something. Then, he turned around, flashing a bright smile. "Hello, I sell all kinds of books here, except for the ones I don't." The student's name was Juna. She slowly approached and asked Peter, "Do you sell used textbooks, sir?" He lifted a stack of books and replied, "I have textbooks from 1960 to 2020, sorted by country, too. So, which kind are you looking for? Let me know so I can check." Juna smiled and said, "The newest ones, please. They're for my younger sibling." Peter went to a bookshelf to find them for her, making a bit of small talk. "Is that so? You're a high school student, right?" She followed right behind him and answered, "Yes, that's right." The two of them chatted quite naturally. "Judging by your name tag, you must be a senior, right?" Juna looked at him, surprised. "Yes." "How do you know so much, sir?" Peter replied humorously, "Oh, I know everything about everyone in this neighborhood." She laughed along. "I see." Looking at the stack of books he brought over, she got a little flustered. "Huh? These?" She quickly explained, "These aren't the ones I was looking for." Juna told him shyly, "I only have 1001, so I can't buy all of these. These haven't been used, have they?" Peter smiled gently and said, "I don't need these anymore, so you can just have them." Hearing this, Juna wanted to refuse his kind offer, but he tore the plastic wrap off the stack of books and replied casually, "It's fine." He looked up, meeting Juna's eyes with a kind and sincere expression. "See? Now they're used, right?" Juna was completely taken aback by his action and quickly waved her hands. "Sir, you don't have to do that." Peter paid her no mind. "I can tell from your eyes how much you love your sibling, so treat them well while you still can." His words confused her a little. "Okay." He looked at her seriously and said, "Or else, you'll regret it." Juna tucked her hair behind her ear, hesitating on how to address him. "Grandpa." "No, sir." "Uncle." "No, sir." Seeing her awkwardness, Peter said while arranging the books, "Just call me Mr." Juna's embarrassment eased a little. "Okay, Mr." It seemed like she had thought it over carefully before asking, "Have you ever regretted anything?" That question made his hand freeze in midair. It was like a stone shattering the facade he had built to lie to himself. The longer you live, the more regrets you'll have. But a memory he had buried deep inside was unlocked. It was the image of a little girl, only about 5 or 6 years old, crying her heart out. "We couldn't do anything else. It was the only way for both me and my daughter to live." Back in the present, his gaze darkened. "You can't do anything about the things you'll regret in the past." His voice was hoarse, yet light. "You probably don't understand what I'm saying, do you? Always be good to your sibling, and don't do anything you'll regret later." Just then, Juna leaped onto the counter, aiming a sharp dagger straight at him. But Peter had already seen through it all. "Go back. I won't kill you if you leave now." Her movement froze, her face a mask of utter shock. How does he know? As if reading her mind, he began to explain, "I remember the face of every single person from that high school, but I still had to confirm it just to be sure. You said you were a senior, right?" Her lie had been exposed, and her expression soured. "Too bad. That school was only built 2 years ago." Their earlier conversation flashed through Juna's mind. "Judging by your name tag, you must be a senior, right?" "Yes." "How do you know so much, sir?" She gritted her teeth, realizing he had been manipulating her. Peter looked down at the floor. In his hands were 2 large coils of wire. "Spending my entire life smelling blood kind of ruins a disguise like that. Did you really think you could hide the smell of a blade with that cheap perfume?" Seeing the situation was bad, Juna could no longer hesitate. Her eyes filled with ruthlessness as she decisively thrust the dagger towards the man in front of her. "He was toying with me from the very beginning. Since it's come to this, I have no other choice." Suddenly, she stopped, her pupils dilating in shock. "What the hell? I'm the one holding the knife." Peter faced her, perfectly calm. The blue veins on his arm bulged like leeches squirming under his wrinkled skin. "But why do I feel like I'm the one who's about to die?" His eyes suddenly widened, his gaze as sharp as a blade thrown at Juna, genuinely terrifying her. She took a small step back and froze, in a defensive stance. The strange thing was, Peter didn't do anything. He just gently pushed the stack of books in front of her, then turned back to finish tidying the shelf. "Take these books and go. I know what you said about your sibling is true." His next words stunned Juna, and her expression softened. "I've been doing this for 50 years. I can tell everything just by looking into someone's eyes." He seemed to have figured it all out, asking her casually, "You're from the Glory Orphanage too, just like me, right? Their script is still the same, huh?" she instinctively replied. Yes, sir, then cursed herself internally. Damn it, I slipped up and used formal language. Peter continued. And it seems you haven't been trained there yet, have you? His voice was devoid of any emotion. In our organization, if the volunteer service fails, in the blink of an eye, he leaped onto the table, lunging towards her. Then we switched to plan B. He grabbed her by the neck and shoved her backward. Before Juna could understand or even react, the color drained from her face. What the hell is plan B? Just then, two men crashed through the ceiling and jumped down. They were both armed. Peter grabbed her and dove forward, shielding her from their bullets. After the narrow escape, he seriously explained to the still bewildered Juna, if plan A fails, the volunteer gets killed too. Struggling to lift her head, her eyes were drawn to his lower abdomen. Wait, is that? A bullet had grazed Peter's stomach. Blood dripped onto the floor, seeping into the scattered pages of the books. It grazed his stomach. One of the men continued to close in, firing wildly as he got dangerously close to them. He quickly stood up and pulled a gun from a hidden spot on the bookshelf, tensely waiting for the man to get a little closer. The two men had grabbed Juna. They pressed a gun to her neck and smiled cruelly. Seeing this, his eyes widened as he cursed internally. Damn it. Instantly, the other man rushed forward and punched him straight in the face. He couldn't do anything but take the hit. My body. It's not moving how I want it to. The man sneered, mocking him. What's this? Asterisk. This times is supposed to be Peter? Another man appeared, and the first one threw Peter backward. Oh my. Sorry about that, senior. Your goal was to surpass everyone and be number one. Your reputation was the greatest, he said with a smirk. But it seems when it comes to sickness, even the legendary Peter is nothing. Codename, Eight-Legged Man. Information on the professional superior. He struggled to sit up, his voice hoarse as he questioned him. Cut the crap. What's the reason? Why do you want to kill me? Baldy stepped in front of him and answered. The higher-ups don't like you. Cold sweat dripped down his cheek. He was utterly shocked, as if he couldn't believe what he'd just heard. Me? Why? Baldy said with a smirk. If you step outside, there'll be 1,000 people after your head. From his words, one could imagine the entire assassin world pointing their merciless guns at Peter. The secret is out. The bounty on your head is 7.6 billion. Lying on the floor, he replied with a smirk. 7.6 billion. How funny. That's the exact amount I have in my bank account. Baldy confirmed nonchalantly. Yes, the money you saved your whole life by selling your life on the battlefield. He looked down on him and continued, but now, that money will fall into someone else's hands. Suddenly, his face twisted into a grotesque, crazed smile. They're pretty lucky, aren't they? So, senior, please do me the honor of dying by my hand. Hearing those words, it was like Peter had fallen into a pit of ice. His entire body froze, unable to move. Immediately after, one of Baldy's underlings rushed forward from behind and landed a solid punch right in his face. The goon repeatedly punched his vital points, then grabbed him by the neck and snarled, You should have just quietly bought a coffin and laid down in it. Why'd you have to make things so difficult for us? He violently threw him backward, causing the neatly arranged stacks of books on the shelves to topple over. Peter slumped next to his simple bed. Seeing no reaction from him, the underling spoke hesitantly. I guess he's knocked out, huh? Baldy sounded a little bored. I was so excited on the way here, but taking care of him was too easy. Clean it up. The two men immediately responded. Yes, sir. With that, Baldy stepped forward and pulled the old curtain aside, preparing to clean up. Just then, Peter suddenly smirked, throwing something. Here's a little gift for you. Caught completely off guard, Baldy's face contorted. A flashbang? A loud explosion echoed, as a blinding light erupted from within, cutting through the darkness outside. Seizing the opportunity, Peter escaped. The underling rushed to check. He's gone. Only then did Baldy realize his plan. Damn it, he tricked us into throwing him towards the back door. He roared furiously, ordering his two men. He's bleeding heavily, so he can't have gone far. Go find him, now! They grabbed their guns and ran outside in pursuit. Yes, sir. Juna sat dazedly on the ground, her face pale. Rain suddenly began to fall, the sky as gray as Peter's future. He used the last of his strength to escape to a nearby playground. Blood from the wound in his side dripped onto the ground. He dragged his broken body, gasping for breath, unable to even fight back properly. He crawled on the ground, his body trembling, completely drained of strength. I'm old. His vision started to darken, his eyelids so heavy he could barely keep them open. Looking back, my life was the organization. Before death, people often recall memories from their childhood to the present. It's like a movie on fast forward inside your head. While other kids were holding pencils, I was shedding blood 365 days a year, learning how to hold a knife, As just a teenager, he had risked his life training to be useful to the organization. While others were learning to use social media, I had to learn how to eavesdrop until my ears bled. He had endured so much hardship. His hands were stained with the blood of countless people. While others were dating and learning about love, I became a Russian spy, living in the freezing frost, 24/7. His only purpose in life, it seemed, was to serve the organization with all his being. While others started families and lived normal lives, I was fighting to survive in the middle of a terrorist group. It seemed like that life would go on forever. But it took a different turn. I'd put my life on the line on the battlefield for years, but when the new boss took over, everything changed. That new boss was Raphael, the very man who put him in this state. A new era was beginning, and hopes were high, because Peter's reputation was legendary. The other assassins in the organization whispered behind Peter's back, saying he was old and not what they expected. Using those rumors as an excuse, Raphael kicked him out of the organization. He needed to be eliminated for a new generation to begin. All of this, he couldn't accept it. I gave up everything for the organization. I never asked for wealth or respect. His eyes rolled back, filled with hatred. He gritted his teeth, thinking, has my life always been this pathetic? One of his hands had been broken. He had to pour all his strength into the other just to drag his body forward, inch by inch. They shouldn't have done this. At least, not to me. His body, covered in bruises, trembled as he crawled in the cold rain. I can't die like this. I can't let them take my money. He bit his lower lip. That money. The image of his little daughter crying her heart out when she had to leave him flashed through his mind. Tears of resentment streamed down his face. He truly could not die like this. Peter collapsed in a pool of his own blood. The pouring rain fell, as if mourning his unjust life. That same rain prevented the bald guy's lackeys from tracking him down. It saved his life. Meanwhile, the hideout of the eight-legged man was a Chinese-style restaurant. Two of the bald guy's underlings were busy cooking in the kitchen, whispering to each other. Damn it, we almost had him, and he slipped away. If I'd just killed that bastard, I'd have 7.6 million right now. Seriously, why are they paying so much just to kill some old geezer who's about to die anyway? The guy in the hoodie said with a smirk, carrying a large pot of soup. It's the least we can do to show respect for a legend. The other man in the blue jacket replied with a sneer. Bullshit. Money is the top priority. I gave up my boxing championship title to come here. Just watch. He stared at the photo of Peter in his hand, his voice filled with confidence and smugness. I'm going to kill that old bastard with my own hands and get rich. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. You know something? That's the first photo ever taken of me. The two men whipped around, their faces showing utter shock. Who? What? Peter appeared with the strong physique and jet black hair of a young man. He clenched his fists, lowered his head, and said, should I say, that's the first picture ever taken of me? The two goons ignored his words and held up the photo to compare. It's not him. I thought it was Peter because they're wearing the same clothes. He touched the wound on his side, looked down at his muscular arm, no longer wrinkled like before, and mumbled, I don't know either. When I woke up, I was like this. The other two were still bewildered, having no clue what was going on. Huh? What are you mumbling about? The man in the blue jacket stepped in front of him, clapping a hand on his shoulder. Sorry, but you came to the wrong place. This isn't somewhere a student like you should be. But before he could finish his sentence, Peter cut him off with a growl. Hey, you piece of shit. He grabbed the hand that was resting on his shoulder. I'm here because I know everything. Stop wasting my time. Take me to the eight-legged man. Now. The two men glanced at each other, exchanging a silent signal, before the one in the blue jacket turned back to Peter with a bright smile. So you're a colleague. What are you doing here? I don't care right now. But if someone from our line of work shows up here. He squeezed Peter's shoulder hard. Using that grip as leverage, he leaped up to throw a punch straight at his face. Then, you have to die. But suddenly, his entire body froze, easily blocked it with his bare hand. What the hell is wrong with this bastard? The man's brows furrowed in disbelief. What kind of strength was this, that he could block the blow with his bare hand? Peter still didn't look up, seemingly lost in thought. He remembered just a few hours ago, this same man had punched him in the face, arrogantly sneering. And this is supposed to be Peter? A low growl rumbled from his throat. Then, he squeezed the green-jacketed man's fist with immense force, crushing his hand to pieces, just as he had done to him. Seeing his partner taken down, the man in the hoodie lunged from behind with a dagger, aiming to stab him. The bastard. But before he could even touch Peter, he was met with a powerful blow to his core. The man in the green jacket spun around, pointing a small blade at him in a defensive stance. What the hell are you? Who sent you? Peter didn't answer him, instead mumbling to himself, those skilled with knives are third-rate. The man stared at him, bewildered. "What are you talking about?" But Peter continued his monologue. "Those skilled with weapons are." He glanced over the items on the table. "Second rate and first rate." After a moment's consideration, he picked up an octopus tentacle, gripping it tightly in his hand like a whip. "Is using anything as a weapon." The man in green sneered, thinking to himself, "An octopus tentacle?" His voice hissed through his teeth. "What?" He charged at Peter with his knife, screaming, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Peter remained perfectly calm. He whipped the tentacle in his hand, easily knocking the knife from the man's grasp. The man's eyes widened in shock. His pupils contracted. With no wasted motion, Peter was already behind him, wrapping the tentacle tightly around his neck. He immediately began to choke, letting out a terrified scream. Peter ran around the kitchen table, using the momentum to yank the man into the air. Dishes on the shelf crashed to the floor. He then ran towards a pot of boiling soup and slammed the man down hard. His head plunged straight into the pot, sending scalding liquid splashing everywhere as steam billowed up. The pot itself was dented from the impact. The man in green lay trembling on the floor, his eyes rolled back into his head. "Who are you? Why?" Peter didn't answer right away. Instead, he calmly picked up a photograph of himself. He remembered the bald man's threat. "The bounty on your head is 7.6 billion. Thousands of people want your head. So please, Senior Peter, do me the honor of dying by my hand." He looked at the photo of his old self and asked curiously, "Is this the only picture you guys have of my face?" He thought to himself, "I am Peter, the man once called the strongest on the battlefield. And when I opened my eyes, I was young again." He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and used the burning ember to set the photograph ablaze. Even if 1,000 men died and came back 1,000 times, the old Peter they were hunting. At that moment, they could finally see his face clearly. A handsome, yet cold and ruthless face. He was dead. Peter was young again. The bald man sat in a speeding car, screaming in fury. He was right in our grasp, and we still lost him. Sitting next to him was Juna. She stared out the window and said flatly, "The official wanted notice for Peter is about to be released. We have to catch that old geezer before then." His voice dripped with scornful sarcasm. "Besides, he's about to kick the bucket from cancer anyway. Shouldn't he help out his juniors? Don't you think so?" But Juna said nothing, her expression lost in thought. Late that night, rain poured down, but the lights of a shop called Flower Garden were still brightly lit. Peter opened a door inside. Miraculously, he had returned to his youthful appearance, still wearing the same red plaid shirt, with the bloody tear at his abdomen. He looked inside. The shop was decorated in a classic Chinese style, but there was no one there. His gaze was sharp as he said coldly, "Octopus, your lifespan has been extended." The next morning, life went on as usual. A crowd had gathered in front of a public restroom. Suddenly, people inside started murmuring in awe. "What's with this guy? Who is that kid?" Peter stood before the mirror, touching his own face, unable to comprehend what was happening. How can this be? He touched his abdomen where the gash should have been yesterday. The bullet wound in his side was gone. Even the agonizing pain from the cancer that had been killing him had vanished. He stared blankly at his reflection in the mirror. His bare torso revealed a perfect physique with solid muscles. "I'm not hallucinating. I've turned back into my younger self. How could something like this happen? I don't know why this happened, but either way." He put his plaid shirt back on, thinking to himself, "The important thing is, they won't recognize me like this. They're hunting for any trace of Peter everywhere." He lowered his gaze. "But they'll never find that old man Peter anywhere." But first, the clothes he was wearing didn't fit his current body at all. They were uncomfortably tight. "I should find some new clothes." Suddenly, two gangsters nearby caught his attention. Haben's commercial brought in 10 million, but she already received her payment for this month. Those arrogant punks are deliberately smoking, even though there's a no smoking sign right there. They're even talking loudly. Her old lady is probably going to kick the bucket because she can't afford medicine. Who gives a damn anyway? She should have read the contract carefully from the start. The people around them quickly moved away from the two. An innocent little boy complained to his father, "Dad, I'm full." But the man didn't stop. "Let's go outside, son." They snickered at each other. "You used that money to buy LV clothes, didn't you? What a damn uneducated thug." "Shit, my boss is the real thug." "You don't get it. These clothes are part of the job," the fat one said with extreme confidence. "If you flash an LV logo on your sleeve and a watch while we're signing a contract, these young punks nowadays won't hesitate to stamp it instantly." Just then, Peter stepped forward to stop their wrongful act of smoking. "Hey, young men, excuse me, but this is a no-smoking area. Could you please smoke outside?" The other guy looked at him with contempt. "Who the hell is this moron?" He spoke to him with a condescending attitude. "Are you talking to us?" Without a hint of fear, he replied bluntly, "Who else is smoking besides you two?" Hearing this, the other guy puffed up his chest and said, "You'll get your ass kicked if you don't show some respect to your elders." The punk, the fat one, even patted his face condescendingly. "Get lost, kid. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go. Don't try that crap somewhere else, or you'll be dead for sure." Peter turned around. As if he were leaving, he thought to himself, "That's right, I shouldn't waste my time on people like this." Seeing this, the two thugs thought he was just putting on a show and sneered. "I don't know why that moron is trying to act tough. Does he have a death wish or something?" Little did they know, he was going to the door to usher everyone else out before locking the bolt. No more wasting time. Let's end this quickly. He stood behind the door, carefully locking it tight so no one would curiously wander in, and also to prevent either of the two from escaping. Seeing him approach them once again, the two still hadn't realized the danger right in front of them. Hey, what's he trying to do? Manners maketh man? Maketh a fool?" He glared at them with daggers in his eyes, slowly rolling up his sleeves as he spoke. "I'm about to show you too the consequences of disrespecting your elders in a well-mannered Eastern country." The fat one stepped forward, about to swing at his face. "This son of a bitch still doesn't know how to talk. Today's your death anniversary. Come here." Before he could even make a move, Peter struck first, punching him straight in the throat with one hand. With the other, he delivered a hook to his ribs. The fat guy's eyes widened, saliva flying from his mouth. He decisively followed up with another blow to his chin. The fat guy lost his balance and fell backward, his face contorted in pain. Seeing his buddy get taken down, the other guy pulled out a small knife and brandished it. "Who are you? Do you know us?" Peter stood with his back to him, replying casually, "I don't know you, but I know that knife." "A switchblade?" The guy froze, as if he didn't understand what he had just said. "Huh?" He added, "You're holding it wrong." Peter kindly pointed it out to him. "If you hold it like that, you'll cut yourself when you throw it." The guy got into a defensive stance, clutching the switchblade in his hand and yelling, "Who said I was going to throw it, you bastard?" He turned around, his expression darkening, looking incredibly cold. Someone who wants to stab doesn't hold their arm out in front of their head. The guy immediately charged, holding the knife tightly, aiming for a direct stab at him. "Shut up." He kicked his wrist, easily knocking the knife away, and with his other hand, precisely caught it and jabbed it towards the guy's neck, chest, and stomach. Feeling the phantom pain, he clutched his neck, his face turning pale. He collapsed to his knees on the ground and screamed. Peter held the now folded knife in his hand, looking down at his pathetic state and said, "I didn't actually stab you. If I had, you'd be dead 3 times over." The guy sat slumped on the floor, only now beginning to feel fear. "Who are you?" He stood before him, calmly replying, "I don't know what illegal things you've done, but if you knew who I was." As he spoke, he squeezed his shoulder joint, causing him so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat and screamed, "My shoulder." Peter leaned in close to his ear and whispered. His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to scare someone witless. "You would have to die, you little punk." The guy's whole body trembled, so terrified that he'd wet his pants without even realizing it. After threatening him, he backed away. He kept his distance from him. "I don't have a change of pants for you." The guy's face went blank. "Huh?" He continued. "From now on, I will act strictly according to the law." A moment later, he walked out nonchalantly, only to discover that all his assets were gone. The balance in his account was a big fat zero. 76 billion, gone. Peter had stripped the suits off the two thugs to wear for the time being. He frowned deeply. "I told you not to touch the money." His eyes were incredibly cold, flashing with resentment. "And yet, you did it anyway." Behind him, 2 college students happened to walk past. A young girl cheerfully tells her friend, "Hey, I got the scholarship from the Glory Club." Her friend looks at her in awe. "That's amazing." But for him, those words triggered a memory. "I grew up in the Glory Orphanage, run by a small religious group. Now, 50 years later, its name has grown beyond anyone's wildest imagination. You can see their ads plastered on giant screens everywhere. We, the Glory Society, help children suffering from terrible famine. It's all a lie. It's become a massive conglomerate, wielding immense political and corporate power across the globe, all under the Glory banner." As he thought of this, his brow furrowed, his face hardening with grim determination. "I was once a part of that organization, and I'm going to be the one to tear it all down." Meanwhile, in a derelict warehouse, another fight is about to break out. A man sits casually, his legs crossed, surrounded by rows of hanging pig carcasses. He rubs his chin and scoffs. "You're the only one they sent to get me, you mutt." The man facing him is Baldy. Baldy smirks back. "You're not exactly Peter, are you? For a small fry like you, I'm more than enough." The man covers his face, laughing mockingly. "Don't you Glory Society dogs get it? You've all been biting off more than you can chew lately. If you keep blindly trusting that old geezer Peter, you're just signing your own death warrant. Baldy remains perfectly calm, replying nonchalantly, "Why should I care if someone else dies early?" With that, he closes his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a supremely confident smirk. Enough with the small talk. Let's get this over with. You know, the quicker we do this, the less painful it'll be. The man sneers, "A worthless rookie like you. What does that make me?" I think. Suddenly, several huge, muscular men appear and surround Baldy. The boss looks smug. "We have a guest, so we've prepared a special late-night snack just for you." Wagner PMC Mercenaries, the top private military company in the West since 1984. The boss thinks to himself, I know he's not one of the Glory Society's 12 apostles. So where does all this confidence come from? What an idiot. He then orders his men to attack. Well, what are you waiting for? Our guest of honor is waiting. They all charge at once, but Baldy remains perfectly still. The man who hired them just kicks back to enjoy the show. Give him the 5-star treatment. And that's when Baldy finally moves, his entire body radiating an overwhelming pressure. A few moments later, the old man isn't laughing anymore. The floor is covered in pools of blood. He tumbles out of his chair, scrambling backward in terror. Impossible. What the hell is this? He's so terrified he can't even form a coherent sentence. How could a normal person? Baldy stares right into his eyes, a chilling smile spreading across his face. After that grand entrance you made, this is a little more anticlimactic than I expected. He's holding one of the mercenaries, twisting the man's neck completely around until his face turns purple. His head's turned a full 180 degrees, right? Codename, Octopus. Rank, B. Specialty, superhuman speed. Note, national level jiu-jitsu practitioner. The old man, horrified by the sight, screams, "Get away from me!" After finishing off the last mercenary, Baldy still holding the corpse with its head twisted backward lunges at the old man, who screams with every last bit of strength he has, "Stay away from me." Elsewhere, the lights are on at the Hua Yuan Chinese restaurant. Inside, several men lie knocked out on the floor. 2 people enter. A cold voice cuts through the silence. So, the cameras were all destroyed, and no weapon was found at the scene? The other person replies immediately, "That's correct, sir." Hearing this, the first person speaks again. Then it can only be one person. The two are Baldy and Junna. His face is an emotionless mask. It was Peter. What kind of tricks is that old bastard pulling? He's still alive. And he even managed to kill our men? He clenches his fist. The bounty on Peter is about to go down. I have to be the one to claim it, no matter the cost. He walks ahead, Junna following behind him like a shadow. The second you confirm Peter's location, report to me immediately. Images from the day before flash through her mind of Peter risking everything to save her. She replies softly, "Yes, sir." A waiter respectfully opens the door to a private room. The man inside is the first to react, exclaiming in surprise, "Huh? What's going on? We're not open for business today." Seeing a man sitting at a table, enjoying a meal, he asks, "Excuse me, can I help you with something? Did you make a private reservation with us beforehand?" The man lowers his head slightly, his voice cold. "I don't have a reservation, but I do have a debt to collect." Baldy shoves his hands in his pockets, confused. "A debt? I don't remember giving you a bill." The man at the table replies, "That's right, but you see, my bill is quite large." The man is none other than Peter. He stares intently at Baldy and continues, "Around 7.6 billion. Baldy suddenly flashes a friendly, but completely fake, smile. Then, his expression turns deadly serious as he barks an order, "Lock the doors." He puts his hands on his hips and says dismissively, "You seem to have some connection to Peter, but, model. Even if that's true, you're not walking out of here alive." He gave him a probing look. He thought to himself, although doubt was starting to creep into his mind, who the hell is this guy? How does he know about Peter? He's definitely not one of ours. I don't know anything about him. What's his game? The waiter beside him had already pulled out a hidden gun, while he stood still, lost in his own speculation. Is he Peter's secret son? No. A disciple? That's not right either. Peter always worked alone. The bald man stared intently at Peter, as if trying to see right through him. Peter met his gaze, not backing down. He couldn't read any emotion in those eyes. After a moment of silence, the bald man raised 2 fingers to make a deal. "I'll give you a chance to live. You have 2 choices," he said coldly. "First, tell me where Peter is, and walk away alive. Second, you resist, and you die with a bullet in your head." Peter closed his eyes and replied nonchalantly, "What should I do?" I don't need either. That arrogant attitude piqued the bald man's interest. This little punk. Peter calmly picked up a piece of octopus and ate it. I've never seen anyone survive after hearing this story. Then he looked up, straight at the man, and smirked. How about this? A third option. I am Peter, Peter admitted, and I'm the one who killed your men. Hearing this, the bald man asked in bewilderment. Huh? What are you talking about? Peter mocked him. So young and already hard of hearing. I'm the one who killed those two. The man thought to himself, what is he saying? Wasn't it Peter who handled that messy business? If what he's saying is true, then Peter didn't kill them. The bald man also wondered, then why is this guy targeting me? After a moment of thought, he began to threaten him. Listen, student, you should know this is a real gun, so speak carefully. What is your relationship with Peter? Peter stared at them, and Juna also raised her guard. Peter asked flatly, you want to know? The bald man affirmed, I want to know. He replied coolly, then there's only one way. The man grew impatient. What way? Peter answered, you'll have to kill me first. The bald man scoffed. Is that so? Well, that's convenient. He even taunted, that happens to be my specialty. And he ordered his subordinate, just make sure he's still breathing. The man immediately complied, but before he could even fire his gun, he was taken down. He was dead before he knew what hit him. She thought in fear. No way. A chopstick hit his vital spot. Meanwhile, Peter leisurely picked up another pair of chopsticks and continued his meal. The bald man thought to himself, he looks about my age. No one in the Glory Guild can do that. No one in this entire country has that kind of ability. He praised him. That was cool. And the bald man tried to recruit him. Even if it was luck, that was impressive. I'm starting to like you. What guild are you from? There's no way someone like you exists that I don't know about. How about you join our guild? But it turned out he was just faking it to distract him, then aimed his gun at him and cursed, you son of a bitch. Peter quickly flipped the table to shield himself from the hail of bullets. Seeing this, the man laughed mockingly. I guess you're still just a kid, don't you know? The bald man continued to taunt him. This isn't a movie. You can't block bullets with a table like that. He said with satisfaction, I'll give you one more chance to give up, Peter. It'd be a shame if you died now. Come over here to me. Come on, the bald man added, and help clean up. But the scene behind the table left him bewildered. What the hell? The bald man thought in shock. Is that chili oil, not blood? He looked around frantically, cursing under his breath. Damn it, where is he? Not behind the pillar. The bald man thought. Then where did the little brat go? Is he a ghost? He kept cursing. Damn it. The bald man froze, spotting him clinging to the wall, and was immediately sprayed in the face with chili oil by Peter. He was furious. You motherfucker. While the bald man's eyes were burning, Peter quickly knocked the gun away and didn't forget to land a punch on his face, followed by a knockout blow straight to the head. The bald man, dazed, thought to himself, I can't see anything. He's too fast. Is he really just a kid? Before he could even recover, he saw Peter right in front of him. Peter gave the bald man's head a slight twist, and he immediately collapsed to the ground. He gave his opponent a cold look, then turned and walked away indifferently. As he lay dying, the bald man couldn't accept it. How could this happen? He thought back on the countless opponents he had fought over the years, but this was the first time he'd met someone so skilled at that age. The bald man remembered what he was told during his childhood training. Special techniques. You will always face stronger opponents, so you must take down your target when they're distracted. At that moment, he muttered, special techniques. Back then, I created a technique that only I could use. During training, the bald man was taunted by his opponent. Is that all you've got? That's not enough to kill me. Squeeze harder. In the end, that guy had to beg, let me go. At the same time, the instructor warned, but be careful. The most dangerous thing is to turn your back when you think you've won. Don't be too confident. With that powerful will, the bald man's vitality surged, and he immediately grabbed Peter's leg, wrapping his arms and legs around it. His attack, finally wrapping tightly around Peter. The bald man sneered, I've been in this business since you were born, you little punk. My experience is on a whole different level from a rookie like you. Got it, you bastard? And he roared, die. Suddenly, the bald man flinched when he heard a question. How long has it been? He was bewildered. Why was he there? Where was this place? The bald man looked back, stunned. My subordinate? I didn't notice because I couldn't see anything. He told himself he'd been doing this job for decades. He was 100% sure, but looking at the man's killing intent, the bald guy knew he was going to die at his hands. Furthermore, he speculated that this man's power was on par with the 12 apostles. No, he was even stronger than them. The bald man panicked and pleaded for a truce. Wait, hold on, let's talk. Peter replied, all right. Seeing his chance, the man immediately offered a deal. I'll hand this girl over to you. She may not have much experience, but she's still very useful, isn't she? Juna quickly protested. No, I can't go. The bald man yelled, Shut up, I'm negotiating. And Peter accepted. Fine, I agree. At the same time, Peter praised him, truly a member of the Glory Association. You're pretty quick. The man was overjoyed. So, you agree, right? Smart move. The deal was made. Before leaving, the bald man even reminded him, Make sure you take the girl with you. I'll pretend like nothing happened today, all right? You can do whatever you want with her. But inwardly, he thought, This bastard. I'll find out who you are and chop you to pieces. But when the man uttered a single word, it was enough to make the bald guy freeze in his tracks. Peter continued speaking. If you turn your back thinking you've won, the very second you think you're victorious is when you'll lose your head. Hearing this, the man was stunned. In the past, his trainer had taught him, You will always face strong opponents. You must strike them down when they lose focus. And you said it yourself at the beginning, that I was the one who killed your two subordinates. Connecting the dots, the bald man stammered, No way, it can't be. He tried to recall his trainer's face, and the two faces merged into one. He gasped, It's Peter. Peter retorted, You remember now, don't you, what I just said? The bald man panicked. No one knew Peter was still alive. Peter agreed. That's right. And like a flash of lightning, Peter struck his arms, stomach, and face. In an instant, the bald man stopped breathing, and as night fell upon a skyscraper, a subordinate reported, We've confirmed the death of one of the 8 stars. The surveillance cameras in the store were disabled. By the time we arrived, the place was empty. Raphael was suspicious. How strange. An old man on death's door was shot, but he returns just 1 day later and kills 4 professional assassins without a trace? The man muttered, A bounty of 7.6 billion, a triple S-rank mission. Raphael then issued an order to all assassins of glory. From now on, they are authorized to hunt Peter. Amidst the bustling night scene, a child suddenly cried out, Dad, over there. The crowd's attention was drawn, and Peter also looked closely. On the news screen was an appeal to provide warm meals for the elderly, accompanied by a photo of the old Peter. He understood immediately they were spreading the word. They were even handing out flyers. We are the Glory Non-Profit Corporation. Please support us with 20,000 won a month. Holding the flyer, Peter thought to himself, no need to search for them. He crumpled the paper and vowed, I'll come straight to you. Peter considered, to take down the Glory Association, I'm going to need help, and I've already thought of someone. However, he hesitated, thinking, but that bastard is a little strange. That's why Peter was a bit worried. He then went to an abandoned public bathhouse and gently pushed the door open. Seeing the bodies piled up, Peter was bewildered. Why are there more and more of them? He muttered to himself. Excuse me, just passing through. Looking at the flyers, Peter thought, let's see. In between organ trafficking and prostitution. Touching an empty spot, he rejoiced internally. Here it is. A secret staircase appeared. When he saw the room, Peter was overwhelmed. He whispered, This room is still as magnificent as ever. Peter was astonished. It's literally overflowing with money. As he was taking it all in, a needle pierced his neck. Peter remained calm and said, Neither silk clothes nor jade plates mean anything to you, do they? He twisted the knife by adding, Because you're blind, Juna scoffed. My, things have been a bit boring lately, but it looks like I'll have to dispose of another body today. She sniffed the air and assessed him internally. This one is young, doesn't smell of alcohol. He's not one of the beggars from around here. Juna found it strange, thinking, but for a petty thief, he's not nervous at all. Instead, he has a killer's aura. After a moment, she spoke, I get it. Did Glory send you? Assuming he was an enemy, Juna attacked relentlessly. She taunted him, You're fast, like a little mouse. Then Juna lunged again with a warning. Be careful now. As she attacked, she reminded him, That wallpaper is very expensive. And Juna whispered, Why? While Peter thought to himself, Now I'm getting curious. Meanwhile, she mocked. What? Have you never seen a blind person before? He wondered internally. Can she really not see? While she was gloating, Juna suddenly gasped. Huh? Because Peter had grabbed her and gently thrown her to the ground. Juna praised him. I'm genuinely surprised. I didn't expect Glory to have someone as skilled as you. I'm breaking out in a cold sweat here. But her comment held no killing intent, only provocation. Killing a disabled person. You think that's too cowardly, huh? But what other choice do you have? This only ends when one of us is dead. And Xuan calls for Alexander Marking. A ferocious dog appears, but the scene before her eyes leaves her stunned. Xuan's eyes widen as she calls for Marking. while it playfully messes around with him. A while later, the two are drinking together, but she still hasn't recovered from what just happened. Now, Xuan screams in horror. "You got younger?" Peter, annoyed, says, "Stop it." Ignoring his attitude, she keeps touching him. "Your skin is so soft, and that old man smell of yours is gone too." "Really?" he says helplessly. "It's been 30 minutes already." Suddenly, Juan throws herself onto the ground. Peter asks suspiciously, "What are you doing?" She hastily asks, "Did you die like this? Hurry up and tell me. I want to try it." Not stopping there, Juan bombards him with questions. "Or was it not like that? Is the way you die more important than the position you die in? Why did you die? Gunshot, poisoned knife. How do I have to die to get younger?" After hearing his story, she takes a deep breath and says, "So you have to fight glory all by yourself?" Peter admits, "That's right." Xuan wonders, "But how?" He reveals, "I'll infiltrate them using the Eye of the Storm." She asks curiously, "What's the Eye of the Storm?" Peter explains, "They want to capture me. That's my way of controlling and manipulating them from the inside." Not only that, but he's also confident. "I will become an assassin within the Glory Guild." Juan teases, "You're talking nonsense." Peter repeats, "Nonsense? I guess it does sound that way." Suddenly, a thought flashes through her mind, and she quickly says, "No, wait." Xuan analyzes, "You've gotten younger, so no one can recognize you anymore. If you become a glory assassin, then the situation will be, they'll be planning to capture Peter while he's already got them in the palm of his hand." She stammers, You're actually terrifying, aren't you?" But he thinks she's way more terrifying. "Let go of me." Knowing the plan, Xuan objects. "But senior, that's impossible. You know that. To become a glory assassin, you have to come from the glory orphanage." She points out that even though Peter came from there, you're just an outsider now. So how can you become an assassin for glory? He retorts, "You're wrong. There is a way. And that way is." The scene changes to a school. Students are whispering, "Did you hear? It's crazy." The female students chatter amongst themselves. "Finally, our school is getting an upgrade. I thought you didn't wear makeup, girl. Are you crazy? You think I wouldn't wear makeup for this?" The center of their attention is the new guy transferring to their school, enrolling at New Glory High School. The girls swoon. He's insane. They say the new student's name is Kim Sung-gu. Even his name is sexy. What should we do? His jawline is sharper than my future. One girl musters up the courage to talk to him. "Sung-gu, we have to go to the auditorium." Peter replies, "Okay." The area erupts in noise again. Oh my god, oh my god. His voice is amazing too. To give a brief introduction, this school was established by the Glory Guild, New Glory Private High School. On the surface, it seems like an ordinary school. Walking beside him, a teacher named Miss Lai probes Sung-gu. "What's your type?" He reminds her, "Miss Lai, get a grip. You're a teacher." She gets embarrassed. "I was just asking for fun." However, this school's true purpose is to train assassins. There's a secret murder class taught here, and the only way to become a glory assassin is to get into that murder class. Meanwhile, Lai curiously asks, "Sung-gu, what's your MBTI?" Peter replies coldly, "It's normal." At the auditorium, where a traditional ballet award ceremony for female students is taking place, all the students are gathered. Juan communicates from a distance. "I told you, only kids from the orphanage can get into the murder class. Do you even have a way in?" He thinks to himself, there's only one way, an exception. And as Peter scans his surroundings, he speculates, it's rare, but it will definitely get their attention. She asks, doubtfully, "Senior, don't tell me." Peter confirms, "That's right, and the way he was talking about is this." Peter walks onto the stage and introduces himself. "My name is Kim Sung-gu, and I just transferred here today." The students are curious. What's going on? What's he doing? Ignoring them, he continues, "My hobby is fighting. My specialty is also fighting." "Oh," Peter emphasizes, "I am an assassin." After hearing this, everyone is stunned. And just like that, he really did grab their attention. The assassins in the shadows are intrigued. Who is that kid? As for Peter, he's determined. "I'll make them let me in," the students exclaim in shock. An assassin becoming an assassin? Meanwhile, Yuan is panicking. This guy is insane. What the hell is he saying? Not stopping there, Peter declares, "To be more specific, I will become the assassin with the best academic performance." He calls out, "Everyone, please cheer for me." Someone scoffs, "What's this about a top student assassin?" Another person jokes, "What's wrong with that? Confidence is a good thing." Just then, Yoon aggressively pushes his way through. "Move it." He and his cronies approach. Peter thinks to himself, prey, delivering itself to the slaughter. Yoon calls out, "Hey, Assassin, he demands, you were the one who seduced Yin, weren't you? He's dumbfounded, having no idea what he's talking about. He thinks to himself, I wonder what this is all about. He watches as Yoon, on the verge of tears, curses him. You son of a bitch, Peter thinks, confused. Looks like he's deliberately trying to pick a fight. A brief introduction. This is Yang Yoon. He only had eyes for one girl, Owen, who had been Yoon's girlfriend for 22 days, and was the dream girl of Shinyang Eonghai. But now, he had lost his girlfriend to Peter. For that reason, Yoon raised his fist and screamed, I will get my revenge on you. He was stunned. We just met. How could you? Yoon, you took down Mao with just one punch. This will be a first. Peter quickly dodged the blow and immediately launched a counterattack. He was going to make him feel a death he had never experienced before. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, Yin. As Yoon waited for the punch to land, Peter suddenly flicked his forehead, hard. He still hadn't recovered from the shock. His buddies quietly called out to Yoon. At the same time, a commotion erupted. Kanjiu ran over, shouting, What do you think you're doing in a school with rules? Fighting in here? The old man scolded, Hey, what does your father do? Or is he dead and couldn't teach you any manners? He stammered, I'm sorry, sir. Kanjiu grabbed Peter. You, come with me right now. You think you can just ignore me while I'm here? Seeing that he was being dragged away, Yoon feigned anger. You should have let me go so I could have beaten him up. His buddy argued back. Who was stopping you? He said irritably. Just shut up and listen to me. In another room, a hidden figure asked, What's the plan now? The man inquired. Should we go and investigate a little? The other one agreed. Sounds good. Looking at Peter, he said excitedly, Should I try killing someone for once? Meanwhile, the old man urged, Hurry up and walk. He obediently replied, I'm coming. The female students were buzzing. Oh my God, he's so handsome. Seeing Peter, Juna was terrified. Why is he here? Is he planning to level this school or something? During a quiet afternoon at school, in a corner of the courtyard, Peter said, I'll sit here, okay? She panicked. Why are you sitting here? He replied nonchalantly. People were bothering me, so I wanted to find a quiet place to eat. What about you? Why are you here? Juna scowled. I don't have much of an appetite, so I came out here. Peter wondered. Isn't that a bit too much food for someone with no appetite? She snapped quietly. Shut up. Meanwhile, Juna remembered when he had asked her, Do you want to live? If so, Peter had demanded that she testify that the person who killed that guy was the old man in this photo. She said worriedly, I kept my promise, so why are you still coming after me? He replied, I never said I came to see you about that. Juna was suspicious. Are you trying to silence me now? Because of you, the company is monitoring only me. Do you have any idea how hard it's been for me? He explained. I came here for reasons I can't conveniently disclose. Peter then added skeptically, You make it sound so tough. Aren't you able to sit here and eat right now because I saved you? She protested. Saved me? It's because I found a way to live well on my own. He gave in. All right, fine. Juna explained just how terrifying this place was. And I don't even know who I really am anymore. What can an outsider like you possibly do here? Peter fell into deep thought. Then he tried to say, But I did help you. She said coldly. Why would you? Peter explained. Because we're in the same boat. He added, I'll be counting on you from now on. Your real name isn't Lee Juna, is it? She was terrified. How could he know my real name? When she looked again, Peter had vanished. On the day of New Glory High's sports festival, everyone was cheering loudly. Among them was an athlete. My name is Jonathan, nickname, the Usain Bolt of Shinyang Eonghai, holder of the 400-meter high school record. But it seems my retirement has been decided today because of the appearance of that new transfer student over there. A teammate comforted him. Don't be sad. Come on. During the vision test, whatever the examiner pointed to, Peter read it clearly. 2, 4, 8, airplane. The students were amazed. That's incredible. He can even read the 6.0 line. Is he Mongolian or something? How can he read all of that? He said smugly. Is there not an 8.0 line? During cooking class, the teacher announced, Everyone, today we will be learning how to carve fruit. This is a high difficulty lesson, the teacher advised. You've probably never peeled fruit before, have you? Be careful not to cut your hand. Peter replied obediently, I'll do my best. The teacher was pleased. If you can't do it, just let me know. Following his assassin's instincts, he picked up the knife and tested its sharpness. After a moment of carving, Peter said humbly, I just wanted to try a little something. The teacher praised, Can you believe this? He carved an apple into a rabbit. Meanwhile, in a corner of the school, Kanju was flustered. What do you guys want? The delinquent students threatened him. I don't like cleaning. You can do it for us, right? Teach? The kids taunted. Besides getting angry and giving out demerits, you can't do anything else. can you?" The old man was furious. "How dare you be so disrespectful?" The kid teased, "Oh, I forgot you're a teacher. My apologies." This was followed by their obnoxious laughter. Kanju stammered, "What? Who are your parents? Who are they?" The students filmed him and mocked. "He's stuttering now, babbling like a little kid. Do you want to get suspended?" The old man tried to discipline them. Hey, you kids. You've broken the school rules." The kids weren't scared and even started cursing. The boy grabbed Kanju, threw him to the ground, and threatened, "And this is the student's rule." "What's a student rule?" he continued to threaten. "Do you know what's even scarier than a demerit point? Teach? It's the fact that if I so much as cough, you'll lose your job. You'd better just stay quiet and be a good little scarecrow so I can take a picture and post it online." Another kid in the group said gleefully, "That'll probably get a lot of likes." Suddenly, he exclaimed, "What the?" Seeing him, the students jeered. "Isn't that the new kid who said he wanted to be an assassin the other day?" One of them laughed along. "An assassin?" "Yeah, right." Peter asked doubtfully, "You guys want to fight the teacher too?" The bully got annoyed. "This guy doesn't know his place, so what if I want to fight you? If you know what's good for you, get lost." Peter provoked him right back. "And if I don't leave, what are you gonna do to me?" The bully retorted, "If you don't get lost, you'll be eating my spit." He said it mockingly. "This guy's a joke." He then threatened, "I'm an assassin. If you want to live, you'd better get lost now. Otherwise." The kid lunged forward. "Stand still and die." Peter swiftly dodged the punch. The students watching from the sidelines jeered. "Look at him, what a clown. He can't land a single hit." The bully fumed. "Shut your mouths, you bastards." The kid seethed with rage. "Damn it, why can't I hit him?" Meanwhile, Peter gently tripped him with a single sweep of his leg. The kid thought to himself, "This guy is not normal." One of the kids in the group grabbed a brick for a sneak attack. "Eat this brick." But Peter was as fast as the wind. In a flash, he swung his arm, shattering the brick and landing a painful kick on the kid. The entire group of students bowed their heads in fear. "Sir, we're sorry. We're so sorry, sir." They even chanted, "In the face of evil, justice always prevails." Peter said, "All right, now get out of here." At the same time, one asked, "Sir, are you okay?" Although the old man was scared, he was still stubborn. "Even so, how dare you fight in front of a teacher?" Peter ignored him when he saw the kids ran off and even dropped a phone. Kanju grumbled, "How dare you ignore your teacher's words?" The old man criticized the student. "Sungu, what's wrong with you?" While Peter was distracted, Kanju attacked from behind. The old man was thrilled. As expected, my judgment of people is never wrong. When he saw Peter easily block his kick, he asked coldly, "Teacher, what do you mean by that?" Kanju stated, "You're not normal." Peter retorted, "Where's your proof?" The old man said, "The proof is right here. You dodged the attack without spilling a single drop. And tell me," he said curiously, "Sungu, where did you learn that?" "No," Kanju emphasized. "The real question is, what is your purpose for coming here?" He calmly replied, "Because I want revenge." Inside, Peter was seething with hatred. "The people of Glory took my life away from me." He poured out his heart. "My home, my money, my reputation, they took everything from me. Sir, you could say my life is already over." After hearing this, the old man proposed, "In that case, would you like to join our service department?" Peter smirked and thought to himself, "I've been waiting for this. All my efforts these past few days were just to meet you people." He called out in his mind, "My teacher." "No," Peter corrected himself. "You're the instructor for the Glory Assassins." Kanju introduced. "Glory School has a place that trains assassins." "Ah, my mistake. It's a department called the Service Department. Only the chosen elite are allowed to enter. You're a new student, so you're an exception. It's not easy at all," the old man officially announced. "Welcome." In his heart, he anticipated, "This is it." Kanji welcomed him. "Welcome to the Glory Service Department." Peter braced himself before opening the door. He thought to himself, "So, this is the service department?" But when he saw the scene inside, he was stunned. "Is this really a place that trains assassins?" Kanju signaled. "Everyone, focus," the old man announced. "Starting today, this is the person who will begin serving with us." Seeing Peter, Juna panicked internally. "Why is that Times person here?" He glared at her. "Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you dare let them know you know me." Peter then winked, signaling to Juna. She thought in fear, "What kind of gesture is that? Why is he winking? Did something get in his eye? Or does he want to get rid of me, too?" Meanwhile, he introduced himself clearly. "I am Kim Sungu. Thank you all for the warm welcome." At the same time, Peter was also skeptical. A normal-looking place like this creates assassins? The moment he finished speaking, Go Hyung started trouble. Welcome my ass, Kim Sung-gu or whatever your name is, I couldn't care less. Looking at him, Peter silently guessed. Looks like there are still a few unsavory characters here. Go Hyung questioned him. This is a place only for those who came from the Glory Orphanage. Who the hell are you to be allowed in here? Go Hyung continued. I don't get it, Peter said to himself. I came from the Glory Orphanage too, you know. To ease the tense atmosphere, Kanjiu suggested, everyone, let's have a party to welcome the new member. The students called out to each other. Let's go get some cake, Peter thought to himself. Cake? Brimming with killing intent, they replied, yeah, human flesh dumplings. He inwardly praised them, spoken like true future assassins. Go Hyung demanded, move it, let us welcome him first. Juna tried to intervene. Stop it, you guys. She worried internally. If you make him angry, you're all dead, the boy shouted angrily. If you don't want to get beaten up like him, then get out of the way, Juna. She thought, annoyed. I'm trying to save you people. Go, Hyung called out. Hey, new kid, let's go outside for a little fight. You look decent enough, his friend agreed. Yeah, let's have a little greeting, Peter replied nonchalantly. A fight? Sure, why not? At the same time, he thought to himself, it's been a while since I've experienced this, but when it comes to fighting, I've had more than my fair share. The two attacked in perfect sync. You'd better be careful, because this welcome fight might just be your last. Peter reacted flexibly, blocking one with each hand. The boy warned, this isn't a place for someone like you to set foot in. I hate guys like you. Do you even know why we're studying here? His partner added. It's to become stronger and become a super assassin, like times him asterisk. You understand? To become the strongest, the best in this underground world of assassins. Hearing this, he thought to himself, that person? The two men said in unison, the apostle, Peter, Go Hyung. They continued to shoo him away. Therefore, there's no place for scum like you here, got it? The moment they finished speaking, they were both pushed far away. Peter complained, this is so boring, and then challenged, all this talk is a pain in the ass. Both of you, come at me at once. The boy was stunned. How is this possible? Go was also confused. We both got pushed back? The two guys were furious. Do you have any idea how much we've suffered here for the past 18 years, huh? They constantly criticized. Some bastard shows up out of nowhere and gets special treatment. What would you know? The boy thought to himself. I've been through 65 years of this, not just a little. A moment later, the other students started sucking up. So cool, as expected of the Go brothers. They're amazing, the boy replied smugly. That was us, not even using our full strength. The students gossiped. The new transfer kid can't do a thing against the brothers. He must be scared stiff. What's that guy even worth, huh? From the quiet glow of the hallway lights, a voice called out, Hey, Kim Sung-gu. Juna asked suspiciously, Are you looking down on the service department? He replied, What are you talking about? She retorted, You can't fool me. Juna stated, I saw everything. She recalled the recent fight. Peter was only focused on observing his opponent's moves. Juna asserted, There wasn't a single ounce of power in that punch. He still denied it. What are you saying? I tried my absolute best. She got angry. You're lying again, because you're different from them. Recalling the image of the two brothers drenched in sweat, Juna became even more certain. You fought them without breaking a single drop of sweat. Losing her cool, she blocked Peter's path. Juna questioned, What's your reason for doing this? Your enrolling in this school was suspicious enough, but what do you want that you're hiding your full abilities for? She interrogated him. What are you plotting? He replied. You want to know? Juna demanded. Tell me. Peter hesitated. Well, about that. He trailed off, then fell silent and crouched to the ground, slipping out of her grasp and teasing, Sorry, I'm off to get some food. Juna snapped. It's 12 o'clock at night. At the same time, at a bus station, a driver was humming happily. As night fell, footsteps approached. He cheered. 1,000,001 for a single charter. What a lucky day. However, the driver was bewildered. Huh? I thought it was a whole group, he wondered. Why is there only one person? Song-do said politely, Hello. The driver was skeptical. What about the other passengers? The man replied, It's just me. Instead, Song-do explained sheepishly, I have a lot of luggage. The driver said warmly, Oh, lots of luggage. Let me help you put it on the bus. The driver muttered to himself, What the hell is with all this luggage? Suddenly, he was startled. What was that? The man made a surprising offer. Would you like to make a bet? It's about what's inside this suitcase. After a while, the bus departed. While driving, the uneasy driver kept glancing at Song-do, thinking to himself that he didn't even agree to the bet. As he was thinking, he noticed the man staring right back at him. The distracted driver continued his thought. But I wasn't mistaken. A moment ago, he was certain he saw it move. Meanwhile, at the service department, Kanju announced a mission. Attention, we have received a commission. The client is Chairman Choi of D Corporation. You've all heard of him, right? He's the one who sponsors us. The old man announced the reward. The action team that succeeds in this commission will be recommended by the chairman and immediately receive their service certification. I'll say it again so everyone understands. Kanju emphasized that success meant instant certification as an assassin. Everyone was excited. This is it. A curious student asked, "So, sir, what is the content of the commission?" The old man stated, "The mission is retrieval. To be specific, there have been a number of recent kidnappings of teenagers around 10 years old. The problem is, among these kidnapped children is Chairman Choi's son." A girl asked doubtfully, "You mean we have to find him and bring him back? If so, why not call the police?" "Right. Wouldn't that be faster?" Kanju explained. "Chairman Choi, he wants revenge. That's precisely why he came to us." The old man explained, "We just need to find his son, and then reinforcements will be sent if the enemy is too numerous." The students buzzed with excitement. "So that's the mission? If we succeed, we become assassins just like that. We'd save 2 years of school here. Success means a one-way ticket to the top. But it probably won't be easy. Why isn't a dangerous mission like this given to the upperclassmen? Why us?" Go spoke up. "That's right, sir." "Then it's decided," he proposed. "We'll take on this mission." Go Hyung also agreed. "Yeah, that's fine." Go sneered. "But hey, bro, it looks like it's not just gonna be us." His brother laughed and replied, "I see it. The new kid and that stupid little girl are here too." Juna raised her hand. "I'll go." Peter followed. "I'll go too." She snapped. "Why are you raising your hand just because I did?" He argued back. "I raised my hand first." Juna growled. "If you get in my way, you'll regret it." Peter retorted. "Don't be so sure. Let's see who gets in whose way first." The students asked. "We're all prepared. Are we moving to the location to take action now?" Unexpectedly, Kanju said, "No. First, you will all." He thought to himself, "The time has come. I can do this." At an amusement park, the students all had the same question. "What kind of retrieval mission is this? Like this?" Peter was still fooling around, determined to have a good time first. At the amusement park, the entertainers called out to Sam. Peter teased, "Hey miss, take me with you." Juna snapped, "You're 50 years old. Who are you calling miss?" Just then, Go Hyung looked bewildered. "I can't understand why anyone would wear a bikini to an amusement park." Go also wondered, "Is that really fun?" The two said in unison, "We really don't get it," she teased as she turned her head back and spoke. Juna analyzed silently. "Even so, this is all too vague. This must be the place the teacher was talking about." At the same time, girls started surrounding him. "Can I get your number? Are you on TikTok?" The instructions beforehand stated that this was the place where Chairman Choi's son was kidnapped. The old man had instructed them that they would have to find the hostage and take down the kidnapper. She told herself, "This is perfect." The last place he was seen was Green World. There was no telling where the boy was now, or if he was even still alive. How are we supposed to find any clues in a place this huge? Juna thought. But how does he already have a plan in this situation? It was as if he already knew everything. Peter pointed the way. "First, let's go in that direction." At the ticket booth, an employee informed them, "I'm very sorry. You can only use this ride after making a reservation. If you understand, please exit." He grumbled. "What? What kind of ride do you have to book in advance to play?" The employee explained. "If you have any complaints, please send us a DM." Go Hyung got even more annoyed. "A complaint has to be sent by DM? What the hell?" Laughter erupted around them. Looks like it's their first time at an amusement park. He paid attention when someone mentioned that downloading the app would be more convenient. After checking the app, she sighed. "The Atlantic and the haunted house are fully booked." He reminded her, "Did you come here to play? Juna, aren't you going to do the mission? You really don't have what it takes." And yet, upon entering the amusement park, Go Hyung and Go started screaming, "Let's go, Sebastian." They shouted excitedly. "Supercar coming through. Get out of the way. Let's go, Sebastian." Juna scoffed. "Look at that bunch of idiots." At the shooting gallery, the owner called out, "Hey folks, this one's super easy. I'm taking a loss on this one just for you. You know?" She wondered. "What do you get if you win? Food?" Peter was intrigued. "I'll give it a shot." Seeing his prey had taken the bait, the owner said enthusiastically, "I'm only giving you a free try, 'cause you guys look cute, you know?" In his mind, he was laughing. These idiots. There's no way they can knock them down, because I've placed heavy weights under the dolls. The owner thought to himself, whether it's 10,000 or 100,000, just keep playing. Thanks. Today's gonna be a good haul. Meanwhile, Juna struggled. This is hard. It's my first time using a toy gun like this. A moment later, the owner was filled with regret. She was holding a huge pile of stuffed animals. Thanks, mister. You worked hard too, he said excitedly. Hey, let's go on that ride next. He yelled. Juna, stop eating, Go called out cheerfully. Kim Sunu, come over here too, he thought to himself. Everyone seems so excited, Peter thought again. Well, it makes sense, since it's everyone's first time at an amusement park. Because you all had a childhood just like mine, you understand that pain. So please, enjoy yourselves. Because we don't know when we'll be able to laugh like this again. Cherish this moment. A little later, Juna complained. It was so hard to get away from them. We didn't come here to play, so what are they doing? Her phone suddenly buzzed with a notification. What's this? She wondered. Isn't Choi Jeon the chairman's kidnapped son? Why am I picking up a signal from his AirPods? Could it be? Juna considered a possibility. He's nearby. As she followed the signal, she grew suspicious. But why is the location in the women's restroom? She quietly analyzed the situation. Did someone find his earbuds? No, it could also be someone else with the same name. Should I ask the others for backup, or should I go in alone? In the end, she decided, first, I'll just go in and see. Juna's heart was filled with doubt. What the? There's nothing special in here. The signal is coming from that person over there. She told herself, still, I shouldn't jump to conclusions. I should ask carefully, right? Smile. And so, Juna spoke up. Excuse me, where did you get those AirPods? Seeing Juna's creepy smile, the girl screamed in terror. Her boyfriend rushed in. Babe, what's wrong? She replied. This crazy woman suddenly appeared behind me and tried to attack me. She was flustered. That's not what happened. The girl added fuel to the fire. She keeps trying to steal my stuff. The guy yelled. This girl has a pretty face. Wait, no. This bitch looks pretty, but she's a thief? Juna quickly tried to explain. It's a misunderstanding. I was just. Before she could finish, he got physical. What gives you the right to touch my girl? Oh, playing innocent. Honey, you don't have to hit her. I just want her to apologize. The guy said, of course she has to apologize, and he charged forward aggressively. First, let's rough her up a bit. Meanwhile, Go started to worry. Hey, have you seen Juna? Go Hyung was unconcerned. She probably went to get something to eat. Then he turned and asked, hey, paratrooper, have you seen her? It's not like something happened, right? He replied indifferently, I haven't seen her. Despite this, Peter said confidently, but nothing dangerous will happen to her. Back in the women's restroom, she began to fight back. His ear. Suddenly, she stopped, realizing she was acting out of habit. After finishing up, Juna turned to him and asked, all right, now talk. She pressed, where did you get this? Ah, that. After she was done, Juna ran to find her teammates. Everyone, I found it. She revealed that these were Choi Jeon's AirPods. I've found his last known location. He asked doubtfully. What? Peter speculated. In any case, it seems we're all looking at the same place. He wondered. What are you talking about? Peter analyzed. Think about it. The most natural way to disappear, no matter where you go or how many eyes are on you. A place that doesn't draw attention, right? A place where it wouldn't be strange for someone to scream or be attacked by someone else. Also, take note. Look at the reservation window for this attraction. It's been fully booked all day, a place where no one has gone in or out. Based on these facts, it has to be the haunted house. And so, they decided to enter. Go said seriously, all right, playtime's over. He added, everyone, focus up. He also reminded them, we don't know what might happen, so stick with us. Juna said, annoyed, let go of my shirt. Then she added, Go Hyung, you're going back on your word. I'll take the rear. She snapped, hey, you just said you'd go first. They argued, let's go together. Juna, seriously, get off my back. Peter, however, was thinking grimly, this is strange. Why? He was confused. There's absolutely no sign of anyone. Because of this, Peter warned, get ready. He asked, puzzled. So? Peter stated, our mission is only just beginning. Go Hyung grew impatient. Is this really a good idea? Peter replied, even so, we're already halfway to success. He thought, why? Our mission is to find the hostage and take down the kidnapper. To do that, Peter realized their mission, from the very beginning, was to get kidnapped. And with that, they collapsed. As he struggled to open his eyes in a daze, Go Hyung saw a figure approaching. At that moment, in the operations room, Kanju screamed, stop! The staff member jumped. Instructor? The old man asked urgently, where are the kids right now? The staffer looked blank. They're on their mission, aren't they? Kanju urged him, contact them, now. The staff member was flustered. What's wrong? After making the call, he reported, there's no answer. What's going on? Instructor. The old man revealed that this was no simple mission. Then he said a name, Park Sang-doo. The staff member panicked. What? You don't mean? Asterisk that time's Park Sang-doo? Kanjiu confirmed. Yes, that Park Sang-doo. He recalled a time when that man had been nominated to be an apostle, but Glory couldn't tolerate him and cast him out. Still not grasping the danger, the staffer chuckled. But sir, they're not idiots. They've learned everything they were supposed to. What could possibly happen? The old man said grimly. No. Kanjiu's face was filled with pure panic. Seeing the old man's terror, the staff member also started to panic. Instructor. This. Meanwhile, in a warehouse filled with suitcases, Juna and the others were tied to a pillar. Sang-do muttered, You know, the sleeping agent you were hit with was chloroform. You know, the anesthetic you always see in the movies. But when a normal person passes out, he analyzed, they usually sleep with their mouth open. Back at the school, the staffer stammered, Instructor. Kanju was resolute. We have to stop Park Sang-do. He explained that the man was utterly ruthless. He then quickly started shouting, This is no time to stand around. We have to save those kids. Back in the warehouse, she thought to herself, I think he noticed. What do I do? Kanju feared. If he catches them, he'll cut off their legs. Just then, the sound of a phone ringing from Juna's pocket caught Sang-do's attention. The man picked up the phone and answered, Hello? Kanju's voice was a low growl. Hello, Park Sang-do. The old man threatened, If you so much as touch a single hair on those kids' heads, I'll risk my life to kill you. Sang-do replied in a calm, casual tone. It's been a while, Kanju Sunbae, but why are you saying such scary things? He vaguely brought up the past. Well, are you afraid I'll cripple their legs? Just like you, Sunbae? Kanju's brow furrowed, his teeth grinding in fury. Hearing those words, the old man roared, You bastard! I won't let you. Before Kanju could finish, Sang-do made an offer. By the way, shall we make a bet? He placed a hand on her thigh, his tone provocative. When you get here, Sunbae, let's see how many legs these kids have left. Sang-do said over the phone, If you guess correctly, I'll spare the life of Choi Ui-jong's son. If you guess wrong. What would you like to wager, Sunbae? The young man in front of him looked on worriedly, muttering, Instructor, why is he shaking so much? At the mere mention of a bet, Kanju's entire body trembled. He was so unsteady, he had to grip the table with both hands. His face looked as if he had just relived a horrifying experience. From somewhere, a shout echoed, Come out! Where is that criminal bastard hiding? Juna, Kim Sang-yu, Go Hyung gave an order. Go, you check that room over there. They're the weakest, so they'll be targeted first. He noticed something, stood up, and urged with a cold expression, Hurry up, it's about to begin. While Sang-do was distracted, Juna quietly called out, Hey, Sunu. Kim Sang-yu. She thought worriedly, He's sleeping with his mouth open, so is he really out cold? There's a limit to how calm a person can be. How can he be sleeping right now? Juna skillfully used her foot to loosen her shoelaces. What do I do? No. There's no other way. Just as she brought her foot up near her face, Peter suddenly spoke up, asking, What are you doing, Juna? She jumped and exclaimed, You're awake? He glanced over and said, I was never asleep to begin with. She quickly pulled her leg back, stammering, Don't get the wrong idea. I was just trying to wake you up. Peter asked curiously, With the smell? Juna shot back, shouting, By pinching you. She slammed her bound hands against her thigh and said, This is how you use what you learned in training. Come on, you do it too. He held up his untied hands and asked, Do what? Juna exclaimed in shock. What? How? When did you get those off? Peter calmly said it had been a while. Back when Sang-do was on the phone, he had already untied his hands and was planning his next move. Because I was planning to stop him if anything happened. Peter announced gravely, Listen, Juna. This isn't a simple kidnapping. That guy from before is from Glory. You know that, right? He asked suddenly. So, do you like to gamble? She wondered. What do you mean by that? Go Hyung rubbed his neck and spoke with a contemptuous look on his face. What? For a regular office worker, you've got some nerve. It'd be fine to end this here, but we're on a mission. He threatened, If you don't want to die, old man, then start talking. Both of them demanded to know where Choi Woo-rang's son was. The man let out a demonic smile and said, You young students have such foul mouths. I like it. In that spirit, how about we make a bet? Go. Intrigued, smiled at Go Hyung. A bet. He understood and smirked back. Fine by us. Sang-do laid out the terms. If you two win, I'll do whatever you want. I'll also release Choi Woo-rang's son. Meanwhile, in another scene, Kanju was frantically driving there, his nerves on edge. No. If they make a bet with that bastard, there's absolutely no way they can win his game. The man reached behind his suit jacket as if grabbing something. Sang-do pulled out 2 knives and smiled sinisterly. If you two lose, you'll have to leave a leg behind. Go-hyung stuck out his tongue and licked his lips excitedly. And here I thought you were just a regular office worker. Turns out you're a surprisingly sexy office worker. Go stared at him with ice-cold eyes. But are you going to be okay, old man? Both of them ripped off their shirts, revealing their muscular, ripped physiques. He exclaimed with a look of pure excitement. Because starting tomorrow, you'll be in a wheelchair. Suddenly, the man threw a knife at Go-hyung's leg. Sang-do flashed a friendly smile. He held out his hand towards the two of them and said, "A bet's no fun unless it's fair." The boy grabbed the knife and lunged forward with incredible speed, a smug grin on his face. "You're going to regret this, old man. I'm very good with a knife." Glory Orphanage, 58th class, Doc Go-hyung. Specialty, super speed movement and knife combat. Go-hyung swung his knife fiercely at the man, but Sang-do casually parried the blow. During the fight, he analyzed to himself, "What's this? He's nothing special, is he? We're both using the same kind of knife. But this old guy is slower than me, so even if I don't land a final blow, the damage will accumulate. If this drags on, I'll win." Suddenly, Go-hyung received a cut across his chin. But what is this? He looked at his blade and started to wonder. This is strange. The knives are clearly identical. Go-hyung questioned the sound their blades made as they clashed, along with his fast and decisive strikes. After seeing the boy retreat, the man stopped and wondered, "What's wrong, student? Is something amiss?" The boy examined his knife, his face contorting in anger as he cursed, "That filthy bastard." The man, not understanding, asked, "What's the matter? What is it, man?" Go-hyung replied, "This knife has no blade." Sang-do pushed up his glasses and gave a cunning smile. Just then, Peter and Juna ran up, calling out their names. "Dok Go-hyung, go, we're here, we'll help." He held up a hand, signaling them to stop. Then Go-hyung shouted, "Stay out of it. This is our fight." He sized them up and said, "If we can't handle him, you guys can't either, so just stand there and watch." Hearing this, the two of them, though a bit worried, silently complied. Go-hyung rested the knife on his shoulder, glanced over, and said in a raspy voice, "Isn't that right?" Go stroked his chin in agreement. That's right. With determined eyes, both boys sent a silent message. "You have no idea what target we've been aiming for, old man." The final gate to completing the orphanage program, Hell Week, 1 month in a place with no food or water. The only supplies we received were a single gun and 1 bullet. The place was teeming with thousands of wild beasts, and we had to survive. That bullet could be used for anything: hunting, betraying a friend, or taking your own life. We became determined to win. Rather than die like that, we had to survive at all costs. We saved that bullet until the very end. We had a feeling that someday, this 1 bullet would decide our fate. After Hell Week ended, we learned that out of the 181 orphans in the 58th class, only the 2 of us had passed. And then I heard something shocking. Apostle Peter, when he was a teenager just like us, had set a one-of-a-kind record. In 58 years, he was the only person to have never used his bullet. Under the light shining in the darkness, Go-hyung said calmly, "It's been 10 years. He proudly stated that was how long they had strived to become like Peter. At that moment, Peter just watched them in silence. Full of fighting spirit, Go-hyung and Go charged straight at the man. "You're just a staircase for us to step on and climb over." He lunged forward, grabbing Sang-do by the waist. Go-hyung quickly shouted, "Bro, use his back as a springboard and launch yourself into the air. I told you so." Go-hyung swung the knife hard, his face ice cold. "You'll regret giving me this knife." The man looked up with a contemptuous gaze. Without a single wasted motion, Sang-do grabbed the hand holding the knife. "Guess I'll have to chop off your hand, huh?" But Go-hyung had already thought of a plan and let go of the knife. "Without the blade, if I can't cut, I'll just have to stab." Go, who was below, caught the knife, preparing to drive it into the man. As the knife was raised, Sang-do's face showed no fear. He said coldly, "You want to end up like Peter?" Before his astonished eyes, fragments of the knife flew through the air. As the pieces of the knife slowly fell, the man sneered. "You sure about that?" Go was stunned. He shattered a Nepalese kukri knife. Juna, worried, was about to run out and help, but her brother stopped her. Sang-do boasted proudly, "Its mass and weight are 3 times that of a normal knife. I've trained with this my entire life." He flashed a triumphant smile. "Faster than a knife and heavier than an axe." Sang-do assumed a professional knife-wielding stance. Someone exclaimed, "This kid is a walking murder weapon." The former glory assassin, Park Sang-do. Knife fighting specialty, estimated past rank, A. Hearing this, the two brothers got pissed and yelled, "Stop spouting nonsense." As he charged forward, Go Hyung wondered, can he really wield that heavy knife so freely? Seeing his confidence and the speed of his movements, in just a split second, Song-do had struck all the joints in both of their arms and legs, forcing Go Hyung to silently admit, this guy is no ordinary office worker, he's a complete monster. With the last of their consciousness, they both warned, get away, Lee Juna, Kim Sun-woo, run. Seeing them both taken down and lying on the ground, she screamed, Doko Hyung, the man growled, annoyed. You've got some lungs on you. They're not dead, so stop making such a racket. It's not like I'd go all out against a couple of kids. Sang-do smiled victoriously and said, still, a bet's a bet, and it's time to pay up. He satisfyingly raised the knife with all his strength, one leg at a time, right? Elsewhere, Kanju was speeding in his car, yelling frantically, no, don't you dare touch those kids, Sang-do. Please, I'll give you my other leg. Juna screamed in panic. Wait, she thought worriedly. At this rate, he's really going to chop off their legs. Just then, Peter spoke up. Want to make a bet? Sang-do glanced over with a cold look. Peter walked forward and made an enticing offer. Double or nothing. Both arms and both legs, if you want. The man was puzzled. What's this? Sang-do's attitude immediately shifted to a friendly one. What an interesting kid. Just as expected from Glory. All right then. He used his old trick again, tossing the knife towards Peter. Sang-do held out his hand and smiled. A bet's no fun unless it's fair. Don't you need a weapon? Juna immediately warned. Don't. That knife. But Peter held up a hand to stop her and replied softly. No. Peter took out a tray with a colorful floral pattern. He presented it confidently. This is all I need. Sang-do was confused. That's a tray. He tried to hold back his laughter, but in the end, Sang-do couldn't hide it and clutched his stomach, roaring with laughter. This is hilarious. Truly hilarious. It's been a while since I've cried from laughing, but kid. Immediately after, his expression turned cold again. He gripped the knife tightly, lunged forward, and uttered a threat. This old man doesn't go easy on children. Sang-do swung the knife so fast it created a streak of light, but Peter was no slouch either, quickly leaning back to dodge the attack. Seeing him constantly use the tray to block, the man realized, so you're using it as a shield? A clever idea. Sang-do swung his knife and laughed mockingly. How many times do you think you can block my knife with that tray? 10 times? No. Can it even withstand a single blow? Elsewhere, a look of terror appeared in Kanju's eyes. He drove in a state of extreme anxiety. What on earth is happening? I can't let what happened that day happen again. Kanju remembered the man's terrifying face and muttered, like that day, when I lost everything to Park Sang-do. The dealer in front of him was sweating bullets from fear. Sang-do calmly reassured her, there's no need to be so tense. Dealer, this kind of thing happens all the time. How about we make a little bet while we're at it? He held a half-eaten chicken leg in his hand. Flashing a cunning, calm smile, he said, will I walk out of here alive? Or will I be carried out dead? A smart dealer like you should be able to see which way this is going, right? But if I were you, I'd go all in. Behind Sang-do now were 5 assassins holding chainsaws, ready to eliminate him. Kanju announced his death sentence. Park Sang-do, you've caused too many incidents recently, and the company is struggling because of it. We have to sacrifice you to quell the anger from the outside. As of today, you're fired. As soon as he finished speaking, all 5 assassins revved their chainsaws and rushed towards the seated Sang-do. At our level, that was a team of veteran assassins, B rank and above. No matter how strong Park Sang-do was, facing 5 B rankers was too much. But then, the glint of that bastard's knife reflected in my eyes. It felt like he had surpassed the limits of human capability. And on that day, I, as an assassin, also died. He remembered the man's words. What's stronger, a chainsaw or a knife? What's important is how you hold it. Kanju cursed bitterly. That damn bastard is deadly. Now, back to the fight. At that moment, Sang-do swung his knife, slicing Peter's tray in half. He paused, smirking mockingly. You got lucky, but what are you going to do about this? The young man looked at his weapon, now cut in 2, as Sang-do taunted him. Look at that. Your only shield is now in 2 pieces. Seeing the situation worsen, Juna drew the knife from behind her back, murmuring, this is bad, I have to help. Peter curiously asked, is that a kukri? He held the tray, examining the cut the knife had made, and analyzed it with surprise. A kukri isn't typically a weapon known for its sharpness, so I'm quite surprised. It's much sharper than I thought. Suddenly, Peter used so much force that he bent the tray. Juna realized with a shock. What? What's happening? That tray wasn't meant to be a shield. It's a weapon. He gripped the two pieces of the tray tightly, thanking the man. Thanks to you, I now have two excellent weapons. Sang-do rubbed his head and smiled. All right, you don't seem like a normal student, huh? He was puzzled. What the hell? Was that bastard just lucky? No. Two more than luck. I was sure I'd landed a clean cut just now. But in that brief moment, he stepped back. While sneering, Sang-do asked himself, he survived, and only the tray got split in two? Can you believe it? Is he really just a student? He threw his jacket towards Peter and declared, Hey kid, I don't know where you learned your little tricks, but they won't work on me. Sang-do moved faster than the jacket could fall, muttering, Whether it was luck or intentional, I'll find out right now. He swung his knife in a crosshatch pattern. Just as the jacket fell, obscuring Peter's vision and making it impossible for him to dodge, Sang-do burst out laughing mockingly. A kid is still a kid, after all. This time, I definitely got him. Suddenly, his eyes filled with confusion. Instantly, the thing Sang-do had just slashed turned out to be a cushion. The real Peter had already moved like lightning behind him, swinging half of the tray to strike at the back of his neck. The man froze in astonishment, muttering, But I clearly felt my blade connect. A cushion. A red flash sliced across Sang-do's neck. He reacted quickly, dodging away from him. A small cut oozed blood on his hand. Sang-do muttered, Damn it. He moved behind me in an instant and went for my neck without hesitation. If I hadn't blocked it with my hand, he would have severed my artery. Feeling suspicious after that last exchange, he asked aloud, Are you really a student? Suddenly, Sang-do realized, I get it now. You can't cut through thick clothes with a tray knife. And it can't block my blade either. Just then, Peter lunged forward like a hunting eagle. Meanwhile, Sang-do silently came to a realization. That's why he aimed for my exposed neck. He parried the blow in amazement, and at a speed I can't even keep up with. Sang-do was continuously forced back by the overwhelming assault, muttering, This bastard, forget being a student. With every strike, his eyes glowed red, his movements as fast as lightning, making the man wonder if he was even human. Juna, watching from the side, thought to herself, The weight of that kukri makes it feel like the air explodes with every swing. A direct hit would be fatal. She saw the difference in their speeds and murmured, But that man, he's even slower than Kim Sun-gu. Looking at the situation, Juna realized the reason must be the weight of the knife. If the fight continues like this, Kim Sun-gu will win. Suddenly, an invisible line grazed Peter's face, leaving a cut on his cheek. This made her panic. Kim Sun-gu's been hit. Sang-do had pulled another knife from within the first one, muttering, When catching a bull, you use a bull-catching knife. But for a rat, you use a rat-catching knife. Juna exclaimed in shock. There was another knife inside the first one. With cold eyes and a calm expression, he analyzed. His kukri is 3 times heavier than a normal knife. As the blade's tip neared his eyes, Peter understood. The reason he abandoned the weight was for speed. It wasn't just his weapon. Sang-do's attack speed was faster and stronger, making it seem like the air exploded every time Peter parried. Juna stood frozen in shock. That man. He's like a completely different person from before. So much faster. She observed, a bit confused, but that's strange. That knife is clearly a stabbing weapon, but watching his fast yet strange movements, Juna wondered why he was only swinging it around. It was as if Sang-do's feet were rooted to the ground, acting as a pivot as he channeled all his strength into his arm for a strike. Roaring, Die, you bastard! His face remained calm, even as the tip of the knife approached his throat. The man was shocked to find his own arm involuntarily letting go of the knife. Sang-do stared in disbelief as the knife fell. Impossible, Peter spoke, his tone slightly mocking. Why? Is it because your hand has no strength left? The man's face darkened as he muttered, Now I see, you bastard. Sang-do recalled his opponent's earlier actions and realized, he wasn't trying to cut my throat. From the very beginning, he was aiming for my arm. His arm was covered in cuts. He demanded, You little brat, what did you do to my arm? Peter replied coldly, The muscles. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground, he explained, The extensor muscles, the adductor muscles, the median nerve, the ulnar nerve, and the radial nerve. Alive, all the muscles and nerves needed to hold a hand. Peter presented Sang-do's blood-stained tray and said, I've severed them all. Only now do I reveal my purpose. I never intended to kill you from the start. The man trembled, muttering, I don't understand. Sang-do stared in terror at the giant shadow that had appeared. The person in front of him right now was no student. The man's face was filled with panic, his eyes clouded with doubt. Finally, realizing the tiger lurking within him, Sang-do shrieked in terror. "Just how many people have you eaten?" Peter crushed the tray in his hand, forming a makeshift gauntlet, and said, "It was the same just now. A silver tray could never win against a dagger." He rolled up his sleeves, his determined gaze delivering the verdict. "It's over now. I'm going to show you how to smash a rock with an egg." Flashing back to Sang-do's past, a kid from the group bullying him spoke up. "Hey, look at that. It's hilarious." He burst out laughing mockingly. "This loser's drinking piss." A young Sang-do was hanging upside down from a tree, his body covered in urine. They laughed and taunted. "Hey, is it tasty? What's it taste like? I'll give you some more. This is so fun." The memory that dominated my childhood was imagining killing that bastard every single day. But the kid just waved goodbye, satisfied. "That was fun, Park Sang-do. See you later." I didn't have the courage to fight back, and that event was my complete awakening. In another scene, two vicious dogs opened their mouths wide, revealing sharp fangs. They charged forward madly, as if wanting to tear everything apart. The man fell and scrambled backward in a panic, screaming, "Stay away." He pulled the two vicious dogs back, holding the leashes tight, and sneered, "If you can beat them, I'll never bully you again. How about it?" At that moment, I would have rather died. His voice was full of provocation. "Want to make a bet?" Those words made my heart pound. My weak legs carried me forward as I hung on the edge of a cliff. I don't know why, but this much was clear. Betting my own life makes me stronger. Dopamine, serotonin, adrenaline, pleasure, and power came to me every time I risked my life. Gambling is my drug, and I always win bets like these. I am the strongest. Back in the present, Peter landed a powerful hook that completely deformed Sang-do's entire face. The man was sent flying, muttering, "I can't." After punching Sang-do, the tray gauntlet flew off as well. Gasped, quickly covering her shocked face with her hands. Peter's face was ice cold, his crimson eyes as sharp as a blade. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he charged forward with ferocious intensity. The man screamed in fear, "Stay away from me, you bastard." Just then, his trembling hand pulled out a grenade. Sang-do yelled, "Get on your knees, you son of a bitch." He aimed the grenade towards the suitcases behind him, shouting a warning, "Before I blow everything up." Peter's expression remained calm, even as Sang-do said, "Do you know what these are? They're the children you've been looking for." The camera pans to a child tied up and stuffed into a suitcase. As the man roared, "Chairman Choi Un-trang's son is in here too." Hearing this, she cried out in absolute horror. "That madman stuffed people into suitcases? No, if that explodes, we'll all die." At that moment, he lowered his head without a word, while Sang-do continued his threats, his voice full of aggression. "See the gas pipes on the ceiling? If this thing blows, everyone dies." The man roared, his eyes bulging with madness. "If you don't want to die, get on your knees. Kneel, now." In a flash, Peter saw an opening, snatched the grenade from Sang-do's hand, and shoved it straight into the man's mouth, his tone taunting, "Do it, if you can." He squeezed Sang-do's mouth shut, pulled the grenade's pin, and reminded him softly, "You should know this, if you're using a grenade, right? I just pulled the pin, so if you don't want to die, clench your jaw tight." The man stammered in fear, You bastard." Peter tightened his fist, holding the pin in his mouth, his sharp eyes glinting as he spoke. "This is how you threaten someone," Sang-do muttered. "You son of a bitch." Immediately after, the man took a devastating punch to his ribs. His entire body bent, but his mouth remained clamped shut on the grenade. Another blow rained down from above, smashing into the back of his neck. Sang-do's eyes went wide, blood splattered everywhere, and his body could no longer stay upright. A level punch slammed straight into Sang-do's face. One final blow sent Sang-do crashing to the ground. Despite being beaten to a pulp, he was still clamping down on the grenade so tightly that even Peter offered a word of praise. "Look at that, you're holding on really tight." He bent down and reinserted the pin, saying, "I've put the pin back in, so stop pretending. Get up." His handsome face was now streaked with blood, his eyes glowing red. Peter took the grenade out of Sang-do's mouth and growled, "We're not done yet." The man slowly pushed himself up, stammering, I didn't mean to take it this far." Why unmuttered, "No, what is he trying to do now?" Sensing something was wrong, she yelled, "Wait." Sang-do fell to his knees, clasped his hands together, tears streaming down his face, and begged, "Let's make peace." He cried and pleaded, "I'll pretend this fight with you kids never happened. The children, I'll let the children go too." Hearing this, he looked confused, while Juno was stunned. Just as it was all over, Kanju finally arrived, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Kids, where are you?" "I'm here," Sang-do immediately called out. "Senior Kanju, The old man was shocked. Park Sang-do? Kanju looked at the man crying and crawling to his feet and wondered, is this really the Park Sang-do I know? With tear-filled eyes, Sang-do hugged the old man's leg and begged, please save me. Peter and the other two called out, Master Go-hyung. Go unconsciously called out Kanju's name in confusion. The old man replied, kids. And just like that, the case was closed. Along with the kidnapped children, the chairman's son, Choi Un-chan, also escaped safely. A staff member from Glory headquarters spoke up when he saw the man's pathetic state. Is that really Park Sang-do? Sang-do was stuffed into a bag with only his face showing. He screamed in a panic. Let's call it a draw. Please, just call it a draw, they said contemptuously. I heard he ran away from the company and avoided being tracked by HR for 13 years. I guess those infamous rumors weren't such a big deal after all. And so, Park Sang-do was taken to the Glory headquarters. Despite his screams of, please, call it a draw, the assassin zipped up the bag. Kanju's feelings were indescribable as he watched Sang-do being taken away, muttering, the nightmare that ended my life as an assassin is finally over today. But I still can't believe it. He woke up, wrapped in a towel, and declared, I felt it, clearly just now. Our synchronized attack definitely worked. The other guy, wearing a matching towel, replied excitedly, you felt it too? The old man looked at them suspiciously and muttered, those kids took care of him? Kanju's gaze fell on Peter as he thought, although a lot of this is unclear. But he turned to Juna and said softly, cover yourself properly with the blanket, or you'll catch a cold. The old man had to admit, well, it's not like I did it myself, so I have nothing to say. After that, we officially became assassins. Go-hyung held the card in his hand and asked in disbelief, is this it? For real? He shouted with excitement. We're A-class. No. We even caught an S-class assassin. Peter gestured for Go-hyung to quiet down, while the girl scolded him. That's so embarrassing. Shut up. He still asked again in disbelief. But we got D-class. D-class. Watching the elevator descend, Juna couldn't stop wondering, but why did they call us to a place like this? Where is this thing going? We're not being sent to our deaths, are we? When the elevator opened, he froze. Juna's eyes widened as she stammered, are we going to die? All four of them were stunned to see two incredibly buff girls waiting at the elevator door. Go-hyung broke out in a cold sweat, frantically pressing the button and yelling, wrong floor, close the door, close it. We're sorry for bothering you, we'll come back later. Go kept banging his head against the elevator. What rotten luck to see this. The two buff girls stepped aside as a secretary appeared and said, please come in, we've been waiting for you. The two boys immediately blushed. This time, he mashed the button again, but with an excited tone. Open up, they're allies. That's us. She gently invited them. This way. After guiding everyone upstairs, the secretary said, our chairman is very interested in you all. Because you saved Master Yun-chun, the heir to the Deha group. She led them to a dining room and continued. The chairman has given special instructions to treat you all with the utmost hospitality. Go-hyung and Go were thrilled by the delicious food, shouting with excitement, whoa, this is amazing. The group then went to a fitting room, just as excited. Super high class. Nice. He adjusted his tie and said, thanks to the chairman, we got a great meal and new clothes. We haven't even met him, but he's taken care of everything. Huh? Standing before a large door, Go-hyung shouted excitedly, are they giving us something else? This is so nerve-wracking. The secretary walked over, opened the door, and said, well then, I'm sure you're all curious. As she opened the large door, she announced, today's main course is this place. A blinding light shone from within. The doorway left him and Go speechless with amazement. When they stepped inside, they saw that the room was filled with VIP-grade heavy weaponry. The secretary introduced, our Deha Group is the world's leading military technology company. We are responsible for providing all kinds of combat support to Glory's assassins. She offered her congratulations. You have been appointed as official assassins. Looking at the weapons in the room, the secretary relayed a message. The chairman said to take as much as you like. Go-hyung, waving a gun around in the back, said, we don't really use guns to fight, right? His friend quickly agreed. Of course not, bro. In the blink of an eye, the two had stuffed their clothes full of weapons and said politely, this much should be enough for us. Seeing this, she stammered, let me have these delivered for you. Juna turned to look at a knife display and gasped. This is a Damascus knife, and there's S30V steel too. Is it okay to take something this expensive? She reached out her hand and mumbled, then I'll take one too. Juna suddenly remembered. No, I didn't really do anything that day. I don't have the right to receive this. The secretary approached Peter from behind and asked, Have you chosen yet, Mr. Kim Sunu? She was curious. What will this student choose? He picked up a pen, turned around, and replied, This is all I need. The secretary was stunned and muttered, He only took a pen? Aren't you being a little greedy for a young guy? Peter thought to himself, seeing that all the weapons were used. Suddenly, she received an order through her earpiece. She replied, Yes, Chairman. Yes, I understand. The secretary announced, I will now take you to the chairman's office. He shrugged and said, Why all the hassle? All right, I guess I have to go. Let's go. Her small lips mouthed the word no. Looking at him, the secretary said, Only you, Kim Sun-gu. Peter was confused. Me? Hearing this, Gong cried out, No, wait a minute, Mr. Chairman. After all the time we've spent building our relationship, the elevator display showed it was ascending to the 41st floor. Inside the elevator, she complimented him. The fountain pen was an excellent choice. He calmly replied, No, it's just a model I happen to like using. The secretary asked curiously, But didn't you come from an orphanage? Peter cut her off and asked back, Why is the chairman looking for me? She stammered, I don't know. You should ask him directly. He replied coldly, Thanks. Arriving at the penthouse floor, the elevator announced, Doors opening. The secretary led Peter in, bowed, and announced, Chairman, I've brought Kim Sun-gu here. Untrang said, You've worked hard. You may leave. She obeyed, Yes, sir. Looking at him, the man spoke up, I've been wanting to meet you. Trang smiled politely and invited Peter, Please, have a seat, student Kim Sun-gu. The chairman of DH Group, the world's leading military supply corporation, Choi Un-Trang. He leaned against the desk and asked, Did you enjoy your meal? He replied, Yes, it was delicious. Un-Trang asked further, And the clothes? Peter said, They fit perfectly. As the chairman poured coffee, he asked curiously, What is the reason you were looking for me, Chairman? The man chuckled and said casually, Didn't I already tell you? I wanted to meet you. There's no other reason, so you don't need to be so tense. Suddenly, Un-Trang stepped closer to Peter, his voice dropping low. No. On second thought, I suppose you have every right to be tense. He looked into Peter's cold eyes and called his name, Student Kim Sun-gu. Leaning in close to Peter, Un-Trang whispered, I know who you are. Un-Trang whispered, You're Peter, aren't you? Peter froze when he heard this, but then a smirk played on his lips. December 24th, 1978. Namsan. An ice-cold current, like death itself, shot through him. The man's entire body convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. His mouth was gagged and only muffled. Choked groans could be heard. The skinny man slammed the table and roared, Spit it out, you bastard. Where is Choi Un-Trang right now? He gritted his teeth. Damn it, he's tight-lipped, isn't he? Despite all the torture, the Soviet man just laughed gloatingly. He sneered and said, I already told you, there's only one way for you people to save him. The Soviet man shouted his demand. Hand over the missile that South Korea developed with the U.S. to us Soviets. He threatened, If you refuse, the son of the DH group will lose his life. On the other side of the glass, a staff member tried to calm him down. Chairman, please calm down, Chairman. He suggested. You should request assistance from the Americans and send in the most elite forces, including Delta Force. Send them to Moscow, they'll definitely find him. The man on the phone's expression changed, and he stammered. Section Chief. Oh, about that. In front of a moving train, a man was taking aim at a helicopter. Suddenly, a massive explosion ripped through the air, and the helicopter blew into pieces in mid-flight. An announcement came through. Delta Force has been completely wiped out. With no other options, DH gave the order. Section Chief O go. Section Chief O hesitated and asked, Chairman, you don't mean that times place, do you? He replied, That's right. Cut to the Cathedral of Glory, outside a church. DH repeatedly banged on the door, shouting, Father, Father, it's urgent, please open the door. The chairman of DH is here. A priest stepped out, his voice calm. Calm yourself. Coming to confess so late at night? What is the matter? The chairman yelled impatiently. My son, Un-Trang, has been kidnapped by the Soviets. DH gripped the iron bars of the gate, his face frantic. The support from DH Group that you people wanted. I'll agree to all of it, whatever it takes. For the next 10 years. And no, for the next 100 years. Hearing this, the priest placed his rosary on the Bible. Among your 12 apostles, please. Send the best one. He replied nonchalantly. I don't know what you're talking about. DH was stunned. What? He pleaded desperately. Listen, My son has been kidnapped. Please, please, I'll do anything. The priest reassured him. You need not worry, for everything will be according to God's will. He said calmly, therefore, you should pray. Diha couldn't stay calm and screamed frantically. Not prayer. What good is praying in a situation like this? The priest said, God's missile is already on its way to Moscow. Cut scene. At that moment, Peter, with an expressionless face, gripped the handlebars tightly. He sped off on his motorcycle. Diha, still worried, asked again, but father, will it really be all right? The 3 special forces teams sent before were all wiped out. Even if he's an apostle, can he really do it alone? The priest answered without hesitation. That person. He can do it. Cut scene. At the back of the train, a man lies beaten unconscious. As Peter appeared on the train, the priest's confident voiceover played. Even alone, he will resolve it. That boy of mine is the strongest. The men in the train car stood up, their eyes fixed on him. A bearded man spoke up. What? What? How did you get in here? But, you came alone? Peter let out a light breath, visible in the cold air, a perfect fit. What did he mean by that? Before he could understand, the bearded man collapsed from a single, fatal gunshot. He moved to one side and fired shot after shot. In a flash, Peter moved in a zigzag pattern. He cleanly took out the grunts on the train, leaving them no chance to fight back. The bullet pierced through the last man's head. Only now did he explain, I said it was a perfect fit for the number of your heads and the number of my bullets. It's just a shame the whole group didn't get to hear that before. They were taken down by Peter. Stepping over from another building, Lieutenant Colonel Jujin shouted a warning, drop your weapon. He pointed his gun at Trang's head as a child, threatening, if you don't want a hole in this kid's head, drop the gun now. The train sped through the blizzard. Inside the cabin, Lieutenant Colonel Jujin said, that's right. I've heard the rumors. He recounted the stories he knew. I heard there's a monster of an Asian man who can survive anywhere alone. But you're younger than I thought. Lieutenant Colonel Jujin asked curiously, that's you, isn't it? The apostle, Peter. By now, he had done as the man said, dropping his weapon and putting both hands on his head. Peter approached and spoke in Korean. Hey, Choi Untrang. Untrang was shocked. A Korean? He then gave an instruction. I'm going to count to 3, so when I say 3, duck your head. The boy, with a confused look on his face, stammered, what? Peter began counting in. Korean, 1. The man didn't understand Korean and yelled, what the hell are you saying, you dog? Speak Russian. Peter's hand slowly folded as he counted. 2. Lieutenant Colonel Jujin roared in anger. Stop your damn nonsense and get on your knees, you bastard. Just then, in Peter's hand, a coin appeared as he counted 3. The man threatened, I'll really kill the kid. Untrang immediately ducked. The opportunity had come. He threw the coin with force, sending it flying straight into Lieutenant Colonel Jujin's head, knocking him backward. With a cold gaze, he watched the lieutenant colonel fall and sent a final message. Sorry, I'll say it in Russian now. Goodbye, Lieutenant. Jujin Adre F. of the KGB Intelligence Bureau. After escaping the danger, Untrang stammered, thank you for saving me. After finishing the mission, Peter lit himself a cigarette. The young boy spoke up. Sir, you're Korean too, right? Untrang said gratefully. Thank you, sir. I will never forget this debt. He calmly smoked his cigarette, ignoring the boy's loud shouts. I will definitely repay you. Peter picked up a hat and put it on Untrang's head, saying, Hey, Choi Untrang, I didn't come here to save you. He turned and walked away, answering like a total badass. I came to save the future of the DH group. If you get it, then get up. It's a long way home, Peter reminded him. The boy got up and followed behind, muttering, He's so cool. Back in the present, Untrang said, thanks to him, I'm still alive today. Even though 40 years have passed, to this day, I have never forgotten my benefactor's face. He stood before the man and asked, Kim Sung-gu, right? Untrang had identified Peter as that man's grandson. This statement made Peter break out in a cold sweat, but luckily, his cover wasn't blown. The old man remarked, the resemblance is uncanny, but I don't think I ever heard that Peter had a family. He muttered, it's been a while since I've felt this cold. Peter looked at the man before him, the little boy he had saved, and thought, even so, that weak little kid has grown up to be so dignified. Untrang asked curiously, I heard you only chose a pen from the armory. Why? Didn't you pick anything else? He replied, your sentiment is more than enough for me. The old man felt that wasn't enough and said, no matter what, I can't let that man's grandson leave like this. Peter must have seen something because he looked a little surprised. Untrang said humbly. It may be a small gift, but please accept it. As the steel door slowly rose, he recounted. From long ago, the pinnacle of the DH Group's future technology. Inside, a motorcycle appeared, along with Secretary Trang introduced. The very thing your grandfather saved is the masterpiece POS V4. Looking at the different parts of the motorcycle, he analyzed. With a powerful engine developed by DH, its top speed is 527 kilometers per hour. Furthermore, it's equipped with a stealth function that can jam all devices, ensuring you can carry out your missions freely, off the grid from GPS and CCTV. Juna walked over, touched the motorcycle, and exclaimed, "So cool," Peter said nonchalantly. "You really didn't have to go this far." Go Hyung was a little jealous, but tried to act calm. "Don't make such a fuss," Go chimed in, acting like a kid. The two of them brought the weapons. They had just taken to the woman and said, "Miss, can we exchange these?" The secretary smiled awkwardly and replied, "I'm afraid not." He tossed the helmet to her. Peter got on the bike, put on the helmet, and called out to her, "Get on." Juna looked a bit dazed. He wanted to go too, and said, "Hey, wait up, wait for us." He asked, "Hey, is this how you treat us, given our relationship?" His phone rang. It was Teacher Kanju calling, Peter answered. Teacher Kanju was sitting and sorting documents, and he answered, "It's me. Did you have a fun tour? I'm sure your seniors from Glory are very eager to see you all." Hearing this, he muttered, "It's a gathering of assassins, isn't it?" The old man hesitated. "Well, it's been 4 years since we've had a special recruit, so everyone is very curious. Go there and show them the burning passion of youth." Go Hyung muttered, "Passion of youth." Go asked, "Will it be okay?" As you and him staggered and slipped, you still declared with spirit, "It's gonna get hot." The girl sitting behind you yelled, "Kim Sungu, get pedaling." Peter looked over at them and said, "Then these friends will be left behind." Juna replied, "That's why I'm saying we should split off from them," Kanju said over the phone. "Also, when you get there, tell them the monster rookie has arrived." All 4 of them, dressed in black suits, stood before the Kangseo branch of the Glory Club Church. Go slicked back his hair, boasting, "Being this famous is exhausting." Go Hyung adjusted his tie and agreed, "Yeah, I get it. Everyone must be curious about us after we defeated an estimated S rank." He turned and asked, "Juna, are you ready?" Peter mumbled, "Is this okay?" Those two look really excited. Walking to the large door, he pushed it open and said, "Well then, let's go in." Juna was stunned by the scene behind the door. This is the place where the revelation is bestowed? Inside, people were sitting and praying before God. The revelation. The assassins of glory would be given missions suited to their individual ranks. In other words, receiving the revelation. The priest spoke, "The body of Christ." A man replied, "Amen." He handed over a B rank card and said, "Good luck to you." After observing, she realized in shock. So this is how real assassins get their missions. Peter, on the other hand, had a bored expression. So this is how low-rank assassins get their missions. He asked excitedly, "Hey, mister, sir, what mission did you get?" He excitedly flipped the card over and said, "It's not to participate in a promotion ceremony, is it?" Go Hyung was dumbfounded. The card Go flipped over was exactly the same. He wondered, "Let's fight. What does that mean?" The priest walked over and asked, "Is this your first time here?" The old man smiled kindly and explained, "I never give missions to newcomers." He asked arrogantly, "Mister, do you know who we are?" The other one chimed in, "If you knew, you wouldn't be saying that." The priest took out a glass of red liquid and held it in front of the two. "Dip your hands in this, and I'll give you some delicious, special holy blood." Go immediately praised it. "Bro, this smells amazing," without a hint of suspicion. Go Hyung burst out laughing and said, "I think this old guy has taken a liking to us." The next moment, the so-called holy blood was poured over his head. The old man's face was gleeful. "How is it? Delicious, right?" The priest flashed a demonic smile. "I've been waiting for you. You D-rank brats." Go Hyung bit the card to pieces, taunting him. "Some people can't tell if it's crap or bean paste, if it hurts or not, until you beat it into them." Veins popped on his face as he looked up and asked, "You're the same, aren't you, old man?" The people in the church began to surround them. Go warmed up his leg muscles, challenging them. "So, it's a fight regardless of rank, huh? We don't go easy on the elderly." Go Hyung twisted his body to warm up, saying, "Looks like they're campaigning to become B rank. It's a cold world." A man with a long scar over his eye sneered, "What a bunch of ridiculous bastards." Wang Jiang mocked, "Even though I don't know what D rank means, I haven't understood it for a while either." The old man glared when he heard him say, "Of course you don't know." Go Hyung rushed forward, launching a kick and arrogantly announcing, "We weren't born to be D ranks." The man with the long scar barely dodged his kick, immediately followed by a powerful punch. Go brought his fist down, reminding him, "Remember this. We are the Dokjae brothers, and we will become S-rank apostles." When he saw the old man dodge his attack, he growled, "This B-rank geezer is more annoying than I thought." Well then, we won't be playing around anymore either. The onlookers, watching how the two of them fought, were starting to have doubts. Hey, those kids are pretty good, aren't they? Are they really just kids? They're not scared at all, huh? Juna was amazed. The Dokjae brothers are amazing. They seem more confident, don't they? They're much stronger than when we met Baeksangdo. The man with the long scar, after retreating to a pew, was confused. What the? The old man, seeing only Go, mumbled, "Where did the younger one go?" Suddenly, two arms shot out from under the pew and grabbed the scarred man's legs. Go Hyung popped out from behind and asked, "Looking for me?" The old man jumped in surprise and turned around, shocked. "No, since when?" He immediately yelled. "Go!" Go appeared like a giant, clasping his hands together and leaping up to deliver a powerful blow from above. Blood splattered onto Go Hyung's bewildered face. The man with the long scar spoke sarcastically. "Think you can dance like Peter?" The old man, holding a blood-stained club, turned and smiled. "When I was your age, I was the same. You gotta give the little preschoolers some hands-on experience." The scarred man blocked his attack, his expression serious, as he declared, "I'm not playing around anymore either." Juna panicked when she heard Go's terrified scream, but Peter's face remained calm. He reached out his hand and yelled, "Go!" The old man delivered a punch so powerful it deformed his face. Her face filled with panic, she rushed forward, shouting, "We have to stop them." Juna was stopped by Wang Jiang. He put his arms around the two of them, smirking as he asked, "So, what are your thoughts after seeing the truth?" Assassin of Glory, Wang Jiang, rank 33 B rank, Chief Li. Wang Jiang looked at the scarred man who was beating the crap out of the other guy, and said that old man had to work his whole life to become a B rank. Even an ordinary assassin at that level is on a completely different plane. D ranks from Glory are assigned missions targeting ordinary people. There are a total of 336 D ranks, and a total of 200 C ranks. C ranks face targets that use force, like street gangs. Black Society, B rank, a total of 100 members. B rank means missions where assassins might clash with each other. A rank, a total of 36 members. A rank assassins take on national-level assassination missions. After becoming an assassin who only knows how to swing a blade until death, you have to cough up blood to reach the top of the Glory organization. The man hesitated slightly. Sure, you have to throw away your life to reach A rank, but S rank is absolutely unattainable, no matter how hard you try. The 12. At the pinnacle of all assassins, they are the apostles. The scar-faced man grabbed Go Hyung by the neck and sneered. "Hey kid, let me teach you how to become an apostle," he stammered. "What is that?" The man flashed a demonic smile, his hand tightening into a fist as he growled, "You just have to be reborn." And with that, he slammed a thunderous punch into Go Hyung's face, knocking him unconscious. The man with the long scar scoffed. "Do you all realize how arrogant you were? An apostle? Go drink some more of your mommy's milk." The crowd around them burst into mocking laughter. "Hey man, kids from the Glory orphanage don't have moms, do they?" She spoke up, feeling sorry for the boy. "Even so, did you really have to go that far?" Wang Jiang called out, "Hey, you little brat." He flicked Juna on the head as a warning. "I hear you're Pachoin's little bitch, huh? You should be grateful you're D rank. No skills, no qualifications. What kind of assassin are you? Even a passing dog would laugh at you." Peter grabbed Wang Jiang's hand and squeezed it tight, while the man was still rambling. "But you know what? Not even Pachoin would." Wang Jiang realized what was happening and muttered, "What the hell?" He stepped forward to protect Juna. "Sir, don't cross the line." The man questioned, "What's with this bastard?" As soon as Wang Jiang cursed at him, Peter's grip tightened. He remained calm in the face of the man's challenge. "You want to go around, is that it?" Scene change. Du Yu grabbed Peter by the collar and yelled in his face, "No, sir, you can't draw attention to yourself. Look, can you believe that crazy killer Kim Sun-gu took down the A-rank Baeksangdo?" She explained worriedly. "With your skills, it's only a matter of time before Glory gets suspicious. The plan, everything, will be in jeopardy. Don't care what happens to the kids' lives. Back to the present." He muttered to himself, "I know. If I want to stab them in the back, I have to hide myself thoroughly as a D rank." Wang Jiang slapped Peter across the face and yelled, "Spit it out, you arrogant bastard." At that moment, she could only cover her terrified face with her hands. while the man hurled insults at him. "You look like some damn loser trying to act tough in front of a girl?" Peter just said calmly, "Go ahead and hit me all you want." Hearing this, Wanjiang stopped, curious. "What?" He lowered his head in silence. Then, Peter's demeanor changed as he spoke softly. "Please, let me take him to the hospital. One is seriously injured, and the other is unconscious. If we don't go now, it'll be dangerous." Just then, Go woke up and crawled worriedly towards Go Hyung. He said, "I won't dare mention the apostles again. We won't forget what you seniors have taught us." With a cold gaze, Peter bowed his head. "Please, sir." The man wiped the blood from his hand and laughed contemptuously. "This bastard really wore me out. Fine, we can stop here." Suddenly, Wanjiang held out his hand and said, "In exchange." He made his demand. "Give me your volunteer qualification certificates." A look of discomfort crossed his face upon hearing the demand. Wanjiang smirked mockingly. "Grow up fast, and come back for them." The four of them walked out of the Glory Church. A stark contrast to their initial excitement, they now looked battered and were unusually silent. Go Hyung, supported by Go, lamented, "What is this? What are we going to tell Master Kanju?" Juna's face fell when he said, "If we tell him we lost our qualification certificates, he'll probably rip all our hair out." Go Hyung stood in front, covering his face with his hands, his voice choked with emotion. "I'm sorry, Lee Juna, Kim Gong-gu, for not being able to protect you all." Peter's gaze softened, despite the boy's outburst. "Even so, it's a good thing you guys didn't step in. Can't we just get the certificates reissued? The more arrogant we are, the more dangerous it gets." Go Hyung gave a forced laugh, his tone filled with self-blame. "Damn it. I was going to become the team leader and show everyone how cool I could be." He took a helmet and placed it on the boy's head, calling out, "Let's go, Captain." Peter used the helmet to cover Hyung's tear-streaked face and said, "It's time to eat." The boy choked out. "Okay." The motorcycle's wheels sped down the road. Now, it was just him and her on the road. Juna suddenly spoke up. "Hey, Kim Gong-gu." Peter, curious, asked, "What is it?" She asked, "How? How do you get stronger?" He scoffed. "That's a useless question, isn't it?" Peter wondered, "Why are you asking that?" Juna hesitated. "It's just, didn't you see?" he asked her, confused. "See what?" she recalled. "How everything was just taken from us like that." Peter replied, "If you're weak, of course things will be taken from you." Peter said, annoyed, "You're really getting on my nerves." Juna said in a small voice, "We're weak, after all." He noticed her hands were gripping his shirt tightly. At that moment, Peter felt truly irritated. Inside the church, the voices of the long-scarred man and Wanjiang echoed. Thinking back on it, that felt so damn refreshing. This world is already crowded enough. The thought of fighting those brats for a piece of the pie pisses me off. If they had any sense, they'd choose a different line of work. Exactly. Walking towards the door, the man suddenly remembered something. "Ah, but that one kid from earlier." The older man asked who? The pretty girl, or the one with no eyebrows? Wanjiang said no. "Is it because he's just a kid? He's so young, yet his eyes are utterly ruthless." Wanjiang, surprised to see someone still in the church this late, exclaimed, well, what do we have here?" He then burst into a mocking laugh. "Is the kid here for another beating? Or maybe he's here to repent for his arrogance earlier today." Peter remained seated, praying, not uttering a single word in response. Seeing this, the man shouted, "An adult is talking. Why aren't you answering?" Peter suddenly spoke up. "Do you really have to take it this far?" the man asked, confused. "Hasn't this punk had enough?" Wanjiang threatened. "Today, we're going to make you." Before the man could finish, Peter stood up, cutting him off. "That's why I'm here, to show you. Something you've never seen in your lives, and never will again. An S rank." Peter held the rosary, a pale blue light glowing around him like a saint as he growled, "Apostles' combat." After hearing that declaration, both men fell silent. The man with the long scar suddenly spoke up. "What the hell is Apostles' combat?" The older man clutched his stomach, roaring with laughter. "Apostles' combat? What a joke. I guess anything can happen in this world, huh? Listen, kiddo, I've been working here for 14 years, and I've never once met an apostle." The man with the long scar was laughing so hard he was crying. The older man sneered, "This young punk knows nothing about the real world. Just mess with him for a bit, then let him go." The long-scarred man called out again, "Wanjiang." The older man glanced over, muttering, "Wait, what's wrong?" The long-scarred man called out with a hint of worry, "Wanjiang, why are you just standing there?" Wanjiang's entire expression had darkened. "A high school kid. A D-rank assassin. I can't even remember his name. No weapon, no support items. The only thing he's holding is a rosary. He's completely outmatched. Wang Jiang broke into a cold sweat, muttering, "So how is this possible?" Wang Jiang stared at Peter's ruthless eyes and ice-cold expression, exclaiming in disbelief, "How can those be the eyes of some D-rank punk?" The older man asked, puzzled, "Hey, Wang Jiang, why are you just standing there? You're not actually scared of that little brat, are you?" He forced a laugh and shot back, "What are you talking about?" Wang Jiang clutched his head, trying to reassure himself. "That's right, he's just a kid with an ordinary look in his eyes. I've completely overestimated him." He picked up a Bible and called out, "Hey, kid, there's an unwritten rule in this business." Wang Jiang forcefully threw the book at Peter, saying, "If a junior assassin rises up against a senior, that senior has the right to dispose of them on the spot. If I throw this book, he'll instinctively raise his hands to block it," he thought. "And that will leave his side completely exposed." That's right. The instinct to protect the point of impact will make him double over, but his side wasn't my real target to begin with. He moved in a flash, right in front of Peter. Wang Jiang's 2 fingers weren't aiming for his side, but for his eyes. "It's over," he thought. But suddenly, his own eyes filled with absolute terror. In a flash, Peter attacked with the string of his rosary. All Wang Jiang could see were the beads flying through the air, mixed with a spray of his own blood. Wang Jiang stood there, stunned, muttering, "What is this? This is no ordinary rosary." While he was still in a daze, Peter expertly maneuvered the string, wrapping it around Wang Jiang's neck. There was a terrifying silence. Then, with a sudden crack, every pillar in the church was obliterated. A chill ran down his spine, his pupils shrinking in fear. With a single pull, Peter sent Wang Jiang's head flying through the air. Gasping for air, he snapped back to reality. Wang Jiang frantically grabbed his own neck, his entire body trembling. The man with the long scar yelled, "Wang Jiang, what the hell are you doing just standing there?" But Wang Jiang couldn't shake the bone-deep chill from the vision he had just witnessed. Wang Jiang stared at Peter, utterly terrified, and stammered, "No, it's impossible." The vision of himself being instantly defeated every time he attacked, Peter only solidified his fear. "It's because I've already experienced the sensation of dying 1,000 times over. What I've learned from hundreds of battles over the decades is an intuition, an instinct that tells me when I'm outmatched, even without trading a single blow. But this, what is this? This feeling isn't just basic intuition. I never, ever imagined someone this terrifying could exist. What am I supposed to do? If I make a move, I'm dead for sure." His face was terrifyingly calm, his eyes sharp and cold. He said nothing, just stood there, staring at Wang Jiang. Peter took a step closer and raised his hand. And before he could even do anything, the man shrieked in panic, "I was wrong." Wang Jiang squeezed his eyes shut, his face drenched in a cold sweat as he yelled, "If you can just overlook what happened today." Peter raised his hand to the man's face, scaring him into silence. "I hear," he said, "that the ability to sense death is a basic skill for an assassin. In that regard, senior, you have truly exceptional qualities." Wang Jiang was so terrified his legs gave out from under him, and he collapsed to the floor. Peter turned to leave, offering a final piece of advice. "Be more careful next time." As he walked outside, he could hear shouting from inside the church. The older man asked, "What the hell are you doing?" His voice still trembling with fear. Wang Jiang screamed, "Shut your mouth if you want to live." Diane pulled up in her car, confused. What's up with him? What's going on? Peter looked up, startled, only to be yelled at by her. "Are you insane? Senior, why are you even here?" Diane got out of the car with her guide dog, scolding him. "Did you get into another fight? If anyone finds out about this, what am I supposed to do?" He casually put his hands in his pockets and replied, "That's not going to happen." She snapped back, annoyed. "What? What are you even talking about, senior?" Peter simply replied, "Think about it." Wang Jiang was still on the floor, unable to get up after the terrifying experience he just had. Peter calmly said, "That friend of yours was a B-rank assassin. Yet he lost to a D rank. Don't even think about spreading this around or letting word get out. If you do, you'll never be able to set foot in this area again." He got on his motorcycle, his voice laced with a hint of sarcasm as he prepared to leave, losing to an 18-year-old kid who didn't even throw a single punch. "Juna, if it were you, could you even imagine that?" Hearing the motorcycle, Juna asked, "Aren't you coming with me, Sunbae?" She pouted, grumbling angrily to herself. "I was so worried I chased after him, and he can't even say a single proper word to me." Peter revved the engine and sped off. Scene change. Meanwhile, Go-young and Go were imagining Kanju exploding with rage. "You crazy bastards. Your assassin cards are like your lives. How could you lose them?" The two of them trembled, muttering, We're so dead. Sweating bullets, they racked their brains trying to figure out how to escape the terror. They jumped out of their skins when they heard Wanjiang call out, "You brats!" His thuggish face appeared, and the two screamed in panic. "We really deserve to die." "You idiots, get out of my sight," Wanjiang calmly asked. "What's wrong?" The guy took a defensive stance, stammering, "What? Why are you here again?" he asked, trembling. "You want to fight again?" Anyone would be scared seeing him like that. He held out 4 cards and said softly, "I came to return these." The two exclaimed in shock. "Are those our assassin cards?" Go shouted with joy. "Bro, we're saved." "Boss, Wanjiang, I thought you were a total bastard, but it turns out you're a good guy." Wanjiang didn't seem to care much. He glanced over at Peter and replied, "Is that so?" He watched him, lips pressed into a thin line, muttering warily, "That guy. He's a formidable one." With his business done, Wanjiang said, "I'm leaving." The two bowed a full 90 degrees and shouted, "Goodbye, boss." He snapped, "What's with the boss? I'm not a gangster." Looking at Juna's card in his hand, Peter thought, "I need to return this to her soon, but where is she?" After getting his card back, Go Hyung immediately went to show it off to some girls. "Hey, you two want to see this card? It's for, like, a student assassin." The brown-haired girl gasped in admiration. "Are you guys real assassins now?" He smirked, a mischievous glint in his eye, and said, "Do you even need to ask?" Scene change. In a closed room, the sounds of intense training echoed. Juna lunged at a dummy in front of her, each knife thrust clean and swift as the wind. Every stab landed precisely on a vital point. Sweat rolled down her forehead, but her gaze never wavered. She remembered all the times she couldn't help anyone during a fight, muttering to herself, "So pathetic." It was the same then. And then, too. Juna plunged the knife deep into the dummy, shouting in frustration, "I'm so pathetic. I can't do anything. If I keep going like this, my little brother Ewan will be in danger." Suddenly, Peter's voice cut in. "What's so pathetic?" Startled, she turned to look at him with teary eyes. Peter held out her card and said, "Take it. I came to give this back." Juna turned away to pack her things, her voice quiet but firm. "I don't have the right to take this." Noticing her phone case had a picture of 2 siblings, he asked curiously, "Is it because of your brother?" Peter's voice was low, provocative. "Because you felt guilty, you tried to become an assassin. All for your little brother." She slammed her fist on her phone in anger, shouting, "Shut up." Furious, Juna grabbed him by the collar. "What do you know? If you don't know anything, then don't just run your mouth." Peter remained calm. "You're right, I don't know anything about you." He took her hand, his voice softening. "But that doesn't mean I know nothing at all. For example, what if that kid isn't your real brother?" Juna was stunned. "How? How did you know?" Peter asked curiously. "Can you tell me what happened to your brother?" At his words, her eyes glazed over, as if memories from the past were flashing before her. In the past, Juna's little brother ran up to her, excitedly calling out, "Sister, I want to run away with you. Please, let me come with you. We're family, right?" Juna looked at the boy coldly and replied, "Family? Don't be ridiculous." Annoyed, she snapped, "Get lost, Lee Ewan. You're not even my real brother. Family? I was abandoned in a subway locker the moment I was born. I don't have a family. I should have died there. Unfortunately, I was saved and sent to an orphanage. There was never enough food or clothes, but I didn't mind. The same goes for family or friends. I didn't want to think about any of those things, because I never wanted to be abandoned again. I liked being alone. It was better that way. It made me stronger. I wished I would just die as quickly as possible." Scene change. Juna is now lying on a stretcher, her body covered in wounds. A bald old man called out, "Juna, stay with me, Lee Juna. She's losing too much blood, doctor." She groggily opened her eyes. The doctor asked, "What happened?" The old man explained the situation. "The kid got shot during a mission. I can't stop the bleeding here." He asked for instructions. "There are no more blood bags. Should we send the patient to Yongkwang Hospital?" The doctor suddenly exclaimed, "What did you just say?" Juna froze when she heard the bald old man say, "Just dump it in the trash." "All right then." Someone's voice rang out, but Juna had been here for a long, long time. The old man spoke coldly. "Just forget it. It's not like there are only 1 or 2 kids here anyway. They cut our subsidies, but it turns out that was for the best." Those words struck her like a cold knife to the heart. Juna lay still, her heart growing numb, and just like that, the bald old man turned to leave, saying, "It's dangerous to stay here. Let's go." The young boy hurried after him, calling out, "Let's go together, sir. It would have been better if we meant nothing to each other from the very beginning. I knew the true nature of this place all along. This should have happened sooner. At least things were still fine before this. I feel more relieved now. It worked perfectly." In the darkness, the doctor's warm voice called out, "You're awake?" She looked over at him and stammered, "How am I still alive?" The doctor said that a miracle had occurred. And ever since that miracle, after waking up, Juna rushed to the playground and asked the kids, "Where's Lujin?" Lujin had disappeared. Juna's little brother wondered just how stubborn his sister could be. She seemed to realize something and rushed back to the hospital. The boy murmured, "Even though the doctor tried to stop me, there was nothing more they could do." In her haste, Juna's bare feet were injured. Juna's little brother's voice was resolute. "I have to save my sister, even if it means I have to die." Ignoring her still recovering body, she ran frantically, searching for the boy. "Lujin, where are you?" Juna's little brother had instructed the doctor. Afterward, just tell her that a miracle happened. The pale boy, lying on the bed, paid no mind to his own condition and asked, "My sister will get better, right? I thought I didn't have a family, but every single day, in the same place, he was always there, caring for me." Juna ran to find the boy, crying and screaming, "Why would you do that, Lujin? I didn't even know I had a family." The bald old man held out his hand and asked, "Doctor, do you know how much a pack of blood coagulants costs?" "Just one bottle costs 1.7 million. The old man whined. "I've been taking that expensive medicine for days now, every 5 hours. It's such a waste of money." The bald old man was rambling on about how medicine wasn't this expensive before. Just then, Juna ran up and crashed into the doctor. Seeing her fall to the ground, he wondered. Juna, on the ground, pleaded with a weak voice, "Doctor, please don't give up on him." Her whole body trembled as she stood up and stammered, "I'm fully recovered. It doesn't hurt anymore. I can go earn money now. How much is the hospital bill? I'll pay for all of it." With a determined gaze, Juna said, "No, the money doesn't matter, because I'm his big sister. For the first time in my life, I had a reason to live." Back in the present, she lowered her head, tears silently streaming down her cheeks as she asked herself, "So what if he's not my real brother? So what if he's a little unusual?" Juna said resolutely, "I will save my brother, no matter the cost." Peter gripped her hand and replied, "All right. It seems my words were wasted." He turned to leave. "I'm going now. Training is over," she stammered. "You're the strongest person I've ever met." Juna grabbed Peter's sleeve and called out, "Hey." He was a little surprised and turned back to see her pitiful expression. Juna begged, please help me get stronger." Juna's face turned beet red with embarrassment. She bowed her head and thought to herself, "Juna, what did you just say? You're insane." Then she imagined herself biting a pillow and kicking her blankets in frustration. "Just die. Why did you have to ask for help? Calm down. You've already said it. Just say it again. Seriously this time." She lightly covered her mouth with her hand and coughed, her cheeks flushing with shyness. "What I mean is, you." She pointed her finger at Peter's face and shouted, "Be my master." Then, there was silence. Everything around them was dark. A single spotlight shone down on where Juna and Peter were standing. After a moment, he asked quizzically, "Is this how you usually ask people for favors?" She kept her finger pointed at his face, stammering loudly, "How much more serious do you want me to be?" Hearing this, Peter replied, "All right, I get it." She pretended to turn her back on him, waving her hand dismissively and declaring, "Get what? Who do you think you are? I've been doing just fine on my own all this time, without a master like you," he continued. "Still, I am considering your offer." Suddenly, Juna whipped back around, got right in his face, and grabbed his shoulders, exclaiming excitedly, "From now on, I'll call you master, okay?" He looked down at her and replied, "Just imagining having a disciple like you is terrifying enough." She seemed to ignore him, shouting over his voice, "This disciple understands. Now hurry up and teach me something." He just replied, coldly, "Let me think. Your power is quite weak, and your physical constitution was poor from birth. You're afraid of many things, yet your temper is as hot as fire. You lack focus. Those are the worst possible conditions for becoming an assassin." Every word he spoke was like an arrow piercing Juna. Still refusing to back down, she retorted angrily, "Are you trying to die? What's wrong with my personality?" Peter cut her off coolly. "But, Juna, you have very good eyes. They're quite sharp, very suitable for an assassin." Hearing that, she was stunned, her face blank with confusion as she wondered. "My eyes?" he continued. "From the time at the Panchuan restaurant until today." As Juna was processing his words, he himself understood why he had taken an interest in her. For just a moment, he remembered the time Juna, even with one eye covered, still noticed the person who had fallen. When he was brawling with two guys who were rushing at him, a fist came flying. The scene shows two men in suits ganging up on someone. She's also standing nearby, watching. Just like when Sangdo Wild Blade attacked him, he noticed her eyes were fixed on the fight. Peter understood that she never took her eyes off a battle, always staring intently to observe everything, as if trying to memorize everyone else's skills. After that train of thought, he spoke up. They say baseball players who hit home runs can even see the path of the ball as it flies toward them. He put his hands in his pockets, tilting his head to acknowledge her. I'm sure your eyesight is even better than theirs. At the same time, he thought to himself, I was so surprised when Juna saw through Park Sang-do's finger technique. Her cheeks flushed red as she crossed her arms and asked loudly, Are you complimenting me? Peter replied with a deadpan expression. I'm just stating a fact. He reached into his inner pocket and continued. In any case, a weapon will turn Juna's weaknesses into strengths. This is a weapon that will help Juna defeat anyone. If you know how to use it properly, you can handle everything yourself without needing any master. He then tossed it to Juna, who quickly snatched it. Peter continued, That weapon will help you become a true assassin. Hearing that, she opened her hand to look, completely stunned, and wondered, This is. One of the guys was holding a wad of cash, sniffing it and exclaiming, Ah, smells so good. Go Hyung, in a red shirt, sat on the sofa, holding money, grinning excitedly at Go in the blue shirt beside him. An official assassin gets paid 1 million a week. The other guy replied cheerfully, I wonder how much you get if you become an apostle. 10 times that? Peter, walking by, overheard and thought to himself, no, for an apostle, that kind of thing is meaningless, because they can have anything they want with just a single word. The two guys were still chattering, fanning out their money and asking each other what to buy with it. Then one of them suddenly had an idea and said he wanted an iPad Max. Peter quietly wondered to himself, 1,000,001. That must be the pay for a D-rank assassin. Then he turned and asked, But hey, where's student Juna? Go replied, Juna? 100%. She's out working a part-time job. He asked again, a part-time job? The other guy added, She's been at it for a while, right? About 2 weeks now. I think she's been doing cleaning lately. Peter was puzzled. Cleaning? Go explained, Yeah, it's been a while now. It's the job of cleaning up the traces left behind by assassins at a scene. I find it disgusting, so I could never do it. There's feces and internal organs, but she does it. It's insane. He then let out a self-mocking laugh. Meanwhile, Juna, dressed in blue protective gear, was vigorously scrubbing syrup off the floor of a messy, dilapidated crime scene. Her forehead was drenched in sweat as she gently pulled down her mask to breathe. Back with Peter. Go was still talking. It's so gross. If you become an official assassin, you can just sit around and still make 1,000,001 a week. So why on earth does she have to work that hard? At that moment, Juna smiled. The back of her phone had a picture of a happy little boy with his arms wrapped around her neck. Go guessed. Could it be for food money? Peter wondered. Food money? The guy laughed and replied, She eats a ton. Man, you really don't know anything, do you? You can save a lot of money by eating the group meals. The group meals are free, you know. The scene flashes to Juna, stuffing her face with so much food that her cheeks were puffed out. Go Hyung chuckled. No, that's not good. If you want to grow up, you have to spend your money freely. Kim Sun-gu, if you want to get rich like a tycoon, remember my words. Then Go turned to tattle. Hey man, Sun-gu is ignoring what you said. The other guy replied, Even though he's ignoring me, he still looks so cool. Peter paid them no mind, thinking to himself, she couldn't possibly be spending that much money on herself. Juna must have some secret she can't talk about. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed, and then they both shouted in unison, a text from Juna. Go Hyung hesitantly continued, but why would we need scarves in the middle of spring? On the phone screen, Juna's nickname was Baby, and the message read, Bring me a scarf. The location was an ice factory, with the temperature displayed as -20 degrees Celsius. Go, wiping his runny nose, asked, Dude, why on earth did Juna call precious, delicate people like us to a place like this? The two guys, both wearing red scarves, shivered uncontrollably, their noses still running as they clasped their hands together. Go Hyung shouted bitterly, Damn it. Hey Juna, do you have any idea our daily salary is 1,000,001? Pay up. Juna, wearing gloves and a tight-fitting suit, wiped her chin and scoffed. What a surprise. Just a few days ago, you guys couldn't even afford to eat. Go, shivering with anger, yelled, Enough, just take it. What the hell are you even doing here? She replied, What else? Training, obviously. All around them were rectangular blocks of ice stacked on top of each other. Go Hyung asked curiously, Huh? Did you find a new part-time job? Go, still wrapped in his scarf, exclaimed, It must pay a lot. Hearing this, Juna retorted angrily, Hey, I'm training, you idiots. The two guys took turns asking questions. What the hell are you even doing? What kind of training is this? Breaking ice with your bare hands? She continued, what are you talking about? Bare hands. I have gloves. See? The two guys huddled together, still confused and wondering, what? Is this for a photo shoot or something? The scene shifts to when Juna receives the weapon from Peter, who explains to her that it's a rope dart. A dart is attached to a coil of rope in her hand, making Juna ask, a rope dart? Can this really help me become an assassin? Staring at the rope dart in her hands, Peter confirms her question, replying, that's right, the rope dart is the signature weapon of an assassin, using a method of wrapping a rope around your body and throwing the dart at the enemy. The magnitude of its power is directly proportional to its speed. When thrown, the dart will spin, and its destructive force will be far greater than normal. He continues to explain, another major advantage is that the enemy can't predict when or where the dart will strike. She asks doubtfully, fast and powerful? But Kim's son, Woo, I'd rather use a gun than this thing. Back in the present, the two men mock her in unison. What kind of secret weapon is this? So what if it's strong? It only broke that thick layer of ice in one hit. Go Hyung holds the rope dart, breaking the block of ice in front of him. At best, it's just some kind of toy. Why don't you just use a gun? Go, standing beside him, chimes in. One shot, one kill is better. A powerful gun is more comfortable to hold. One shot, one kill, just like you want. Juna agrees, replying, you're right. Hearing this, Go Hyung asks her to repeat herself. She remembers what Peter explained to her. One shot, one kill, he said, making a gun shape with his hand. But if you want to kill 5 people, you need 5 bullets. But this weapon is different. If it's the rope dart. And with that, Juna swings her weapon. A flash of white light streaks past the two men's stunned faces. Juna's eyes are filled with determination and focus as she whips the weapon forward with all her might, demonstrating her rope dart. In its wake, a whole row of ice blocks shatters into pieces. Go Hyung and Go stagger back in astonishment. She thinks to herself, it's one shot, all kill. Go Hyung and Go scream in unison, trembling with their jaws dropped in awe. Ah! She destroyed all the ice blocks in a single blow? Go lifts his chin back into place in shock. How is that possible? The two then turn to whisper to each other. Bro, what's it called? The something dart? The rope dart. How much do you think it costs? Quick, look it up. Standing at a distance, Juna crosses her arms and warns them, don't be so obvious. As dusk falls, the gentle evening sun is about to be hidden by the clouds. Park Min-soo, rank D, number 113, director of the ice factory, walks over with his hands in his puffer jacket pockets and asks Juna, so, how'd it go? She slings her bag over her shoulder and replies cheerfully, yes, senior, I'll clean up now. He glances at her and says, clean up what? Juna asks, stunned. Min-soo replies questioningly, you're Lee Juna, right? I've seen many people come here to practice breaking ice. They lock themselves in here for days on end. I didn't think you'd be able to do it. But no, I think you're the first person I've seen accomplish something like this. You've shattered every single ice block in here. A scene of chaotic rubble lies before the two of them. Juna says sheepishly, I'm sorry. He stands beside her and casually continues, what's there to be sorry about? Then, she rummages through her bag and calls out to Min-soo. Oh, right. Senior, wait, I almost forgot to pay you for the ice. He raises a hand and replies, there's no need. 3 hours ago, your friend came by and paid. He paid me a whole million, you know. In the distance, Peter's back is seen fading away after handing over the money. Hearing this, Juna asks in a daze, and he continues, he also gave me this for you. With that, he tosses it over to Juna, warning her, hey, catch. In her swollen, scratched hand lies a small bottle of medicine. She wonders, what is this? Min-soo, standing nearby, advises her, you'll probably need that. You should apply it before it leaves a scar. Juna then turns and walks out, putting the medicine bottle into the pouch on her hip. The evening sun shines down on the ice factory. She slowly walks out of the building. She wonders, what should I say to him? Grateful? Thanks? Her phone screen now shows a chat with Peter. I put your contact book in the desk drawer, and the message she's typing. Oh, thanks. Suddenly, a thought strikes her. This is no good. She immediately deletes the text. She hesitates, wondering, what should I say to Kim Sun-woo? I don't know. A moment later, Peter picks up the phone and asks her, hello, what's up? Juna, leaning against something, replies, I was just curious about what's on the cafeteria menu today. He sighs, this girl, you're really something. She cuts him off. Lame, right? Peter replies, they have the meat and strawberries you like. How's that? She raises her voice, flustered. Well, that's good. I'm hanging up now. Suddenly, Peter's voice continues. Hey, Juna, congratulations on getting your own weapon. I hope you do well with it. Juna freezes. Then, he hangs up, saying, see you later. He's wearing a tracksuit, leaning against a pillar and reading a book. In the distance, Go sits next to Go Hyung, who is practicing with the rope dart. He looks frustrated. Juna was able to do it. Why can't I? Is it talent? Go tries to console him. Just give it up, bro. If you don't have the talent, you could practice for 10 years and it wouldn't make a difference. Peter puts his book down, turns, and walks away. Juna, do you know the power and the personal weapon you've been searching for all this time? It's been in your hands for a very long while. The book contains Juna's information, along with a picture of her gracefully performing rhythmic gymnastics with a ribbon. The scene changes to a wall painted like a blue sky with white clouds. A loud shout echoes, hey, you guys. A man in a business suit, covered in honey syrup, groans on the ground. Sang-do raised his blade and sliced the man's throat, declaring loudly, come on, all of you, I'm Parang-do. 4 or 5 men aimed their weapons at him, but he just scoffed at them defiantly. A truck full of trashy B-rank and C-rank scumbags. Bring it on. You think you can beat me? Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance. That's going to be tough. Slightly startled, Sang-do took a defensive stance. The newcomer stepped on the hand of a man who had fainted and continued. B ranks won't do, and C ranks are definitely not your opponent. If you want to defeat the A rank Parang-do, he paused for a moment, then spoke with a hint of doubt. Could it be that only an apostle would do? The man, wearing a white coat, walked forward. The 2 rows of people around them bowed their heads in deep respect. Sang-do's eyes went wide and vacant, and he immediately dropped his blade to the ground, right next to a pair of blue Crocs adorned with cute stickers. The man bent down, picked up the blade, and continued, I heard you're a big fan of betting. So, make a bet with me. A rank, is it? The assassin, Park Sang-do, is about to become an S-rank apostle. Then he placed the blade back into Sang-do's hand, and, in a challenging tone, uttered, can you win a fight against a times real times apostle? The man stammered, speechless. Reflected in his glasses was the other man's savage smile. A apostle Nathaniel. A loud, annoyed scream rang out. No, no. A little girl with orange hair was throwing a tantrum on the floor, kicking off her shoes. I don't want a shot. Dan B doesn't want a shot. Go, wearing a patient's gown, laughed teasingly. She really is the weakest one. It's just a shot. What's all the fuss about? Go Hyung, beside him, agreed. At this rate, you'll never grow up, kid. Then, the little girl was picked up by her family. 2 guys, trembling, turned to Nurse Go Hyung and pleaded, Miss, can you give us anesthesia? Peter had a completely fed-up look on his face, while Juna sighed, idiots. Then the 2 guys started whining. Why do you have to take so much blood? Anyone who saw this would think I'm donating blood. Peter silently understood. Everyone had to undergo a health check to become an assassin at St. Ton Hospital. Run by the Glory organization, you have to pass a series of tests. The receptionist asked him, what year were you born? He hesitated before answering, 2005. Juna, standing next to him, glanced over. Peter thought to himself, asterisk, but no matter what, the most annoying part is getting blood drawn. Asterisk. The nurse came out and called for Kim Sunu. Next, we'll be drawing your blood. He also knew that the reason for drawing blood was very simple. When he was with Juna, she had explained that it was to put a leash on them. Biological information like DNA and fingerprints won't change, no matter how you disguise yourself. Once you betray the organization and run, it becomes a chain that tightens around your neck, suffocating you to death. The nurse beside him gently tied a band around Peter's bicep while he remained lost in thought. And so, it was only a matter of time before they realized the DNA belonged to the old Peter, that the young man who had his blood drawn today had the exact same DNA as Peter. In other words, my identity will be exposed. He then frowned slightly. The scene changes to Juna and her dog, both with cucumber slices on their faces, frowning suspiciously. Wait a minute, old man, say that again. Why are you here? Peter replied helplessly. I already told you. They took my blood. She angrily slapped his back, causing the dog to snatch up the cucumber slices that fell off. Hey, you're a real idiot. You won't survive like this. Last time you picked a fight with some B-rank assassins, and now this? Blood? They took your blood. You might as well just wear a billboard that says, I'm Peter. A cute cartoon band-aid was stuck on his arm. He rested his chin on his hand and replied thoughtfully, a billboard? That's a good idea. Juna grimaced and yelled at him. What did you just say? Old man, do you really have a death wish? Then the 2 of them sat down on a bench. Peter continued, all right, I won't let them find out that easily. I'm thinking of a way to avoid their control. She asked again in the same tone, How? He gave a slight smile and replied, that hospital. I'm going to blow it up with faith. Juna sighed in frustration and hit his back. This damn old man, he yelped a little, reminding her, that hurts, Juna. She shouted, say something that makes sense. Are you really younger now? She asked suspiciously, removing the cucumber slices. Do you even know what that place is? Peter cut her off. How could I not know? It's Glory's favorite place. St. Tone General Hospital is the largest hospital in South Korea, operated by Glory. On the outside, it looks like a normal place, but we know the secret hidden within. Murders disguised as medical accidents, eliminating injured assassins, a place where you can easily hide a dead body, a hospital of assassins, by assassins, and for assassins, Peter continued. My DNA is probably managed by the hospital's data center. Juna, with a robe draped over her shoulders, shrugged and replied, so we have no choice but to make that center disappear, right? And old man, you're always like this, but do you have any idea who's managing that hospital right now? She put her glasses back on and frowned. It's the Apostle Nathaniel. Then she screamed, that bastard isn't human. Hearing this, Peter just remained silent, not responding. In the hallway, a door was slightly ajar, where a doctor was intently focused on a computer screen. Interspersed with that was, this is the story of Du Uan, codename Nathaniel. His main profession was a doctor, hailed as a God-sent gift, a medical genius. A year later, he was involved in a medical accident and vanished. What in the world happened? 4 years ago, in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, a police officer was driving calmly when he suddenly stuck his head out of the car window, stunned. What is that? Who is it this time? What kind of psycho would pull a stunt like this, right in front of the police station? The trees on both sides of the road were adorned with figures hanging at different heights. Suddenly, he screamed in agony. Immediately after, the car slammed into a pole in front of the station. On the hanging ropes, corpses dangled, each missing different body parts. Interspersed with the sound of the radio, a report came in for the commander. All the victims in this incident have been identified as gangsters from Rio de Janeiro. The other gangs suspect a third party is behind this. This is their chance to gather their forces and rebel. Commander, please call in the whole team. The scene changes to soldiers gathering in front of a door, discussing. If they resist, just shoot to kill. Even the slightest movement will get you a punch. The operation was named War on Crime, Guerra Outram. One man gently pushed the door, smelling gunpowder. There was a shootout here earlier. Suddenly, he gave an unexpected order. Wait, hold your positions. He was stunned, thinking to himself, what is this? Why is no one here? And why are all these guns bent like this? No, more importantly, was this even done by a human? A bloody scene with countless guns embedded in the building's pillars. A soldier turned, looking a little worried. I have a bad feeling about this. I'll report to headquarters first. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization and he shouted, Sergeant Fernando! The person next to him asked, what is it? Commander! At that moment, a hand reached for the sergeant. He screamed in pain and was immediately dragged away. Everyone erupted into chaos. Damn it, it's an ambush. There's something inside. Requesting backup from HQ. A voice echoed after the man who was dragged away, help me. Then he grimaced and wondered, what the hell is this thing? A door opened. Inside, it was pitch black, surrounded by zeros. The commander called out softly, Sergeant Fernando. He was completely bewildered, asking himself, over there, what's over there? From within the room, a twisted voice echoed, more. Right after that, something shot past his eyes. Shocked, he confirmed, a combat boot. Suddenly, strange sounds echoed. He looked up in terror. A man in a doctor's uniform was holding a bleeding head. All around him were bodies with their heads impaled on the ceiling. His voice rang out, give me more, give me someone stronger. The commander screamed in terror, firing his weapon wildly in front of him. After that, the 6 gangs that had bent the law in Rio de Janeiro for 30 years, and the world's most elite military police force were completely wiped out in a single day. Peter sat in front of a computer screen reading the information. There was a knock on the door. Du Iwan walked in and asked, so? It was hard to get that information, you know. A small dog excitedly jumped on him. He crossed his arms and replied, I'm a little curious. Is it really possible for a human to bend a gun? She frowned and smiled. Senior, that information is a government secret in Rio de Janeiro, you know. It's completely unprecedented. The two of them and the dog walked out of the computer room. Du Uan continued, that monster is at St. Tone General Hospital. It's better to find a weak spot than to attack head-on, Peter said, standing beside her, petting the dog with a slight smile. Thanks to you, I learned a few good things, she said proudly. That's right, good thing you realize that. He replied, Thanks to you, I've figured out a way to sneak in. Dewey Yuan tilted her head and remarked, "This old guy never changes, does he?" She scratched her head and continued, Seriously though, the moment you step inside, you're dead." Hearing this, Peter reminded her, "Don't worry, I'm not that weak." Wait, I have an idea. Let me borrow it, okay?" The little dog tilted its head up to look at him. Dewey Yuan asked in alarm, "What are you planning to do?" He turned and replied, "It's nothing major." On a busy boulevard, a little girl with 2 pigtails pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Daddy, look!" A few people on the street asked in surprise, "Peter, what?" Peter, standing nearby, looked up and thought, "It's nothing major." The paper he held mentioned serving hot meals to the elderly by the Glory Club, along with a sponsorship phone number. He continued to tell himself, "It's just a simple greeting." The screen in the square displayed the words, "St. Tone General Hospital, 30th anniversary, 24 months. Peter visits Dr. Nathaniel, and his picture is on the screen." An old man wondered, infiltrating the Glory server as instructed, and putting up a billboard. "Is this really okay? If Glory finds out, you'll be in danger. Risking your own life for a 19-year-old kid's prank is too reckless." Dewey Yuan calmly put on her glasses to reassure him. "It's fine, sir." He asked again, "Young miss, why is that?" She interjected, "But I've never seen it before. For 50 years, that reckless man has never failed a single carefully planned mission." Inside Glory Hospital, murmurs spread. "Did you hear? It seems Peter is really alive. He even dared to hack the billboard. The electronic billboard at Glory headquarters is loading an ad. Does that mean we're about to see the real Peter in the flesh? Assassins have been sent to capture Peter. Assassin profile, D rank. Note, low combat power." A man in a hospital uniform questioned the other two. "But why did they call us? How are we supposed to capture the Apostle Peter?" The man in the patient gown next to him leaned on his hand and replied, "Hey buddy, we're just the security. They're the ones who will actually be capturing Peter. They're all famous assassins from Brazil. Just looking at them sends a chill down my spine. Those two are in hospital attire. One is black, the other is white. Codename, funeral service agents from Rio de Janeiro. Profile, Nathaniel's Special Forces. General information estimates them to be mainly A to B rank." The man in the patient gown continued, "You rarely see A-rank assassins, and yet they chose to side with the Apostle Nathaniel. How surprising. But we finally get to witness a fight between apostles." The man in the uniform asked again, "Who do you think will win?" The man in the doctor's coat, still holding a gun, didn't care, while the guy in the patient gown answered, "Nathaniel, of course. That old man must be at least 70. I heard he even has terminal cancer. This is going to be an absolute victory." Suddenly, a shout interrupted them. "Peter will win!" Goong and Go shouted in unison. "We!" One of the men asked, "Why are you guys cheering for the person who's about to be captured?" Another one said sarcastically, "Just leave them be. All newbies are like that. To be honest, deep down, I hope he doesn't show up." One man exclaimed in shock, "You too?" The other guy replied, "Don't you think so? His face is too well known. There's no way he's leaving here alive. No, he probably won't even make it inside." Peter stood with his arms crossed, looking cold. Codename, Peter, A.K.A. Kim Sungu, rank D, number 336, status, former apostle. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Everyone, listen up. If you encounter Peter, do not engage. Instead, pretend to be obedient to him, and use the tranquilizer guns you were issued. He is not someone to be underestimated, so we will be using rounds that can knock out an elephant in just 3 seconds. Furthermore, as soon as you see him, find a way to press the emergency alert button to report your current location. An A-rank assassin will be dispatched to assist you. Is that all clear?" Peter, standing nearby, nodded to himself. Crystal clear. He glared, mocking himself. How hilarious. Then smirked slightly. All this to catch Peter. The commander's voice rang out. "To your positions." Everyone shouted in unison. "Roger." That was followed by another order. "Kim Sungu, to your position." And with that, he dashed off. Because he was Peter. A red pool bubbled violently. Murmurs filled the air. "I heard Peter has declared war. Is that right?" A group of men were relaxing in the pool. Everyone's in a state of confusion. They want to know if Glory will be all right. I heard everyone out there is doubting the leadership abilities of Glory's new boss. Or this guy. No, why would that be? A white-haired man with a demon tattoo, sitting near Raphael, spoke up. "Ever since I heard we were messing with Peter, I've felt uneasy." The brown-haired man replied, "I heard they still haven't found him yet." The two of them continued their discussion. "It won't take long for Peter to get here. He might just show up and turn everything upside down." Choi Yu-chan, You know it too, don't you? Just how exceptionally talented that man, Peter, is. The man next to him heard this, but remained silent, not answering. The white-haired man across from them rested an arm on the edge of the pool and replied with a smile, "That's what I'm saying. Stop making the problem worse and just solve it now. If you can't even catch an old tiger, I suggest you give up quickly. What I mean is, don't make us get involved." Raphael bowed his head and spoke. "I apologize for my short-sightedness. From now on, I will remember my place." His words made both Yuchan and the brown-haired man freeze. He continued, "You're right. I've been treating you old-timers too well. I almost forgot my own place." Then he stood up, revealing all of his tattoos, and shoved the silver-haired man's head underwater. "Once you've become the army chief of staff, you should have the sense to retire." He continued to hold the man's head down, uttering a threat. "Do I look like a fool to you? This damn premonition of yours, along with that arrogant line of thinking. I'm really looking forward to this. Peter, huh?" He let out a soft laugh, thinking to himself, "The masterpiece I created will fight against the masterpiece created by my own father's hands. If the two of them face off, who will win?" At a hospital, a voice rang out, "Wait." Peter, dressed as a doctor, grabbed a man by the head, causing him to scream, "Hold on." Then, with a sharp twist, he snapped his neck, and the man could only let out a groan, before falling to the floor with a thud. But then, he suddenly jumped up, excitedly looking around. "Oh man, that feels amazing. When did you learn such an incredible technique?" Peter stood beside him with his arms crossed and replied, "It's nothing that special, sir. It's just my job. By the way, do you happen to know a doctor named Na Hyunjin who works at this hospital?" The other man continued rubbing his neck. "Na Hyunjin? This is the first I've ever heard that name." Peter then put on his glasses and walked out into the hallway. He pushed them up slightly, telling himself he had to find Nathaniel, but the person named Na Hyunjin didn't exist. His family name, his first name, and even his face. Could it be that kid abandoned everything to hide his identity? He placed a hand on the railing. Looking down, he thought, but everyone clearly said Apostle Nathaniel is somewhere in this hospital. Turns out this is a battle of speed, to see who can find the other first. Below, people bustled about in a dense crowd. Suddenly, someone asked him what he was doing. Sunu Go, with his leg bandaged, stood next to Go Hee-young, who was in a wheelchair with his arm bandaged, and joked, "What, can't I walk fast?" Peter cut in. "The one with the injured leg isn't the one in the wheelchair?" The other replied, It's a minor thing, don't worry about it." Peter asked again, "Where's Runa?" Go Hee-young shrugged and replied with a smirk, "Well, she probably couldn't come, not high level enough. That girl is only rank 335. Peter reminded him, "I'm only rank 336. Go leaned in slightly to explain. "You're our trusty right-hand man, so you got a special pass." He leaned against the railing and continued, "While you were out playing, we've already torn through all the hallways." Peter nonchalantly put his hands in his pockets and replied, "You guys worked hard." Go Hyung instructed, "If you spot anyone suspicious, you have to call us immediately. You're a total noob, so let us handle it." Peter added, "I'll carve that into my soul." Suddenly, Go Hyung shielded Peter and Go with his hands and yelled in alarm, Wait, this is crazy. I think I see Peter." Go asked, bewildered, "What? Where, man? Oh my god, for real?" Go Hyung held up a photo of a silver-haired Peter to confirm, "Look, it's a perfect match. What more do you want?" A slightly overweight man with a beer belly, wearing a striped red shirt, walked by. Peter was speechless, wondering to himself, how in the world do they look alike? He called out to the two, "Hey, you two grandpas, you twins, that old guy is not Peter." They shouted in unison, "Sir," then whispered in a low voice, "You're that hero, aren't you?" The man was a bit stunned and replied, "A hero? That's right. I was a hero who protected our country." Go and Go, Hyung continued to whisper as they grabbed the old man's hands. "You can't stay here. We'll take you to a quiet place." The old man panicked and said, "Let go of me, you two. It's time for my treatment." They shouted in unison again, "Forget about your treatment. You're coming with us." The scene changes, and someone asks softly, "I was wondering if the doctor needs a syringe?" Peter turned to look at the nurse who had just asked, "What do you mean by that?" She covered her mouth with a slight smile and replied, "Well, that. I saw you grabbing that old man. Did I misunderstand?" Realizing what was happening, he smiled until his eyes crinkled. "It's fine. I already got one earlier." At the same time, he understood. The hunt for Peter has already begun, hasn't it? All around, people were talking to the elderly people in front of them. "Sir, I need to draw some of your blood." "What? Bleeding all of a sudden? Whose blood?" "I'll give you a free checkup." "No, I'm fine. Go and Go Hyung were still holding the old man by both arms, causing him to shout in explanation, "No, you two. I came here for treatment. Now let me go. Will you?" They both made a shushing gesture with their index fingers. "Shh. We told you to come outside quietly." Suddenly, a girl walked past and bumped into Go Hyung, making him cry out. He grimaced and rubbed his shoulder in annoyance. "Who was that? Are your eyes on your ass?" The person quickly replied, "Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry." He recognized her, stunned. "Lee Juna, what are you doing here? Rank 335 can't get in." She was wearing a business suit and looked over, flustered and stammering, I just came because my sibling is also staying here." Go Hyung asked again, Hey, this is the first I'm hearing about this." Lee Juna hastily waved her hand and ran off. "Anyway, I'll be going now." Go asked, bewildered, "What's with her?" Go Hyung smirked and replied, "Who knows? Probably scared of the aura of a rank 333. Peter stood frozen. "Runa, what is that girl doing here?" Suddenly, a voice came through his glasses. "Are you worried about your juniors now, senior?" He thought to himself, "Xuan. She's sharp as a devil." She walked over with her small dog and continued, "Have you found a way to find Nathaniel yet? I see. You didn't gather any special information in the HR office, did you?" He replied, "Well, I'm still trying to think of a way." He crossed his arms, thinking, "Both Nathaniel and I are looking for each other. A way to make Nathaniel reveal himself without exposing my own identity." Under the name Kim Shun, the Hunchback, he glanced over at a dark-skinned man with a goatee, a baseball bat tucked under his arm. Rodrigo, from Rio's funeral organization, predicted B-rank assassin. Note, only hobby is killing. He turned and spoke, "Glory's D-ranks. Why don't you grunts do your jobs properly? Sooner or later, you'll all die by my hand anyway." Peter smiled obsequiously, trying to flatter him. "Yes, hello sir, I'm Kim Sunu, a D-rank from Glory. I'll just be quietly on my way," he whispered softly. "Found it." Juan couldn't hear clearly, and asked again, What did you say, senior?" Peter continued. "Since the fish can't see the fisherman's face, it has no choice but to take the bait. Juan, I think it's time to use that." Hearing this, she pursed her lips and questioned, "Already?" He reminded her, "I'm about to go into the room right now." She smirked and replied, "Okay. Remember to go a little easy on our kids, senior." Peter washed his hands thoroughly with soap. He stood before the operating room, dressed in green scrubs, holding his hands up to his face as he pushed the door open with his foot. Rodrigo, sitting on the bed, asked, "What is it? Who are you?" Peter, completely covered, replied, "It's Kim Sunu, the D-rank assassin assigned to wield the scalpel today." The man rested the baseball bat on his shoulder. "D-rank. That's that Glory assassin I just met." "What? Get out there and find Peter," he explained. "But the person I'm looking for isn't him. It's the apostle Nathaniel." "So where is that person now?" Rodrigo asked again. "What?" He slammed his club against the side of the bed, annoyed. "Why is a D-rank punk like you asking about him?" He chuckled and replied, "I wasn't expecting an answer, but there's only one reason an assassin asks about someone, and that's to kill them." He growled, then lunged forward. The man charged up his club and swung, just when I was getting bored. Perfect. Scene change. A man holding a tablet runs over in a panic. Professor, I have something to report." Nathaniel turned and asked, "What is it?" The man bowed his head, held up the tablet, and stammered in reply, This. Please take a look, Professor." He took it and looked. "Isn't this CCTV footage?" The subordinate continued. "Yes, sir. It was recorded in the orthopedic surgery room on the 3rd floor. It shows Peter talking with Rodrigo." He fell silent for a moment, then a small smirk appeared on his lips. He counted the seconds in his head. 1. Rodrigo swings his club, but Peter dodges every blow. 3. Peter lands a direct kick to his head. 5. He plants his foot and delivers a swift kick to the man's groin. 7. He swings his leg, kicking Rodrigo in the back and sending him flying. Then he immediately follows up with a punch to the gut. Rodrigo flies out of the camera's view. Nathaniel marveled to himself. Incredible. 10 seconds. The surroundings are completely wrecked. Rodrigo lies collapsed in a corner. Peter walks towards the camera, and he asks himself, he took down a B-rank assassin in just 10 seconds? Peter continued walking closer. Nathaniel zoomed in on the screen as he slowly removed his mask. He laughed in admiration. "So you've finally decided to show your face." The camera analyzes his face and confirms his identity. "Peter," he asked his subordinate, "where did he go after the fight?" The man bowed and stammered, The security department is still checking, but according to the report, aside from the clip you just watched, Professor, all other CCTV files in the hospital have been deleted." He trembled, covered in sweat. There was no way for us to stop it with our technology. Then he screamed, "Professor, please spare my life this once." The man paused, then agreed. "Look at your expression, Sangdu. You must be looking forward to this too, huh?" The man grinned, his face full of glee. Nathaniel showed his agreement. "You're right. I feel the same way. That bastard Peter has just served himself up on a silver platter. I'm so happy I could go insane." Standing outside, Nathaniel gently touched the tube containing a naked Sangdo. He spoke, "Rayon, Kter, Sawyer, and Robert, too. Everyone is waiting for him to arrive." The people inside the tubes had vacant, lifeless eyes. Nathaniel continued, "I've saved a VIP seat just for you, but I wonder if you'll like it, Peter." All around were rows of tubes containing people, with Sangdu's tube in the center. He said excitedly, "I can't wait to put you in there." Elsewhere, June cheerfully shouted, "Surprise! This is a great catch. When I do something, it's always perfect." June continued. Driver Kim also said everything from the wrinkles, the lips, the facial features. "They're a spitting image." Peter replied, "Once I take the bait and kill that kid, Nathaniel will show himself soon enough." June laughed sarcastically. "I wonder if he'll be surprised?" "Oh, I'm sure he will be. Letting his guard down like that, only to meet a tragic end. Oh man, I'm dying to see the look on that bastard's face." "Senior, hey, Senior, what are you doing now?" Peter, on his end, threw his surgical tools into the trash and replied, "This time, I'm the one casting the bait. The hunter is the one who has to set the trap." Elsewhere, Juna was sitting, eating a pastry, and looking at her phone. A message from New Glory General Hospital appeared on the screen. Confused, she replied, "Oh, hello. Is this about me not having paid Eugen's hospital bill for this month yet?" Her face fell. "I'm so sorry. I'll pay it within the week." The person on the other end quickly replied, "I'm not contacting you about that. Our professor would like to meet with you, Miss Juna. We will arrange for a private car to pick you up at the school gate. I will message you with the time later." After reading it, she confirmed to herself, there's only one person the assassins call Professor, the Apostle Nathaniel. Why would he want to see me? Could it be I was noticed because of what happened that time? She recalled the moment Peter held up a card in front of her. Juna frowned slightly with regret. I should have never gotten involved with them. At this rate, it's not just Min. Everyone will be in danger. She accidentally spoke out loud. Especially that Kim Sun Woo guy. Absolutely not. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. "What?" Peter, standing behind her, tapped her on the shoulder and asked, "Why shouldn't you have gotten involved with me?" Startled, she looked up and put down the pastry she was holding. "Oh my God, Kim Sun Woo." He replied, puzzled. "What, am I a ghost?" She stammered evasively. "My mom told me to come over for dinner, so I'll get going." He pressed down on her shoulder. "Stop saying weird things and sit down." She raised her voice, looking at him. What do you think you're doing? Seriously." Peter, holding a food container, smiled slightly and replied, "Being Kim Sun-woo, the D-rank assassin, and coming here to eat." Juna retorted, "Well then, you can just sit here and eat by yourself. I'm leaving." He held up the food container. "Can't you eat it all? I accidentally ordered 2 servings." She pouted and reminded him, "Well, a box this big is basically 2 servings anyway." He sat down and said, "Regardless, let's just spend a little time together." He arrived a little early for their meeting. Juna wondered, a meeting? What meeting? With who? Suddenly, she felt something was off and thought to herself, "No, why should that matter to me? If you're seen sitting with me, we'll both end up in danger for sure." Peter, eating fried chicken with one hand, offered some to Juna with the other. "Here, take it. My arm's about to fall off." She thought to herself, "No way. I have to refuse, no matter what." Then, holding the plate of fried chicken and clutching a portion of the food, she replied, "I already told you I'm not eating with you. Go somewhere else." He mocked her in return. "Maybe put the chicken box down first." That line would be a lot more convincing. She took a bite of chicken until her cheeks puffed out and continued, "I'll just have 1 piece." "There," Peter replied, also chewing. "Eat as much as you want." A moment later, he wondered, "You said you'd only have 1 piece, but the table is covered in chicken bones." Juna, still eating, spoke up. "Well then, just 1 more piece," he teased. "Your mouth is stronger than your willpower, isn't it?" Then he put his plate down and asked, "So, what are you waiting for?" Peter warned. "You know it's dangerous. Just focus on finishing your chicken," she said, annoyed. "I've already finished it. Stop beating around the bush. Just tell me." With a serious face, she asked, "The real reason you came to this hospital. I know this will be hard for you to accept, but there's something I have to tell you. When we first met, I was already working for Panchwan. She mentioned Peter disguising himself as the old man. I noticed, and I knew you had a connection with that old man. Although I can't help you find him, I can tell you one thing. A truth. I'm sorry. Kim Sung-gu. He sacrificed himself to protect me, taking a bullet that was meant for me. The old man she knew as Peter was probably really gone. Suddenly, he cut in. I'm looking for someone, she asked, stunned. Who? Peter replied. I don't want to drag you into this, Juna. But, if you came to the hospital for that thing, then you must have seen that person at least once, right? He held up his phone, showing a picture of a black-haired doctor, and continued, It's the Apostle Nathaniel. You've met him before, haven't you? Don't tell me you don't know. Juna frowned, looking troubled. He questioned Juna, the one who hadn't been summoned. Isn't this whole hunt for Peter because this man specifically called you here? She hesitated, then denied it. No way. Are you crazy? He asked suspiciously. Then she continued, This person isn't Nathaniel. The real Nathaniel is. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Miss Juna. A few people approached, and the one in the lead, wearing a blue coat, continued. I told you to come alone and not bring anyone with you, but since this man is already here, he might as well come into the patient's room too. Juna turned to look, bewildered, but Peter remained silent as ever. She trembled slightly, her brow furrowed. He understood internally. So, he's finally decided to show himself. Nathaniel wore the exact same insignia as in the photo on Peter's phone, but his hair was curlier now. His face was also much more angular. He reminded them coldly, sit properly. Codename, Nathaniel. General Director of New Glory General Hospital. Special ability, unknown. He glared and demanded, answer me, your apostle rank. Nathaniel glanced over at Peter and asked, but who is this? Juna grew worried when she saw him clench his fist. She stood up, muttering, no, if these two meet now, they'll definitely start throwing punches. But then, Peter did something that astonished her. He stood up to shake hands, bowing his head. Greetings, Professor. He grinned like an idiot and introduced himself. I am Kim Sung-gu, a D-class assassin sent to support this operation. Peter put on a fawning expression. I can't believe that my humble self has been given the chance to gaze upon the face of an apostle such as yourself. This is truly a great honor. For my entire family. He just gave a goofy smile and declared firmly, I, Kim Sung-gu, will definitely catch Peter. Just leave him to me. The man's eyes were cold, unwavering. As he stared intently at Peter, Nathaniel turned to her and said, Miss Juna, please come to my office. Juna was startled and confused. Yes? Me? His voice was low. I'll have someone show you the way. Nathaniel left with the other two men. See you later. The Apostle Nathaniel. He was certainly no ordinary man. Dr. O called out. Professor, he inquired, and the man reported, those kids managed to capture Bok Sang-do. According to a teacher at St. Tan High School, they just got lucky. Even their supervising teacher couldn't be bothered with them. Nathaniel said, Dr. O, I'll be the judge of that. Where's the file I asked for? Dr. O took out a stack of documents and replied, right here, sir. He held out his hand. Give it to me. The doctor accidentally dropped the file. Dr. O stammered in fear. I'm sorry, Professor. He looked at the man's ice-cold expression, his voice trembling. My hand slipped. Nathaniel paid it no mind. He was recalling the look on that guy's face earlier. I am Kim Sung-gu, a D-class assassin sent to support this operation. Nathaniel looked at the scratch and his own trembling hand, muttering, D-class, huh? He spoke up. What was that boy's name? Dr. O, his face covered in a cold sweat, replied, if you mean the kid you just met with Juna, Kim. That's right, Kim Sung-gu. Nathaniel gave a sinister smile. I think we should keep an eye on him. He'll make for a good test subject. Over a chessboard, Du Yuan's voice came through the phone, full of shock. Nathaniel's assistant. Peter sat calmly, taking a drink, was playing chess with some kids, ignoring her screams. Right now, that guy Nathaniel is hunting for Peter with his eyes wide open. What the hell? You just got an offer to be his assistant, when you should be getting out of there as fast as you can. He calmly replied, what's wrong? It's fun. He knew full well that Peter had already snuck in, but the more he searched, the less he found. Hearing this, Ju-hee angrily crushed the can in her hand and yelled, is this old man crazy? There's nothing fun about this. She screamed into the phone, knowing this was bound to happen. Couldn't you have left a little sooner? If you get caught, we're both dead. Peter hesitated for a moment. An assistant, huh? But an idea sparked in his mind. Maybe he could discover something. Peter said, I'm going now. Then he hung up. He stood up, patting the orange-haired girl on the head, and praised her. What do you eat to get so good at chess? The little girl cheered with delight. This is so much fun. The boy next to her scoffed. Idiot. The doctor let you win. In the dark basement, Mr. O handed Peter a card and told him to take it. This is a card that will grant you access to anywhere in this hospital. He praised him. For a D rank like you to achieve this is quite impressive. The professor has never personally appointed anyone as his assistant before. Mr. O reminded him. Well, it's nothing really. Just remember 3 things when you meet him. Light cast their 2 shadows on a wall painted with a blue sky. He instructed. First, do not open your mouth until you are asked. Second, do not question what the professor is doing. And finally, third, never refuse the professor's grace. Hearing the word grace, he grew curious. Grace? Peter looked at the man's sweat-drenched face and muttered, "Why is this guy so terrified?" Mr. O spoke up. "Let's go. The professor doesn't like to be kept waiting." As the door to the room opened, he and Peter walked in. Mr. O announced, "Professor, I've brought Kim Sunu." The man growled, "Ah, it's a pleasure to have you here." Peter smirked and muttered to himself, "This guy." Behind Nathaniel is a whole squad of assassins waiting for me. He began, "Let's get down to business. Codename, Rio de Janeiro, Funeral Service. Nathaniel's special forces, based on my observations, are estimated to be mostly A and B rank." He muttered, "This isn't going to be simple." After a quick scan, Peter silently noted that these foreigners were already accustomed to the stench of blood. These men didn't belong to glory, nor were they loyal to glory. Peter concluded that they followed only their king and existed solely for that king. They were Nathaniel's personal army. He asked, "Peter, what's the status?" Mr. O bowed and replied, "I have done as you instructed. All entrances to the hospital have been blocked. All patients and their families are unable to enter the hospital. As an announcement played, we regret to inform you that several virus samples from the laboratory have been released. Please wait a moment until the quarantine and disinfection process is complete." He reported, "We have successfully narrowed his field of movement." Nathaniel asked, "What about the DNA comparison and matching?" Vials of blood sat on the table. Mr. O replied, "We've collected blood from everyone of the same age as Peter. It will take approximately 48 hours to analyze." Unfortunately for them, Peter wasn't actually the old man they thought he was. Mr. O stated confidently, "He surely hasn't been able to leave the premises yet." He firmly guaranteed that no matter how skilled Peter was at disguise, he couldn't fool a DNA test. "He can't escape the hospital now. The rat will be flushed out soon enough." Mr. O affirmed, "It's only a matter of time before we catch him." He smirked and muttered, "So this is your plan." However, Nathaniel was certainly not someone to be underestimated. The scene changes. An IV bag is dripping as a child throws a tantrum. "I hate this." Now playing the part of a kind doctor, he approached the child and said gently, "If you don't listen, you won't be able to play soccer anymore." The little boy, hugging a teddy bear, asked, "If I do this, I can play soccer?" Nathaniel smiled and replied, "Just soccer? You'll even be able to go to school." He walked over to a nurse to discuss something. "The surgery is very complex, so why don't we repair the radial nerve? If possible, I'd like to collaborate with Professor Yoon." The nurse replied, "I understand, Professor." Peter glanced at his watch and muttered, "This guy must be planning something by making me his assistant. Why is he bothering with trivial things like this?" Suddenly, Nathaniel spoke up. "Are you disappointed?" Startled, he looked over as the man said, "I promoted you to be my assistant, yet I haven't given you anything to do. No, it's not that." A child ran up and hugged Nathaniel affectionately. He wrapped his arm around the boy and turned to Peter, asking, "Or is it because I don't look like an apostle?" He calmly replied, "I wasn't thinking that at all." Nathaniel, feeling suspicious, said, "No, I can tell just by looking at your face. Follow me. There's something I want to show you." He led Peter down many flights of stairs to a place not marked on the hospital map. "What floor is this? Where does this staircase end?" It was pitch black down there. You couldn't see a thing. We just kept going down, and I simply followed him in silence. "What does this Nathaniel guy want to show me?" Nathaniel swiped a card at the door and asked, "What do you think?" as the door swung open. The sight before him made his blood boil. This bastard. From out, he stood amidst tubes filled with human bodies, proudly declaring, "This is where I bring my ideals to life." Peter muttered in disgust. "What kind of sick, twisted hobby is this?" Nathaniel led him to one of the tubes, gesturing to the naked body inside as he asked, "Are you interested in biology?" Peter replied coldly, "I know the basics." The man chuckled. "The basics? It's quite simple, really." Nathaniel quoted, "Charles Darwin once said that all living things evolve through natural selection, correct? Because evolution happens by chance, there's no reason to judge one thing as superior or inferior." His voice suddenly dropped to a rasp. But Darwin was wrong. Evolution isn't about selection or God. It's not natural, and it's certainly not random. Nathaniel leaned in close to his ear, his face twisting into a crazed expression as he whispered, "It's driven by the self. One observes life, then questions it, discards weakness, retains strength, and continues to grow. Isn't that far better than desperately clinging to something useless and weak? Isn't this the true art of medicine?" A demonic grin spread across his face. "So then, Mr. Kim Sung-woo, the reason I've taken an interest in you is..." Suddenly, an alarm blared through the room, cutting Nathaniel off. They both turned to look behind them. The man's face showed he was all too familiar with this kind of alert, but Peter had no idea what was happening. The announcer's voice echoed, "Code Red, Code Red. A test subject from the basement has escaped. All researchers, lock your doors and remain in place until the security team has successfully subdued the target. Attention, I repeat." A naked man with strange markings all over his body burst out, with several needles still stuck in him, screaming, "Get out of my way." The announcement continued. "Test subject from the basement has escaped. Warning, warning, warning. Aeon has been activated at level B. The test subject cannot be controlled." Two security guards ran in, firing tranquilizer darts at him and shouting, "Everyone to Area 51, don't let it reach the surface." The naked man charged toward the guns as a guard yelled, "Freeze!" A spray of blood filled the air. In the blink of an eye, he had made short work of the two guards. The system announced, "Warning, warning, warning. The test subject cannot be controlled," temporarily closing all surface-level doors. The naked man finally saw the exit door, panting as he muttered, "The exit. I'm almost there." The system began a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The naked man pushed himself. "Faster. I need to run faster. Before they seal all the doors, I have to get to the surface." Just as he was about to reach his goal, the wall beside him suddenly exploded, the immense force shattering it into tiny pieces. Nathaniel's arm shot out from the other side and grabbed the naked man by the head, the force of the grip yanking him backward. Peter watched in disbelief as the man growled. "I was in the middle of a very important conversation." Nathaniel tightened his grip on the naked man's face and roared, "A test subject like you shouldn't be interrupting people." Peter only heard the man's blood-curdling scream from the other side of the wall, and then silence. He turned back with an apologetic smile and said, "Forgive me, shall we return to our topic?" Nathaniel pulled his hand back, his glove now dripping with blood, and began speaking softly. "What I mean to say is, I like strong people." Nathaniel gazed at the tubes that held his life's work, listing off their muscles, their tendons, even their cells. "I tear them apart, rip them open and peel them back with my own two hands. Recently, I discovered someone with exceptional physical abilities." He saw Peter's potential and made his offer. "Mr. Sung-woo, I see the potential within you." Nathaniel offered his opinion. "This kind of power is not common for someone your age. I want to see the sweet fruit of my ideals blossom through you. Just how strong will you become after undergoing that evolution? Isn't the mere thought of it exhilarating?" He extended his blood-soaked hand towards him, proclaiming, "Accept my grace." Nathaniel laid out tempting conditions, his voice dripping with persuasion. "With me, you could reach A rank. No, you could even possess power equivalent to that of an apostle." The scene changes. Peter is walking down a hospital corridor, on the phone with Juwon, just as we expected. "He's one seriously twisted bastard." She sounded shocked. "My God, I can't believe he could punch straight through a wall like that. It gives me chills just thinking about it." He added, "What's even more surprising is that he could sense a presence behind the wall. He didn't just catch him, he crushed the guy's skull. At the same time," she asked hesitantly, "Sunbae, can't you just leave him alone for now?" He replied, "No, it's not that simple. I'm also very curious about the source of that power." Juwon let out a long, defeated sigh. "There's no stopping you, is there? So, what's the plan? We'll run blood tests on the elderly patients and on you at the same time." She whined, her voice filled with anxiety. "We're both going to get caught just because of some stupid blood draw procedure." While Juwon was rambling, Peter, who already had a plan, said, "There is a way." She asked curiously, "What way? What's this?" He looked at the results file in his hand and said, "I'm thinking of swapping the test results. It's been 48 hours, so they're definitely in his room." The cross-examination results from the Glory Genetics Research Institute. John wondered, "Senior, are you really planning to sneak into that bastard's room? But how?" Peter took out the card he got from Dr. O and said, "How, you ask? Just like this." A girl shouted worriedly, "This old man is insane. What if you get caught, Senior?" "The counseling room." He answered confidently, "That's never going to happen." Peter calmly placed the card against the door and said, "We have plenty of time. The current time is 2:53. While making the rounds with that Nathaniel guy, I figured out exactly how long his route takes. I have a window of 4 minutes and 30 seconds to swap the results in there. He began to open the cabinet, ready to make the switch. Nathaniel went back to check on the little boy, holding a teddy bear, then went to speak with the nurse. He waved goodbye to the nurse and called out, "Dr. O." The man replied, "Yes, Professor." Nathaniel asked, "Do we have the results from the DNA comparison of the elderly patients yet?" Dr. O reported, "Yes, sir. I left them in your office, Professor." He said that even though they checked everyone, not a single person's results matched Peter's. Nathaniel smirked. "How interesting," Nathaniel mused. "Out of all the patients of the same age in this hospital, not a single one has DNA that matches Peter's?" Dr. O suggested, "Perhaps he's hiding somewhere else." "I don't think so," Nathaniel replied in a low voice. "That's just what we're imagining." What if the Peter we're looking for? Standing right behind Peter, his face cold, he finished. "Isn't what we think he is?" Nathaniel glared, his voice a low growl. An empty room, and an apostle's private office at that. He questioned, "So what is a D-rank assassin like you doing in here?" Peter's eyes widened in shock as he mumbled, "For the past 2 days, that bastard Nathaniel has been making the exact same rounds at the exact same time, even though he should still have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on his route." Nathaniel's eyes turned red, his voice dropping. "I need a reasonable explanation." Peter wondered why he was back already. Impossible. Was he putting on an act? Telling me he'd grant me grace, proudly boasting about the secrets hidden underground. It was all just bait to make me believe he was toying with me. From the very first moment, he was suspicious of me. Every single second. He was losing patience, his terrifying gaze fixed on Peter as he demanded, "Your answer?" He stammered. Because Peter immediately grabbed a file, handed it to Nathaniel, and said with a nervous laugh while rubbing his neck, "I came to give this to you, Professor." Nathaniel questioned, "What is this?" He quickly explained, I don't know what it is, sir. Dr. Hong told me I had to bring this to you immediately." Peter tried to make a quick exit. "Well, if you'll excuse me." But Nathaniel wasn't letting him go that easily. He grabbed his shoulder and said, "Wait." Holding the document, he growled, "Even if you don't know anything, it seems you've heard a lot about this." Nathaniel pressed, "Why are you so curious about the elderly patient's blood samples? His question made Peter freeze. Nathaniel yelled, "Kim Sung-woo, explain yourself." His eyes looked like they wanted to devour him. He asked curiously, "What part of this document made you so inquisitive?" Nathaniel growled, "What did you sneak into my room to see, huh?" The air was thick with tension. He deduced, "If you can't answer, then there's only one possibility." "Kim Sung-woo, are you?" Peter replied, "Professor." He wasn't scared in the slightest. Instead, he asked, "Even if you change your words, your behavior, your face, and your expressions, do you know what's the one thing you can't fake?" Peter said confidently, "It's DNA." "Peter hasn't been caught yet, has he?" he speculated. "That means Peter isn't the decrepit old man we thought he was. I think it's possible he doesn't look old at all." Peter took out his phone, showed Nathaniel a picture on it, and said, "So, I've been looking for people who've had plastic surgery recently and comparing them to this photo, but I haven't found anyone like that yet." His voice dropped. "I was thinking I might have to search again." "So you were suspicious," Peter suddenly realized and bowed deeply. "I apologize, Professor. I acted on my own without your permission. It seems my desire to catch Peter was just too strong. I should have asked for your permission first, Professor. Please forgive me. Asterisk, I'll use this to turn the tables on you." Asterisk. He thought for a moment. Then Nathaniel said coldly, "Raise your head." He was surprised to receive a flick on the forehead. Nathaniel said softly, "There." Nathaniel moved closer to Peter and questioned, "What do you think you're doing? Working hard is good, but you still need to maintain the dignity of a glory member. Now, get out." "Obeying," he said gratefully. "Thank you, sir. I'll be on my way." As Nathaniel touched Peter, he felt a flicker of doubt. "What? That's real skin." A nurse approached him. "Dr. Sung-woo? I heard you haven't had lunch yet. It's not good for someone so young to skip meals. Your bones will get brittle, Dr. Sung-woo. Should we go eat later?" Nathaniel stared at the photo of the old Peter, connecting the dots. It's not a human skin mask, and it's not makeup. That is 100% the skin of a teenager. This isn't Mr. Sun-gu. He crushes the iPad with his thumb. Nathaniel flashes a demonic smile, muttering, "Peter, where on earth are you hiding? Weapons are allowed. Killing is permitted. A modern-day arena created outside the bounds of law and society. And the king of that place," the announcer shouted, "the champion is the guillotine king of the Mexican arena, Carter Foreman. The guillotine's special ability is the death kick. When the guillotine lands a powerful kick to his opponent's head," the announcer introduced, He calls himself the man with the strongest legs on the planet. With just one kick, he's taken down every fighter in the ring. He stepped onto the stage, slowly walking over and asking, "I heard you're the one. Is that right?" The guillotine wondered, "What's this? An Asian guy? You must have a death wish. Crawling all the way here," he mused. "The strongest legs on the planet." Nathaniel walked up and punched a hole straight through his leg. The guillotine lay on the stage, clutching his punctured leg, screaming in agony. But he held up the leg he had just taken like a victory trophy. Scene change, a muscular man with a giant fist. Nathaniel mused. The world's strongest fist. When they faced off, his punch shattered the other guy's arm bones. Scene change. A gang of men armed with heavy weapons stood before Nathaniel. He mused, the strongest gang. In a flash, Nathaniel had turned the entire gang into balloons stuck to the ceiling. He simply grabbed the boss's head and walked away with it like a trophy. "I've sought out and defeated all the strongest people on this planet. But why?" The guy with the lip ring stammered, even as Nathaniel's grip tightened around his neck. "You, Asian bastard. You're not the strongest." He was confused. "What?" The man with the lip ring said. "Because of him." Peter, hearing that name again, sent Nathaniel into a rage. "All the bastards I've killed, and now you too. Every time one of you opens your mouth, it's Peter this, Peter that. I'm sick of it." He wondered who the hell Peter was, and how he could meet him. Nathaniel roared, "Answer me. Now." The guy lay on the ground, his eyes lifeless, blood and saliva drooling from his mouth. He felt a surge of irritation and cursed, "That damn Peter. How the hell do I find him? Why? Why can't I find him?" Nathaniel yearned. To officially become the strongest person in the world. "I have to meet you, Peter," he muttered. "Where are you? The last person who saw him might know." Nathaniel called out, "Dr. O." Dr. O replied, "Yes, Professor." He ordered, "Call that girl." Gaung and Go, both hospitalized, asked curiously, "Juna, I'll ask again. Why are you here? Why would a D-rank assassin, number 335, join such an important mission, displaying D-rank 334, D-rank 33? Juna stammered, I have my reasons, and if you're going to pretend to be patients, at least do a good job of it." "Geez," he pressed. "I saw you go into Nathaniel's room, you know. Are you sure you were just assigned to a simple mission?" she muttered in annoyance. "These idiots don't know anything." A large man called out, "Juna." He relayed a message. "The professor wants to see you, immediately." The other two immediately pretended they knew nothing, standing to the side and whistling. Juna wondered, why? The large man said there were to be no questions. The two were in awe. "That guy's an A-rank assassin from the funeral service. Damn it, what's the real reason for all this?" She muttered with a hint of worry. Nathaniel held out a picture of Peter and asked, "Peter, in his office," he remarked. "Juna, you're the first person to survive an encounter with such a dangerous apostle." Nathaniel tapped the photo, his voice laced with threat. "At first, I thought you were Peter's star pupil, but you were with Park Sang-doo, an A-rank assassin. You're good with a knife, but there's nothing special about you." Looking at Juna's innocent face, he sneered. "Just a D-rank assassin." At that moment, she was trying to calm herself. "It's okay, there's no concrete evidence. I'll just pretend I don't know anything until the very end." Nathaniel brought his zombie-like face close, curious. "Could it be a miracle, Juna?" He immediately dismissed it. "No, the apostles. Even I have considered a theory." Nathaniel speculated. "From the hideout of the 8 stars to Park Sang-doo's secret chamber, I believe that you, Juna, received help from Peter. And to repay him," he interrogated, "what have you done for Peter at that orphanage?" Nathaniel mocked. "A disadvantaged little girl with nothing of value but her body. What the hell could you have done for Peter?" He brought his disgusting face close to hers, his voice chilling as he asked, "Is the answer that you became a double agent?" Juna stammered, "It doesn't matter if you suspect me." Nathaniel stated firmly, "I know very well that you had no other choice, Juna." He looked at the photo of her and her brother on her phone, uttering a threat. "I assume you can't just die and leave your little brother all alone." Nathaniel laid out the information. "I heard that Jin has had hemophilia for a very long time." He diagnosed Juna's brother's condition. "The next 3 years will be very difficult for the boy, as he'll face many complications." What a shame, so young too. Nathaniel gently placed his hand on hers, beginning his little game of seduction. "However, I can save him. In the research lab, the doctors are developing a cure." He claimed it was an extremely valuable serum, a single dose that money could hardly buy, developed by our very own St. Tone General Hospital. With just one injection, the patient will feel as healthy as if the disease had completely vanished. At this point, a sharp woman like you, Miss Juna, must understand, right? Nathaniel left her with a final word about which side she should choose. Juna stammered, If I do that? He shouted. On the 24th, he said he would come visit me. A silver-haired man was entering the hospital. Whatever he says to you, Miss Juna, please provide that information to me. That mysterious man. However, this was just a simple task to set the bait. At 2 p.m. on the 24th, you will go to the clock tower in the hospital lobby. Scene change. Nathaniel was still trying to lure her in. There's no way you can earn that much money in 3 years. Miss Juna will save her precious little brother, and I will capture Peter. It's a win-win deal, he said. First, I'll give you a place to rest in the hospital. The reason is for treatment. Juna questioned. Treatment? Her expression suddenly changed. The sound of a bone snapping echoed as Nathaniel broke her arm. She fell to the ground in agony, letting out a terrible scream. He said, In my hospital. Then, Nathaniel walked over and kicked the broken spot again. The pain was so intense that Juna burst into tears. He growled, Normal people can't just be admitted. At the same time, Nathaniel stood before her, threateningly. Oh, and by the way, if you refuse my offer. He pressed down on Juna's wound as a warning. We'll soon find out who the next person to receive treatment will be. Nathaniel walked away coldly. Well then, I'll see you later. Room 604, patient Juna. With her arm in a cast, she sat on the bed and muttered, It was Kim Sunu who helped me get this far. If Nathaniel finds out about me, both Jujin and Kim Sunu will die. Juna looked at the photo, thinking, But if I do this right, Jujin will live. What should I do now? Peter walked in and called out, Patient 604. She turned her head and replied, Yes? A look of pure shock crossed Juna's face. The person who had arrived was none other than the man she was just thinking about. He smiled brightly and said, It's time for your injection. She yelled, You crazy bastard, what are you doing here? Peter grabbed the TV remote, turned on a program, and said casually, Because there's a really good show on right now. Juna demanded, Why are you doing this? What are you doing in my room? He replied calmly, Just consider it my way of repaying you for saving my life. She clutched her head in frustration. No, Peter said. In the meantime, I'm also going to watch the wrestling match on Channel 2. Juna walked over to snatch the remote back. Give me the remote, and get out. He asked curiously. Why do you keep trying to kick me out? Is it because of Nathaniel? She snapped in frustration. Do you have a death wish? I told you not to carelessly say his name. Peter looked at Juna's broken arm and asked with concern, Anyway, what's all this? I'm your master, you know. He tapped the cast with the remote, questioning her. I don't remember ever breaking my student's arm, Peter said quizzically. Look, who did this to you? A worried expression was clear on her face. Juna lowered her head and called out in a small voice, Kim Sunu. She asked curiously, What are you going to do on the 24th? He was confused. The 24th? For what? Juna said, I have something I need to tell you. Peter joked. Then just tell me now. Come on, she stammered. I can't right now. Juna instructed. Meet me in front of the clock tower at exactly 2 p.m. On the 24th, he asked, the clock tower in the hospital lobby? She turned her face away, avoiding his gaze, and said no more. You should go now. Juna muttered to herself, That's right. This is the only way. It's the best way I can think of. Peter seemed to have figured something out, as she repeated her instruction. You have to be there, okay? He replied, Got it. Outside, the rain was pouring down relentlessly. Juna looked at the photo on her phone as her tears began to fall, wetting the entire screen. She asked herself, Jin, am I doing the right thing? Juna blamed herself. This is the only thing I can do. Congratulations on the 30th anniversary of the founding of Son Saint-Tone General Hospital. Nathaniel stood high above, a smile on his face. The 24th. You have no idea how much I've been looking forward to this day. Looking at the picture hanging on the building, he muttered, This is the day you were supposed to visit me, isn't it? Soon Saint-Tone General Hospital. Peter will be visiting Professor Nathaniel. Nathaniel flashed a demonic smile, his voice filled with excitement. I've been dying to meet you, Peter. Through his earpiece, he asked, So, Miss Juna, where is Peter? She stood in the hallway, observing everyone. Juna stammered, He's on his way. Just then, Peter arrived as the clock tower struck exactly 2 p.m. Come on, Peter, get over here. Scene change. The gentle moonlight shone through the window, filtering through the thin curtains that fluttered in the early morning breeze. Juna's little brother's voice rang out, clear and full of curiosity. Sis? You have a boyfriend? Juna didn't quite hear him and asked, what friend? The yellow blanket was covered in cute bear patterns. The little boy said curiously, I saw on your profile picture that you have 3 boyfriends. She quickly said, what? Those are my friends. Juna's brother was surprised. You have friends? The boy, a true judge of character, asked, but the guy in the middle is really handsome. Sis, do you like him? Juna replied, he's just a friend. Even the humidifier was shaped like a cute bear. Juna's brother gasped in admiration. He's so tall. I really want to play soccer with him. The scene shifts to a soccer ball on the table. The boy says wistfully, I want to go see the World Cup too, with him, and then we'll give our all for our country. Hiding her pain, she says, that sounds amazing. I'll buy the plane tickets. Her younger brother Juna cheered, awesome. This will be my first time going abroad. But suddenly, he froze and stammered, no. No. Lying on a hospital bed covered in tubes, his body frail and thin. Juna's little brother said in a small voice, actually, I don't really want to get on a plane that much anyway. Over the phone, Juna snapped, hey, I told you not to say things like that. The little boy said it was because the plane tickets were too expensive. She reassured him, that's nothing to worry about. Don't you mind that. Just get ready to go see the World Cup, okay? I'll find a way. Juna was lying on the floor, her voice filled with forced excitement. The professor said the newly developed treatment has miraculous effects. I heard that just 1 shot can cure any and all diseases. Juna's little brother exclaimed, really? She comforted him, it's true. So please, don't say things like that anymore. The little boy called out affectionately, sis. Juna. Curious, she asked, what is it? Her brother felt a warmth in his chest, his voice full of love. I'm so happy that you're in my life. She let out a sigh. Oh my God, you're being so cheesy. All of a sudden, I'm feeling sleepy. Model, I'm so tired. I'm going to bed now. The little boy obediently replied, okay. Sleep well. Let's talk again next time. Juna smiled and answered, okay. She gritted her teeth, trying to endure the pain until the boy hung up. The scene changes, and Juna is now standing under the clock tower, waiting for Peter to arrive. She lowered her head and mumbled, I can't run from this. This is the best I can do. Nathaniel pressed Juna. Where is Peter? Juna hesitated. He's on his way here. He was still on his way as promised, and as he passed by 2 nurses, he stopped to greet them briefly. Juna waited at the clock tower, murmuring, so, Kim Sunu, you have to keep your promise to me. Peter's face was tense as the clock struck exactly 2. He stood on an upper floor with a demonic smile, eagerly waiting to see who this Peter really was. But when the clock showed 2:05, the smile and excitement on Nathaniel's face vanished. He growled, Miss Juna, why isn't Peter here yet? She was also confused, murmuring, what's going on? Kim Sunu, you didn't forget your promise, right? He stood looking at the clock at exactly 2 o'clock, standing by the clock tower in the courtyard. Peter mumbled, you told me we would meet in front of the clock tower in the courtyard. He recalled their conversation from yesterday. On the 24th, what are you doing? On the 24th, come meet me in front of the clock tower. The clock tower in the hospital lobby? No. The clock tower in the courtyard. You have to go to the clock tower in the courtyard. If you go anywhere else, you will definitely die. Okay, I get it. That's why Peter had been waiting at the clock tower in the park, constantly checking his watch as he waited. Juna noticed 3 people wearing black eye patches looking at her and thought to herself, the one who killed Jo-in wasn't Peter, it was Kim Sunu. If Nathaniel finds out, Kim Sunu could die. Juna glanced over at the reception desk in the station and the lobby, which were filled with Nathaniel's subordinates. No matter how strong Kim Sunu is, this is too dangerous. She closed her eyes and prayed, so please, just run away, Kim Sunu. A person who suddenly appeared one day, a person I was always filled with suspicion about, but that was the first time I knew the happiness of eating with someone, the joy of savoring every moment with someone, the anxiety of depending on someone, and a person who seriously thought about what was truly best for me. And Sunu, you were the first. That's why I could never betray you. Juna's whole body was trembling as she faced Nathaniel. He was radiating pure killing intent, his face darkening, causing the 2 men behind him to sweat bullets as he growled, Miss Juna, why is this happening? Juna trembled, clutching the hem of her skirt as she stammered, the truth is, I haven't seen him since that day, and we haven't been in contact at all. Her voice shook. I lied, because you said you would treat my little brother. I'm so sorry, Juna stammered. But, Professor, his eyes were filled with a rage that could swallow her whole. When Juna said, even if he knew I was here, he still wouldn't come, she collapsed to her knees, stammering. So Juna desperately begged him, Please give me a task I can do. I'll do absolutely anything. She listed her strengths. I'm very good at cleaning, and I've been training hard too. I'll do a good job. Juna burst into desperate tears, pleading, Please, I'm begging you, don't touch my brother. Nathaniel growled. Miss Juna, in the end, you couldn't bring Peter here. It's a shame, but there's nothing you can do. He was so enraged that he crushed the railing with his bare hands. His ice-cold eyes declared, You will die. Nathaniel's subordinates began to approach her as his voice rang out like a death sentence. Cleaning, training, the moment you failed to lure Peter here, you became useless. I should have warned you who would be next. Take her away. Suddenly, the fire alarm blared. Fire alert. Fire alert. There is currently a fire in the hospital. Attention all personnel. Medical staff and patients, please do not panic and evacuate immediately. We repeat, there is currently a fire in the hospital. Medical staff and patients, please take notice. Gu asked worriedly. What about Kim Sunu? Gu Hyung, in his wheelchair, pushed with all his might, shouting, Does that even matter right now? The announcement continued, Please evacuate quickly. Something made him stop and look back. All the emergency exits were sealed shut. The two of them stared in shock at the scene, exclaiming, What? All of Nathaniel's men gathered. He wondered, A fire? I don't smell anything burning. Nathaniel immediately ordered them to find out what was happening. His subordinate complied. Understood, Juna mumbled in confusion. A fire? Is this a coincidence? Peter's voice suddenly called out, Juna. Her eyes shot in one direction, stunned. Could it be? He slowly walked toward her. Peter stood before her like a hero, arriving for the rescue. He spoke into his radio. I'm here. Juna looked up and asked, Kim, Sunu, why are you here? He replied softly, I made a promise, didn't I? Peter said, We would meet in front of the clock tower. Peter stepped forward, speaking into his radio. If there's a fire in a hospital, a normal person would run to a safe place. After observing everything, he analyzed, but you all are standing around calmly, which means you're not real doctors. They're not patients, either. Peter looked at the armed men, then stared straight at him and came to a conclusion. So, does that mean they're all assassins summoned here to kill me? She stammered. Kim Sung-gu. You. Why are you? Nathaniel mused, touching his chin. Me? What are you talking about? Sung-gu is here to save you, Juna. He recalled the first time he'd met him. I knew something was up. But, can Sung-gu really handle them? The gravediggers from Rio de Janeiro. The scene shifts to the city of funerals, where suddenly, a cry for help rings out. Please, save me. In the Rio slums, the life cycle of children born here is a mere 16 years. A bearded man clutched a child tightly in his arms. Staring down the barrel of a gun, he pleaded, Please, I'll give you everything. Just spare our lives. The two kids holding the guns exclaimed, Really? But getting paid to shoot people is way more fun, you know? The reason is that most people here die before the age of 10. Because it's a place where countless corpses gather. It's also known as the City of Funerals. It's a place where the weak deserve to die. And if you manage to survive, it means you're strong. Kidnapping, drugs, prostitution, those gravediggers have taken over all the black market industries, becoming the most powerful organization in Brazil, the Rio de Janeiro Funeral Service. The scene changes as Nathaniel announces, The 100 strongest who ever survived that place are all here. He scoffed. Tell me, how can you possibly win a 100-to-1 fight? Nathaniel called out with a smirk. Sung-gu, my boy, as I said, I see the potential in you. You could say you're a tiger cub, he said, making an offer. If you develop well under my care, you'll become an unbeatable super predator. He compared the men from the City of Funerals to a pack of hyenas. But right now, you can't win against the adults of the species. Nathaniel extended an invitation. Stop playing this friendship game. How about coming with me? I'll take very good care of you. Peter just gave him a contemptuous look, then shrugged as if he didn't care. Seeing his expression, Nathaniel said, I understand. That's Sung-gu's point of view. With just a glance, two armed men immediately charged down. He said, You mean like this? The two bloodthirsty thugs yelled, You're dead meat. Rafael, Rio de Janeiro Funeral Service, estimated B-rank assassin. Sao Paulo, Rio de Janeiro Funeral Service, estimated B-rank assassin. Sao Paulo let out a crazed, loud laugh. A D-rank tiger cub, blood splattered everywhere. All they saw was him holding something tiny as he took out both men with ease. Everyone who witnessed it gasped in astonishment. Nathaniel silently assessed the situation. When the opponents jumped down from above, he didn't even need to look. And he even attacked their weak points with perfect accuracy. Peter had dealt with both of them using just a pen, and asked coldly, Well? He capped the pen, flicking off the blood, and said with a sharp gaze, Do I still look like a little tiger cub now? Nathaniel spoke up. Do you know how long it takes for a person to die? Looking at the two men down on the ground, he answered his own question. Sever the carotid artery, 1 minute and 12 seconds. Sever the jugular vein, 40 seconds. And if you cut the subclavian vein, it only takes 12 seconds. Nathaniel rubbed his chin, calculating. Let's say it takes 1 minute to kill one person. Sungu has to fight 100 assassins here. He burst out laughing, thoroughly amused. I'm very curious, my dear Sungu. The funeral squad charged forward aggressively. Nathaniel wondered if he could survive the next 100 minutes. The tattooed man in the lead shouted, "This damn country stinks because it's so peaceful." He looked at Peter's gentle, foolish-looking face and roared, "Violence is what makes us feel alive. Got it?" He grabbed one of the men's arms, his strike as fast as a lightning bolt. The punch sent blood flying, completely deforming the man's face. Immediately after, Peter spun around and delivered a kick that sent a long-haired man flying backward. One of the men in the crowd charged forward, screaming, "I'll remember my brother's sacrifice till the day I die. An Asian punk like you can't kill all of us. Everyone, attack at once." Witnessing the 1 versus 100 odds made Juna extremely worried. Wait. At this rate, Sungu will be in danger. They're slowly cornering him. He now had no way to run, cornered by the mob. She looked at Peter, worrying to herself. No matter how many of their comrades die, they don't lose momentum and just keep advancing. The man with the scorpion tattoo smirked mockingly. "Your choice surprises me, my Asian friend. We've been fighting side by side since the day we were born." The bald man said, "You probably don't know since you grew up in peace, but to us, life and death are just trivial things." The two men struck decisively, but their speed was still sloppy and green. With just a glance, he was able to dodge the blow. Watching how Peter dodged the attacks, Nathaniel assessed, "Sungu, you're quite good at dodging, and you're agile too. But if you keep this up, you'll run out of stamina to fight. I wonder, what will you do now?" He was pushed back until there was no space left. Nathaniel sneered, "You have nowhere left to run." He put on a worried face and asked, "What will you do now?" Sungu has no escape route left. Nathaniel watched as the entire funeral squad waited, ready to charge in and tear him to pieces. He wondered, with dozens of them surrounding him. "So, how should I handle this situation?" Peter said casually. "Wow, it's a real party in here." Suddenly, a cunning smile spread across his face. "What am I planning, you ask?" Peter reached out and opened the fire hose cabinet. The bald guy saw this and asked curiously, "What's that? What the hell are you doing?" "Hey, wait." He gripped the hose tightly, then aimed it straight at them, his face a mask of innocent confusion. A powerful jet of water erupted from the fire nozzle. It tore through the air, sweeping them all away like trash in a flood. Peter laughed triumphantly and asked, "Why so surprised? I'm not even warmed up yet." The stream of water continued to blast them away. Suddenly, his eyes glanced down. The hose in his hand had stopped spraying. Peter turned the nozzle up to look at it, disappointed. "What? It's already out of water to play with?" Nathaniel, observing from above, spoke up mockingly. "Mr. Sungu, that was quite clever of you, but how can a water hose like that possibly kill anyone?" One of the thugs yelled, "Who the hell do you think you are, you bastard?" Peter looked over at the defibrillator and said, "I told you, I'm not even warmed up yet." Peter turned on the machine. He picked up the defibrillator paddles. He pressed them together, creating sparks of electricity, and said, "This is just the opening act." Immediately after, he pressed the electrified paddles to the wet floor. Instantly, the entire group was electrocuted by the current conducted through the water, screaming in absolute agony. After the electricity stopped, the smell of burnt human flesh filled the air, and it was anything but pleasant. He clapped his hands, his face filled with delight as he exclaimed, "Mr. Sungu, you truly are full of surprises. Just how much more are you going to astonish me?" Nathaniel muttered to himself. The reason he let himself get surrounded was to lure them to the fire hose, and the fire hose was meant to be used in combination with the manual defibrillator. He laughed, thoroughly amused. "The more I watch, the more captivated I become," Nathaniel announced. "Mr. Sungu, allow me to amend the rules slightly. 100 minutes will be cut down by about half. You have approximately 1 hour left. It would probably take you nearly 2 hours to deal with all of them." Peter dropped the defibrillator from his hands and replied confidently, "All right." He bent down and picked up a green file. "This should come in handy," he said. Peter opened a pen and wrote something in the file, making him curious. "What's that?" He's suddenly writing something. After he finished writing, he threw the file forcefully onto the ground, leaving the undertakers a bit confused. Looking at the human figure marked with red ink, the group wondered what it was. Peter stepped forward and questioned them. You're all wearing doctor's coats and you don't even recognize this? That is the state of massive blood loss from a severed carotid artery. He pointed the blood-stained pen towards them. He declared coldly, "It will be the cause of death for every single one of you." The black-bearded man realized with fear that he had been a fool. As Peter's predatory gaze locked on, he muttered, "This guy. He's not someone I can fight." In a split second, he struck with millimeter precision, severing the carotid artery of every single one of them. After one group fell, another rushed forward. Peter was like a flame incinerating a swarm of moths. They tried to overwhelm him with sheer numbers, piling on top of each other like a mountain. But with a single spin, he sent them all flying. Juna was astonished. I'd heard stories about the strongest man in the world. The scene changes. She arrives at a bookstore, where an old man's voice says, "Hello, I sell all kinds of books here, except for the ones I don't sell." A legend. The people around me were always talking about that man, but unlike the epic tales I'd heard, that legend turned out to be a far more ordinary old man than I'd imagined. He was resilient and persistent, but there wasn't much he could do. Not at all like a hero who had once defeated 1,000 men. In the end, I just couldn't believe the rumors. But what if? What if the rumors about Peter were all true? Before Juna's eyes was the sight of Peter single-handedly facing 100 undertakers. A scene of chaos she couldn't believe. Wouldn't he be a person just like that? A moment of silence. The floor was smeared with streaks of blood. Nathaniel covered his face and burst out laughing, unable to hide his thrilled expression as he exclaimed, "Mr. Sun Gu, you've exceeded all my expectations. Just as I'd expect from the man I chose myself. In just 13 minutes, you've taken down 100 men." He looked down to see that all the undertakers had been defeated, leaving only Peter and the girl standing defiantly. Peter spoke up, "I'm sorry, but this isn't over yet." Nathaniel asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Peter looked towards him and said, "Because you're still alive, aren't you?" Peter asked, "So, make your choice. Should I come up there, or are you coming down here?" There wasn't a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, they burned with a desire to devour Nathaniel whole. He leaped down, creating a powerful shockwave that shattered the floor where he landed. He looked at Peter with dark eyes. His face was like that of a grotesque clown as he exclaimed, "Mr. Sun Gu, do you find this answer satisfactory?" Nathaniel stood before Peter, breathing heavily. "Mr. Sun Gu, I'm curious about something." He found it strange. "How is it that you're so young, yet your skills have already reached the pinnacle? I truly don't understand. The fact that you're merely a D-rank assassin is even stranger." Nathaniel pressed. "What are you, really? An assassin operating overseas? But aren't you still too young for that?" Suddenly, Peter cut him off. "Professor Nathaniel." He nonchalantly ran a hand through his hair. "Stare. I'm curious about this too. Do you know what it is?" Peter looked at Nathaniel with a piercing gaze and said mockingly, "When someone's feeling insecure, they tend to talk a lot." Hearing this, Nathaniel flashed a grotesque smile. "Mr. Sun Gu, you need to learn something." He lunged madly at Sun Gu and said, "There's a difference between bravery and arrogance." Peter blocked the attack with his hands. Nathaniel charged forward, but Peter quickly leaped up to dodge his punch. He stared at Nathaniel in astonishment. "What is this power?" Juna watched, completely stunned. Even though he blocked it, Sun Gu was still sent flying. Just how strong is Nathaniel? Peter was knocked backward, a hint of caution in his eyes. Nathaniel, a murderous aura radiated from Nathaniel, shocking Peter. "What is that power? Is that really the same person?" Juna worried. "No. If this keeps up, he'll be in big trouble." Nathaniel relentlessly charged at Peter. Juna realized the situation was dire. It was obvious he had used up all his strength in the 100-man fight earlier. Peter was being pushed back despite trying to hold his ground, making Juna even more anxious. "If this goes on, Sun Gu will lose." She screamed in fear. "Sun Gu, it's dangerous. Dodge it." Nathaniel dragged 2 assassins over to him with a provocative smile. "Are you tired already, Mr. Sun Gu? The fun part is just getting started." His movements were so fast that Peter couldn't react, his eyes widening in shock. The 2 assassins were hurled at Peter by Nathaniel. Nathaniel sneered, "It might be a little tough, but you know there's nothing you can do, right?" He gloated as he attacked. Making excuses is useless. Peter was still overwhelmed by Nathaniel's strength as the man grabbed him with one hand and threw him. He was slammed into the elevator door. "I've never felt power like this from a human before. What is the source of his power?" Without stopping, Nathaniel kicked Peter into the elevator. Juna, witnessing everything, could only scream in despair. "No, Sun Gu," she wondered to herself. "Nathaniel is so strong that he's rendered Sun Gu completely helpless." Juna ran to the elevator. The elevator is going down. Where is it headed? Nathaniel's hand frantically mashed the elevator buttons. He said, Mr. Sungu, you were so agile before. So I thought, Nathaniel gloated, if we fought in a confined space, you wouldn't be able to escape, right? Peter didn't answer him, leaning against the elevator wall as Nathaniel continued to beat him relentlessly. Nathaniel wondered aloud as he attacked. Is this all you're going to do, Mr. Sungu? He assaulted him continuously without a moment's rest. He kept taunting. Where did all that fighting spirit from before go? I thought you were supposed to be interesting, Mr. Sungu. Nathaniel looked disappointed. Turns out you're no different from the others. The elevator's steel walls were dented from the indirect impacts of the blows. The inside of the elevator became more and more deformed, and even the elevator cables snapped from the force of Nathaniel's attacks. The elevator went into a freefall with the two men inside. It hit the ground with a massive impact, sending clouds of dust billowing outside. The dents were clearly visible. From above, Juna called out worriedly, Sungu, Kim Sungu. She was starting to lose her composure. I have to find a way to get down there, fast. Nathaniel stepped out of the elevator and said, I have a lot of questions. Mr. Sungu? Nathaniel turned back to look at Peter with a puzzled expression. I thought for sure I would meet Peter today. Why did you come? What's your relationship with Peter? But Peter didn't stir. Nathaniel asked calmly, Mr. Sungu, what's wrong with you? Seeing Peter slumped against the wall, Nathaniel continued. Are you dead? He mocked. It's always the same, Nathaniel said smugly. That's what happens to every fool who dares to stand against me. I always fight seriously. But he found it strange, and the more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Mr. Sungu. Peter woke up, smirking at Nathaniel's question. You don't have a single scratch on your face. His interest was piqued again. Nathaniel recalled, I put all my strength into those last attacks. He had put his full power into those punches, but Peter had blocked them all with his hands. Nathaniel realized he dodged every single one of my attacks. Peter stood up, casually dusting off his clothes and said, My apologies. I shouldn't have done that. He explained with a slight smile. I had to take a little nap. Peter's sarcastic remark left Nathaniel stunned. Because you're just too boring. Peter asked flatly. You just said you always fight seriously, didn't you? I see. He got into a fighting stance and provoked Nathaniel. Come on, I'll accept it with all my heart. Enraged, the man charged at him. Peter was determined. I'm not playing around this time. Their two fists collided, and the very air seemed to rip apart. The camera inside the operating room was also recording the scene. Dui Uan observed the fight through the small monitor and asked the old man beside her, Are you sure he has the upper hand? The old man replied, Yes, Kim Sungu is being pushed back. Aren't you worried? Hearing this, Du Uan just smiled faintly. Worried? I once heard a very interesting story, the old man asked. Curious? About that man? 55 years ago, when Peter was just a child, his teacher asked the class a question. What do you all think? What is the source of your strength? One kid eagerly answered, Sir, it's making rational decisions. Another kid offered a different answer, the ability to wield weapons. The kids started bickering over their own answers, but Peter remained silent. No, it's the technique to dominate all things. I think it has to be a strong body. The teacher stopped their bickering. All right, that's enough. Then, the teacher gave them a request that left all the kids baffled. Now, I want you to break this boulder. The teacher asked them, You've all been through hellish training, so you should be able to do this, right? One kid, finding it difficult, questioned him. That's impossible, sir. How am I supposed to break that? Can anyone really break this boulder in the first place? The girl next to him noticed Peter standing off in a corner. Hey, is Peter even listening? Peter said nothing, silently wrapping a single bandage around his hand. The other kids saw this and looked at him with contempt. What's this? A single bandage? Even we can't do it, so what do you think you're gonna do? And that bandage is so loose. Ignoring the other's words, Peter resolutely struck the boulder. The kids, still in disbelief, mocked him. You could hit that for 100 straight days, and it still wouldn't break. But Peter persisted, striking the boulder day after day. Whether it was day or night, he tirelessly hammered away at the stone. Time passed, and the other kids returned to the training ground. They were still laughing. That idiot Peter, he hasn't been to training in a month. What is this? Finally, the kids looked at the still intact boulder and jeered. See? He couldn't break it either. That's sad. I kinda liked him too. What a shame. But one girl frantically called her friends over. Hey, look at that. The sight before them left them speechless. Was it always like this? No, that's not it. No, this is impossible. Then this must be a new boulder. Looking at the massive pile of shattered rocks thrown at the bottom of the cliff, the kids finally realized. Did Peter do all of this? back in the present, the decisive battle between Peter and Nathaniel is still raging. Nathaniel looked at him and asked a question. Mr. Sungu, do you know the maximum power a human can generate? He explained, strong man, the human said to be the most powerful, is rumored to be strong enough to lift an object weighing 524 kilograms. Nathaniel said, that kind of person is no match for me. But what was this? He was completely overwhelmed by Peter's strength. Are you even human? This is the strength of a human who hasn't received my grace. Yeah. Peter asked Nathaniel a question. Professor, have you ever been hit by a car? He smirked. Puzzled. Why do you ask all of a sudden? Peter lunged forward and declared, my hand chop hurts more than that. As he finished his sentence, Nathaniel was sent flying. Peter seized the opportunity and advanced, moving so fast that Nathaniel couldn't react. How the hell am I the one getting pummeled? Peter relentlessly battered him, his hands like blades coming for Nathaniel's life. The non-stop chops gave Nathaniel no chance to retaliate, and he was slammed right into his own experimental tube. The man standing next to John, watching through the camera, cheered with joy. He won. Sungu, you won. Once you're stuck in that giant test tube, it's hard to survive. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. No. But Dihun was also confused. What? What's wrong? Peter also sensed something was off. Nathaniel, what the hell are you? Nathaniel calmly pulled his head out of the experimental tube, understanding what Peter was thinking. You seem to be mistaken. Then why am I still alive and kicking? And why are your hands, which just attacked me? Peter looked at his own bruised hands as Nathaniel continued. So badly beaten up? He stood up, laughing, as he took off his outer coat. Nathaniel repeated, remember what I said before? Human evolution is my choice to make. He said, this is the first time I've shown this to anyone, Mr. Sungu. Peter froze at the sight before him. He asked himself, this guy, what in the world has he done to his own body? Nathaniel's body was incredibly muscular. He said excitedly, why so surprised? This is my evolutionary legacy, Nathaniel asked with a look of pure satisfaction. Mr. Sungu, I wonder if you've ever heard of this. Adversarial enhancement. He warned, if you can't kill me, the pain you inflict will only make me stronger. Nathaniel explained, when muscles are torn, they are strengthened and grow during the recovery process. I've developed a drug to minimize that recovery time. The more he listened, the more shocked Peter became. The more I'm attacked, the stronger my body becomes. Do you know what that means? Nathaniel instantly charged forward. He confidently declared, the probability of you winning. Peter thought anxiously, if he catches me, I'm dead. Nathaniel asserted, is a big, fat 0. In a flash, Peter was slammed violently to the ground, dust and debris filling the lab. Nathaniel looked savage, with a hint of surprise. In all this time, no one I've caught has ever survived. But what was this? Peter had managed to escape his grasp. Nathaniel glanced at him. I suppose I should at least congratulate you, shouldn't I? He found it baffling. This is absurd. Nathaniel recalled the moment just before. I'm sure I grabbed him by the neck. Model. No. Wait a second, he thought to himself. In that brief moment, in just an instant, he had wedged his hand in and created an opening to escape. Nathaniel was overwhelmed by Peter's agility. After making a judgment call in less than a second, he had thrown his head back to dodge. Are those even human reflexes? Peter, having escaped, was also tense, trying to calm himself down. I thought I was done for. But even though I was only caught for a moment, Peter recalled the feeling of Nathaniel's hand touching his. It felt like a nail being driven straight into the back of my hand. One thing was for sure, the strength of that hand had punched through a wall to grab a test subject. The wall had shattered right before Peter's eyes. Nathaniel's hand mercilessly crushed the test subject's face. Peter worried internally, if I get caught by those hands, I'm dead for sure. In contrast, Nathaniel was even more excited than before. More. Give me more. Show me more of what you've got. Peter's power chart displayed Kim Sungu, D rank. Strength, endurance, speed, intelligence, spirit, attack skills. Nathaniel had read it all. I've read your chart, Mr. Sungu. Looking at your expression and the skills you just showed, you should be an A rank. No, you're even stronger than most of those A rank assassins. Despite that, he remained arrogant. But even so, you will never defeat me because I am still evolving. Nathaniel pointed a finger at the floor with a challenging look. Now then, Mr. Sungu, get on your knees and beg like a dog, right now. You can do that, can't you? He laughed maniacally. I'll take good care of your body. Peter didn't bother to answer him. He just slowly raised his hand. Nathaniel's face lit up with joy. Looks like you understand what I mean, huh? The guy in the camera room was getting extremely anxious. It looks like Sungu is surrendering. If that happens, we'll be discovered too. I have to ditch Sungu and run now. Meanwhile, Nathaniel just kept rambling on. From the very first time we met, I knew you were different from the others. Just forget all the trivial stuff and walk a new path with me. Before he could finish his sentence, Peter suddenly swung his hand forward. I will grant all your wishes for power. Nathaniel was confused by his action. What are you doing? Peter just asked him one question. How's that? He gently taught him a lesson. For a stupid kid, Peter figured, a good smack is the only way to get the point across. Nathaniel grew even more frantic. You're really driving me insane. He charged forward aggressively, shouting at the top of his lungs. All right, this is how it should be. Peter didn't hesitate to dash forward either. His footsteps were so fast, they were hard to see with the naked eye. In a flash, Peter rushed in, pummeling Nathaniel so relentlessly he couldn't even lift his head. He combined his punches with kicks. Nathaniel, still unaware of the disaster about to befall him, was still smiling. Duan, watching through the monitor, was completely stunned. What is happening? The man next to her had even less of a clue what was going on. I'm not sure either. I only know one thing. You said something that perfectly fits the situation right now. This doesn't look like a fight between humans. Nathaniel let Peter beat him relentlessly. He just thought, Mr. Sungu, you are strong. To be honest, you're completely different from anyone I've ever faced. But the truth remains the same. Even in this very moment, my body is still evolving. This is the first time I've found fighting this enjoyable. Nathaniel was still happily savoring the pleasure before him. How much stronger can I get? How much tougher can I become? Peter persistently struck him, just like when he used to break boulders. But Nathaniel still had an unanswered question. You've shown that you're very strong so far, but behind that power chart, there's still a question. He looked at Peter's extremely ordinary power chart. Kim Sungu, D rank, strength, endurance, speed, intelligence, spirit, attack skills. Nathaniel couldn't help but be curious. There was no answer. Something he still couldn't figure out. He wondered to himself, what the hell do you believe in that lets you keep fighting like this? Nathaniel grew more and more irritated with Peter's attitude. Why won't the look in those eyes waver? He glared menacingly. Then there's only one answer. Nathaniel blocked Peter's kick with one hand and shouted, Kim Sungu. He charged forward in a rage. Mr. Sungu, I've made up my mind. Even if you want to beg like a dog now, it won't do you any good. Nathaniel held back no longer and lunged forward, sending Peter flying. From now on, I will annihilate you. He cruelly uttered after kicking Peter into a wall, down to every last bone, every single cell. Nathaniel's entire body radiated killing intent. I will destroy everything. Sorry about this, but the last thing you'll see is Nathaniel swinging a punch straight at Peter's face. He continued, is my fist. The man in the camera room panicked. Sungu is going to die. Duan screamed in shock. What? No, Senior, she called out to Peter, in fear. Senior? Suddenly, Peter's voice rang out again. Did you say that the more you get hit, the stronger your fists become? Peter had grasped Nathaniel's weakness. After taking a hit, his muscles would grow larger and stronger. And the reason you got so strong is because you accelerated your muscle recovery by shortening the rest period. Peter calmly looked at Nathaniel's terrified face. So, I'm still waiting. His eyes widened in horror. What? Peter continued. You're stronger than ever right now, aren't you? Nathaniel was terrified. Nonsense. Could he be? Peter explained what was happening and how the expanding muscles were gradually hardening, overloading the bones and nerves throughout his body, and eventually, you won't be able to move a single finger. Only then did Nathaniel realize he couldn't move. He was filled with regret for not noticing sooner. He was so excited that he failed to realize his body was getting stiffer and stiffer. Nathaniel couldn't understand, but this guy, he knew about the side effects of grace that even Nathaniel himself didn't recognize. His eyes turned bloodshot at the thought that this kid had figured it all out in less than 10 minutes. Peter spoke up. Apostle Nathaniel. He smiled leisurely. Peter said lightly, You've already lost. Hearing this, Nathaniel's hatred only grew. He questioned himself. How long did it take me to gain this power? Impossible. No, this shouldn't be happening. I endured so much pain for this power, all for the sake of becoming a perfect human. But I'm going to die at the hands of a kid this young? But it seemed Nathaniel had one last weapon. I never thought I'd have to use this. He bent down and took a charm attached to his sandal. He put the charm in his mouth and let out a savage laugh. This drug has the side effect of melting my muscles, but it will turn me into the most supreme being. Nathaniel's muscles began to atrophy. He even boasted proudly, You, Sungu, are worthy of witnessing the final version of this evolution. Nathaniel's eyes were bloodshot, as if he was determined to drag Peter to hell with him. In 3 minutes, I will no longer be in this world. A syrup-like fluid gushed from Nathaniel's mouth as he declared, And you, Sungu, you'll be gone too. The drug's effects sent Nathaniel into writhing agony. At the same time, Peter prepared to charge at him, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. Meanwhile, Nathaniel was like a madman who had lost all reason. He felt the bone-deep pain from the drug, his body feeling like it was being incinerated. This is the final stage of evolution. My fists right now are at the highest level I can possibly reach. However, he can read all of my attacks. Even though I'm fighting one person, he's so fast it feels like I'm up against 1,000 men. That's right, that unsettling feeling I had from the start. This person called Kim Sung-gu, he's far beyond the narrow hexagon of a D rank. He possesses something that even I cannot surpass in this lifetime. The value of real combat experience. That wall. Experience. That kid, Kim Sung-gu's experience, is like that of the person I've spent my entire life chasing. A fiery spark seemed to flash in Peter's eyes. Nathaniel now understood who this person was, someone who surpassed the very heavens. Somewhere far away, he has reached the threshold of a divine being, the person I've always envisioned. Who is this man? But Nathaniel realized it too late. This person was Peter. In the year 2003, a hand was raised in an oath. I pledge, at the 2003 opening ceremony for the St. Tone University School of Medicine, held in the first-floor auditorium of the St. Tone University School of Medicine. The voice from before rang out, I commit myself to dedicating my entire life to the service of humanity. All eyes were on the stage, listening to the speech. While practicing medicine, I will maintain a clear conscience and dignity. No matter what happens, I will not use my medical knowledge to violate my ethics. The people in the audience were all astonished. Hey, that's him. Amazing. Is this really possible? I'm seeing it with my own eyes, but I still can't believe it. The speaker was a child prodigy, a student who entered medical school at just 13 years old. And that was Nathaniel. As a child, he continued his speech. As the representative of the first-year students of St. Tone University's School of Medicine, Na-hyun-in, even so, Na-hyun-in had never known happiness or joy. In May of 1994, in the pediatric ward, Nathaniel was hospitalized. The other children were all excited to receive gifts. Santa, give me a present. Me too. But Nathaniel wasn't interested. Hyun-in gets a present from Santa too, right? Hyun-in? On the wall hung a picture with the words, I love all my children. Nathaniel thought to himself, this is how I was born. I am a child, chosen by God. He wondered to himself. He chose someone as weak as me? If I was chosen and born weak, there must be a reason. But what is that reason? On the TV, a program showed a crayfish shedding its old shell and regenerating a new one. By doing this, they can make their bodies bigger, stronger, and much tougher. By themselves? Could it be that God has given me a mission? Perhaps that mission is to achieve things that humans cannot. Humans can become as strong as animals, right? All right. Then I will be the one to do it. In 2012, a person was brought into the hospital in critical condition. The patient's been shot. The wound is hemorrhaging. We don't have time. Prepare for surgery. Quickly. The doctor saw this and whispered, did you hear that? Model, they say that guy's a real assassin. The nurse next to him wondered, why would someone like him be brought to our hospital? The heartless doctor said, who would even want to treat him? I don't get it. The nurse objected. What do you mean? No one. Our hospital has someone. Professor Ha-in is here. He's an expert in this. Isn't he? Nathaniel was annoyed by the attention. Why are they making such a fuss? I'm just doing this as part of my job. Why do they have to be so nosy about other people's business? But this is the first time, even though I have surgeries like this every day. So why? Nathaniel looked at the massive body before him, incredibly curious. Why is my heart pounding like this? Curiosity pushed Nathaniel to do something wrong. I've never seen a body so solid and powerful. How can I get a body like his? What's the difference between me and him? I'm so curious. I want to cut this body open and study it. Nathaniel tried to fight the urge. What are you thinking? You're a doctor. You can't do this. No. But Nathaniel's hand seemed to be controlled by an invisible force. Because I'm a doctor, it's my duty to preserve and advance humanity. That's right. It's to serve the advancement of humanity. But I can't do this. A torment raged in his mind. The number of geniuses is dwindling. This is truly a blessing for mankind. When people like me dare to express themselves. No, but I shouldn't do this. No. Just imagine a world where everyone becomes stronger. You'd become like that too, wouldn't you? These ridiculous speeches about human rights are hindering the evolution of the human race. Yes, you're human. You must be the pioneer, take the first steps, and find a way to solve the problem. I need to calm down. How much longer are you going to live in this weak body? If you don't want to surrender to nature, you have to become stronger. After all, this world is divided into the strong and the weak. I wonder what it feels like to be one of the strong. Nathaniel was horrified to find himself performing surgery, suturing internal organs. But when his senses returned, the man's brain was no longer intact. Terrified, he rushed out of the operating room. With nothing left to lose, I fled to a city in South America. The reason I hid here was probably because this place had plenty of test subjects for me to study, to observe specimens. I continued my research, testing my strength and progress by killing other strong individuals and overcoming my weaknesses, without anyone's help. And so, I became a god. Back to the present. Nathaniel was being beaten to a pulp, but he was satisfied. At least, that's how it should have been. Nathaniel was thrown back. His body slammed into the experimental tubes he had created. The entire lab was engulfed in smoke and dust, and everything became a blur. The dust slowly settled, revealing a weakened Nathaniel leaning against a tube. He knew what was happening inside his body. My life is completely destroyed. All my muscle fibers are melting. I honestly can't even lift a single finger. Peter approached him. Don't move. It's useless. If you move, death will only come faster. Nathaniel struggled to speak. Tell me. He couldn't accept being defeated. I've been researching tirelessly for 30 years, only thinking about how to make myself stronger, persevering, day after day. Now, Nathaniel was just a pathetic wreck. Kim Sung-woo, how did you become so strong? I simply can't understand it. I can't accept it. Peter looked up at the ceiling. You might not believe me if I tell you. The reason is, he said gently, I can see you've put in no small amount of effort. However, I've also tried very hard. Peter said one last thing before leaving Nathaniel in the ruins. All 65 years of my effort. Nathaniel was stunned. 65 years. Peter's retreating figure was seared into his mind. Nathaniel gave a faint smile. Even as a doctor, there are many things I can't understand. But somehow, his lips moved. To think I'd meet you before I died. Nathaniel passed away with his last shred of pride, Peter, and just like that, the battle at Santon Hospital came to an end. All the Brazilian assassins and Nathaniel were dead, and they had also destroyed all the information about Glory's assassins that was stored at the hospital. The only thing left was the setting sun. Everyone was brought back to the academy. The twin brothers had a question. Sir, we want to ask something. Kanjiu replied, What is it? Go Hyung and Go said in unison, Shouldn't we have leveled up to C rank by now? Kanju laughed. Who do you think you are, asking to be C rank? He told them to wipe off the powder, but the two brothers refused. This is called getting into character. Don't you know that, sir? Kanju was at a loss. Fine, fine. Then stay in character until you die, Go Hyung recounted excitedly. But you didn't see the scene where we fought those Brazilian assassins. You should have witnessed that. Go turned around and called out, Juna, say something. We were so awesome. They called out again, Lee Juna. But she just looked tiredly out the window and gave a short reply. Go was worried. What's wrong? What are you looking at? Go Hyung, on the other hand, was still cheerful. Go said, It's nothing. Lee Juna finally acknowledged us, brothers. But only Peter had been noticing Juna's mood. She thought to herself, That's right. I should be happy that everything ended well. So why does my heart feel so heavy? She recalled Nathaniel's words. Miss Juna, I can save your little brother. He promised to cure Juna's brother with a serum worth 4.5 billion, developed by our St. Tone General Hospital. With just a single injection, the patient will be as healthy as if the disease had completely vanished. Peter's voice cut through Juna's thoughts. It's because of your little brother, isn't it? Juna tried to act like she was fine. What about my brother? I was just thinking that I shouldn't eat the school lunch anymore. Peter didn't press the issue. It's okay. I understand. Juna was filled with sadness, her hope completely gone. After all, Nathaniel was dead, the serum was gone. It was all useless now. Peter, casually reading his book, replied, That's right. He still tried to console her. Even so, Juna, I think you can find another way. Juna was silent, unable to say anything but two words. Thank you. A short while later, the car arrived back at school. Go Hyung got out, pretending to be dramatic. Ah, the smell of home is still the best. Go scolded. We've been in Korea this whole time. Did you know that? Go Hyung laughed and asked, You mean your big brother is being a little dramatic, huh? Go shot back. Dramatic is an understatement. Kanju instructed them, All right, stop fooling around and remember to be at school on time tomorrow. The twin brothers said in unison, Yes, sir. Goodbye, sir. Have a good night. Suddenly, Peter noticed something. He turned back and asked Juna, Juna, aren't you taking that bag with you? She didn't recognize the bag either. It's not mine. Did you forget it, sir? But Peter handed the bag to Juna. I wonder if Jujin will like it. Juna was shocked. Jujin? How do you know Jujin's name? Juna opened the bag to see what was inside. She was stunned by what she saw. Tears welled up in Juna's eyes. Peter, you. She looked emotionally at the vials of serum inside the box. Peter said gently, actually, he left a message before he left. Nathaniel didn't throw it away. Juna was so moved she burst into tears, clutching the box that could save her brother's life to her chest. Meanwhile, at St. Tone Hospital, an assistant was reporting the incident. Sir, we've transferred all the patients to other hospitals. The public doesn't know anything about this yet. I still can't believe this. The entire hospital is in ruins. The assistant couldn't believe his eyes that the damage had been caused by a human. He reported, first of all, the media has been blocked, so we can rest easy for now. The boss cut him off. Was it Peter who did this? The assistant was still confused. Sir? The boss asked again. Was it really Peter? The assistant replied, yes. The boss continued. He was clearly captured by the hospital's security cameras, but no one saw Peter here? There isn't even a single photo of him entering or leaving this hospital. The assistant said worriedly, yes, it's as if he's a ghost. The boss asked, annoyed. A ghost? Suddenly, two figures in black hoods appeared, terrifying the assistant. No, that's not it, they asked. Did you just say ghost? The assistant screamed in terror. That's not what I meant. A ghost. A ghost. The terrified assistant fell to the floor as sword slashes cut through him. The hooded figure asked, a ghost? Peter, is he a ghost? She was furious. How dare you use the word ghost in front of me? Then she sheathed her sword and said to the boss, I forgot myself in my anger and killed your subordinate. The boss spoke up. It's no matter. The hooded figure seemed disappointed. Nathaniel died before the new apostle could even join the training. What a disgrace. She angrily sheathed her sword. Peter. The hooded figure made a decision. It seems I'll have to face you myself. Kanju was talking with his students. Listen up, all of you. His eyebrows were furrowed, his gaze seeming to pierce through the very soul of each student sitting before him. From now on, you will be doing volunteer work. Go Hyung wearily rested his chin on his hand, tired of constantly doing missions. After completing the assigned duty, this gorgeous body is always ready to take on a new challenge. Go seemed calmer, as if this was nothing new, and sighed. We're always doing missions, we never get a break. He continued to ask, so, what's the mission this time? Night spirit assassination or reconnaissance? Peter stood silently, so bored he didn't even bother to open his mouth, his eyes lifeless as if he were deep in thought. Nearby, Juna turned her head away, muttering to herself, when can I sew this guy's mouth shut? Kanju spoke again, his voice still its characteristic deep tone, but this time with a hint of ambiguity. To be honest, I don't know either. I don't understand why they entrusted this mission to you all. He looked at them all, his face as serious as if he were about to announce an execution, and continued to instruct his students as if giving his last words. But that is precisely why this service department exists. Make sure you do a good job. Peter, Juna, Go Hyung, and Go were taken to a small island in the middle of the vast ocean. As soon as they set foot on the island, the smell of the sea breeze mixed with the gentle lapping of the waves seemed pleasant, but this peace was quickly shattered. The two of them stared at each other. This is so confusing. What the hell is this? Go Hyung complained. I thought they said whoever volunteered could go. Go-dae added pitifully. I didn't know either. She walked over with the supplies, just in time to see the three idiots swarmed by a group of kids like flies on honey. One kid jumped on Go Hyung's back. Another pulled on Go's shirt. Are you guys deaf? The teacher said you were here to do volunteer work. The word struck like a bolt from the blue. Go Hyung snapped his head up, his face looking like he'd just woken from a terrible nightmare. No, wait a minute. So we're not here for a job we volunteered for, but to actually do volunteer work? One of the kids asked, confused. Hey lady, this guy is so weird, Juna bluntly admitted. I know, kids, they have a congenital disease. Peter, who had been silent since arriving on the island, chuckled at her answer. Don't be so insulting. We have to participate in volunteer activities to get credit at school. He and the other guy lay in the middle of the road, thrashing about like children demanding candy from their mother. Go, retorted defiantly. Who comes to glory just to do volunteer work? I don't want to. I refuse. Go Hyung's wailing was just as pathetic. No, I don't want to. This gorgeous body can't possibly rest in a godforsaken place like this. No, no. While they were busy throwing a fit, someone approached them. Excuse me, I'm a teacher at Jin High School. You're all here for the volunteer activity, correct? He and the other guy immediately fell silent when the teacher arrived. Their eyes stared at her, as if they were hatching some dirty scheme. Go Hyung and Go had changed into tacky floral pants. the kind you'd see on countryside aunties. They enthusiastically started pulling weeds at Jin High School. Oh Hyung spoke up. This school has so many weeds. You see, ma'am, we've done nothing but volunteer work our entire lives. Please, let us help. It turned out he and the other guy were trying to get on the teacher's good side, but they were doing more harm than good, forcing her to scramble after them to stop the damage. No, don't. Those are flowers. Meanwhile, he and she stood on the sidelines like a pair of old parents watching their overgrown children play in the mud. Juna was completely fed up. This disease is incurable, isn't it? This time, even Peter didn't defend them. Probably. She was still puzzled about the volunteer trip and turned to ask him, but I still don't get it. Why would the teacher send us to a place like this? It's not even close to where we are. Peter remained silent, lost in thought. She continued to voice her confusion. It's a whole 500 kilometers from Seoul. He recalled Kangju's instructions before they came to the island. I don't know. Those were the orders from above. But remember, this is just a volunteer activity. Don't ever cause trouble or get caught. Peter turned and walked away, leaving Juna puzzled, and strode towards the school building, leaving one sentence behind. There must be a reason we were sent here. His attitude and actions struck her as strange. What? Why is that guy so calm today? After they finished weeding, they sat around to chat. Go started first. I just want to ask one thing. Go Hyung continued the question. Are you a student here? The teacher smiled, covering her mouth. No, I'm a teacher at this school. Are you two complimenting me on how young I look? They suddenly spoke up, gesturing for silence. That's enough. Then they both pulled their hats down to cover their faces, trying to look mysterious and cool. Don't look at me with those passionate eyes. Because I am still a student. And you are a teacher. Juna, next to them, was exhausted on their behalf. Give it a rest, you guys. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Ah, the students are here. Welcome to Jin School. The teacher introduced him. This is the school's security guard. The three of them greeted him in unison. Hello, sir. The security guard joked good-naturedly. You know, our school is the only school on this entire island. Even though the joke wasn't particularly funny, it made the teacher and the guard laugh. She cut in. Please, sir, don't. Juna continued, asking about the work they needed to do. But it looks pretty clean to me. Is there anything else for us to do? The security guard replied cheerfully, still laughing. All right. If you go around back, there's a whole pigsty there. But since someone's using it, I guess you'd have to call it a human sty, right? Peter, standing behind them, was speechless. The guard laughed and said, Follow me. She frowned, feeling that something wasn't right. Her thoughts turned suspicious. Did they call us all the way out here just for this? Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. Get out here, now! It was a group of debt collectors. They spoke arrogantly. Hey, when are you going to pay the rent? Don't you know you're only living this comfortably thanks to us? The security guard spoke up first. Ah, you're here. Please forgive us. This school is so poor it doesn't even have a heating system. The brown-haired guy shot back. We're poor too. We don't have a heater either. So we have to sleep under newspapers to stay warm. The security guard stepped forward, holding a basket covered with a cloth, and replied enthusiastically. If that's the case, I'll give you this. Thinking it was something valuable, the black-haired guy stepped forward to take it. Why'd you prepare so much? Good thing the two of us are strong. Their smiles froze when they saw it was a basket of potatoes. The guard said with a smile. We grew them ourselves. The brown-haired guy said sarcastically. Real fresh, huh? Then, they suddenly threw the basket of potatoes at the guard, knocking him flat on his back. Everyone cried out in shock. Sir, he scoffed. I can't believe we came all this way just for this crap. The teacher rushed forward to help the man up, protesting. You can't just hit people like that. The brown-haired guy replied. Look, we're both businessmen here. It's not going to be fun for anyone if you keep breaking the rules. Juna stepped in front of Peter, afraid he was about to attack. Kim Sunu, don't. Peter replied nonchalantly. I wasn't going to do anything. She cut in. Mr. Wanju already told us we're not supposed to interfere. The teacher shot back, frustrated. Anyone with eyes can see there's no money here. We're barely scraping by on government subsidies as it is. The brown-haired guy leaned down, a cigarette dangling from his lips and a wicked grin on his face. Oh, teacher, there are other ways. Confused, the teacher asked, What are you talking about? The brown-haired guy grabbed her chin, a lecherous grin spreading across his face as he spat out some disgusting words. There are plenty of ways to make money, even if you weren't a teacher. But you get what I'm saying. I think you could earn quite a bit. Suddenly, a hand shot out, blocking them. A man's hands weren't made for hitting women. Go Hyung appeared, looking cool in his floral pants. I'm here to protect her. The brown-haired guy tried to make an excuse, but Go Hyung's hand slammed right into his face. I wasn't going to do anything, Go Hyung continued. And for that, I will not forgive you. But while he was still striking a pose, he took a punch right from the black-haired guy. The black-haired guy looked down at Go Hyung, who was now on the ground. Well, I think my hands were made to punch times you asterisk. The teacher cried out, trying to stop them. Please, stop. He's just a student who came here to volunteer. He got serious again after getting punched. It's okay. Don't worry. I'm fine. His seriousness lasted less than 3 seconds. Go Hyung looked up, blood gushing from his nose like a waterfall. That last punch was just a mosquito bite. The teacher asked worriedly, "But you're bleeding so much," he replied. "Don't sweat the small stuff." After the brawl, the sun had set behind the mountains. Go Hyung, beaten black and blue with a face so swollen his own parents wouldn't recognize him, was lying in the school's infirmary. The teacher, getting a first aid kit to treat his wounds, asked worriedly, "Does it hurt? That must have taken you by surprise, right? I'm sorry." Go Hyung still had enough energy to speak. "The most worrying thing right now isn't my face. It's that fat guy's fist." The security guard, who was looking in a mirror to stick a pain relief patch on his own bruised back, explained, "Oh, you poor kids. Those guys are the local thugs around here. I have no idea where they popped up from, demanding protection, money, and whatnot. It seems like every generation has to have a few punks like them." After she finished treating their wounds, the teacher smiled. "Thanks to you all, the children are so happy, and the place is sparkling clean now. For now, just get some rest. We'll talk more tomorrow." Peter was still leaning casually against a table, a smirk playing on his lips. "Captain, you feeling better? Our captain is all grown up now." Go Hyung snapped back, annoyed. "What the hell are you talking about?" He thought back to his encounters with those two. When he met them at school, they acted all high and mighty, trying to pick a fight to establish their authority over him. When they came across people who knew how to hide their true strength, they would act all cocky and look down on them. Against other enemies, they weren't afraid to show off their strength, rushing headfirst into fights without gauging their opponent's power. But today, he saw him in a different light. A truly strong person knows when to back down when necessary. "You did a good job today." Go Hyung puffed up his chest and said, "A woman's tears are a man's reward." But before he could finish his grand statement, Peter had already turned to leave. "Get some rest." Go Hyung called out after him, "Hey, you!" The teacher thought he was talking to her and asked, "Is something the matter?" Go Hyung replied, "Oh, not you. I meant him." The night sky over the island was filled with stars. Juna sat alone on a swing, her face clouded with sadness. She seemed to be lost in thought, worrying about something, her mind in turmoil. She sat quietly, bothering no one. Juna remembered something from the past. As she was getting out of a car, someone asked her, "Aren't you going to take that bag?" She noticed the bag in the corner of the car. Juna picked it up. "This isn't mine." When she opened it, she found a case inside containing 5 test tubes. They were filled with a reddish-yellow liquid. The moment she saw them, she burst into tears. "Sunu, why you?" She then clutched the case to her chest, leaned against the car, and wept. Back in the present, Juna was still struggling with how to thank him. "I have to thank him, but I just can't. What should I do?" Suddenly, Peter appeared, watching the kids. "Does it remind you of your younger brother?" She yelped, startled by his sudden appearance. Peter asked, "What, you see a ghost or something?" Juna retorted, "Why do you always have to be like that?" He asked, "Like what?" She replied, "You know, the stuff you always do." Juna glanced over at the swing Peter was now sitting on. She debated internally. Asterisk, this seems like the right moment. Should I say it? Asterisk. She started hesitantly. "Hey, Kim Sunu," he replied. "Yeah?" She hesitated. Well, he said bluntly, "just say it." "Hey," Juna was flustered. "I don't know how to thank you," I wanted to say. Suddenly, Peter finished her sentence for her. "Thanks for what happened that day, right?" Juna was stunned. "Huh? What? What about you?" The one who had just answered was now looking up at the starry sky. Peter recalled an old memory from when he was pretending to be a doctor. Juna's arm was broken and in a cast. She had told him, "Please, meet me in front of the clock tower." Peter had asked, "You mean the one in the hospital lobby?" Juna had replied seriously, "No, the one in the courtyard outside." After that, he had no idea what she went through. What was so bad that he had to kneel in the hospital courtyard, crying his eyes out. Back in the present, he smiled and turned to Juna. "You must have been scared too, but you protected me." He complimented her, leaving her stunned. "Very brave." Juna replied shyly, "It's nothing special. That's my treasure, after all." But Peter reverted to his world-weary expression and replied, "Good for you." The scenery at that moment was so beautiful it could easily stir one's heart. She spoke up. "I have a question," he replied. "Go ahead." Juna asked, Are you a relative of Peter's, or something like that? No, that's not it. For now, the light from the stars and the moon shone down on the two people sitting on the swing, sharing their thoughts. I've met a lot of assassins, but I've never met anyone as strong as you. You even beat Nathaniel. How can you possibly be just a D-rank assassin? Peter closed his eyes, faced the moonlight, and replied with a smile. Just wait a little longer, and I'll tell you everything. Juna looked down, seeming sad, as if gathering more courage. She spoke up to thank him. He pretended not to hear. Huh? What did you just say? She replied shyly. This is so frustrating. I can't say it. She said in a small voice. Thank you. Peter continued to pretend. What was that? Juna turned her face to speak directly to him. Kim Sunu, thank you so much. Peter continued his little game. Sorry, but I really didn't hear anything. She exclaimed in exasperation. This is crazy. Then she screamed, thank you, which made him jump. Startled by her shout, he replied, all right, calm down. Juna ran away in embarrassment, turning her head back as she ran, pointing straight at Peter and yelling, Hey, you did that on purpose, so you have a twisted side like that too. I'll have to be careful. She left him with a speechless expression on his face. Peter let out a helpless sigh, her voice still echoing in his ears. That's why I can't thank you properly. He stood up, his expression like that of a wise father looking at his young children. Both the Dako brothers and Juna have grown up. Both of them left, leaving the scene as it was. Peter said, The matter is more or less resolved. It's time to make a move, isn't it? Inside the school building, the glass windows were illuminated by the moonlight. He walked leisurely toward the classroom at the end of the hall. Peter looked up at the classroom with the lights on. Inside, the security guard was monitoring the school grounds with cameras. Then he spoke up. Can I help you with anything, sir? The guard, holding a cup of hot cocoa, swiveled his chair towards Peter. Oh, the young man isn't in bed yet? Working too much will make you age faster, and your bones will get weaker. You need to get proper rest. I wish I could lose this belly fat. Then he burst out laughing as if watching a comedy show. Belly fat, you know? Standing beside him, he was at a loss for words. Seeing that he wasn't laughing, the guard's smile stiffened. Seeing this, Peter turned to leave, speaking politely. Well, I'll be going then. Please get some rest, sir. The security guard spoke. Fool. The word made him freeze. Then the guard slowly stood up and said, I've lived in the stench of blood for decades. You think you can hide that smell with that pathetic act of yours? He took off his cap, revealing shoulder-length hair. But there's something special about you. I smell a lot of blood. His silhouette looked so lonely, yet so powerful. He replied, The only way to get here without being noticed was to do volunteer work. I came here for one single purpose. Then he turned his head, looking at the security guard with ice-cold eyes as he answered, And that purpose is you. When he turned around, he saw the guard had already changed out of his uniform, revealing a toned body. His hand was drawing a sword from within the broom he always carried. Peter continued, revealing his identity, the apostle, Simon. He looked at the man with sharp, murderous eyes. In this country, no. They say you're the greatest swordsman on the planet, the top swordsman of glory. Then the man appeared like a swordsman with a fierce face, swinging his blade. His name was Simon, the Star-Wheel Sword Saint. The order was given, to cut down anyone with a single swing. The man brought his blade down, every movement revealing openings. And in those tiny openings, a swift assassin would not give his opponent a chance to counterattack. And so, Peter told himself. However, Simon's face appeared, as if this man could read minds. Peter was certain there were no openings at all. Simon's blade was sharp, no matter how strong the weapon. Not even a bullet could face or dodge that sword. The row of bamboo was sliced cleanly in two. At this moment, Peter couldn't move. He thought to himself, in just a brief moment, I've been cornered. He blocked all my movements with the bamboo stalks. He acknowledged that he was truly worthy of being called the greatest swordsman on the planet. Peter called his name Star-Wheel Sword Saint, Apostle Simon. It was Simon's turn to speak. There are only two things I cannot cut within 10 moves. You can be grateful for that. He swung his sword. Because one of them is you. Peter skillfully dodged. Simon sneered. Humans can't hide their habits. His eyes darkened. The way you walk, talk, and even your scent. But even the sound of each person's breathing is different. Simon was puzzled. At first, I was suspicious, because it seemed impossible. In the end, it's still absurd. Mind. But I was able to confirm it through this battle. He powerfully thrusts his sword into the ground. Peter calls out, Apostle Simon. Under the watchful eyes of the heavens, Simon kneels down. My greetings, Peter, my brother. You made a move no one could have predicted. It's great to see you, boss. After a bit of conversation, Simon is surprised. Younger? You're younger? Peter replies, Yeah, that's about the gist of it. Simon continues. But seeing you like this makes me happy too. I really thought you were 6 feet under, boss. Peter says happily, I can't believe it either. Simon asks, didn't you see the playground where the boss awakened? Peter looks annoyed. You enjoy digging up my painful past, don't you? At this, Simon gets even more excited. But it's really great to see you again, boss. Now you can finally do all the things you never got to do. Peter is confused. What do you mean? Simon explains. Like dyeing your hair, for example. Peter refuses. I just awakened. And besides, my hair is fine just the way it is. Peter exclaims. Anyway, what a relief. With the sword stuck in the ground, they shout, isn't it a waste for the peerless swordsman, the star-wheel holy sword, to be called that? Peter teases. You almost killed me, you know. Simon replies. I knew it was you, boss. How could I ever do that? Peter points out. You pointed your sword right at my throat. Simon whines playfully. You're so mean, boss. Peter praises him. But I have to say, after all these years, your skills are still as sharp as they were in your youth, huh? Simon says shyly. I've been holding a broom for so many years. Holding a sword still feels a bit awkward. Simon recalls. But isn't it because you taught me that I've become who I am today? Oh, by the way, boss, what brings you to a place like this? Peter replies. So, have you ever heard of a guy named Nathaniel from St. Paul General Hospital? Simon nods. Yeah, I heard there was some kind of chaos there recently. He jumps in shock. Was that you, boss? Peter confirms. That's about right. Simon is surprised. I thought it was some crazy bastard, Peter retorts. A crazy bastard? Realizing his slip-up, Simon quickly corrects himself. No, you were amazing. That's my boss. At this, Simon gets curious. But why did you do it? Don't tell me. He voices his suspicion. You want to destroy glory? Simon advises. Boss, no matter how strong you are, it's incredibly dangerous. Don't you know what glory is like now? So please. Simon suddenly becomes agitated. Please let me go with you, boss. Let me wipe every last one of those bastards out. Peter says nonchalantly, just go to school like you normally do. Simon insists stubbornly, no boss, I have to go. Peter interrupts, Simon, are you planning to let all those long years you spent in hiding go to waste? Simon explains, even now, I still have nightmares about that night. He reminisces, if you hadn't stopped me, boss, I probably wouldn't even be alive today. Simon seethes with rage. It's all because of that goddamn brat. Even if I get my head blown off, I'd gladly kill that bastard. Wouldn't you agree, boss? These words stir up Peter's memories. The story goes that 60 years ago, the Glory Orphanage was founded by Father Gabriel. He recounts, among the children who grew up there, 12 of us, including myself, were chosen. Peter remembers. Suddenly, one day, it turned into a battle for survival. There, I was treated like scum, forced to endure grueling training. He was forced to slaughter. The 12 survivors were raised as the nation's secret agents, the 12 apostles. Peter grew up like a puppet, and before he knew it, Glory had sent the 12 apostles to fight all over the world. Then, one day, the Glory Orphanage welcomed a new member. For some reason, the father adopted the child as his own. As time went on, the child began to covet the crown, and in the end, he placed it upon his own head. He betrayed the faith. Seeing this scene is what made Simon so agitated. I will kill you. Back then, Peter had stopped him. Calm down, Simon. Simon screamed. Boss, let me go. Peter soothed him. For your sake, and for all of us. Now is not the time. Glory had been seized by that man's filthy hands. It quickly went downhill, becoming a dirty organization of assassins tainted by corruption. Back in the present, Peter admits that he was a bit weak at the time. Now he has the ultimate weapon, youth. Peter stands up. All you have to do is watch me. I will be the one to destroy his fortress. Peter walks away calmly. The next day at school, Go Hyung threatens anyone. Go continues. When you give something, they all chant in unison. You always get something in return. It's clear these guys run everything. So, why are they only clinging to Kim Shun? The teacher smiles. I was worried today would be chaotic. Thankfully, those thugs didn't show up. Go Hyung and Go speak up. Oh, they won't be coming back. Ever. The teacher is confused. Huh? A man claps his hands and asks, did you really have to do that? The two gagged thugs try to make a sound. We won't do it again. Please, just let us go this one time. Go Hyung and Go warn them. You will never see your neighbor, Miss Yin, ever again. The two thugs swear, yes, of course. From now on, we'll live like ghosts. Go Hyung and Go even take them to the edge of a boat to threaten them. He was an S-rank assassin back then, but who knows what the future holds. The two thugs obediently replied, yes, we understand. Go Hyung scoffed. It's nothing special, but this is so embarrassing. We just gave them a few commemorative gifts. Hearing this explanation only confused the teacher more. In a flash, they had reached the pier. Thanks for everything. Simon spoke up. Thank you all for creating such wonderful memories for the children. Peter replied politely, no, not at all. We should be the ones thanking you too. Simon laughed heartily. The only thing worth mentioning is that this one-of-a-kind school on Do Island was visited by these one-of-a-kind young people. One of a kind. Go Hyung called out to the teacher. They said cheerfully, from now on, I'll come back every year to see you. The teacher replied, that would be wonderful. Go Hyung asked excitedly, so you'd like us to come back and see you? The teacher confirmed, of course. Just then, Simon said, boss, feel free to contact me anytime. Apostle Simon is always ready to assist you. If anything happens, I'll fly to your side immediately. Peter replied, thank you, sir. Stay well. And with that, they set sail. Just then, a storm rolled in violently. The weather today was truly awful. Lightning flashed over the school, but Simon was still on guard duty as usual. Simon muttered, strange. He smiled. We've had a lot of visitors lately. Simon had already sensed them, but it seems they're uninvited guests. Simon grabbed his opponent's hand. It doesn't look like you're searching for something. Are you looking for someone in a remote place like this? The mysterious woman replied, so, this is where you've been hiding. She drew her sword. One of Father Gabriel's 12 disciples, Apostle Simon, also known as the Holy Sword of the Star Wheel, the greatest swordsman in Korea. Simon quickly assessed the situation, a woman holding a sword, accompanied by a large man. So, it's you, the fake Simon of New Glory. He declared, you must be the greatest swordsman in Japan. At the same time, the woman drew her demon sword. She sneered, oh, you know me? I'm so touched. Simon didn't hide his identity and questioned her directly. What's your reason? Did you come here to steal my title? The woman replied scornfully, I have no interest in that. Her tone was sharp. I'll have to ask them for more pay for this. Simon taunted. Oh, really? Coming all the way out to a remote place like this probably doesn't pay much. He hesitated. And something about this isn't right. As he spoke, Simon drew his sword. Who dares call me the greatest swordsman in Korea? Simon unsheathed the holy sword of the Star Wheel. The woman gave a faint smile. Coming all this way seems to have been worth it after all. Simon replied with contempt. Don't worry, because I also give my guests a very warm welcome. The moment he finished speaking, he lunged forward. Let's enjoy this. The woman also glided across the floor like a wave, until one of us is dead. Outside, the rain poured violently as a blinding light suddenly erupted from one of the school's rooms. It turned out that light was the sparks created from the fierce clash of two swords. The sword strikes exploded with ferocious intensity. A second later, they both retreated, putting distance between them. Demon Sword spoke softly. I had high expectations because the title, Holy Sword of the Star Wheel, is so famous. Have you gotten old, mister? You're not as good as I thought. Simon's lips curled into a slight smile as he calmly replied, I know. Just as you said, my swordsmanship has grown rusty. If this were the old days, you two would have been dead long ago. Demon Sword scoffed. Old man. Then she gathered her strength and lunged forward, shouting, Don't bullshit me. Simon frowned, calculating in his head. Her technique is a bit unusual, but I'm more worried about that big oaf over there. To handle both of them, I need to get to a more open space. With that thought, he also rushed towards Demon Sword. The two swords clashed once again. Simon spoke slowly. Hey, this school is public property. You'll have to compensate us for the damages. Demon Sword retorted. Why so worried? It's not like anyone will ever know. In a flash, she swung her sword at him. Because you, old man, will be disappearing soon enough. The room's window was shattered immediately after. Demon Sword cursed in anger. Damn it, did that old fox get away? From behind, the big guy approached and said, It's raining heavily outside. Can you manage? She smiled confidently and replied, Easily. The scene shifts to the forest outside, where Simon was sprinting down a path. As he fled, he swung his sword, cutting down the bamboo stalks, blocking his way. Forged and sharpened, that is the nature of a sword. But that weapon isn't a sword. It's a saw that carves human flesh. Even if she doesn't move much, that saw can easily cut deep into bone and flesh. And above all, these two are highly suspicious. It's obvious they're hiding something. The rain continued to pour. Simon was finally cornered. He stood silently in the downpour. Demon Sword raised a hand to her face and let out a devilish smile. What's wrong? For such a disheveled old man, you're more romantic than I thought. What a charming scene, isn't it? If you're going to die, you might as well pick a beautiful place for it, right? Simon turned to face them and asked, Hey, do you know why they call me the Holy Sword of the Star Wheel? She sounded confused. Huh? Is that really so important? This old man is so stubborn. Let's just finish this quickly. I'm a busy woman. Suddenly, the big guy spoke up to stop her. Wait, he's dangerous. Simon curled his lip into a smirk and said, Exactly. I prefer practical action over your pointless sermons. His tone was sharp. Holy sword, star wheel. Simon remained with his head bowed in the rain, completely motionless. The air, the seawater, even the falling raindrops. Everything felt suffocating. A second later, Simon charged toward them. Swirling currents of water surrounded him like a vortex. Only then did the two of them jump back in shock. Damn it, he's too fast. Simon relentlessly charged, attacking the woman again and again. I can't react in time. The attacks didn't stop for even a single beat. The big guy observed from the side, thinking to himself, that's a skill one can only attain through millions of repetitions over decades of practice. With this skill, he struck fear into the hearts of every swordsman in the world. Finally, he unleashed his finishing move, Celestial Empire. After taking the full force of the blow, the demon sword collapsed to her knees, crying out in agony. After taking her down, he turned to the big guy and sneered, the greatest swordsman in Japan? How ridiculous. It's been a long time since I've fought like this. Now, who's next? He pointed his sword directly at him and continued, Hey big guy, it's your turn. The big guy remained calm and said, The former apostle Simon was a great swordsman. If you hadn't hung up your sword for so long, you would have been a formidable opponent. But now, it's too late. His words made Simon furrow his brow in confusion. What? What are you talking about? You're the one who's lost. A second later, Simon looked down at his stomach and saw a massive gash slashed across it. Blood was pouring out. What is this? His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept what he was seeing. Since when? Impossible. This can't be happening. The big guy spoke again. What's wrong? Did you really think you'd won, old man? Just then, a familiar voice rang out. How hilarious. Look at that expression. What's the matter, uncle? Simon's eyes widened in surprise. I definitely cut her down. It's like I'm cursed. Could she be the devil incarnate? Simon's mind descended into chaos. It's not just an illusion. What the hell? Since when? He then recalled the image of the demon sword spraying perfume. That was it. That perfume was a hallucinogen. Simon looked up at the sky and muttered, So many tricks. An illusion, huh? Fine. This is just a small pebble on a long road. Did you really think I wouldn't anticipate something like this? He closed his eyes and frowned. I have been cut down hundreds of thousands of times. If I can see the demon within you, then all I have to do is close my eyes and everything will be fine. Once again, he stood motionless in the rain. I've used this method millions of times. To me, sight is meaningless. In the blink of an eye, he was face to face with the big guy. Simon used the same technique as before. Seeing this, the big guy couldn't help but be impressed. Seeing it again, it's still a terrifying skill. The renowned Holy Sword, Star Wheel of Apostle Simon. It turns out he had been trapped in the illusion the entire time. In reality, Simon was just swinging his sword around randomly like a clown. To think he'd do something like this. He was still completely unaware, shouting madly, Come at me, you demon. Do you know who I am? The demon sword couldn't help but laugh out loud. The old man's completely lost it. Well, it's not like he can hear me anyway. I'll teach you a lesson too. Do you know why they call me the demon sword? Her eyes filled with killing intent as she continued. It's quite literal. She then raised her sword and charged forward. Demon sword. Because I am a demon who wields a sword. The scene changes to the next morning at a school, where a voice calls out, Hey, listen up. I want to ask you something. Juna, who was carrying a box, asked quietly, What's up? Go Hyung looked dejected. Is love really this painful? Miss Yin isn't replying to my texts. On the verge of tears, he held out his phone showing his chat with Yin. Look. Seeing it, someone exclaimed, Who the hell would reply to messages like that? Go. Hyung denied it. No, Miss Yin was replying at first. He showed them another part of the conversation. Read this. A friend spoke up. For real? Teacher Yin really is an angel, even replying to texts from these guys. Then, Go Hyung took out a piece of paper. On it was a drawing of a woman with a sword and a tall, bear-like man. But yesterday, Miss Yin sent me this picture, and I haven't heard from her since, another friend teased Juna. So, what should one do with a woman's fragile heart, huh? Go Hyung chimed in. Sorry, I forgot you're still just a kid. Getting teased by the two of them, Juna immediately rolled up her sleeves. If you want to fight, just say so. Peter, however, remained silent. He then walked away to make a phone call. He ignored the three who were about to start fighting. Hey, Kim Sunwoo, where are you going? Don't just stand there. Come save us. How about we sit down, have some tea and cake, and cool off? Sure, don't worry. I'll cool off right after you guys are all dead. A voice came from the other end of the line. Senior, what's wrong? Peter asked if she was free. Scene change. By a seaside cliff, he gently placed a photo into a cardboard box. Seeing this, Xuan asked curiously, Senior, hey, Ma King, why are you acting like that? She kept pressing. Senior, what is it? Just answer me. But Peter's expression darkened. He furrowed his brow, wondering to himself, why? Peter recalled his conversation with Simon that night. Simon had pleaded, please, let me go with you, boss. I'll take care of all those bastards. Peter blamed himself. If only he had let him come along. Then, the image of Simon bowing goodbye before he left. Feel free to contact me anytime. Boss, Apostle Simon is always ready to support you. If anything happens, I'll be by your side in an instant. If only he had stayed with him. If he had, then this wouldn't have happened. Inside the cardboard box was Simon's arm, with a message written on it for him. Veins bulged on Peter's forehead as he trembled with rage. From a distance, someone was watching them. A familiar voice came through. What's the status? The man watching through binoculars replied, Yes. Reporting. The target has confirmed the gift. The person on the other end asked for confirmation. Are you sure it's Peter? He answered firmly, Yes, I'm certain. It's an old man, but he's not alone. The voice on the line asked, You say he's not alone? The man turned his binoculars toward Xuan and Ma King. He's with a woman, a dog, and a kid. Then, suddenly realizing something was wrong, he let out a sound. Huh? Hearing this, the voice on the line asked, What's wrong? The man continued, Where did the kid go? But before he could finish, the phone was snatched from his hand from behind. Give me the phone. The man's eyes widened in shock. What? He was so far away. But he got here in an instant. How did he know I was here? Shit. All right then. He raised the phone and asked, Are you the new Simon of Glory? It turns out the person on the other end of the line was Demon Sword. She curved her lips into a slight smile and said, Am I speaking with Peter? How touching. Peter asked bluntly, Are you a demon? He continued coldly. Listen here, demon. I don't know how confident you are to pull a stunt like this. As he warned her, he started bending the spy's finger back. But I hope you're prepared. Because if you're not, Peter applied more force, making the man scream in agony. Peter's eyes were bloodshot with fury as he growled, You'll experience the most excruciating pain at the hands of a true nemesis. The scene changes to a yacht speeding across the sea. A voice came from Peter's phone. Is everything all right, Senior? You know where she is, don't you, old man? He answered without hesitation. Of course. Isn't that woman's home? The person on the other end sighed. So old, yet you still like to risk it all, huh? Xuan, with a piece of bread in her mouth, typed on her keyboard and said, I've scoured the 5 oceans and 6 continents, social security numbers, even the personal data of all crew members. There's only one ship that has never published its detailed data. She continued in a low voice. Codename. Ghost Ship. Senior Simon's kidnapper is on that ship. The voice on the other end added, How did she become the owner of that ship? Who is she? It's all hidden behind a veil. However, before Yuan could finish, Peter cut in. The only thing I know for sure is their origin. If Korea has glory, then Japan has them. From the Kamakura shogunate to the present day, they are a group of assassins that has supported Japan for 1,000 years. The Demon Sword style. The most famous legend about the Demon Sword is related to the greatest Yakuza in the Kanto region, the mass disappearance of the Yamato clan. The incident took place at the 60th birthday celebration of their leader. 2,000 people gathered there were massacred, and the culprits were just 2 individuals. Xuan rested her chin on her hand and said, Everyone knows about that incident, old man, but why call it a disappearance? Calling it a massacre or a genocide would be more accurate. The person on the other end replied, Exactly. 2 people against 2,000. At the site of such a massive battle, not a single body could be found. The Japanese police immediately issued a warrant for their arrest, but true to their name, they vanished like ghosts. A few years passed, and now they've suddenly appeared in Korea, becoming the new Simon of Glory. Xuan added, If that's the case, is someone as knowledgeable about them as you really planning to attack that place all by yourself? That's pretty bold of you. They managed to take Senior Simon's arm, and on the open sea, no less. If you go alone and something happens, no one will be able to save you. Do you really not need my help? Peter said in a low voice, I don't care how dangerous it is, how many enemies I have to fight, or how many times I have to die. I will hunt down every single one of them and make them pay for every drop of my little brother's blood. Besides, I've already got backup." His words made Juan exclaim in surprise. "What?" At the same time, a voice rang out. "Hey, what did you just say? Why do you look so cool?" "Go," and Go Hyung yelled in frustration. "What the hell? And why the hell do we always have to dress like this? I want to be a bodyguard too," Peter replied nonchalantly. "It's all the same job. That's why I told you guys not to come." The two of them kept yelling. "There you go again. You're always trying to do things by yourself," he stated bluntly. "This isn't a joke," Burr warned. "You guys could really get killed." However, the two of them couldn't care less. "I don't care," Go Hyung said, with a lollipop in his mouth. "For a true pro, this is just the final medal to earn." Suddenly, another voice came from behind Peter. "Kim Sun-woo, do you like this yacht?" Peter immediately greeted him. "Good morning, Mr. Chairman." This elegant and sophisticated man was John Untrang, chairman of the DDH Group, the world's largest military corporation. Peter spoke up with concern. "Chairman, it's cold out. Why don't you go inside and rest?" Go and Go Hyung, standing behind, demanded. "Mr. Chairman, we want to be bodyguards too. Did you think we became assassins for glory just to be on cleanup duty?" Noticing Untrang wiping beads of sweat from his face with a handkerchief, they asked quietly, "Huh? Why do you seem so tense?" He replied, "It's unavoidable. Smuggled drugs and weapons, priceless works of art that have disappeared from the world, even living human beings. That ship sells everything one could possibly imagine and desire. No matter how wealthy or powerful you are, you cannot board without that person's permission." Peter bowed his head, saying, "I owe you for this one, Mr. Chairman." Untrang turned to look out at the sea. "Think nothing of it. It's right over there, the ghost ship of the Apostle Simon." Peter's eyes turned as cold as ice. He thought to himself, "Demon sword, I wonder what kind of person you think I am. I'm so excited to meet such a cruel person. And to properly assess you. At the unofficial base of the Glory Guild, the Holy Land known as the Ghost Ship," a shrill voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, you, get your boss over here, now." An arrogant, pot-bellied man was screaming at a female employee. "Insolent girl, call your boss. Don't you understand me?" Just then, a woman's figure approached. Well, Mr. Director. So this is where you were. Aren't you tired of calling for the wrong person?" The woman was none other than the Demon Sword, and following her was a large, masked man. "I'm not the boss. I'm the owner of this ship." So this was the true face of Simon's two kidnappers. She approached the pot-bellied man, sat beside him, and proposed. "Let's go to my room and have a little heart-to-heart." The man growled in refusal. "No, have you forgotten who I am? I could crush you with a single word. I am the CEO of the Dudusang Corporation." The Demon Sword leaned in closer, provocatively placing her leg on his. "If my room isn't to your liking, perhaps we should just do it right here?" The pot-bellied man, still enraged, yelled, "What do you think you're doing? Do you take me for some kind of pushover?" She caressed him, purring. "Do you like this?" Then, the Demon Sword gripped his face with both her hands. "Since you're already drunk, I'll make you even more. I'll tea intoxicated." A second later, the man suddenly froze. His hands started shaking uncontrollably, sending him into a panic. "Huh? What the hell is going on?" The Demon Sword smirked as she watched the pot-bellied man collapse to the floor. Her voice dripped with sarcasm. "Oh my, look at you. I didn't mean to, but is this your kind of thing, Mr. Director? Well, all right then." She watched in amusement as he writhed on the floor in agony. "To each their own, I suppose. Well now, this is entertaining." Afterward, the Demon Sword, holding a glass of wine, gave a curt order. "Throw him into the sea." The guard immediately acknowledged the command. "Understood." The Demon Sword turned and asked, "What are your thoughts on Peter?" The man replied, "Do you think he'll actually show up? This is the first auction since that call. After receiving such a special gift, he's bound to come," she said with a laugh. The guard asked curiously, "If Peter really comes, what will you do?" A second later, a terrifying smile spread across her face. She declared with a crazed look, "What do you think? I'm going to meet that old geezer, kill him, and collect the bounty, of course. Hurry and come to me." Cutting over to Go and Go Hyung, the two were stunned and sweating bullets. Whoa, what is this place? Before their eyes was a scene of flashing lights and pounding music, featuring a full-on club and a swimming pool. This was obviously a ridiculously luxurious hotel. All of the world's elites were gathered in this one place. These people probably use money as toilet paper, right? The two exchanged a conspiratorial look. "Go, you ready?" "Of course, man." The two young men excitedly began to clean up. "Can't let a single speck of dust bother our VIPs. A Western guest noticed them and looked pleased. "Okay, little boy." While the two were busy cleaning, the Western guest called out, Hey, come here. Hearing him, they both responded in unison. My VIP. The man was beaming, giving them a thumbs up with one hand and holding a thick wad of cash in the other. Take my money. Your service is good. Go Hyung held the stack of tip money in his hands and began to count. Whoa, let's see. How much is this? $100 is 100,000 won. A moment later, their eyes widened and their jaws dropped as they screamed in disbelief. 1,000,000 won. They immediately began fantasizing about rolling around in a giant pile of cash. We made 1,000,000 won just from mopping the floor once. I could do this for the rest of my life. Bro, are we about to be rich? They were so excited they started rolling on the floor. We're hitting the jackpot. We don't have to fight anymore. Just then, a loud noise rang out. Attention, everyone, and welcome to the ghost ship. I extend my warmest welcome to you all, Demon Sword said, a wine glass in her hand. Before we begin the auction, allow me to introduce today's product. It was an impression of Simon, left on a piece of paper. A woman with a sword, a man as large as a bear. Peter's face turned ice cold, certain in his heart. Asterisk. That's the fake Simon. Asterisk. The host then took off his red scarf. The main item for today's auction is Bodarok. To all of you, what do you think is the worst weapon in the world? Cannons, tanks, fighter jets, or nuclear missiles? Demon Sword declared, no. This tiny thing can kill hundreds of thousands of people in just 2 minutes. This is the biochemical weapon, Bodarok. Peter frowned, thinking to himself, asterisk. Am I supposed to defeat Simon with this thing? Asterisk. Asterisk. Doesn't seem like it. Then how? Asterisk. The guests below began to whisper, what? Is that really Bodarok? Bodarok was developed by the Soviet Union, but it was supposed to have been eliminated for being too dangerous. How did she get her hands on it? Demon Sword continued. Smoother than a bullet, more painful than nuclear energy. An old man leaning on a cane cursed aloud. Damn it, I've always wondered who stole it from me, he roared. How dare you steal my Bodarok? This old man was Victor Igroa-Viv, a VIP and Russia's top arms dealer. Furious, Igroa pointed and ordered, bring that bitch to me now. His massive henchmen acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. Igroa's 2 henchmen were immediately blocked by security. You will go no further. The guests below started to murmur amongst themselves. Hey, what's going on? The 2 henchmen aggressively shoved the guard aside. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of our way. Hey, shipmaster. The 2 thugs approached Demon Sword threateningly. If you don't want to regret this, you'll shut up and come with us. But she just nonchalantly sang, my hair is fragrant and smooth. Hearing this, one of the men let out a confused, huh? Demon Sword glanced at them. So smooth, you can't even feel it. The man, still confused, asked again. What? In the blink of an eye, the 2 massive henchmen suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching their faces and screaming in agony. Witnessing this, Peter couldn't help but be shocked. Asterisk. What's wrong with them? Asterisk. The guests below also noticed and began to buzz. What's happening? Everything was fine. Nobody did anything. He stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, those guys, they're melting. Peter remembered the guard touching their faces earlier. Asterisk. It was that guy. Asterisk. Asterisk. He pressed his hands on their faces. Asterisk. Demon Sword spoke up again. Due to a minor incident, we'll have to pause the program. My apologies. Allow me to continue. The auction for Bodarok will begin tomorrow evening. The starting bid is $200 million. I wasn't planning on revealing this just yet, but I'll make a special exception for all of you here. There is, in fact, one more item. In this special auction, we have an item so incredible that no one could possibly imagine it. The guests below once again broke into whispers. Is it a weapon? Or a rare holy relic? This is so intriguing. Show it to us. What? You have to show us everything. Suddenly, Demon Sword gently raised a hand to her lips, signaling for silence. She spoke. I will announce the special item tomorrow. Driven by curiosity, the crowd continued to speculate. I wonder what it is. Could it be even better than Bodarok? I'm already getting excited. Meanwhile, Peter was burning with impatience. Asterisk. Simon. Where are you? Asterisk. The guard and Demon Sword stood above, observing the crowd. He spoke up. Peter is over there, Demon Sword replied. We'll see, but we'll find out tomorrow, because if he doesn't comply, he'll never see his precious junior again. Untrang and Peter were walking down the hallway, talking. Sunu, this situation is so tense, it's making me hungry. Let's hurry to the banquet hall and have some wine. Understood, Chairman. Untrang turned to remind him. And you saw it for yourself. We have to be extremely careful with that woman. Politicians, businessmen, and all the most powerful figures in the world. They all listened to her. She is the most ruthless person I have ever met, he continued, and the man by her side, too. Just then, a voice called out, Chairman Jun. Demon Sword approached cheerfully. Oh my, why is it so difficult just to get a glimpse of your face? You didn't come when I invited you last time. Perhaps you have a thing for Bodorok? Demon Sword moved in close to Untrang and grabbed his tie. It's been a while, so let's have dinner together. I've already prepared it. Untrang forced a smile and declined. I apologize, but I was planning on skipping dinner tonight. The champagne was a bit too strong. Suddenly, her voice dropped. Chairman Jun Untrang, be careful what you say. Seeing her like this, he grew anxious. Asterisk, this woman is too dangerous. Asterisk. Suddenly, a hand pushed Demon Sword away. The one who pushed her was none other than Peter. He said coldly, he will eat later. The chairman isn't feeling well today. Peter leaned in close to Demon Sword and lowered his voice. If you need someone, I can help you. The air between the two of them suddenly grew tense. Then, Peter helped Untrang leave. Chairman, this way, please. Leaving Demon Sword behind with a terrifying expression on her face. Asterisk. That kid is kind of cute. In that case, I'll have to show him who's in charge. Asterisk. Smirking, she called out. Wait. Demon Sword strode forward. The model just spritzed on some perfume. That's right. I need a companion for dinner tonight. Go on a date with me. And when you arrive, you'd best have your belt already undone. Ah, standing close to Peter, she grabs his tie. My dinner tends to run a little long. See? Even you can't resist, can you? The Demon Sword moved closer, grabbing his tie and licking her lips skillfully, showing just how delectable she still was. Peter frowned as he looked at her. He silently processed the scent, unsure of what this feeling was. Seeing his wide, dilated pupils, she made an observation to herself. Men are all the same. The Demon Sword ran her hand up Peter's chest. It's strange. The moment they meet my gaze, they seem to lose all reason, unable to turn away. She traced his lower lip as if she wanted to devour him right then and there. The Demon Sword asked him in a seductive, flirtatious voice, Isn't that right? The Demon Sword was still brimming with confidence, when suddenly, a voice cut through, interrupting the demoness's next move. Master, are you here? Two janitors holding brooms ran out in front of the Demon Sword, looking incredibly excited and happy as they blocked Peter from her view. While she was still stunned, without anyone asking, these two guys loudly introduced themselves, though it seemed no one was paying them any mind. We, the new cleaning staff, have arrived. Big Bro Dog and Goatee Dog. We'll kill. Eliminate every stain. Just give us a call. The two of them started bickering. Goatee Dog claimed the task. Let me do it, you idiot. The master prefers it this way. Too busy fighting over every little thing, they had no idea how shocked Peter was behind them. He just stood there, dumbfounded, before finally snapping out of it. Seeing the interruption, the Demon Sword sighed and gave up. She looked at him, her voice no longer as seductive as before, but a clear trace of it remained. Sweetie, you're very lucky. You know that? The Demon Sword gently caressed the side of his face, as light as a dragonfly skimming water, and then left with a hint of regret. She ordered her bodyguard, Let's go. Watching her leave, Peter was once again lost in a mess of chaotic thoughts. What just happened? It was as if he had completely lost his senses. How could she do that in such a short amount of time? Meanwhile, the two dog brothers were still diligently cleaning every nook and cranny of the ship. One of them called out, Master, Master, I won't let a single speck of dust get in your way. The two brothers stood there, guaranteeing it. The Demon Sword had been gone for a while, but Peter was still standing there watching, not having left yet. He noted to himself, just as expected, the dog brothers are still cleaning tirelessly. Big Bro Dog and Goatee Dog were cleaning diligently, chatting as they worked. Did you hear that? The master just gave us $1,000. We'll take care of him meticulously, down to every last armpit hair. Cleaning his toenails, you ask? He asked himself the question, and then answered with enthusiasm. If you wish, we will serve you immediately. I will gently clean between your noble toes. Clean, clean, clean. Peter stood there, watching them like they were a couple of idiots. He definitely couldn't understand what about this cleaning job made them so passionate. The scene shifts to a luxurious bathroom. The Demon Sword is relaxing in the tub, while her bodyguard stands guard behind a pillar, completely undressed. From the warm water, the Demon Sword suddenly called out, Aren't you curious? He must be very passionate. Her hand toyed with the long rose petals floating on the water's surface. What are you talking about? The bodyguard didn't understand. He remained steadfast in his position, not turning around. She continued, Think about it. fighting against 100 Brazilian assassins, and then making that apostle, Nathaniel, evaporate, right? Only someone with an intense passion for power could do that. Could a 70-year-old man with one foot in the grave really pull that off? His opponent was an apostle at 100% of his power, no less. Was that really Peter? The bodyguard voiced his thoughts after hearing her list the details. What do you mean? She asked, and he elaborated. This is different from the Saints Hospital. Even after checking the ship's external radar systems, and considering the possibility of a disguise, the demon sword said assertively, "That old man is not on this ship." The bodyguard suggested another possibility, or is someone impersonating Peter? Hearing this, the demon sword just laughed. Then it must be the other way around. Who is he? And why is he wearing Peter's face to cause so much trouble for the organization? How could we possibly know? The bodyguard replied. The demon sword playfully scooped up some water, then reminded him, "Have you forgotten? We have times that asterisk." He fell silent for a moment, lost in thought, then asked the demon sword, "Does he bother you?" As if afraid she didn't understand, he added, "That man." The demon sword swept back her soaking wet hair, a half smile on her face. "You're being ridiculous. How do you know if it's a man or a woman?" "I just want to see the face." She asked him, "What's wrong? Why so serious all of a sudden?" As if a thought occurred to her, she asked suspiciously, "Are you afraid I might find someone else?" The bodyguard remained silent, not responding to her words, letting her follow her own train of thought. After a few seconds of silence, he blurted out of nowhere, "It's nothing. A massive, ultra-luxurious yacht on the sea at sunset." Peter, disguised as a waiter, was pushing a cart down the hallway. His eyes were looking straight ahead, but his mind was reminiscing about his days with Simon, model. That day, Simon was excited. "Even so, I'm glad." A confused Peter asked, "What do you mean by that?" He confided, "That's right. Did you think I had another family? We may not share the same blood, but you, big bro, are the only family I have. If one of us has to end up in a coffin, I'll be the first to go. Even if we have to take a funeral portrait, I'll be the one to go first." Perhaps Simon truly valued Peter so much that he was willing to sacrifice himself as a stepping stone for him, willing to use his own body to protect Peter. That day, the two of them were sitting together on a rock in the forest. Peter commented, "You dare to do anything." Simon actually played along. "That's why I have no regrets." Hearing this, he finally understood the man's true feelings. And so, he comforted him, "I'm not going to die. I can't die until I've fulfilled my promise to you. So you need to cut back on the drinking and stay healthy, too." Could Simon really believe these words? He then pretended to be startled, looking at his big brother. "You mean, that promise? You still remember something so trivial?" Peter shot back. "My memory is top-notch. 23 years ago, you swore you'd quit smoking, and I can still see you puffing away right now. I really can't win against you," Simon conceded. Back in the present, Peter said to himself, "Simon, my brother, my family is your family. That's why I'm willing to kill hundreds, even thousands of people to bring you back." Recalling Simon's radiant smile from that day, Peter was truly determined to achieve his goal. Right now, he was listening to the play unfolding before him. Demon Sword was acting as the MC. She was very professional, and a plan began to form in Peter's mind. At that moment, the first auction game was in full swing in the banquet hall, as all eyes on the ship were focused in that direction. "I have to find Simon somehow," Peter thought to himself as he finally pushed the cart around a corner. Two black men were standing and talking outside a room door. Seeing him pass by, they asked, "What's going on?" Peter replied cheerfully, "I'm room service." The other guys were relaxed. "Ah, okay, go ahead." Peter continued pushing the cart. Suddenly, a voice appeared by his ear. "But it seems you don't know. There are no male Asian servers on this ship." The two African men approached Peter, even checking the items on his cart. It was empty. The two were getting nosy. Could this guy be connected to the one the ship's owner is looking for? Maybe we should just take him with us. Peter, annoyed at being blocked, said something truly astonishing. The two African men didn't understand what he was saying and asked what, only to hear him ask back, "Is it because you're pirates?" Then, very gently, he continued pushing the service cart, now with another man stuffed inside. "They're better prepared than I thought. The kitchen, the boiler room. I've scoured the entire ship, but still haven't found a trace of Simon. That means there's only one place left." He had wiped out the black men everywhere he went, while he himself remained spotless. Peter adjusted his tie, turned, and surmised, he must be there. "Now then, let's begin." A pure white canvas, containing only a single black dot in the center, was placed on the stage. The MC, Demon Sword, raised her voice through the mic, with guards flanking her side. A painting from the year 1780. This is a masterpiece by the famous Czech painter, Monet. Princess Ja's wedding gift. The whole world knows it vanished after the fire at the royal palace. As she spoke, everyone in the room was astonished. My God, it's truly a treasure of humanity. The starting bid is $1 million, Demon Sword announced. 110. Immediately, a Western lady placed a bid. 130. A black man also competed. Demon Sword asked again. Anyone else? Grazie. Mr. Passari has raised it to 135. If no one else offers a higher price, I will close the bidding here, she shouted. Glory to Italy. Monet's masterpiece, for $135 million, is in the hands of the Passari family. And now for today's main event, the final auction item of the day. It's here. We have done our utmost to bring this baby to you all. Two men pulled a red cloth off a giant safe. The participants were very curious. Finally, the main event of this auction, with that size and security, could it be Mary Monroe's gem collection? I heard a rumor the ship's owner has it, with even the Podarok and the Monet paling in comparison. Demon Sword on stage put on a mysterious air. Is it a Podarok, or is it a gem? This item cannot be compared to such trivial things. More precious than gems, more expensive than a Podarok, once beloved by God more than any other creation on this planet. Hey, what the hell in this world could be like that? Everyone was skeptical and began to murmur. Demon Sword smiled. Well, you'll see in a moment. The one acknowledged by all, she said as she turned the wheel on the large safe-like cabinet. A gift for one person only, as the box slowly opened. And the highlight of today, everyone saw what was inside and was deeply shocked. One of a kind. The last sword of the Glory Guild, a former apostle. The box opened completely. Introducing Simon. Simon was kneeling shirtless inside the box. One of his hands had been severed, but both arms were still bound to the top of the box. The Demon Sword continued her cheerful introduction. At his peak, he was considered the world's greatest swordsman. And what was his alias, you ask? The Starwheel Sword Saint. The crowd began to murmur. The Starwheel Sword Saint? Is that really the one we know? But isn't he just a legend? Behind a curtain of long hair covering his face, Simon's eyes were indeed open, but they were completely soulless. The Demon Sword gloated internally. How do you like this, Peter? Are you watching? Is your blood boiling yet? Her face couldn't hide the urge to burst out laughing. I'm getting so worked up I could go crazy. Come on, show yourself to me. She was so excited she had to clutch her own head. So cunning. But even if you won't show your face, I can still find you easily. There were only two kinds of expressions on the faces of those who witnessed this scene. The entire audience was still in a state of panic. What kind of monster brings a human body to an auction? Is that really the Apostle Simon? The Demon Sword couldn't care less about them. She was only imagining Peter's reaction to this scene. Surprise, or perhaps his eyes would widen as he searched. Rage. Or maybe he'd calmly try to find her. Because as she looked down at the dense crowd below, she smirked. The Demon Sword's grin stretched so wide it looked like it might split her face. You must be absolutely furious. There was only one face in the crowd with bottomless anger. Found you. The stage where the Demon Sword stood was very high, and the crowd below was too dense. A guard leaned over and asked, "Ah, have you found him yet?" The Demon Sword replied, "Yes, but I can't see him, can I?" The guard was completely baffled by her words. He must be over there, I'm sure of it. Her eyes had to stay wide open, scanning. Right in the middle of the hall, I can feel a wave of killing intent coming from a gaze somewhere. Was I wrong? No, impossible. Then, what is it? Which bastard is it? It doesn't matter. She exhaled, then smiled confidently. Let's see if you can hold back. The Demon Sword shouted once more. The auction for Simon will now begin. Place your bids, ladies and gentlemen. The starting price is $10 million. If you don't bid right now, the Starwheel Sword Saint will die right here. But can you really stand there and watch me calmly? Bid quickly before he dies. Come on, everyone. Asterisk. Peter, you're going to die. Asterisk. Her mouth spoke to the crowd, but her mind was only on Peter. Simon was the bait she had prepared specifically for Peter. Peter thought, grinding his teeth. I don't even have $10 million to make a bid, but if I bid here, it's like screaming, here I am. However, I can't use force here. There are too many eyes watching. Peter had to clench his fists tightly behind his back. Simon, he bit his lip, looking up at the man who was on the verge of death, yet was being sold off like an item. How the hell am I supposed to get you out of here? Peter's head was throbbing. How humiliating. The Demon Sword maliciously shoved Simon's kneeling head down. An apostle of glory, once worth more than tens of thousands of nuclear weapons, and now no one even gives him a second glance. For you, being abandoned by him must be 100 million times more painful, right? She grabbed his hair, yanking his head up before turning back to the audience. Let's see now. Does no one want to bid? Are you all being so picky because this is a defective product with a missing arm? The more he watched, the harder it was for Peter to restrain his fists. The demon sword's hand was still tangled in Simon's hair, as she said, because this is a living creature. It spoils easily when stored at room temperature. If no one bids, it will be disposed of. In that case, I will count to 5 and kill this item. 5, 4. The audience was terrified. 3. She leaned her face close to Simon's, as if she wanted to bite him to death right there just to lure Peter out. The veins on Peter's forehead and neck were bulging. 2. The demon sword's grip on Simon's hair tightened, pulling his head back even further. 1. Peter was about to step forward. 20 million. A voice rang out the instant the word 1 left her lips. The demon sword looked down expectantly, and a surprised Peter also turned to find the source of the voice. $20 million. The bidder raised his arm high. For the Dawn Corporation. He was standing right next to Peter, all in cash. Chang stated plainly. The demon sword was stunned. That bastard, Choi Chang. Why? Because he hates me. But you're my boss's closest partner. I'm at a loss for words. She let out a strained laugh. We have 20 million. Anyone else? If not, we will end the auction here. For some reason, Chang's hand was shaking badly. Peter noticed this. Choi Chang. The demon sword spoke again. Congratulations on winning the auction, Mr. Chairman. Everyone applauded him, but while Chang smiled on the outside, he was sweating bullets. What are you hiding? It seemed the demon sword had also noticed something suspicious. After being purchased, Simon received treatment and was now lying in a bed. Is that the person you were looking for, Sungu? Chang asked Peter. He followed the man out the door and replied, Yes, sir, but I'm worried that because of this, you'll be in danger, Mr. Chairman. Chang simply said, Don't be so hard on yourself. My family has worked with Glory for generations, so it's fine for me to do this. Even if we had tried another way, we couldn't have escaped the Simon trap. Peter knew it too. We were in a difficult situation. If you hadn't bid, he might have died. He glanced back at Simon on the bed one more time. But since the chairman was the one who bought him, it's bound to raise suspicion. That's what that woman wanted. After all, the two of them left the room. Chang sat down, using a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his face. Just being on this ship is dangerous now. Well, I know that perfectly well, but there's no way to get off this thing. There is, Peter said from beside him. Chang turned to look at him, puzzled. What do you mean? Peter continued. I've prepared for situations like this. We have the Joker. Peter was standing guard alone outside Simon's room when he saw some familiar faces approaching. Oh, you guys are here? Isn't it the DG brothers? They were dressed to the nines, putting on airs of luxury to match their outfits. How dare a commoner like you address us? Peter was exasperated. What's gotten into you two lately? The two old-timers came over and slung their arms around Peter's shoulders. Hey, commoner, how long are you going to keep doing these odd jobs? You should learn to make money like us. You think being an assassin is enough to support yourself? Trust me. Follow us, and we'll help you change your life. Peter ignored them. Didn't you two try so hard just to become an excellent assassin like me? His words snapped the two of them back to reality. What? How did we end up like this? They looked at the fur coats they were wearing, horrified. I guess we must have lost our minds ever since we made 15 million in 3 days. Then they went crazy again. You can get rich as a janitor, but you can't become a great assassin. So, what can we do for you? Peter got serious. There's something very dangerous on this ship, and the only people who can solve this problem are you two. The ones who just cleaned every single centimeter of this ship. So far, how much have you two cleaned? DG answered proudly. We've polished all the shoes of the VIP guests. Peter accepted it. That's good enough. It's time for your efforts to bear fruit. From now on, you will be assigned a mission equivalent to that of an A-rank assassin. That evening, the lights in the hallway were dim. Peter was still keeping watch inside Simon's room. Seeing him struggling in his delirium, Peter was genuinely worried, and his mind drifted back to the past. Boss, have you ever thought about it? Back then, Peter was still wearing a school uniform. Simon sat happily, holding a wooden sword, wishing that this uniform was a real one, that he could eat his mom's cooking and carry a school bag to school instead of a gun, bullets, or a dagger, with a sweat-drenched gym uniform next to him, like those other kids. The two of them looked down at the carefree crowd below, each group of boys with their own stories. See? Didn't I tell you Cha-eun won? The girls from Yosan High said they're going to the bakery. Simon really hoped. Wouldn't it be great if I could go to school like those kids? What do you think? Peter immediately shot down his thought. Nonsense. Why would you need to go to school? Simon laughed. I was just saying, how could I dare hold a pen with these blood-stained hands? It seems autumn is making me sentimental. Don't mind me, boss. Then Peter gave a different answer. Would you prefer this? Simon was completely surprised and looked up. You and I will take in poor children, with no parents, no home, nothing left but their thin, frail bodies. And we'll build a one-of-a-kind school, a place where you can happily go to school. Then I'll give you all the books you want. How about it? Peter smiled under the sun, like he was making a promise. Boss. Simon was completely caught off guard. What do I like about it? Peter also didn't expect Simon to refuse so bluntly. Isn't that school enough for you? As for the books, I'll buy them myself, he said, smiling proudly. Remembering that, Peter wanted to reach down and touch the arm that no longer had a hand to hold the wooden sword. Wake up, we still have to go to school. You promised me, remember? Peter leaned down and whispered to him, come on, wake up. Chang, standing outside, had heard everything. Damn it, I'm so pissed off. The woman walked barefoot, her bodyguards following closely behind. Wherever she went, the staff bowed. She kept walking and cursing Choi Eun-chang, that damn old man. I couldn't stand him from the very beginning. Antique vases and precious statues were smashed to pieces as she passed. The demon sword couldn't stop screaming. How dare he? What connection does he have to the holy sword of the Star Wheel that gives him the right to ruin my plan? You're hurt. Please put your shoes on first. The bodyguard, overly concerned, knelt down with her shoes, wanting to put them on for her, afraid she would step on the shards from the things she'd broken. I'm going to kill him. The demon sword was still lost in this thought. Huh? The bodyguard couldn't even get the shoes on her. I'll slit that bastard Choi Eun-chang's throat and hang him where everyone on this ship can see. The bodyguard stood up and reminded her. Ma'am, that's the chairman of the Daehan group. We can't do that without the boss's permission. He is one of the important links in the empire that Glory is trying to build. The demon sword slapped a nearby servant and said to the bodyguard, Sweetheart, is he the leader or the owner of this ship, that boss of yours? Make no mistake, on this ship, I am the queen, I am the law. She gave an order to the gangsters, release the children and send them to Choi Eun-chang. Tell them they must kill Choi Eun-chang and the holy sword of the Star Wheel. That should be enough to make Peter come crawling out. There was a knock on the door. Eun-chang, who was reading a book, wondered, Who is it? I'm not expecting any guests. Standing guard, Peter said, that must be room service. I requested dinner, Mr. Chairman. Please wait just a moment. Outside, the room was pitch black. Eun-chang put down his book and said to Peter, Thank you very much. I don't know what you ordered, but let's eat together. But his hopes were dashed. Is it only tea? As Peter brought the tray in, he said, I had to send the rest back, sir. The steak was a complete disaster. Eun-chang had no choice but to accept it. I see. It seems I've angered that woman, haven't I? I can't believe she'd mess with the food. Skipping a meal or two is fine for us, but we have a patient here, and you need to eat to keep your strength up, too. Peter poured the tea and replied, I'm fine, sir. I don't have much of an appetite right now. For now, please have some tea and wait a little longer. Peter bowed. Chamomile tea is excellent for both physical and mental well-being. I'll be back before the tea gets cold. Eun-chang replied, All right, I'll be waiting for you. He stepped outside, closed the door, and then opened the door to the room across the hall. Looks like the housekeeping here isn't very good, is it? He looked at the unconscious thugs, gagged and scattered across the room. Even though no one was awake, he spoke to himself. You know something? Peter pulled out 2 small jars. 60 degrees is the perfect temperature for enjoying tea, but the tea here easily exceeds 75 degrees. This place is officially disqualified from the list of luxury cruises. Outside the room, it was a different story. A crowd of armed thugs had surrounded Peter. A gap-toothed, bearded man pointed a gun at his head. What did you just say, you Asian punk? I don't think you grasp your situation. The 10 men right in front of you are all armed. And yet, you're planning to fight us with pepper shakers? Are you insane? Hand over the VIP. You people are still so clueless. Before the man could finish, Peter held up the 2 jars. Come on. I'll personally show you just how terrifying a pepper shaker can be. The bearded thug sneered again. You're really going to risk your life against 10 gunmen just to fulfill your duty as a bodyguard? That confident? Are you, Asian boy? The man thought to himself, he's surrounded by 10 gunmen. In this situation, he has no safe place to hide, no armed allies. So, what the hell are you planning to do with those pepper shakers, you little brat? Obviously, nothing at all. Overwhelming the opponent with sheer presence, it's a basic combat technique. But, what is this? What's with this kid? Seeing the fear on the man's face, Peter asked, You're this close, and you still don't dare to shoot? He smirked. He's really seen right through us. The thug realized it himself. What the hell is this guy doing? All he could see was Peter, holding a pepper shaker in each hand. He leaped from side to side, preventing them from getting a clear shot. He even said, "If you only know how to use firearms, you'll run out of steam one day. You all need to remember this. Sometimes, a pepper shaker lid is tougher than a bullet." Peter charged forward like a warrior. Nonsense. Is he really not afraid of getting shot? Even when faced with a surprise attack, the gap-toothed thug didn't dare to shoot, his mind racing. He's charging right into our encirclement. His attacks were flawless, with no wasted motion, a punch to the temple, killing his opponent instantly. Is this guy even human? Hey, you pirates. The reason you can't pull the trigger is very simple. Your enemy is in the center, with your guns pointed at him from both the front and the back. The men started yelling at each other. Damn it, just shoot. But I'm telling you, just shoot. And what happens if the enemy keeps moving constantly? Like this, you'll never be able to pull the trigger, because the moment you open fire, you'll hit your own allies in front of you. Now, I'll show you. Watching them hesitate to shoot each other, he made his move. Just how terrifying a weapon can a pepper shaker be? Both pepper shakers flew out at the same time, bursting in the air and scattering pepper dust everywhere. The men clutched their eyes in pain. I can't see anything. Stop shooting. We have to see him first. Seizing the opportunity, Peter rushed in, grabbing them one by one. Get this bastard. Peter used the pepper shakers to strike down one man after another in a flash. What a shame. Instead of relying on firearms, if you were skilled enough to also use close combat weapons, you might have lived a few seconds longer. Unlucky for them, he then ran off, leaving behind the bodies of the pathetic pirates. A crew member frantically reported to Demon Sword, "We have a huge problem, Captain." Just now, all the men sent to Choi Un-Trang's location. He, Demon Sword, was still lounging on the sofa, smoking a cigarette, have been completely wiped out. After hearing this, his leisurely mood vanished. The men I sent after Choi Un-Trang were all elite mercenaries I handpicked from Somalia, and now they're all dead, and the other side only had one person. The subordinate continued to speak. Demon Sword flicked his cigarette into an ashtray that another man was holding up for him on his knees. Demon Sword made a judgment. That decrepit old man, hiding like a little mouse, he's hiding behind Choi Un-Trang. Captain, right now, in the restaurant. The informant stammered. Whatever it is, spit it out. She couldn't be patient. Peter has appeared. The restaurant? Isn't he in Choi Un-Trang's room? At this very moment, yes, he is. Right away. Similar reports are coming in from the shipmaster's radio. Do you copy? Peter has appeared near the swimming pool. Do you copy? Peter has appeared in the control room. A few more voices shouted, "Ship's master! Peter is in the casino. He's in the engine room. That bastard Peter. Peter has appeared in the East Wing lobby, reporting to the ship's master." That's a flood of information. Let me finish this smoke and think. Peter appeared in the control room, the casino, and the swimming pool, all at the same time. What the hell is this? What in the world are you trying to pull? Peter just gave the order. You lot, go and find out what he's thinking. Now, fights were breaking out everywhere on the cruise ship. From the swimming pool to the food court and the lounge, there was no shortage of knives, guns, and blood, as tourists were attacked for no reason. Go find him, Demon Sword screamed. Those lunatics are getting on my nerves. Find them for me, right now. Her men, of course, had to obey. Yes, ma'am. Looking down from above, two people were commenting, good, very good. They're running around so well, they'll never figure it out. Right? That this whole earthquake is our grand plan. Doc Gao was overly confident in this little game. Remembering that moment, Peter had just instructed them, I ask you, what is a VIP to you? The two clowns gave some ridiculous answers. Someone handsome, like me. Someone who wants privacy, like Latu. Peter knew they'd be like this, and calmly got to the point. In any case, our esteemed guests are facing a crisis. The two Doc Gao brothers panicked. What? Why? We still need to make money, Peter then clarified. Remember? Yesterday, that woman's subordinate killed 2 bodyguards of a VIP guest. That VIP was dragged away, and his whereabouts are still unknown. That woman is planning to slaughter every single VIP on this ship. What? The two brothers wished they were deaf. Kill all of our precious VIPs? How could she do that? Peter said, seriously, that's why I need you. The time has come for your efforts to finally bear fruit. He put his arms around their shoulders, motivating them. From now on, you will be given a mission equivalent to that of an A-rank assassin. The two brothers, naturally, were thrilled and immediately replied, what do we have to do? Peter explained, Listen very carefully. Because you're in charge of cleaning the rooms, you can move freely around the ship. Just keep cleaning as usual, and from now on, spread a rumor throughout this ship. A rumor? Were they hearing him, right? But Peter didn't let them overthink it, getting straight to the point. The two began their plan, returning to their jobs as janitors. Doc whispered into the other's ear. Hey Doc Gao, have you heard? The ship's master said she's going to kill all the VIPs. This was said intentionally loud. A few tourists walking by overheard and took notice. The two pretended to be lazy cleaners, just chatting. We have to tell the guests right now. Dude, forget it. If we get caught, we'll be the ones in trouble. The guest who overheard was terrified and gave an order. Hey Mia, bring all the bodyguards here. The two clowns then wondered to each other. But why do we only need to spread a rumor? You're so dumb. Kim Sun-gu already told us to wait. Peter looked at his watch. His gun was already loaded. Until I give the signal. He raised his gun high and fired at the ceiling. Hearing the shot, the passengers began to panic. What was that? Hey, was that a gunshot? It was a gunshot. The rumor is true. They scattered in a panic. We're all going to die. That's the signal. Doc Gao remembered what Peter had said then. Do you understand? As soon as you hear the gunshot, your most important mission, for those who received my signal, is to let everyone know that Peter has come to the rescue. The two immediately shouted. An old Asian man is fighting with the crew members. After firing the shot, Peter's next move was unknown. A servant reported again, Ship's master, the situation outside is not good. Some people are saying that Peter has appeared. And someone also said that the ship's master is planning to kill the VIPs. I've tried to control the situation, but the VIPs don't believe us. We have to do something before the situation gets worse. The moment he finished that sentence, she grabbed the ashtray and smashed it across his face. Peter! She flew into a rage, pinning him to the floor and beating him relentlessly. With every blow that landed, she screamed, Peter, 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 he's just a walking corpse. That little rat. Blood splattered endlessly from the man. How dare he? On my ship, how dare he? She was about to smash his head in. I'll kill you. The heavy ceramic ashtray, now cracked and covered in blood, was thrown and rolled to a guard's feet. I'll kill. Demon Sword still held the other half of the ashtray, preparing to stab down for the final blow. Let me. He had come up behind her. I will capture him. Please, entrust that mission to me. I will definitely bring him before you. Demon Sword, covered in blood, let out a laugh. Really? Demon Sword stood up, brushing the blood off herself. Even though I know it won't come off. Darling, you don't need to go out there. A rat belongs in the sewer, right? If you stick your hand down there to find it, you won't accomplish anything. It'll just move to another sewer pipe to hide. The guard tried to finish, but Demon Sword clung to him again. I know a way. A much better way, in fact. You know? Model. What can't we accomplish, as long as you just trust and obey me? I promise. I guarantee you, we will see this through to the end. I'll do a great job. Now, I just need this. She shatters the glass case. I said rats belong in the sewer, didn't I? So what do you do in a situation like this? You disinfect them, of course. The Demon Sword pulls out a suspicious canister of poison gas. 1. Just one of these canisters is enough to send 100,000 people to hell. She hugs the canister and licks it. The poison gas floods out the door, released from the ventilation systems in every compartment. Every room was now filled with the toxic smoke. Peter's eyes widened. He couldn't believe how insane the Demon Sword was. She was going to use Bodorok. All the passengers who inhaled the gas clutched their throats, blood streaming from their noses and mouths. He runs to an area the gas hasn't reached yet. No, if you unknowingly inhale that smoke, death will come in just a few minutes. By the time I could get to the control room, everyone on this ship, from the lowest hold to the main deck, will be dead. I don't have time. At this rate, it'll spread to the civilian areas. This woman is planning to kill every single VIP here, even the people who trusted me and boarded this ship. They'll all die. But Peter was all too familiar with this game. Demon Sword. You may not know this, but I've been through this exact situation countless times before. Meanwhile, at the auction, Bodorok, just a few drops are enough to send hundreds of thousands to their eternal rest. The worst invention of the former Soviet regime, a weapon that terrifying was being used on this ship. Peter observed the symptoms. Jet black hair suddenly turning white, eyes becoming bloodshot, and death after vomiting blood. The classic signs of Bodorok poisoning, but in his opinion, that wasn't the real reason Bodorok was an auction item today, he thought to himself. However, the reason Bodorok is so terrifying isn't its destructive power. What happens next is the true horror. The passengers on the ship were panicking. Run! The poison gas is coming. Thousands of passengers scrambled to escape. In contrast to the chaos outside, Peter was sitting in a corner, observing everything. He thought to himself, a chaotic crowd. The hallways, the casino, the lobby, the swimming pool. The gates of hell have opened everywhere on this ship. Those who were cornered had completely lost their minds, Peter told himself. To save this panicked crowd, I need to find a way to get them to the deck. Right now, the fastest and safest option would be an alarm bell or an emergency announcement. And then he realized something. But while searching this ship, I noticed something. This ghost ship has no alarm bells or communication devices whatsoever. But I can't just shout and call out to every single person. Besides, there are people who are unconscious and have no idea what's happening. Peter thought of Simon, who was lying unconscious in his bed. He realized the critical situation. He's in danger right now. That's right, my Simon is on this ship too. Peter ran against the tide of people, his mind a chaotic mess of thoughts about Simon. Damn it, this is bad. There's only one way back to my room. I can't get through this crowd. What do I do? Wait, don't push me. Amidst the chaotic sounds, Peter heard a voice that made him freeze in his tracks. He called out, Chairman. Trong had emerged, carrying Simon on his back. Hearing his voice, the chairman replied in a reassuring tone, Mr. Kim Sunu. The old man was relieved to see him too. Peter reached out, offering to take Simon. Let me carry him, sir. Chairman, please evacuate to a safe place. The chairman didn't hand Simon over, nor did he rush to safety. Trong simply asked him, Mr. Kim Sunu, do you know how my corporation became #1 in the world? Whether it's technology or personnel, once you have it in your hands, you never let it go. That is our business principle. The chairman stated his corporation's business principle. The tea hasn't even cooled yet, so just leave him to me. Kim Sunu, you go do what you need to do. Even though the old man was covered in sweat, he still gave Peter a reassuring smile. Chairman. He fell silent. Life is truly incredible sometimes. A lot of time had passed, but seeing the child from back then, now grown up in the blink of an eye, Peter remembered how he used to pat the young Trang's head. But now, that child was able to protect him in return. Then I'll leave him in your care, sir. I'll be back soon. Peter trusted Trang. He would remember this debt of gratitude. Kim Sunu, wait, that way, that way. Trang couldn't believe it. That was where the poison gas was coming from. Come back. Why are you running back into it? What the hell is he trying to do? Trang watched Peter, completely baffled. He covered his nose and mouth with a handkerchief. He immediately leaped down the stairs instead of taking them one by one. Trong observed this man, not a single second of hesitation. And above all, what can one young man do in a place like that all by himself? My mind tells me I should stop him, but even though I don't know what his plan is, I find myself hoping he succeeds, achieved the impossible, that he would reach his goal, just like that person back then. A young Trang always followed close behind Peter. Peter. It felt as if I was relying on him. The record was still spinning somewhere, but the men in the bar were about to draw their last breath. Now, let's get this party started. Someone was still casually pouring a drink, because we've already won. The guard replied grimly. Yeah, everyone knew who had died. Peter, along with our beloved VIP guests, and the Holy Sword, Tin Luan. He must be running around frantically, right? They might as well have killed Moksung ages ago. The demon sword arrogantly swirled her drink. I wonder if our boss can even identify that old man's corpse. Suddenly, the lamp hanging silently from the ceiling was violently thrown upwards. Both the demon sword and the guard lost their footing. Objects began to fall and shatter. The ship suddenly listed. What the hell is this? The demon sword wondered. She screamed, what is happening on my ship? Outside, huge waves rocked the vessel. 5 minutes earlier, a pair of hands typed swiftly across a keyboard. The computer system beeped continuously, activating administrator privileges, disabling autopilot mode, accessing ballast tank area 1. The real captain had already been knocked into the stratosphere. Do you wish to open the ballast tank? Large ships have something called a ballast tank. A ship's ballast tank is used to adjust the vessel's load and stability. By changing the weight of the water in the tank, water is pumped in or discharged from the ballast tank to alter the ship's weight and draft during operation. The reason the ship can float so stably on the water is thanks to this massive water tank that is always kept full to maintain the vessel's balance. Therefore, if you discharge the water from a tank on one side, the ship will suddenly lose its balance and be forced to list to one side. Peter was the one behind this. He had calculated that this ghost ship had no alarm bells or communication devices. As the terrified crowd flees, they wouldn't be able to clearly hear any alarms, announcements, or even screams. The one warning they would definitely hear is, "Run upwards or you will die." Confirming manual command. Ballast tank area 1 is now open. And that's why the ship began to tilt and shake so violently. Their survival instincts kicked in immediately. The passengers screamed, "The ship is tilting! Get to the upper decks! Hurry!" They tried to run, broken objects blocking their path, but they didn't stop. What? The guards spotted a strange object trying to ram the glass door. What the hell is that? Stop it! They reached out to hold the door, but it was shattered by a punch. The two guards were sent flying, and a foot stepped quietly inside. "Even though you were crushed by my fist." While everyone runs upwards, that terrifying poison gas, being heavier than air, will sink downwards. Thanks to that, I've bought myself some time. Until the ship regains its balance, I will defeat the demon sword. Peter opened a door leading somewhere. Back on the upper decks, Untrong had managed to carry Simon up, and someone was guiding them. "Over here! Everyone, gather over here!" A Western man standing in front of a door shouted, "This way! If we go through this door, we'll reach the deck. This way! Everyone! We can make it out together!" He turned to run. But instantly, a round-tipped object pierced through the door, stabbing him right under his arm. The door opened, revealing two armed crewmen. The Western man collapsed, shot right before everyone's eyes. A crew member had killed him. But in this moment, no one's life mattered more than their own. They trampled over his body, pounding on the door. "Damn it, they've locked the door. Isn't there another way out? Idiot. If there was, I'd have been the first one out. The poison gas is blocking the other paths. That gas is spreading this way. I'll give you everything I have. Please, just open the door." No matter how much the passengers screamed, the two crewmen stood behind the door, laughing mockingly. "I never liked these rich bastards from the start. Now they know. When faced with death, everyone is equal. But you are a worthy opponent, O door." From the Glory Dog G Assassin Guild, D Class, rank 334, with the special ability of super strength, has come to the rescue. He sent the door flying with a single punch. The tourists who witnessed it could only stare, their jaws agape in astonishment. They cheered with joy. The two Dog G brothers, basking in the praise, looked very pleased. "We're saved! The two janitor brothers saved us! You guys are amazing!" The demon sword, standing on the highest floor, had seen everything. Her eyes narrowed viciously as another crewman burst in to report. "My lady, I think you should go to the auction room right now. It seems Peter is there." The demon sword was silent for a moment, then asked him, "That old man is in the auction room? If he's that eager to die, then I suppose I must go see him. I'll go there and kill him with my own two hands." As she walked, she added, "And I'll have to take this off, of course." The demon sword had changed out of her dress into a more practical outfit. She walked over to a large collection of perfumes to make her choice. Which scent suits this atmosphere, I wonder? I want a special fragrance, one that captivates you the moment you breathe it in. This one won't do. This one is too sweet. How about this one, the Star Sword? One whiff will send you into a trance. The moment you inhale it, you'll see the most terrifying nightmare of your life. No. Will this even work? As she kept deliberating, the guard standing beside her grew a little concerned. The two of them stepped over the corpses of sailors as they searched for Peter. "I've been waiting for you. I wonder what that old man will dream of with this. It doesn't really matter who it is. He won't be able to escape this." With a katana in one hand, she grabbed a whole bag of perfumes with the other, unable to choose. Peter was already waiting on the auction stage. The demon sword and her guard arrived without a hitch. She was already smiling, just as expected. Peter had ties to Choi Un-trang, but then her brow furrowed. "Why are you here, instead of Peter?" She was incredibly disappointed to see Sun-gu standing alone holding the mic. He just stood there, looking down. The demon sword grew impatient. "Hey, aren't you going to answer? Where is Peter? You shameless bastard. When an adult asks you a question, you answer." She was so annoyed she was about to draw her sword, but he continued to taunt her, speaking into the mic. "Hello, the final auction of the ghost ship will now begin. Today's item is a new apostle, handpicked by the new master of the Glory Guild himself." She couldn't believe their audacity, calling himself an apostle, one of the 11 rare items. "You son of a bitch, get down here right now." Provoked, she cursed but then had to smirk. Peter continued. "Her other title is Japan's greatest swordsman, the demon sword-style swordswoman. Soon, she'll just be the rusty sword of the Glory Guild. The starting bid will be 101. You little brat." The The demon sword had already drawn her blade, and her guard immediately grabbed her to hold her back. 101. Do I have any bidders? Peter rambled on relentlessly. The guard was also furious, glaring at him the entire time. How about 50 gold? 30 gold? Hey, it can't get any cheaper than this. 20? No bidders. Is it that sad? But don't feel too bitter about it, demon sword. How much is your life worth? I'll answer for you. Don't be angry. True to her hot-headed nature, she flew into a rage. That brain-dead bastard. But she stopped when she heard the teasing tone leave his voice. First, I want to ask you a question. That night, the day Simon was struck by a deep slash across his stomach, Peter didn't let it go, posing a riddle. Do you really think that you defeated the Star Sword? He drew his own sword. You are still far from achieving that. Today, I will show you. The two of them, the demon sword and her guard, were stunned when they saw his stance. Is this the ultimate Star Sword technique that changed the world? She smirked. Ridiculous. Who do you think you're fooling? He narrowed his eyes and thought. That's right. No matter how you look at it, this guy is just a kid who's barely an adult. Of course, someone like him could never imitate the Star Sword technique, but the guard was horrified, as if he had just seen a reflection of Simon. Why am I seeing that vortex? The young man's brow furrowed slightly, his expression changing drastically. Damn it, this kid. A sense of unease spread through the guard's body like a cold electric current through his spine. This was truly dangerous. He stepped forward, lowering his voice respectfully. My lady, I will go up there first. You've worked hard these past few days. Please get some rest. The demon sword replied coldly. No. The guard froze, momentarily confused. Pardon? Her voice deepened. Ah. In that instant, a ferocious killing intent erupted from the demon sword. A murderer. Those eyes. He was shocked, his gaze filled with astonishment. I have to stop her. No, I can't. Not with those eyes. Her eyes grew cold and dark as she tightened her grip on her sword. I'll show you just how your head will fly from your neck. Those were the same eyes my lady had when she annihilated 2,000 people that day. The horrific memories of that night came flooding back, a secret no one else knew. The Demon Sword Sect, the strongest guild of assassins that had existed for 1,000 years, had been betrayed. I never thought it would be completely wiped out on that one night. The demon sword gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. The young mistress swore she would have her revenge. From that day on, she endured the pain and threw herself into training. Then one day, he casually poured wine into a crystal glass, his wicked eyes scanning each person in the room, which was heavy with bloodlust. The old geezers all say you'll die unconsciously, without even realizing your throat has been slit, as if slashed by a ghost. That's why they call you the demon sword, right? But... He tilted his head, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the demon sword's group. How long do you intend to carry around that outdated sword style? Based on modern society, shouldn't you change? His finger was on the trigger. I don't know how fast that sword is, but a crazed look flashed in his eyes as he raised his gun. Is it faster than this bullet? A mocking laugh echoed. Little miss, you're the only daughter of the demon sword sect, aren't you? I recognized you immediately because you look exactly like your mother. Anyway, come here and sit down. His voice dropped, thick and murky like mud, his eyes rolling back. Let's see if you're like that whore in other ways too. Her face darkened with rage. You old piece of trash. His voice was low as he narrowed his eyes, his tone dripping with contempt. You got the title of Demon Sword just for a single slash? The demon sword spoke calmly. Who said it was just a simple slash? The old man's teeth ground together. What do you mean? Oh, still trying to act tough? With who? If that's what you truly desire. He growled, raising his gun and aiming it straight at the girl known as the Demon Sword. I'll send you to heaven to be with your mother. A deafening shot ripped through the air, but she had already vanished. The old man was bewildered. She's gone. He staggered backward, his face pale as he stammered. No, that's not important. How the hell am I covered in blood and looking at myself right now? While he was still in a state of shock, a cold voice rang out. I told you. The demon sword suddenly appeared behind him, her blade grazing his neck. You will die unconsciously, without even realizing your throat has been slit. Her eyes burned with furious hatred. That day, with those same eyes, 2,000 Yakuza from the Yamato-gumi clan, 2,000 corpses, were annihilated by that old-fashioned swordswoman. Back in the present, the demon sword casually rested her blade on the ground and took off her shoes. Should I chop you to death? Or skin you alive? How do you want to die? Go on, tell me, I'll consider it. He thought to himself. Why is she taking off her shoes? To reduce her weight? Peter frowned. The power of the demon sword lies in her speed. Did she really become an apostle with speed alone? She gave an arrogant, cold-eyed smile. You little brat. You don't need to think so hard. You're going to die either way. Demon Sword is a title only bestowed upon the most exceptional individuals destined to lead the next generation of the clan. The Demon Sword licked her lips, her gaze like a wild beast about to pounce on its prey. You should start getting scared. I'm about to show you the true weapon of a Demon Sword. Something I couldn't do before. Her entire body began to be enveloped in a thick, dark aura, and in that very instant, the Demon Sword vanished. By the time you see her, it's already too late. She disappeared right before my eyes. He was momentarily confused. Bare feet create friction, making it easy to slip. But is this even possible? A horrifying speed that the naked eye cannot follow. Her body seemed to dissolve into long, blurry streaks, gliding around the battlefield, forcing Peter to kneel and brace himself against her blade. Her speed is so fast it's impossible to track, he thought grimly. She's strong, too strong. The Demon Sword let out a wicked laugh. What's wrong? That's what you're thinking, isn't it? Men always have this delusion, that anything fast must be pathetically weak. She vanished again. Seriously now, a good little boy shouldn't think like that. Images of the Demon Sword surrounded Peter like a rising tide, each silhouette attacking from multiple directions, the sharp sword energy cutting through the air like blades of wind. You're no different. He was suddenly stunned. Now I get it. Peter swung his sword, slashing through the empty space. But she spoke arrogantly. I'm not even there, he mused. This woman didn't take off her shoes to reduce her body weight. The Demon Sword charged at him like a blood-soaked hurricane. On her bare feet, the tips of her toes glinted with sharp metal shards. She's using the steps of the demon god. Peter was still struggling to block the relentless barrage of attacks. This allows her speed to skyrocket, with a propulsive force dozens of times her body weight. Two powerful spiritual energies were clashing. The guard, watching from the side, thought to himself, I was worried for nothing. This guy isn't reacting instantly. The Demon Sword moved with fluid, relentless attacks, while my mistress moved nimbly, disappearing right after striking. It's very difficult to find an opening to counterattack. His expression darkened. But what is this? The guard saw him retreating before her power. He was clearly on the defensive. So why does that man? Peter's face was completely calm, his eyes sharp, showing no sign that he was about to lose. The Demon Sword, enraged, charged forward. Hey, didn't you say you were going to show me the ultimate star wheel? When the hell are you going to show your hand? He stood silently, calculating, his movements so fast he was just a blur. It was as if Peter was clenching his sword, watching a legion of his own clones fighting against dozens of enemies. He was shocked. This guy clearly can't even defend himself properly, so why isn't the fight over? The guard watched in confusion. I can see my mistress's attacks, and the battle just keeps repeating itself. He paused. Wait. He can see it. The guard squinted, looking closer. He can see my mistress's attacks. He stood there, stunned and bewildered, his mind in chaos. If he can see it but can't counterattack, doesn't that mean something is wrong? In that moment, the guard quickly raised his hand to intervene. Mistress, please stop. There's definitely something strange going on here. Let me take it from here. The Demon Sword scowled. Hey! She kicked him hard, sending him flying backward. The Demon Sword's eyes blazed with fury. I told you. A cold voice rang out. Not to touch me, he said contemptuously. Finding it hard to breathe? Are you sure you can beat me all by yourself? Now would be a good time to call for help. Peter's voice was taunting. You little brat. What you just said was unbelievable. The Demon Sword is certainly fast, but she can't compare to the Star Wheel Holy Sword I've seen. He smirked. Have you ever heard this? Your sword. No, the Demon Sword, when compared to the Star Wheel Holy Sword, is nothing but a cheap imitation. The Demon Sword raged. You, coming at me with that terrifying speed? I'll rip that mouth of yours off first. The Demon Sword roared. Come on, let's see you dodge this. The guard rushed forward. Wait. Peter's gaze was ice cold. After all, an insect like you can't even touch me. There are many truly strong people out there. A voice rang out. What do you mean by that? He smiled. You'll see. Once you get out into the real world, you'll realize you're just a frog in a well, or something like that, Peter said in a low voice. Someday, I'll become as strong as you and be the world's greatest swordsman. He laughed heartily. I can do it, right? The sunset that day was beautiful. Simon, you're strong enough now, because you have something that no one else does. Peter's expression changed. You're dead. She frowned, her face paling. He lunged forward with terrifying speed. Peter was filled with resolve. The Demon Sword stared in shock. The two turned their heads, and he spoke in a low voice. Aren't you curious? How I was able to block every single one of your attacks. He spoke in a low voice. You launch yourself from the ground into the air, allowing you to fly at me with extraordinary speed and power. She stood with her back turned. You are very strong. Peter's voice made the demon sword turn her head. But you have a fatal weakness. He continued softly. You always have to start from somewhere. The moment you take that step forward, you reveal your line of attack. A deep voice echoed. Thanks to that, all I have to do is block with my sword along that path. The guard was stunned. And just like that, the demon sword lost an arm, collapsing helplessly. That is the star-forged holy sword style. A scream of agony, filled with hatred and despair, tore through the air. No, no. He rushed forward to embrace the kneeling demon sword. My lady, are you all right? Tears streamed down her face. She grabbed the guard's collar, her whole body trembling as if with a fever, and screamed frantically, detonate it. Make it blow up now. Her screams echoed. Peter said coldly, You're faster and stronger than I thought. I suppose that's why you were so confident. But the star-forged holy sword is not like that, he said coolly. In other words, he is not someone you can afford to underestimate. The demon sword was enraged. I will kill you. She glared at Peter with pure hatred. I will kill you. A strange mist made him cover his mouth. This was, the seductive demon sword stepped forward, just like before. Her voice rang out, stunning Peter. Hey, don't try any funny business. After all, she sneered. You're going to die anyway. He frowned. Peter? Tell him to get here quickly. I can't wait any longer. He stood defiantly. Not even Peter could stop this. She laughed scornfully. How amusing. Are you trembling? He swung his sword wildly. No matter how cool you try to act, it's useless. In the end, neither you nor that star-forged holy sword can do anything against this perfume. Peter was still shaking. The demon sword spoke arrogantly. What do you think you're doing? Planning to break through the wall and jump into the sea? Not gonna happen, sweetie. There's nothing you can do. His eyes darkened. Even if Peter were here, standing right in front of me, the demon sword's eyes roamed as she licked her lips. But he would still be entranced by this intoxicating scent. Suddenly, her eyes flew open. What the hell? Peter was hidden within the thick, purple fragrance, gripping his sword tightly. Inside the mist, Peter slowly removed his tie. Then, he wrapped it tightly around the hilt of his sword. The guard was bewildered. Wasn't he just trembling from the perfume? So, what kind of trick is he trying to pull with that sword? The demon sword gritted her teeth. You're holding your breath, aren't you? Fine. Let's see how long you can last. She charged forward, sword swinging wildly. He poured a bottle of wine onto his own sword. The hallucinogenic perfume had enveloped the entire area. In other words, there was no escape. The demon sword roared. You knew. Peter casually tossed the wine bottle aside. I've been waiting for you to use this perfume. He was bewildered. Wait. No. The sword burst into flames. To let you rely on that weapon you're so proud of. To that hallucinogenic chemical, his eyes sharpened. Peter raised the burning sword. And to show you just how powerless you truly are. The demon sword stood frozen, the guard stunned. The hallucinogenic perfume is a flammable compound. In other words, a panicked inner voice screamed. It's highly flammable. He frowned. But when did he figure out the properties of this perfume? The guard remembered the moment she had gotten close. That's when he must have recognized my lady's perfume. The demon sword gritted her teeth. Damn it. Her eyes widened as she laughed maniacally. So what? My perfume has already filled this entire place. Go on, try and burn it all down with that tiny little flame. The demon sword's eyes went wide. In the end, I know full well. Her expression suddenly turned to shock. How is that possible? Peter's face turned cold, and so, he swung his sword, spreading the flames. Then I'll just burn this whole place down. She panicked. What the hell? Why is he doing that? The guard stood there, stunned. What the hell are you doing? I just realized. This guy was creating a smokescreen from the very beginning. A memory flashed back. Peter, shattering the glass bottles. He didn't throw the glass bottles to stop my lady. The spilled wine bottles lay everywhere. His real intention was to pour out the alcohol. The floor. The demon sword roared, her face contorting. You bastard. She lunged forward at a terrifying speed. He parried powerfully, his arms crucial for maintaining his balance. Peter observed grimly. This person wasn't fully ready to fight with just one hand. Watching the demon sword slash away manically, he could see her body was gradually losing its balance. He blocked her powerful blows, noticing not only her speed but also her strength were declining significantly. He stared at her frenzied expression. Peter mused. She's reached her limit. The demon sword's eyes blazed with fury. Suddenly, her roaring stopped, and he raised an eyebrow. Surprising, but the bodyguard behind her struck, freezing her in place. A smart move. Peter watched, his eyes darkening. If her blood pressure kept rising, the demon sword would collapse, bleeding uncontrollably, and her life would be in danger. He stood tall. So, you're my next opponent? The bodyguard gritted his teeth. You've made a grave mistake. He bent down and lifted her up, and the bodyguard immediately bolted. Peter stood still as the flames spread. He rushed away, carrying the demon sword. His gaze was dark. Are you planning to return that thing? A memory flashed by him, cloaked in black, saying in a low voice, yes. A cold voice echoed. And why is that? The bodyguard's eyes darkened. When this is over, my master and I will go home. The shadowy figure spoke in a low voice. Go home, really? He pushed himself up from his knee. How ridiculous, he said in a low tone. And what will you do when you get back? Do you want to revive the demon sword sect? Or perhaps create a new one? The bodyguard stood silently, his expression cold. The figure smirked, his arrogant voice ringing out. It seems you can't even be bothered to open your mouth. Actually, the demon sword sect has many hidden complexities. It's very, very interesting. Peter walked up the stairs. Everything was going according to plan, but there were still a few unresolved issues. He touched his forehead. The demon sword sect. I never thought this mess would be so complicated. Di Yuan calmly typed on her computer. It was, indeed, quite surprising to become the demon sword at such a young age. She's taken hundreds, even thousands of lives all by herself. However, looking at the screen, she raised an eyebrow. But how did she become a Simon? Peter was confused. What do you mean? Di Yuan rested her chin on her hand. You, of all people, should know. A mysterious group appeared. The apostles are individuals chosen by the Glory Society from the Glory Orphanage, who then become irreplaceable core agents. In fact, many nations value them more than nuclear weapons. He answered the phone. Then isn't that strange? Of course, she's a talented swordswoman. She looked at the image of the demon sword on the screen. But her, with that level of power, is an apostle? Di Yuan's voice was grave. Even after re-examining the relevant data, the demon sword's abilities are far inferior to the previous Simon. She raised an eyebrow. It's clear that Bastard is trying to recruit new apostles, but these new ones are all weaker than the former ones. It's completely meaningless. I don't believe it. Di Yuan frowned. He must be hiding something else. But what could it be? Why would he recruit that woman to be the apostle Simon? Peter was slowly walking up. Di Yuan, I think you've opened the door. You were right, she typed furiously. Di Yuan exclaimed excitedly, I found it. This is the most likely reason for the demon sword to become a Simon. She was shocked, but wait. No way. Di Yuan looked at the background image. What the hell did the demon sword sect do? He stood tall amidst a sea of fire. Peter muttered, I keep asking myself, why? Why do you live like a meaningless shadow beside the demon sword? He said in a low voice, I don't know your circumstances, but you don't have to do this. Peter spoke up, isn't that right? The voice made the bodyguard's expression turn cold. The true apostle, Simon, blue-eyed Simon, the ghost Kaleo, a former member of Japan's largest assassin guild, the Demon Sword Sect, a subordinate of the Demon Sword from the Demon Sword Sect, with S-rank special abilities. He frowned, as the apostle bodyguard spoke in a low voice. There's a saying that's been ingrained in my subconscious since birth, he said gravely. In this line of work, curiosity gets you killed. Peter smirked. Catchy, he mused. Anyway, besides the fact that this guy is a true apostle, I know nothing else about him. There's too little information out there. He lives like a ghost. He panicked internally. It would be great if he had as much intel as the apostle Nathaniel. I don't know how I'm supposed to fight him in this situation. Peter faced the bodyguard. But one thing's for sure. This guy just ended his act as a ghost. And now he's going back to being a true assassin. An explosion roared as the flames spread. So, as he watched the bodyguard approach, he knew the pressure he was under now was immense. The bodyguard frowned. You're not Choi Un-Trang's bodyguard, are you? What's your real identity? And what's your connection to Peter? Peter sighed. Later, his eyes sharpened. Such a curious person. The bodyguard's eyes filled with determination as well. Just calm down and come at me, he smirked. But you already know, don't you? Peter lunged forward. In this line of work, curiosity gets you killed. The two of them clashed, neither giving an inch. Peter was knocked back. His face darkened as he thought, what the hell? This guy. He's a complete mystery to me. He stared at the guard. A sense of unease crept in. Karate? No, that's not a karate stance. I've never seen anything like it. He put up his guard, wondering. Is he hiding his true skills? Or does the Demon Sword School have some secret I don't know about? No, that can't be it. Peter stared at the guard, a smirk forming in his mind. There are just too many openings. He's leaving his weak spots completely exposed, with no defense whatsoever. Peter's gaze sharpened. His spacing is all wrong. His stance is idiotic. None of it makes any sense. The two charged at each other again. Peter analyzed him. His movements. It's like he's never had any formal training. It's all just ingrained in him. It's almost like the instinct of a wild animal, Peter thought, marveling as he continued to fight the guard. He dodged my attacks with an absurd ease. Peter narrowed his special red eyes. He's not even thinking or making decisions. This guy, Peter looked at the guard, a possibility dawning on him, is a natural-born genius. He slipped a hand into his pocket, but he was still skeptical. A genius like him, with no special skills whatsoever? He scoffed internally. You're called an apostle, with no special abilities to speak of? He looked forward, a doubt crossing his mind. Could it be that? He looked at the guard, surprised. Incredible resilience and unpredictably fluid movements. He marveled as they fought, and his attacks are so bizarre and unpolished. As they clashed violently, Peter made his judgment. They were both blown back, creating a wide gap between them. Peter met his eyes, calculating. This man is strong, but that's it. I don't need to use that just yet. Then he spoke. Peter spoke slowly. Your offense, your defense. They're all completely inefficient for someone with your natural talent. No one's ever taught you how to fight. No, that's not quite right. He asked the guard. You can't learn how to fight, can you? The guard looked surprised. How did you? Peter replied. It's pretty puzzling. Even with all that raw talent, you've always hidden in the shadow of the demon sword, haven't you? Peter was baffled. What in the world are you trying to hold back? The guard didn't answer. His mind drifted back to the past. Is Team 1 finished? On a deserted road, a voice echoed in reply. Yes, my lord. It's all done. The 23rd head of the Demon Sword School, Heidke. He stood with his arms crossed, staring intently. A guard stepped forward to report. As expected, my lord. We were confident, since this was a team mission to eliminate Sekino Huiheng. So, if you're going to lie to me, you'd better do a better job of it, Heidke said. The Void Sword technique, which leaves no trace, is the creed of the Demon Sword School. Look at this battlefield. This is not the work of the Demon Sword School. He gestured at the scene before them. This is the work of a wild beast. As if an enraged monster tore apart everything in its path, the guard bowed his head. I apologize, my lord. In fact, Heidke's face darkened as he asked, Kegel? The guard replied, Our men didn't do this. Heidke snapped. What? Are you telling me this was the work of another group? The guard stammered. It would appear so, sir. In a convenience store, a hand dropped a few coins on the counter. The stranger walked away, leaving one word behind. Careful, the clerk replied nervously. Thank you. The guard bowed and reported, even for Team 1, this mission was too much for them. Kogel handled it by himself. Someone called his name. Kegel. Heidke spoke slowly, leisurely cleaning his sword. Such boundless talent. But at the same time, so very concerning. He muttered while meticulously polishing his blade. I hope Kegel can properly inherit the bloodline of the Demon Sword School. Of all the children I have ever met, Heidke recalled the boy's image and mused. He is a true, natural-born killer. The guard spoke up. My lord, are we just going to let this be? We should eliminate him for good before it's too late. He looked at his gleaming sword and replied, Have you ever heard of fleas? Fleas, my lord? He explained. Fleas can naturally jump over a meter high. That's 200 times their own body length. However, if you trap them inside a jar and leave them there for 3 days, when you finally open the lid, his voice continued. From that moment on, those fleas will never be able to jump any higher than the jar. They will have forgotten their true limits. A sinister look crossed his face. That boy, Kogel, has been in his jar for a very long time. Heidke's voice echoed. No matter how high he tries to jump, he has already reached his absolute limit. Outside, the guard covered the ears of the little girl in front of him. Heidke's voice rang out from within, so that he can never leap higher than his own master. The memory ended. The guard and Peter were still there, staring at each other. Peter spoke first. You've been oppressed your entire life. You can't do a single thing for your master. Isn't that right? Peter added. You should have just blindly obeyed your master. The guard hesitated. He looked up and added, You're being too loud. The guard immediately lunged at him. As he fought Peter, he wondered, Aren't you tired of fighting with just your brain and your mouth? Parrying the blow, Peter thought, This guy is no joke. The more I see, the more astonished I am. He silently marveled. Every move is reckless, yet incredibly creative, Peter surmised. It's like he's never needed to actually learn how to fight until now. Peter focused, thinking that no matter who his opponent was, he's probably never felt like his life was on the line. He looked at the man before him, not just a beast, but a true monster, one that instinctively goes for the throat to rip it out. His expression remained blank as he thought. But that still doesn't explain everything. The two broke apart. The guard stared intently, his mind racing. He's still hiding something. I have a bad feeling about this. This guy is strong, but eventually, he'll have to show his hand. His attack patterns are simple. He carefully observed Peter's moves. He thought to himself, he keeps aiming for the same spot. He deduced that he was targeting his legs. As he focused on dodging Peter's attacks, the guard thought, he's desperately trying to set a trap. If I can just avoid all his ploys, then my footwork must be more complex than he realizes. It was the same during the fight with my master. With a sharp gaze, the guard continued his analysis. This time, he's planning to pull the same trick with my legs. Do you really think I'd fall for such an obvious trap? As Peter lunged, the guard calculated, I'll use this to launch my counter. He decided, the next time you aim for my leg, I'll pretend to fall for it. Suddenly, a chain shot out from behind Peter. The guard aimed a knee strike at Peter's face, thinking, and when you're distracted, I'll strike you head on. Seeing nothing but empty space before him, the guard thought in shock. What? The chain wrapped around his body, finally tightening into a large knot around his neck, making him cry out in agony. He clutched the chain on his neck, thinking in pain. He vanished. The guard's eyes shot open. What the hell is this? Seeing Peter reappear before him, holding the chain, he was secretly impressed. More importantly, when did he even prepare this? Peter spoke up. You really do have formidable senses. Up until now, you've been fighting purely on instinct. That's probably why you've never met a worthy opponent. But you saw my fight with the demon sword, so you couldn't just ignore my strength. So, I forced you to be more cautious, made you use your head, because you've never had to think while fighting before. Peter tightened the chain, adding, you were so busy thinking, you didn't realize I was leading you right into a trap. And now, you're caught. He yanked the chain, hoisting the guard into the air. His voice echoed, don't even bother trying. Even a chainsaw would struggle to cut through this. The guard choked out, it's not over. Sharp claws sprouted from the guard's hand. Peter froze in place when he saw them. Then, Peter tightened the chain even more, crushing the guard's hope. So, you were hiding those claws, but just give up. That chain won't break so easily. Suddenly, Peter's eyes widened in realization. No way. That's right. That's it. He watched the guard's practiced movements. He had already suspected it. So that's what this guy was hiding all along. He watched as the chain snapped clean in two. He was certain now. That's how he got the Bodarok. He thought, that's the same thing I saw at the auction. This guy used the Bodarok on those people's heads. He silently put the pieces together, finally understanding everything. If he coats his claws with that stuff, it'll liquefy anything it touches. I can't get near him anymore. Peter felt a surge of anxiety. This just got complicated. The guard suddenly spoke. By the time you realized it, it was already too late. Once I've resorted to this, the guard glared, lunging forward and shouting, you will completely dissolve into nothing. He grabbed Peter's face. With ice-cold eyes, the guard thought, if he touches this hand, even for a second, he's finished. But how? He was stunned as Peter blocked his attack, stopping his hand right before his eyes. This brat should have been able to dodge that. Why would he be so reckless? Then, a realization dawned on him. The guard thought, he wanted me to attack head-on so he could get a look at my palm. He pulled his hand back, thinking, but it's useless. The guard prepared to throw a punch, thinking smugly, even if you saw it, it changes nothing. Peter deftly dodged the blow. As he leaped back, he analyzed, so he attacks with his claws. And he even cuts his own palm. Peter focused his thoughts. But the key is the claw on his right hand. It's not exactly a new kind of weapon. He recalled the glimpse he got of the guard's hand earlier. He's just using his own blood. Peter asked, hey, what is that blood? Does it really melt flesh on contact? How can a human possibly have that kind of blood? The guard took a fighting stance and replied, if you're that curious, you'll have to defeat me first, won't you? But, he lunged forward, adding, you'll never find out. The two clashed again, claws seemingly about to rake across Peter's face. He quickly dodged, a hint of worry in his heart. He's much faster and stronger than before. As expected, his special ability must be attacking with those intricate claws. Peter thought, because of this guy's blood, I can't even get close to him. The two charged at each other once more. Peter gripped the guard's wrist tightly and asked, from what I know, there's only one bloodline like this in the entire world. Pinning the guard, Peter continued, I thought it had been lost for ages, but surprise, surprise, this is it, isn't it? Peter's next words stunned the guard, the Poison Shadow Panther sect. The guard was shocked. How the hell? Peter said, I know that this sect was wiped out. You're the only survivor, aren't you? Scene change. Two people stood before a massive fire. Someone spoke, Sir, all targets have been eliminated. The poison shadow panthers have been completely wiped from this world. The man stared ahead and said, Let's head back. The other person hesitated. Sir, the masked man asked, What should I do with that thing? A voice replied, What do you mean, that thing? The masked man added, There's still a newborn infant from that panther pack left. Should we kill it too? The man looked at the baby and thought sarcastically, the only child to survive the tragedy. How interesting. He spoke aloud, leaving a single descendant behind. Doesn't sound too bad. And that was the beginning of the twisted relationship between the demon sword sect and myself. Inside a large house, a loud shout echoed. Everyone on your feet. You must keep fighting. There were also sounds of complaint. I can't do it anymore. Inside the room, a young boy stood, focused. All around him, people were collapsed on the floor. They groaned, Kago is too strong. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. The children ran over, calling, Senior brother, senior brother. The boy on the ground clutched his leg in pain. My leg, it's burning. The children clamored. His leg is completely necrotic. Call a doctor. Kaggle, what do you think you're doing in the middle of a sparring match? The boy stammered an explanation. I don't know. The man who witnessed everything thought to himself that the Poison Shadow Panther sect had existed for a very long time. That clan gathered children with poison resistance and created a poisonous bloodline by submerging them in highly toxic substances. Looking at the frightened boy, he thought further. In that way, the legacy of the Poison Shadow Panther sect would be passed down to future generations. The boy stammered an apology. Senior brother, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened either. He thought they would continue to evolve until they transformed into true panthers. He crossed his arms and gave a sinister smile. With groundbreaking combat senses, combined with that toxic bloodline, if left alone, it will develop even further and leap to great heights. He calculated in his head, let's take it slow. I need to prepare a lid to contain it, to keep it from developing unchecked. The rain poured down relentlessly. Inside the house, a strict master was teaching his students. If you can't kill your opponent in a single blow, you will die. With just one slash, you must kill them without them ever knowing. The guard thought. Growing up, I realized my blood was different from others. Stronger. Master discovered this. Because of that blood, no one wanted to be near me. The boy was treated horribly, yelled at, Kago, what are you looking at? Go mop the floors, hurry up. The boy could only endure it. Sorry, sir. Late at night, in the forest, the guard vented his frustration. He took his anger out on a tree. As he punched the trunk, he wondered, what did I do wrong? Why am I such a freak? Why does everyone hate me? It's not like I asked to be born this way. He screamed and punched harder, then stopped, panting heavily. The tree fell. He looked behind him and was surprised to see a small bird. The guard looked at it and whispered, You're lonely, just like me. He climbed the tree trunk and continued, Just wait a second. I'll get you back to your family. I hope you'll at least get a warm hug when you get back. Holding the small bird in his hand, the guard spoke in shock. Wait! He looked down at his hand. The small bird in his hand was now just a bloody pulp. His body trembled uncontrollably. Everything I touch simply vanishes, completely. I'll never be able to. He tremblingly uttered a few words. I'm sorry. Hug someone, right? He recalled his past, sinking into negative thoughts. I'll be hated. I'll be shunned. If all of you are going to hate and avoid me, then I'd rather make you taste absolute terror. Peter's voice cut through his thoughts. The Poison Shadow Panther sect. After the Demon Sword sect trampled all over your clan, what the hell have you been doing? Don't tell me you're trying to rebuild the Poison Shadow Panthers? The guard screamed in fury. Shut up. He growled, questioning. Who do you think you are to talk about me? He continued. Who are you? Everyone associated with the Apostle Peter comes from the Glory Guild. If you were a swordsman who triumphed against the young mistress's blade. Impossible. How could I not know about you? Peter replied. You really want to know? He followed up with a powerful punch. If you want an answer, you'll have to beat me first. The guard reeled from the blow, then quickly regained his footing and charged forward. Peter calculated in his head. That was a direct shot to his head, but he'd held back, so the damage was practically zero. Just as I thought, these attacks are useless. He fought back, still thinking. But even if I could land a blow strong enough to actually injure him, this guy would just use his own blood as a weapon. How ironic. Peter dodged, racking his brain. Unless this toxin is neutralized, there's no way for me to win. He fought and dodged, his mind in turmoil. How? He asked himself. How am I supposed to beat this guy? Peter was knocked back, sent flying across the room. He calmed himself and thought seriously, "This is really tough. What the hell am I supposed to do now?" Peter's eyes landed on a pile of junk in the corner. The guard stepped forward and said, "Just give up. You have nowhere left to run." He advanced menacingly, growling, "If you surrender quietly, I'll grant you a painless death." Where was Peter? He just rolled his shoulders and spoke up. "You're pretty formidable. Judging by the way you fight, I'm sure you're incredibly strong." The guard was stunned as Peter continued, "Come on." The guard couldn't believe it and stammered, "Hey, are you kidding me? Your life is on the line here," Peter replied. "Kidding? Not at all. I'm going to fight for real, too," he thought to himself. With a floor mop. The guard asked, "So you've given up, haven't you?" Peter replied smugly. "You're mistaken," he continued. "From now on, I'll be crafting my own weapon." The guard looked at Peter and scoffed. "Are you brain dead or just refusing to get it? Neither close range nor long range attacks work on me. There's no way you can beat me." Peter smirked. "Right, that's true, but you could never imagine that this floor mop." He held the mop triumphantly and continued. "Tease Stoddy is actually the most terrifying weapon for you." The guard facing him asked doubtfully, "Don't tell me you chose a long-handled mop to beat my short claws?" Peter gripped the mop tightly and replied, "Come at me and you'll find out." Hearing this, the guard's contempt only grew. "Surprising. I already told you, you can't do a damn thing with that stick." His words didn't deter Peter. In fact, they made him more excited. "All this talk. Are you scared?" Seeing him still so confident, the guard couldn't help but feel suspicious. What's this? What the hell does he plan to do with that mop? But one thing's for sure. This guy. He started to recall how Peter fought, from shattering the wine bottle to the moment Peter precisely triggered the explosion. He calculates every single move during a fight. The guard was lost in thought. So there must be some trick behind that ordinary stick. Seeing him just standing there, Peter spoke up. "Well?" His voice successfully snapped the guard out of his thoughts. Less than a second later, Peter began to attack relentlessly with the mop. "I'm getting tired of waiting," but the guard dodged every blow. At this point, he no longer underestimated Peter and began to seriously assess the situation. "I can't get close. As expected, he's trying to use the difference in our reach. I don't even have time for a quick strike." Lost in thought, he took a direct hit from Peter. At the same time, the guard came up with a plan. "If that's the case, I have to drop my defense and close the distance. I'm not afraid of getting hit," he thought as he threw a punch at Peter, but a single touch from him means certain death. Seeing Peter easily dodge it, the guard was genuinely shocked. "What the?" Peter flashed an amused smile, which finally surprised the guard. Again. Peter continued speaking amidst the guard's growing horror. "Gotcha." With those words, the mop landed precisely on the guard's hand. Peter suddenly twisted his wrist. The guard had no idea what was happening. What the hell is he doing? Only then did he realize what Peter had done. "He's wrapping the mop head around my claws." Ignoring the guard's wide-eyed astonishment, Peter spoke calmly. "Now you're in my grasp. It's useless to resist." The fish has taken the bait. He was completely enraged and growled. "This thing," the guard added angrily. "I just need to slice it off and I'm done." And so he did, using his sharp claws to shred the mop into tiny pieces. The guard launched a powerful kick with a disappointed tone. "A fishhook? So you were just playing around." He watched Peter retreat and hastily judged him. "I overestimated you. In the end, you're just good at pulling cheap tricks." Peter refused to back down and replied, "Sorry, but you've been underestimating me this whole time." As if not believing his ears, the guard asked again, "What?" Then he gave Peter a death glare. "Either way, you're about to die." The guard charged forward at full speed, shouting, "So that arrogant mouth of yours is immortal, huh?" Suddenly, something shocked him to his core. He immediately collapsed to the floor, asking in confusion, "What's happening?" "What?" Peter replied with an icy expression. "Lost your footing, pal?" the guard demanded. "You! What the hell did you do?" He screamed in agony. "Why? Why my hand?" Peter replied indifferently. "Your ability is so powerful, I couldn't even get close to you. But that blood of yours has a fatal weakness." Then, he calmly broke it down for the guard. "The blood of a poisoned Shadow Leopard clan member is a potent acid. So, what do you think happens when you mix it with a strong alkaline cleaning agent?" Peter's voice grew colder. "It creates a chemical reaction that neutralizes the acid's properties. In other words, your greatest weapon is now useless." He finished, completely neutralized. The guard thought bitterly. He resentfully replayed Peter's previous actions in his mind. "With that punch from the mop, he wanted me to get covered in the cleaning agent." His hands clenched into fists. "Even if my blood is useless now," he exclaimed, kicking back forcefully, "it won't be that hard." Then suddenly, A voice saying, I, rang out, catching both of their attention. The weak voice spoke again. It was Magic Sword. She dragged her battered body, struggling to get the words out. I will kill you. Seeing his master, the guard immediately called out, Young miss. Peter didn't even spare her a glance. He replied in a cold tone, If you want to live, retreat immediately. Magic Sword, now with only one arm, was all talk. Shut up. I'm the one who's going to kill you. Watch, I'll chop off your head. As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't stand any longer and collapsed, her sword falling with her. The guard screamed in panic. Young miss. He caught Magic Sword in his arms, asking worriedly, I told you to wait on the ship. She gave a cold laugh and ordered, Be quiet. But the guard continued, Why did you come here? Your condition will only get worse. Magic Sword replied with difficulty, I have to kill him. I have to kill him. We promised each other that when this was over, we would leave this place together. The guard looked at her, weak in his arms, and stammered, Young miss, I can do it. I'll do it. I can even capture Peter. Magic Sword replied with all her might. I have to. I can do it. A subordinate has to trust their master. After she said that, she fainted, causing the guard to cry out in fear. Young miss, wake up. Young miss, I'm begging you. Seeing she wasn't waking up, he grew even more frantic, calling out nonstop. Please open your eyes, young miss. Young miss. He began to remember his past. Looking back, I always longed to see the world out there. If I could just step outside the main gate, the heavy pressure on my shoulders would disappear. Scenes of being trampled on and bullied flashed by. No more daily torment from my seniors. But the only reason I couldn't step through that gate, a small voice called out, Big brother. Little flower petals were held out in front of me. Look, this flower is so pretty. The little girl happily ran to his side. It smells so nice too. Dewey Ka, that's me, the innocent girl told him. Does Dewey Ka want to smell this nice when she grows up? The guard replied gently. You're fine as you are, young miss. The little girl's voice rang out again. What did you say? He wanted to say something, but stopped. It's nothing. The pleasant memories continued to flood back. The fragrance of the flowers back then was so warm. He unconsciously remembered the flower from when his master was a child. The scent of that flower made him forget all his resentment, sadness, and loneliness. In that memory was the girl he wanted to protect, whether she was a noble young lady or he was a man of lowly status. The guard spoke gently, but, young miss, I don't think you should call me big brother. The small voice rang out. I don't want to. You're older than Dewey Ka, so you're my big brother. He gently refused. No, I really can't. The girl's innocent voice immediately replied. You don't like being my big brother, Koggle? The memory vanished into thin air before he even realized it. He said, startled, Young miss, wait a minute. A frightening voice rang out. Young lady, didn't I tell you it's dangerous to go there without permission? A large figure with a cold voice appeared. Lady Dewey Ka. Let's go back now. Dewey Ka immediately refused. No, I want to keep playing with Brother Kegel. The man gave a gentle smile, but his face was strangely terrifying. Where Dewey Ka couldn't see, Koggle was brutally punished. How dare you? Are you insane? The master's beloved daughter called you brother. How dare you touch the young lady with those filthy hands? He was beaten and cast aside. Die. Just die, you monster. From that moment on, Kegel understood the distance between them. We can't approach or touch each other like other people. Maybe it's because of my lowly blood, or because of your noble blood. The voice echoed endlessly, but what's clear is that I can never cross the line drawn by our blood. On a day of pouring rain, urgent voices called out continuously, faster, even faster. The head of the family praised her. You truly have a natural talent. If you keep this up, it will be enough. You are qualified to be the next successor of the Magic Sword clan. Kegel finally understood his place here. No, all I need is to be my master's shadow. That's more than enough. The scene shifts to Du Xia's birthday. The maids surround her with congratulations. Happy birthday, Lady Dewey Ka. You've received so many expensive gifts. We'll never get to see an outfit like this in our lives. I'm so jealous. Du Xiao looked at the expensive gift in her hand, beaming with joy. It smells amazing. A nearby maid chimed in. Of course, you can tell it's a luxury item, right, my lady? Du Ka innocently asked. Is this really expensive? She immediately got a response. Let's see, since this is a gift. From the master of the Fujiwara house, right, everyone? Holding his own gift, Kegel felt every word they said twist like a knife in his heart. He recalled the memory with unbearable sorrow. Duska, every year on your birthday, I try to make this feeling disappear. In the end, he threw away the gift he'd bought that year. From inside, Duka's voice continued to ring out. It's so beautiful. Kegel watched her happy expression and felt utterly insecure, because this cheap 800 yen bottle of perfume isn't worthy of you. What changed the bright and radiant Du Xia was the incident that happened that day. An order was given, kill every last one of them for me. The Yamato Yakuza, a clan with close ties to the Demon Sword sect, has attacked us. They stormed in, guns blazing. Don't let a single one of them survive. Send them all to hell. Fortunately, he was there in time. He managed to save her. No, my lady, if you go out there now, you'll be in danger too. They don't plan on sparing anyone. Kill them all. Duika screamed and cried as Kegel carried her away. Mother, let me go, Kegel, let me go. From that day on, his lady transformed into a completely different person. Duka threw herself into training with a crazed intensity. Kegel rushed to stop her. My lady, if you keep training like this, you'll collapse from exhaustion. But Duika wouldn't stop struggling to break free. Let go of me. Just leave me alone. I will kill every last one of those bastards. Even in her feverish delirium, she never forgot her purpose. I must have my revenge. I'll kill them. Kill them all. He understood everything she was doing. His lady was pouring all her strength into preparing for her revenge, torturing herself day after day. I could do nothing but watch over you. He was always by her side on her path of vengeance. For years, they lived in a cave, completely cut off from the outside world. His lady had dedicated her entire life to this. Every single moment was a price paid to hone her skills. And then, the day finally came. Many years passed, until you finally succeeded in your revenge. A bloodbath unfolded, painted with her sword and his blood. 2,000 Yakuza members vanished without a trace, and the price was that they both became wanted fugitives. Mission complete. They were now without purpose. After our successful revenge, we lost our home to return to. With a haggard expression, Duika asked Kegel, "Where do we go now?" He replied with all his loyalty, "Wherever you go, my lady, I will follow." But perhaps to her, it was just a joke. That's hilarious. Then, suddenly, Duika spoke. "Leave, Kegel." He calmly replied, "I will not." Her response came immediately. "You fool." Duka spoke again. "Then how about this?" She stared into the empty distance. She slowly proposed a hypothetical. "One day, let's go to a place where there's nothing." She looked at a poster, thinking. She continued wistfully, "A place where no one knows who we are. We'll pick and eat fruit and bask in the sun." Then she dismissed the thought. "No, if we did that, it'd be hot as hell." Kegel suddenly cut in. "You won't feel the heat," Duxia asked, puzzled. "What did you say?" Kegel then elaborated. "Because beneath the glamorous lights of the city at night, Kegel's silhouette stood out clearly in the cold darkness. He looked at Dusa and declared with conviction, 'I am your shadow.'" Hearing this, she was left speechless. Back in the present, Kegel held Duka, calling out to her repeatedly, "My lady, please wake up." She weakly called his name, Kegel. Without hesitation, he answered immediately, "Yes, I'm here." Unexpectedly, Ducia presented the bottle of perfume from all those years ago. Kegel held it in his hand, lost in thought. "This is..." The scene from that day flashed back into his mind. He asked, stunned, "How? How do you have this?" Duska gave a faint, pained smile and replied, "Did you think I didn't know? I've carried it with me for 10 years, and you never even noticed." Her voice grew weaker. "It's such a shame. I never got to use it." Kegel held her close and replied, "I could never let you use such a cheap perfume, my lady." Then, he sprayed that very perfume on himself. As the scent reached her, Duka praised it. "It smells wonderful." Duka spoke in broken sentences. "You know something? Kegel, all this time, memories of when she was a child resurfaced. When you became my shadow, protecting me. I loved it. Get out of here. Our promise. Forget it. Be careful." Duka smiled, tears welling in her eyes as she called his name. Kegel. Hearing her say his name again, Kegel's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Duska reached up, pulled his face down, and placed a kiss on his lips, a thank you for the past 10 years. He kissed her back, and they both shed tears of happiness. In that moment, they were no longer bound by the chains of their status. Suddenly, Kegel sensed that something was wrong. He began to panic, realizing she had bitten his lip. "Wait, my lady, my blood." "No. Spit it out. Spit it out now." Duka's eyes slowly closed. "I've done so many terrible things. I want you to live on." With the last of her strength, she whispered her final words. "So please, go." As she finished, Duka's eyes shut tightly. This time, for good. Kegel couldn't accept it and screamed in anguish, "No, no, wait. Duka, Duka, "No, you can't do this. Please, wait." But all that answered him was a terrifying silence. Kegel let out a final, pained roar. "Do see." Outside, the merciless flames consumed everything in their path. But Kegel remained inside, holding her close, whispering softly to the one who could no longer breathe. "Duka. If that is your wish, I will follow it with all my heart. The time for weeping is over." Kegel turned to Peter and repeated his vow. "I made a promise to Duka, and I will keep it. Only then can my lady be proud of me." He laid Duka's body aside, stood up, and clawed a long gash into his own flesh, declaring, "I will kill you." Entering a battle stance, Kegel lunged at Peter. The two of them smashed straight through a wall, bringing the door down with them. Debris flew in every direction. Kegel charged, trying to crush Peter's face, forcing him to lean back. Peter fell with a heavy impact, but the moment he hit the ground, he immediately leaped aside to dodge the attack. Peter shielded his face from the flying fragments. He looked ahead and thought to himself, "This guy has a death wish." Kegel jumped down right after Peter's fall. Looking at his condition, Peter understood immediately. When he enters that state, he becomes dangerous. In other words, his face clearly shows he's given up on life. Peter concluded in his mind, right now, he doesn't even care about living. He stepped back into a defensive stance. He assessed the situation, realizing it was more complicated than he thought. He recalled the image of a man touching the faces of two others with his hands. Then Peter remembered, right. If I come into contact with that blood, I'm dead. What do I do now? How can I get close to him? How do I neutralize that damn blood? His mind raced as he remembered the scene of that man screaming in agony. But Kegel didn't give him time to think, lunging forward with eyes full of hatred. Suddenly, something appeared in his line of sight, making Kegel wonder, what is that? 3 objects came flying toward him. Kegel recognized them as fire extinguishers. After throwing them, Peter immediately flung his cards. The high-speed cards were aimed to release the gas inside. Under the impact, the fire extinguishers burst, releasing a white cloud into the air. Only then did Kegel realize his opponent's intention. What's he using fire extinguishers for? It's definitely not as a weapon. Is he trying to obscure my vision? Kegel thought. Obscure my vision. Kegel looked at his body, now coated with the substance from the extinguishers. He finally understood. The purpose was to stop the bleeding. Let's step away from the intense battle for a moment. Back in his memories, Kegel had long assumed that the fate of everyone he ever faced was the same. Their eyes would gradually lose the will to fight. It was inevitable. The skills I've honed for so long, even secret martial arts techniques, or the most meticulous plans, they were all useless before me. We see an image of Kegel having defeated every single opponent who stood against him. That's how confident he once was in his own power. But now, perhaps he had to accept a new reality. He watched as Peter rushed in, attacking him with his bare hands, and in his opponent, he caught a glimpse of his former self. In Peter's eyes, he saw a reflection of the man he used to be. His limbs were bent and twisted by Peter. This time, he had to accept defeat at the hands of another. The flames still crackled all around them, creating an unsettling sound. After being taken down, Kegel couldn't move. He could only lie flat on the ground. He rasped, looking up at Peter, "If you're a member of the Glory Guild, you must be A rank. No, you have to be an apostle, right?" Peter stood over him, looking down coldly at Kegel. He desperately wanted to know the identity of the man who defeated him, but there's absolutely no way I wouldn't know of a talent like you. Who in the world are you? But I suppose it's time for this life to end. Kegel suddenly realized his question was meaningless. It didn't matter anymore. He begged his enemy to end the life that was slowly fading away in agony. "If I keep living, this life has no meaning. Finish me." Peter walked over to where he lay, stopped, and then spoke. "Have you never considered it?" He crouched down and asked, "Why did the Yamato Yakuza attack the demonic sword sect?" Hearing this, Kegel was stunned and asked back, "What did you say?" Peter replied, "Don't you think?" He revealed the suspicion he'd held for so long. That it was all part of the Glory Guild's plan? Kegel's eyes widened in shock. What does that mean? Peter got straight to the point. New wine in new wineskins. The old skins are often torn and can no longer hold it. Model. A new model for containing wine. In the same way, old things must be cast aside to make way for the new. In his mind, an image of Raphael appeared, his back turned to reveal a large tattoo. 10 years ago, the current Master of Glory was recruiting new apostles. Thinking back, Peter couldn't forget one of the candidates, a resident from the Demon Sword sect. The Japanese Demon Sword sect had inadvertently caught his eye. The title of Japan's strongest assassin family sounded very appealing to him. The two men in the house faced each other, neither saying a word. He certainly coveted that title more than anyone. However, the proud demon sword sect did not succumb to his sweet temptations. Despite being repeatedly rejected by the clan head, he still made a prediction. The man in the suit gave a cunning smile, turned his back, and said in a condescending tone, "It doesn't matter. One day, before you even realize it, you will all have to surrender." After some time, that person returned, just as he had said he would. He began to execute a plan. If he attacked their limbs, the demon sword sect's weakness would be forced into the open. And the first one to step out of the door that day was the demon sword sect's ally, Urao. One night, at the residence of the demon sword sect's clan, he used the Yamato Yakuza to annihilate them. In the end, the demon sword sect was wiped out in a single night. The sound of gunshots echoed continuously, taking one life after another. The news of the demon sword sect's destruction sent shockwaves. It was a tragic story. In that brutal battle, a man was fortunately able to grab a child from the house and flee. Elsewhere, two cloaked strangers glanced upwards. "What have you been doing since that night?" Peter recounted everything the man had said. The current master of glory had prophesied to the head of the demon sword sect. "One day, before you even realize it, you will all have to surrender." And it had come true. A cross, entwined by a snake bearing its venomous fangs, swayed gently. After their revenge, those who had lost their purpose in life were given the position of glory's apostles. Though they now served the order like loyal sheep, in the end, everything had been orchestrated. Kegel looked at the people before him with a confused gaze, someone's words still echoing in his head. "I've got you." Those words ended with, "Kegel, the shadow of the demon sword sect." Peter concluded everything with a cold, cruel tone. But that was also the truth. Kegel gritted his teeth in denial. "Lies. You're just spouting nonsense. How could I be deceived by that serpent's tongue?" He fought back with questions. "Why should I believe you?" Peter answered without a second thought. "If you don't believe me, then ask your boss directly." "No." He looked Kegel straight in the eye and suggested another way. "What if we ask Raphael?" Kegel was stunned, wondering to himself, how does he know the boss's code name? Back in the past, he placed the cross down on the table and refused. "I cannot accept this." Kegel turned and walked away, explaining, "One mountain cannot have two tigers, and I have only one master." The man sitting in the chair immediately spoke up. "Then how about this?" He slyly proposed something he was sure Kegel couldn't refuse. "I will bestow the title of Simon upon your young mistress." He crossed his legs, puffing on a cigarette, as he stated his intention to support his master. Kegel lowered his head, his face close to the ground. He questioned himself. Did he calculate all of this? I can't believe it. I don't want to believe it. But if what he said was true, Kegel finally realized. What had he and Dewey Ka been living for all this time? Thinking about how both he and Dewey Ka had been used, Kegel gritted his teeth. "I never asked for much. I just wanted Dewey Ka to be happy. As long as I could be by her side, protecting her like a shadow, that was enough." Kegel forced himself to stand up. If only glory didn't exist. If only I had refused the position of apostle. If only I hadn't longed to be by your side. No, if only I hadn't been there from the very beginning, he called out softly, tenderly. "Dewey Ka, I think I might have ruined your life." An image of a vibrant Dewey Ka appeared in his eyes. Kegel now roared out each word in fury. How the hell? How can someone so despicable exist? How the hell? Peter remained as heartless as ever, offering a piece of advice. "Don't try so hard. It will only make you die faster." After he spoke, the air fell into silence, leaving Kegel space to think. He reminded him with difficulty, "Right now, your friends are in danger." Peter was a little surprised. He asked again, "What did you say?" Kegel revealed what he knew. "I've already sent pirates to their location." He finished with a declaration. "This ship will meet its end soon." Using the last of his strength, Kegel advised, "If you want to save them, you'd better go now." Elsewhere, where people were in a frenzy because of the fire, someone shouted, "The fire's about to reach us over here. Let's go. Hurry up." Somewhere inside the ship, a menacing voice echoed, "Where the hell do you think you're going without our permission?" The black man leading the gang shouted an order. "Everyone, get out here now. Anyone still on that lifeboat gets a bullet." Threatened, the people fled in fear, crying out as they ran, "Go, don't push. If you're going to fall, fall by yourself." The remaining staff member was unarmed and could only raise his hands in surrender. One person spoke up, "Hey, what should we do now?" The other replied in a calm tone, "Just wait. The dagger genius is calculating." He turned to assess the enemy. There were too many of them. Thinking to himself, "Asterisk, this is bad." Asterisk, he tried to analyze the situation. "There are only two of us who can fight." The staff member didn't forget to encourage his comrade, "Don't be scared." The other man, with his eyes darting around, teased back, You've got some nerve saying that. Despite the encouragement, he didn't stop his calculations. Each of us has to take on 10 of them, and they're armed. He desperately tried to find a solution. What do I do? If I make one move, all the VIPs are dead. The black man pointed his gun at the janitor. He warned his own men, be careful. These aren't your average janitors. If they move even a centimeter, put a hole in them. The manager finally spoke up, wanting to de-escalate by offering a deal. Wait, let's negotiate instead. The black man wouldn't listen. Shut up, don't piss me off. The manager tried to negotiate to reduce casualties. If you shoot me, you'll regret it. I can give you something you could never obtain in your entire life. The black man stubbornly refused. You're just wasting time, you Asian bastard. I'm not falling for that twice. The manager shouted his identity, still hoping for a peaceful resolution. I am Choi Un-chang of the Diha Group. I'll give you anything you want, he pleaded. So please, let's negotiate. Seeing he had the upper hand, the man agreed. All right, Mr. Choi, there's only one thing I want. Then, his expression changed. Your life. The two staff members couldn't hold back any longer and finally charged forward. One of them scoffed, how hilarious. The other added, see you in heaven. Meanwhile, back with Peter, Kogel asked him, why haven't you left yet? If you don't go now, your men are all going to die. Peter gave a dangerous smile, as if everything was already in his hands. It's fine. Even without me, there's still a glory assassin over there. Kegel still couldn't believe it. Even if he is a glory assassin, he can't do anything against that much firepower. He'll have no choice but to accept death. Peter calmly replied, of course. But that's only if he were an ordinary assassin. Hearing this, Kegel's eyes widened as he thought, could it be? As if reading Kegel's mind, Peter smiled and explained, that's right. On this ship, he stated clearly, word by word, there is in times abnormal times assassin. Back at the scene, the gangsters' weapons were quickly destroyed by a single person who walked past them. Peter's words echoed, an apostle. The two staff members stared in astonishment at the scene, and the manager was just as shocked. All three of them had the same thought. Asterisk, he sliced through the gun in a flash. Asterisk. After executing his move, Simon stood still, listening to the black man scream. What? That guy's not dead yet. Hurry, bring out all the weapons. Nobody get near him. The black man quickly panicked. He's just one swordsman anyway. As long as we don't get too close, we'll definitely win. A memory suddenly flashed through Simon's mind. A moment when Peter had asked him, Simon, when do you think a swordsman faces a life or death moment? Simon, sitting under a tree, replied, why would I worry about something that's never going to happen? You're great at making things up, boss. So, when is it? Peter, sitting beside him, pressed on. You just said it would never happen, Simon explained. Just in case, Peter scoffed. And you say times? I'm times the one making things up. Suddenly, he made a sharp gesture with his hand. It broke Simon's hand. Peter then asked, one of those moments is when you lose an arm and can no longer hold a sword. Peter leaned in closer and continued, if that happens, what will you do? Without a moment's hesitation, Simon answered, kill myself. Peter suddenly yelled, you idiot! Simon cheerfully explained, opening his palm in his mind. What I mean is, boss, if I lost my arm, I'd open a noodle restaurant, become the owner, and eat all I want. Peter sighed in exasperation. I really can't have a serious conversation with you. Simon just joked, what now? I'm done talking, boss. That vision ended. Moving to another day, as the sun was setting behind the mountains, a voice could be heard. That guy. The people standing outside were discussing it. He's totally insane. No normal person would do something like that. Another one wondered, what the hell is he doing? Peter, standing nearby, suddenly paid attention to their conversation. The other person continued, no, that's not what I meant. But what kind of madman? Inside the warehouse was Simon, diligently training with one good arm and one broken one. The person outside watched in awe, to think he'd break his own arm just to train. With a strange expression, Peter ran inside and asked, what in the world are you doing? Simon calmly replied, what? You're back already? He cried out in worry. You idiot, you're terrifyingly nonchalant. Did you really break your own arm? Why? Simon looked down at his broken arm. He explained, I've been thinking about it for a while. This is still easier than making noodles. Peter screamed, is this some kind of joke? Simon cheerfully replied, I'm the most serious person in the world right now. He asserted something to him, you'll see. One day, when I'm no longer the Star Wheel Sword Saint, a fire of confidence burned in his eyes. I will create a different Star Wheel sword, back in the present. The manager stared in surprise at the man who had just displayed his talent. Simon knew this was to be expected. His arm was bandaged. He gripped his sword tightly, pointing it forward to fight. Simon told himself, when you want to cut something, you have to hold the sword firmly with 2 hands. When you want to use a gun, you need to put your finger on the trigger. Simon confidently charged toward the thugs, taking them down. With one arm now bandaged, he could only fight with the other. The manager's eyes were still filled with utter astonishment. Simon thought to himself, "And I will cut down that common sense with this very sword." He lunged forward like a flash of lightning to take them all down. In his mind, he thought of 4 words. Left slashing star wheel. With the eyes of an assassin, Simon spoke to Peter through the air. "I told you I could do it, boss." All the passengers, including us, were successfully rescued. And so, the second base of the Glory Guild. The image on the sea was of the ghost ship, now sunk to the deep sea bed. A small boat sped across the water's surface, carrying kneeling sailors. Senior Apostle Simon. Both sailors revealed looks of excited admiration. "It's an honor to meet you, sir. One day, we too will become apostles." "I never thought I'd get to meet a senior apostle in real life." Simon stood watching the scene, waving his hands dismissively. "This is so embarrassing. What are you guys doing? Get up, quickly." Peter, standing beside him, whispered, "Just ignore them. They're always putting on a show." The burly sailor said, "Your swordsmanship was so damn cool, senior." The other immediately joined in, striking a pose. "It's the first time I've seen someone better with a sword than me." "Senior?" Simon turned to Peter. "Did I really dance with my sword like that?" He whispered in helplessness. "I told you, they're just good at putting on a show." The two leaned in close, full of energy, speaking over each other. "Senior, have you met the legendary Apostle Peter? I heard he destroyed an entire nation. Is that right? Is it true?" Simon's voice rang out. "Destroyed a nation?" His face turned serious. "You're seriously underestimating Apostle Peter." Both sailors said in unison, "We didn't mean it like that." Simon continued, "If it's Peter we're talking about." The two sailors spoke up. "Are you saying he could do even more than that, senior?" He immediately replied, "That's right. A single nation is nothing to him." As soon as he finished speaking, he clutched his stomach, laughing. The two sailors also roared with laughter. Peter stood by, watching. They weren't this cheerful before. Simon stood between the two sailors, his arms draped over their shoulders. "Ah, that's right. I mentioned you two to Peter before." Hearing this, both of them became visibly excited and overjoyed. "Sir Peter knows about us? What did he say?" Peter raised an eyebrow and pouted upon hearing Simon's tall tales. "What did I say? He said that you two have matured, and that you'll do great things in the future. You could all become apostles someday." After saying that, he even turned back to give him a wink. Peter was helpless. "You've got to be kidding me." The sky was blessed with warm rays of sunshine. The boat was still bustling with activity. "Me, an apostle? We love you, sir." "Sir Peter?" Suddenly a voice spoke. "Mr. Sun Gu, you should go get some rest." Peter was startled, placing a hand on his chest. "Chairman, I'm your bodyguard. How can I rest? You should be the one resting." Untrang, standing beside him, glanced at him. "I know how to protect myself. You know. Do you have any idea how many life or death situations I've faced in this line of work?" Simon stood between the two of them. The wind blew, making his long hair fly. He spoke in a serious tone. "Thank you for saving my life, Chairman, but this will make Glory suspicious." Untrang turned and replied nonchalantly, "Don't you worry about that. Glory only knows that I'm on a business trip abroad." He stood on the boat, greeting the dawn and the wind. Peter's gaze was somber as an image appeared. An island, 3,348 islands. That's the number of islands in South Korea. A person was being tortured and tied up, yet they managed to find the remote, deserted island where Simon was hiding. Peter stood among the crowd, pondering. With what kind of information were they so confident to attack? Could it be that they really knew he and I were there before? A hateful face appeared. "Raphael is probably grinding his teeth in anger from the humiliation he suffered at my hands, huh?" But back in reality, his eyes looked forward calmly as he thought, "You'd better not grind your teeth too hard." The boat continued to sail toward the sun, because the real battle was only just beginning. Suddenly, a shout was heard. "Who is this? This kid hasn't changed at all, just has more wrinkles, and is as ugly as ever." Peter, Simon, and Dewey-un were together. He sat quietly, playing with a dog. As for the other two, Dewey-un was squishing Simon's face. Simon sneered. "Dewey-un, so the one who refused to help us before has had a change of heart? How can people change so easily?" His voice rang out. "When you were 20, your eyes were still sparkling, you know." Simon rested his chin on his hand, putting on a pitiful act. You said this Simon here was more handsome than any celebrity. Weren't you chasing after me every single day, begging me to marry you? So what's this about me being old and ugly now, huh? Du Yuan snapped. When did I ever say that, huh? Say it again, I dare you. The moment she finished speaking, she struck. She gave Simon a series of love taps on his back. He cried out in pain. Why are you hitting an innocent person? My hand hurts. Hearing that, Du Yuan yelled, I hit your back, not your hand. So how can it hurt? Even the dog next to us can't bear to watch. Simon clutched his back, hunching over as he looked up at Du Yuan. So what the hell is that Raphael guy trying to do? From Glory Hospital to the ghost ship. It's not just one or two places. Hearing this, both Du Yuan and Peter fell silent. Simon sat down on a chair, scratching his head in confusion. Why isn't anyone saying anything? Are you two and a dog trying to ignore me? Suddenly, a name was spoken. Raphael. He's trying to erase Peter's very existence. Du Yuan lowered her head in thought. In 2013, the predecessor to the Glory Guild was a holy land. The Great Cathedral of Glory. After the church bells rang, the priest stood before everyone and declared clearly, O Lord, he stood at the center of it all. The terrible, chaotic, and haunting era after the liberation has passed. The Korean peninsula once again enjoys peace. We are the children of God who have carried out the Lord's command with all our strength. No one knew that those very children lay beneath a monument to peace. An old, wrinkled hand rested on a rosary. The priest's voice had not yet stopped. O Lord, I believe you already know, my sons and daughters. The priest pressed his lips together. From this moment on, I order the disbandment of the 12 apostles. Before everyone, the priest declared, wipe away the blood, sweat, and tears you have shed for so long. The time has come for you to step out into the world. But the only one who objected to Father Gabriel's words was Raphael. He was standing behind the door, Father Gabriel's adopted son, the master of the Glory Guild. Right now, Raphael shouted angrily at his father's back. You can't do this. I don't understand. He placed a hand on his chest. He kept screaming, get rid of them? Without the 12 apostles of glory, what will happen to the Glory Society? The company is just starting to grow, his father replied faintly. Under the moonlight, his father's back looked so lonely. His father reasoned. Raphael, your brothers and sisters are not tools. They are people who gave up their lives to save tens, hundreds of millions of God's children. And this world doesn't need us anymore. This is my decision. And the apostles, the man's hands clenched into fists. Raphael, if there's nothing else, you may leave. Hearing this, the statue of Jesus seemed to tremble with Raphael's every word. This can't be happening. Standing at the foot of the statue, he unleashed a barrage of devastating blows, his mouth rambling nonstop. I can't accept this. Just when it's our time to reap the rewards, you're giving everything up? What about me? What am I supposed to do? The more furiously he struck, the louder Raphael screamed. You are my father. Unlike them, you wouldn't do this. You've clearly been seduced by Satan. Right now, that's not my father anymore. The statue of Jesus finally crumbled before Raphael's fury. Perhaps having vented his anger, he just stood there, watching, and said, to reclaim our glory. That is the path that benefits the people of this country. That is God's will. And finally, the scene showed Raphael sitting on a blood-soaked throne, holding his fallen father in his arms. Raphael uttered a single phrase, it is also my will. Never passed down by anyone, he forged his own glory. Raphael began his frenzied campaign while sitting on the throne, building the halo for the Glory Orphanage as it is today. He established Asia's largest organization of assassins, named the Glory Society. He scoured the entire world to find perfect new apostles to replace the old, aging ones. Raphael wanted to expand his business worldwide. To do that, he had to eliminate the old apostles, and especially one of the most powerful apostles of the former Glory Society. The symbol of all apostles, Peter. Back in the present, a voice spoke up. Raphael, just thinking of that name gives me goosebumps. Du Yuan hugged herself, trembling, and so did the dog beside her. She moved closer to Peter, grabbing the strap of his shirt. Right, that new apostle from the Glory Society. Why is he in my house, Senior? After she said that, the two people and one dog all turned to look at the sleeping young man named Kegel, occupation, apostle. Both Simon and Peter unanimously decided to carry her away. She covered her mouth but still threatened. Are you guys out of your minds? I'll tear him to pieces, Peter said, calmly. Quiet down, he needs to rest. She struggled so much that her slipper flew off. Is this a hotel? Someone spoke up. If he wakes up, he'll just do more stupid things. The three of them walked down the hallway with a dog. Peter spoke up. Don't worry, he won't be able to lay a finger on us. Simon, beside him, clutched his stomach, laughing. So what if he lays a toe on us instead? Du-wan, walking beside them with a cane, asked, should I just kill him? Suddenly, a sound made both her and Peter turn their heads. She wondered, he's awake already? It'd be hard to wake up after losing that much blood. Du-wan's face flashed with anger, her words laced with killing intent. No, senior, don't say anything. Let me kill him. Yet, she hid behind Peter. He asked, what are you doing? She ordered, go on, senior. You kill him. I can't see. So how am I supposed to deal with that guy? The three of them returned to the room. Simon teased from the side. Why don't you hide behind me? You're hurting my feelings. I'm a very strong apostle too. Du-wan was blunt. Senior, you only have one arm. He could only reply, you're making me sad. Asterisk. Swish. Asterisk. Peter opened the door to the room. Looking inside, he was a bit surprised. His eyes widening. The three of them entered the now empty room. She spoke up. Where did he go? I clearly injected him with a lot of sedatives to stop the bleeding. His body definitely shouldn't be able to move right now, Peter said calmly. Where else could he have gone? He knew exactly where. Suddenly, a voice was heard. I can't believe the demon yacht sank just like that. On a stage, lit only by the moonlight. Someone else asked, you saw Peter cause that? Raphael was there and spoke up. There's something that puzzles me. It's become a fact that both the Glory Hospital and the demon yacht incidents were his doing. But his face was never seen. How is that possible, my dear apostles? A whole row of young men in white robes sat quietly on the steps. A commotion arose. The demon sword of the demon blade sect. Kegel was defeated? Is that Peter guy really that strong? Sounds interesting. For a dying old man to be able to do all that. He's no ordinary person. Suddenly, one of them asked, are you scared already? Stop just building your body with protein and try improving your combat skills first. The one who was just insulted shot back. That mouth of yours has been running a lot lately. The other guy wouldn't back down. Don't just talk the talk, walk the walk. A young man holding a gun couldn't take it anymore and chimed in. What the hell are you guys doing? Then shut your mouth, or I'll punch a hole right through you. The man in the hat stayed silent. Raphael spoke up, cutting through the tense atmosphere. That's enough of a greeting. Now that we're all gathered, let's talk. The guy sitting in the center rambled on like he was the boss. We apostles are the strongest beings in the world, yet none of you could catch one old man on the brink of death. Among the white-robed figures, someone suddenly spoke up. That's obviously because I wasn't there. Another added, it's because I didn't step in. Otherwise, that old geezer would be dead. The two went back and forth like that. Hey, mask-wearing geezer, a guy like you would only take 2 of my fingers to beat. Weren't you the one who got shot twice in the stomach last time? You'd better watch your mouth. Before he could finish, the door was smashed to pieces. The man holding a gun remarked, now that's a loud knock. Simon. As the name was spoken, Kegel was seen standing there, covered in severe wounds. Seeing him, the man had to ask, you're still alive? How fortunate. Simon Raphael sat there calmly. I heard the news from Du-sa. I'm truly sorry about that. But at that moment, all the white-robed figures turned their heads in unison to look at Kegel. That guy, Peter. At the mention of that name, Kegel froze. Seeing this, the man urged him, go on, speak. You've met Peter, haven't you? Kegel gritted his teeth. Is that true? Raphael wondered. What do you mean by that? He asked. The man leisurely rested his chin on his hand. I have no idea what you're talking about. You'll have to explain it clearly for me to understand, won't you? Kegel frowned. The Demon Blade sect. Did you order its destruction? Du-ka. She was so grateful to you. She thought she'd found a place to stay, a place to rely on. But was it all just a lie? But that person said this. The one who pushed Yamato-kumi to destroy the Demon Blade sect was you. You stole her peaceful life, trampled all over it. And this whole thing was your doing. Every word left Raphael speechless. An image appeared in his mind. A girl, radiant in the sun, gently holding flowers in her hands. He growled, I'll ask you one more time. Was your plan to destroy the Demon Blade sect? Yes or no? Hearing this, Raphael just scratched his head. Simon, I already told you. What are you implying? The man replied nonchalantly. The Sword Demon and the Demon Blade sect were destroyed because of you. You're the one responsible. Why are you taking your frustrations out on me? Raphael's smile grew more and more sinister. He let out a sentence. Are you trying to frame me for that? Every word he uttered was like a dagger stabbing into Kegel. But Kegel, as much as I regret this, think about it. With Du-ka's personality, things were bound to go badly if she became an apostle. And from the very beginning, if you had just agreed to become an apostle, none of this would have happened. Isn't that right? At these words, the memory of him, flatly refusing and walking away, flooded back. Raphael rambled on. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, he answered hesitantly. It wasn't because of you. But then, turning his eyes to everyone else, he called out, all apostles, listen carefully. From this moment on, leave this place one by one. As he finished speaking, a fist with sharp claws shot forward. He got into a fighting stance. After 10 seconds, anyone who hasn't left. His face, with blood streaming down it, shone with fury. He snarled, I will kill them. Raphael, sitting below, spoke up. Coggle, do you have any idea what your situation is right now? Look around. Not a single person has moved after your threat. The man said confidently, I don't think anyone here wants to leave. The biggest guy spoke up. Kegel, what are you whining about? Just because someone got their ass kicked. Even the gunslinger teased him. What's got you so grumpy, sweetie? It's not sexy at all. The guy with the dark glasses waved his hand dismissively. Why are you so uptight? Must have been a tough fight, huh? Come on over. Let's have a cup of tea and talk it out. The young man in the hat, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Noisy. I'm not drinking tea with a guy like you. Kegel's expression remained ferocious. So, no one wants to leave. Fine then. All of you will die. As soon as he finished speaking, Kegel shot forward like an arrow. In a flash, someone moved to block his attack. It was the man in the hat. The man threw a kick straight at his face, but luckily, he dodged it. I told you, you're too noisy, the man sneered. You're just pissed off, so you're running your mouth. You planning to fight me with words? Kegel frowned. Laugh while you still can, Johann. No matter what, if even a single drop of my blood touches you, you'll die instantly. Just as he said this, he was hit by his opponent's attack. He tried to land an uppercut, but the man dodged it. I know your blood is dangerous, but there's no way I'm letting it touch me. Are you an artist or something? You're great at painting pretty pictures. With the speed of light, in a flash, he moved behind his opponent. Just watch, and you'll see. The two circled each other like a cat and mouse. He calculated, while he's focused on my blood, I'll find his blind spot and attack. First, I have to take him out. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he struck, but the man still managed to dodge. Kegel was surprised. He dodged it. But that last angle was definitely out of his line of sight. How the hell did this bastard dodge that? Suddenly, a shield flew towards him. Kegel caught it. A bit bewildered. With that, the big guy charged forward, radiating killing intent. His fist flew, for only the victors are ever honored. Just accept your death. The moment he said it, both the sword and shield were sent flying. He was slammed into a wall and had to struggle to his feet amidst the rubble, thinking to himself, damn it, what kind of monstrous strength is this? That same fist came flying again, along with the words, dying now would be the easy way out. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. What's all this fighting about? Stop it, you two. Is this something that got you so worked up you had to use your fists to solve it? The man in glasses spread his legs, blocking the attack from both sides. The big guy immediately questioned him. What are you doing, you bastard? Get your disgusting leg off my hand, now. The man in glasses flashed a derisive smile. You still don't get it? It's obvious just by looking. This little darling is tired, so please, just take a good look. Can't you see he's exhausted, but still dragged his body all the way here to avenge his lover? Kegel was in a wretched state, but the fury in his eyes had not subsided. He knew he couldn't fight anymore. I've lost a lot of blood. But one thing's for sure. After I recover, I will come back for Duka. Outside the tower, Kegel shattered a window and launched himself out like a beast, returning to the wild. The man in glasses teased, Philip, he ran off because you were being too rough. The big guy shot back. Shut up. You can't let traitors go. We have to hunt them to the ends of the earth and kill them. Raphael sat there leisurely. It's fine. Just let him go. I get it. It's just a rebellious phase. Placing a hand on his face, the man added, besides, we'll be seeing each other again soon enough anyway. Suddenly, someone spoke up. There's something I really don't understand. Raphael was standing in front of the shattered window, rambling on. It's clear that Kegel met Peter, so why isn't there any information yet? From Nathaniel to the ghost ship and even the past of the Phantom Sword sect, Peter knows everything, doesn't he? With every gust of wind that blew in, he spoke again. It seems what I was thinking is true. Peter's accomplice must be someone of considerable stature. Someone immediately asked who it was. Raphael replied, oh, we'll find out. He wasn't on the passenger list, but there are rumors. On that ghost ship, they saw the chairman of the Diha group. An image of Un Trong waving flashed in his mind. The man wondered, but why? Why would Choi Un Trang appear on a ship he couldn't care less about? He once refused to meet me because he was busy with business. Raphael's smile grew more and more sinister. Could it be? As he finished his thought, the figure of Peter appeared beside Eun Trong. He guessed it was to help Peter satisfy that little whim of his. He said, "Fine by me, we need an armory right now anyway." Looking over at the Deha group, Raphael turned back and asked, "What do you think? Can you handle it?" Apostle Johann. The man in the hat remained seated as his name was called. The man in the hat spoke slowly. "What do you mean, sir?" The man continued. "I mean, for someone who once took down one of Father Gabriel's apostles like you, Choi Eun Trang shouldn't be a big deal, right?" As these words were spoken, a scene of him in a tight-fitting suit with a corpse at his feet flashed by. Raphael reminded him, "But if you need anything, let me know." The Deha group possesses a security system so stringent it's famous even among other major corporations. He was able to answer with precision. 372 people. He smirked. Special Forces, Spain's top security team, SQDO, are planning to join this fight. You think they can stop me? Raphael smiled as well. Look at you. You may seem indifferent, but you've already prepared, haven't you? All right, now go. The Deha group. Send Choi Eun Trang to hell. A death sentence was declared. In our next story, pedestrians were stunned, looking at the red letters on the building. Early this morning, a mysterious symbol was left on the wall of the Deha Group headquarters. It is unclear who did this, when, or why. Citizens have expressed their concern. The three of them, Simon, June, and Peter, were watching the news. Simon spoke up, "That's insane. Isn't that building super tall? How could they draw something that high up?" June stroked his chin. "This guy is still active even after our senior retired. The current S-class assassin of the Glory Guild, Apostle Johann." Simon was astonished. "So does that mean his name is?" Peter replied flatly, "That's right. Many years ago, the one who assassinated the former Apostle Johann. His other name is Alipet." In a warehouse, someone spoke up. "What do we do?" The conversation was frantic. "What do we do? We just received a warning from Alipet. We're all going to die soon." 3 men in military uniforms were surrounding a small child, reassuring him, "Please do not worry, Your Highness. Besides us, an apostle from Glory will also be here, as reinforcements." Suddenly, a voice called out, "The Apostle of Glory." A man stepped forward. "Your Highness, to ensure your safe return. Codename, Johann. Age, 59. Apostle, level 9. Specialization, assassination. Record, 359 missions. 100% success rate," he declared. "I will give it my all." His dagger gleamed as he stepped next to the child. "This may be over much sooner than you think." The prince, trembling, asked, "What do you mean?" Johann replied, "Why, you ask? Because the villain, Alipet, who's targeting you, is right here." As he finished speaking, someone suddenly froze. His attack was blocked. The man wondered, "How did you know I was in disguise?" Johann replied, "Simple." As the two faced off, he remained calm. "Your uniform gives off your signature scent." A scream rang out. "He's getting away! Stop him!" He leaped back, merely uttering the words, "Run away?" He wondered aloud, "Why would I run away?" He then pulled out a grenade. With a loud bang, the entire room went dark. Chaos erupted. "What the? The lights just went out." "Someone at HQ. Can you hear me? Activate the emergency power system." "Damn it, the flashlight isn't working. Everyone, stay calm and shield the prince with your bodies. Don't let anyone near." "Your Highness, please remain calm." In the darkness, horrified screams were accompanied by the smell of blood. A gunshot rang out, its flash briefly illuminating the scene. Looking at the warehouse, now littered with corpses, the man spoke up. "Trying to pinpoint my location using your muzzle flash? Only those with the highest level of skill can do that. Is an Apostle of Glory any different?" From the darkness, Johann shot back a quick reply. "I don't know what you're talking about. I've done missions like this hundreds of times." He put on a pair of goggles with 4 lenses. "I'm too young to listen to your worries." The man spoke again. "Did you just take off your shoes?" In the dark, Johann was seen taking off his shoes as he ran. "It's not for you, so wipe that drool off your face." His resolve wavered. Looking through the goggles, Johann was bewildered. Strange. Besides this unusually creepy feeling, the warehouse is pitch black. Johann thought, there's no sign, no sound, not even a scent. Before he vanished, there was definitely nothing here. Looking elsewhere, he wondered why he couldn't sense anything. Suddenly, Johann's eyes widened at the sight of a glowing dagger. His eyes reflected his confusion. What is that? Impossible. In the darkness, a dagger was hovering in midair. Johann was stunned. The dagger was flying through the air. He was lost in thought. If that's a person, no. If it's a living creature, with blood flowing through its veins, these thermal goggles should have been able to detect its heat signature. But as he stared, mesmerized, he was struck. He began to open fire, his heart filled with panic. This time, I can't sense him. Where is he? He fired wildly, but saw no one. Damn it, I can't see anything. He's definitely here, but I can't feel a thing. Johann looked around, suspicious. Where could he be? Where is he hiding? The terrifying silence was broken by the other man. I've always been curious. Johann flinched, aiming his gun toward the voice. But where? Ignoring whatever the man was saying, he thought, the blood of an apostle of glory. He turned away, thinking to himself, I wonder what it tastes like. The moment the words were spoken, the assassin lunged from above. Back with Peter, the three of them were still focused on the news. Simon spoke up. Doesn't that seem ridiculous? You're saying he couldn't be detected? He and June started arguing, as he waved his severed arm. If he showed himself, he would have been caught on camera, right? So Johann, your brother in arms, was taken down like some fool? The woman beside them pointed out, that's right. That's why it's so mysterious and hard to understand. He stammered in reply, don't talk about it. Simon turned to Peter. Boss, say something. Is Johann really the type to die so easily? Peter closed his laptop and answered, Alip. The reason he leaves behind such utter terror is because all of his jobs are planned out in advance. Looking at the building covered in those letters, Peter said, if that symbol really belongs to Alip, then he's already chosen his target this time. Hearing this, Simon quickly grabbed Jun's hand. How can such a shameless bastard exist? I volunteer to go settle the score with him. She questioned, where are you going? Do you even know where he is? He shot back. If I look, I'll find him. Peter spoke up. Simon, you don't have to do that. With a thoughtful expression, he said in a serious tone, we don't know when, but Alip always leaves a direct warning. It's always present. As he said this, the scene changed. On a wall, the name Alip was written in red. The assassin stood staring intently at the oblivious, sleeping untrang. Peter continued, right next to his target. The fiend hugged his cane and let out a sigh. I don't have much time left, so I want to ask you one last question. My dear Junior, June? The man waved his hand up and down in front of her face. Can you really not see anything? How can you type away on the computer so furiously without seeing the screen? Peter watched helplessly from the side. The guy with one arm sure can run his mouth. Enough. June frowned in annoyance. This is so irritating. She tucked the hair behind her ear, revealing an assistive device. This is a screen reader. It provides me with all the information I need. Hearing this, the fiend got excited. He flipped June the bird to provoke her. Then why do you have to look at the screen? Annoyed, she went back to typing. Even though blind people can't see, their other senses are more developed than others. The man excitedly teased June. Amazing. So this is how you support us. June warned him. Wait until I'm done with my work, and I'll chop off your finger. He replied playfully. One day, I'll have to ask for your help too. Annoyed, Xuan put all her strength into her hands and slammed them on the demon's back. You're only ever fast when it comes to stuff like this, he roared. Ow, my hand. She kept hitting him while grumbling. I'm hitting your back, and you have the nerve to say your hand hurts? Sitting nearby, Peter spoke up coldly. Both of you, I have something to say. He crossed his arms and looked at the demon. Things have gotten to the point where Raphael will likely try to escalate this situation even further. That's why I'm worried. Not just for us, but for the lives of the former apostles, too. An image of someone lying in the rain flashed through his mind. They'll find them somehow and eliminate them. An image appeared of the demon, hands tied, with his head hanging low. Simon, I need you to find them before they do. A silhouette of a person appeared, collapsed on the ground in a pool of bright red blood, before our brothers suffer any more harm. The demon looked at Peter with a determined gaze. Honestly, I'm not too worried, since they've been able to live just fine on their own for this long. But alright, boss, leave it to me. A pink car sped down the road. Getting out, the demon turned in surprise and asked, but are you sure you don't need me here? Peter looked at him and smiled. Your whole look is a bit too eye-catching to be walking around this place. Like I said, I need you to find our brothers for me. The two shook hands, and the demon spoke up. Just call me anytime you need. Boss, the Apostle Simon is always ready to back you up. The demon shouldered his gear and started to walk away, but not without waving goodbye to Peter. I'll definitely bring our brothers back safely. Diha Group. Peter rushed into the tea room, frantically asking, Sir, are you all right? Chairman Yunan sat in his chair and sighed. Ah, Sunu, thank you for coming. Peter pointed to the person beside him and made an introduction. This is the friend I mentioned before. Zhuan is the one who's currently helping out. No, to be more precise. She threw an arm around Peter's shoulder and excitedly cut him off. Ah, yes. I'm Anan, the genius hacker, and the master and guardian of this little punk right here. She looked at the chairman curiously and asked, "But, Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Why would you, the chairman of the Diha group, summon Sunu, a member of Glory? You already have plenty of talented people at your disposal." He placed a compress on his head and replied, "I was convinced after the incident with the ghost ship." Unan recalled the time he saw Peter being a perfect gentleman to a lady. Even though Sunu belongs to Glory, he's the complete opposite of them. He also remembered the time Peter ran off in a hurry, and above all, returning to the present, Unan looked at Peter's face. "I knew this day would eventually come." He bowed his head, adjusting the warm towel. "Raphael, the current chairman of Glory. He doesn't like anyone with deep ties to Father Gabriel." He shuddered, recalling a terrifying image of Raphael. "That's why he wants to eliminate me and take over the entire Diha group." A completely predictable outcome. Unan hesitated, but Alibet, his secretary, stood behind him, tending to him caringly. "Sir, please don't overexert yourself." Peter and Juan bowed and said in unison, "Please get some rest. We'll be leaving now." As they walked down the empty hallway, they could hear people whispering. "Chairman Sunu is the talent who took care of Park Sang-do, but even so, we should be careful." Alibet walked down a hallway lined with guns, as a secretary next to him carefully reminded him, "They say he's the most skilled assassin on the planet. Not only has he never failed a single mission, but he's also known for the brutality with which he eliminates his targets." She went on to share a rumor that was spreading. "They say that even one of Father Gabriel's apostles, Johann, fell to him." This time, Peter turned to look at the secretary with a resolute expression. "The group's situation cannot be exposed to the world. I can't just leave it to Glory." The secretary pointed towards a dark corridor. "That's why we've invited those who will carry out this mission with you, Sunu." A group of aggressive-looking people approached as she introduced them. SQO, the strongest security team in Europe. Europe's #1 security team. SQDO, nicknamed the Shield of Europe. The secretary led him to a large man and introduced them. "You can trust and cooperate with them because they are the strongest team fighting against Glory." The man walked up to Peter and asked contemptuously, "This kid is the Glory assassin? Don't tell me he's the chairman's lover." The man with the code name, Costa Escudo, captain of the SQ security team, special ability, combat style. Costa reached into his inner pocket. "All right then, whatever the case, fate has brought us to the same path." Costa threw a weapon at Peter. "I should give you a welcome gift, shouldn't I?" Peter raised his hand to block Costa's weapon. He caught the pen and clenched it in his hand. "Why would you do that? I'm just one of the chairman's ordinary bodyguards. So, we're speaking informally now." Peter looked at him curiously, wondering, who is this guy? Costa looked at him and said to himself, "It seems you really do love him." Peter quickly replied, "It's not like that." The man turned to walk away, tossing out a warning as he left. "I don't know where you came from, but don't get in SQD's way." Meanwhile, at the Diha Group's security control center, John and his pet dog were focused on the screen. Alibet could never infiltrate this building, because as she looked at the building, someone whispered that there were over 100 personnel on the roof of the building, as well as on every floor, observing every single second. There were even observers on the building, making Juan exclaim that not even an ant could slip through. Every nook and cranny of the building was also equipped with numerous cameras, over 100 CCTV cameras with no blind spots. However, this was Escudo, the strongest security team in Europe. Seeing the staff members in the control room trembling made Juan a little curious. Why were they so terrified? The blonde staff member, drenched in sweat, spoke up, saying he heard that Alipet eliminates both the target and anyone escorting the target. The staff member with the side-parted hair next to him pulled at his collar and lamented, "The security team and everyone else, we're all going to die." Suddenly, a naive-sounding question rang out. "What's wrong?" It was the man in sunglasses with the codename Marco Escudo, captain of the security team, nicknamed Passionate Marco. He pressed down on the heads of the two staff members from before. Why would Europe's strongest shield be trembling like this? Marco walked over to Juan, bowed, and asked, "Did they let you, my lady, observe everything?" She spun the pen in her hand and replied with annoyance, "That's right, so please get out of my sight." Marco joked, This young lady has quite the sharp tongue." He leaned down and whispered next to her ear, "Everything is safe, my lady. I don't know how skilled that Alipet guy is, but he can never get past Escudo's shield." Diuan looked at Marco with contempt and asked, "Do you want this young lady to smash that shield in your face? That would hurt quite a bit, wouldn't it?" Diuan rested her chin on her hand, annoyed as she listened to him brag. "That part of you is also very charming, my lady. If possible, could I escort you to an Italian restaurant later?" A nearby staff member also chimed in teasingly. Captain, you don't even like Italian food. Marco laughed loudly. For this young lady, I can do anything. Standing in the office, Marco raised both hands and shouted, Everyone, remember to stay vigilant. Who are we? Escudo's best security experts. I repeat, we can do this. The man with the ponytail behind him whispered softly into Marco's ear. Captain Marco, you should leave now. Hearing this, he glanced over and replied, Sane, is it time already? Then let's go. Marco stretched and walked away excitedly. Now, shall we go catch Alipet? Oh, right. He covered his mouth and turned back with a smile. My lady, when you're done with your work, let's go on a date. Diyuan looked at the screen and sighed to her pet dog. He really doesn't know when to shut his mouth. I'm craving kimchi so much. She pushed up her glasses, feeling a bit shy. This young lady happens to like other things. Suddenly, a voice called out, causing Peter to turn around. Young man, Costa, holding a can of soda, touched the wall and asked, Hey, you, do you know what the essence of security is? He patted Peter on the shoulder and said mockingly, It's experience. Only men like me, who have been through every hardship imaginable, can reach this level. My level is so high that I can't even see a brat like you in front of me. Peter looked at Costa with annoyance. Experience wasn't wrong. The entire team, including that man, paid attention to the smallest details. He glanced around. Moreover, Peter had been secretly observing the camera layout and each guard's position, which made him a little curious. Right now, we're covering the entire interior of the building every second. There's no sign of Alipet's interference. If he had infiltrated, he would have definitely left a trace. Peter thought deeply. If I were Alipet, how would I get in here? There's no way to get past a surveillance network this tight. He frowned, as if he had figured something out. The only way I can think of is, of course, just one. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from outside the building. All the security team members shouted in confusion that it was a gunshot. Captain Costa, it's on the west side, 36th floor. Hurry up. Peter turned to observe. Costa stood there, looking at his watch, ignoring the crowd, running around in chaos. Let's go, before Alipet gets here. He glared at all the security team members. Hearing the shout, they immediately ran towards it. What's going on? What about Alipet? The man with the golden beard went to check, and then announced, One person is dead. Someone asked curiously, What? Who is it? The golden bearded man stammered. It's a body. The golden bearded man's face went pale. I don't know. Hearing this, everyone shouted, What the hell are you talking about? The golden bearded man hesitated. The body. Looking at the corpse in the corner, the golden bearded man announced, The head is missing. Peter walked nonchalantly past the noisy crowd. Damn it. It was clearly a gunshot. So why is the body decapitated? Identify the victim now. Can we get an ID here? A member of the security team walked over and shouted, making the people behind him just as startled. What? Who is it? The other person stammered. It's... Looking at the ID card hanging on the chest of the person on the ground, he hesitated. It's Captain Marco. Costa walked over to check and then waved his hand to calm the crowd. I didn't even see an ant get in here. How the hell did he get in? Get to Chairman Choi. Immediately, a member of Costa's team stomped his foot in frustration. Shit. Peter stood to one side, thinking to himself, I wasn't wrong. He glanced around. If I were Alipet, the only way to sneak in here is to breach this tight security system. Peter quietly stated his opinion. I think this is how Alipet got in. Hearing this, Costa turned to him with an irritable look and asked, What? Is he planning to sneak in now? Peter crossed one arm, using the other to cover half his face as he looked at Costa. That's right. Infiltrating from the outside right now is entirely possible. The man asked suspiciously, What are you saying? Costa seemed to realize something and stammered, You can't possibly. Still covering his face, he voiced his suspicion. There have been no signs of anyone coming in or out in the last 2 days. So it's entirely possible. There's only one answer. Looking around at everyone present, Peter made a bold declaration that stunned them all. Alipet is already here. He can probably see everything that's happening inside. Therefore, he said with a grim face, one of the people here could be Alipet. Suddenly, everyone's phone buzzed with a notification. What? A video? He looked at his phone with a surprised expression. Watching the video on his phone left Peter bewildered. The CCTV footage was cut off right in this hallway. But who is this person? He's running. The image zoomed in, making Peter even more confused. Captain Marco. A hand suddenly grabbed Marco's leg as he clawed helplessly at the floor. Watching Marco get dragged away, Peter speculated to himself, someone dragged him into the dark area. That guy must be Alipet. A trail of blood stretched across the floor to the dark area behind. A dark figure appeared in the hallway from before. The dark figure, holding something in its hand, approached the camera. The big, blue-eyed guy looked at his phone and asked hesitantly, "What is this?" The chubby guy next to him tapped his phone repeatedly. "No way." Peter's face also showed shock as he watched the video. Unlike the previous apostles, this one is more meticulous and confident. Alipet. He watched the dark figure hold up a mysterious plastic bag. He thought to himself that the killer had no intention of hiding. Written in blood on Marco's face were the words, "No one will get out of here alive." There was also writing under his chin, "Let's see who wins, old man." A scream rang out. "Say that again." Costa slammed Peter against the wall and screamed in his face. Anyone here could be Alipet. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Peter. "You know what?" Peter looked back at the menacing Costa, his face expressionless. "If we have to find a traitor, it's the first person who brings up the topic." Costa's hand tightened around Peter's neck. "There's a 78% chance that you're the traitor." Peter stood still, watching him tremble. "You say this as if you've predicted everything." "No, as if you've been waiting for this to happen for a long, long time." He glared at him defiantly. "Now prove it, because you're the most suspicious one here." Peter looked up, thinking to himself, "But look at him. I know he's not an ordinary man like the others." He clenched his fist, aiming for the man's stomach. But even in this cornered situation, is he still ready to overpower his opponent? A voice rang out. "Exactly." A woman's figure emerged, separating the two and advising, "If we start fighting amongst ourselves, that's exactly what Alipet wants." The secretary placed a hand on her chest, looking at Peter in confusion and asking, "If Alipet really is hiding among us, we don't even have a clue. If we don't know how he got in, how can we find him?" He tried to calm her down. "Don't worry, it's all about to end." Hearing him say that, the secretary was stunned. She fired off a series of questions at Peter. "And? What do you mean?" He just looked up at her to answer, when suddenly another scream echoed. "It's all over." The man in the surveillance room clutched his head in fear. "We're all going to die. There's no way we'll survive." The other police officer frantically tried to find a solution. What about the surveillance cameras? The busy officers, who had been so meticulous, were helpless. "I just finished analyzing the footage from the last 72 hours. Not just the 36th floor, but the entire building has had no one enter or leave." The officer turned to his colleague and asked worriedly, "Could it be Sanchez? Could that guy be the culprit?" He was close to Captain Marco, practically his right-hand man. Besides, he hasn't been with the team for very long. Hearing the analysis, Sanchez also became suspicious. Yeah, the look in his eyes is definitely strange. Juan, sitting beside them, was also deep in thought. Alipet. This guy is a real master of psychological manipulation, isn't he? He's making everyone suspect each other. This is likely his way of creating an escape route for himself when things get dangerous. The other two were still discussing someone else. In that case, Paolo is also pretty suspicious. He's always absent. She continued her deductions, but hit a wall. Someone who enjoys manipulating others like this would definitely leave a message somewhere around here. What is it? What is he trying to say? Just as Juan was trying to figure out the hidden meaning, a scream suddenly echoed through the room, cutting off her train of thought. She immediately turned to see what was happening and ask about it. "What's wrong?" The officer watching the monitor trembled and pointed at the screen, announcing to everyone, "Alipet. Alipet's on screen." Receiving such an urgent signal, the police officer sprang into action without a moment's hesitation. "Hold your positions. Operations Command. Do you copy? Target spotted in Area C, 14th floor, East Building. Send in the troops now." The dispatched officers moved in, firing their guns relentlessly into the darkness. But after just a few minutes, the remaining police received a horrifying update. "What? They're dead?" The officers continued to mobilize to control the suspect. "Command, this is Area C, 14th floor, East Building. The target has been neutralized." The other side kept reporting urgently into the radio, continuing to confirm. But unexpectedly, another scream echoed through the chaos. A trembling voice stammered, unable to form a sentence. "What is this?" Before he could finish, something happened, and his breathing became labored, as if he was running from something. Then, silence, followed by the rumbling of something approaching. Alipet appeared, warning the officers. "Go on. Keep hunting me like this, if you're so confident." The police, now in complete chaos, received another transmission. The support team has arrived, but the target has vanished. One officer, terrified and anxious, lashed out at the others. I told you we were all going to die." Seeing everyone arguing, another officer stopped them. "Is this really the time for such pointless talk?" Juwon sat in a corner, her head aching as she thought deeply. "Just as I suspected. Normally, the audio recording on surveillance cameras is turned off. She had considered the surveillance cameras and acted immediately, finally discovering the truth. But after I arrived, I enabled the recording function for the surveillance cameras. That's the only way I could have heard and visualized his movements. After Juan reviewed the camera footage, she discovered something mysterious and incomprehensible. But the footage showing Marco being attacked had no audio recorded at all. In that instant, she uncovered the mystery behind the video. That means this footage wasn't filmed today. Realizing this, Juan stood up, angrily searching for something. Alipet. Is he toying with us? On the other end, Peter received her signal. What's wrong? Juan spoke urgently as she walked. Senior, can you hear me? Hearing her urgency, he grew concerned, loud and clear. What is it? She didn't beat around the bush and told him what she had just deduced. I've figured it out. Of course, it's important. This Alipet is extremely cunning. For some reason, that damn brat keeps sending signals to me. It seems… No. I have to meet you in person to explain this, Senior. As Juan was walking, a figure zipped past her, looking very suspicious. The moment he passed, she stopped her hurried steps. Seeing him flash by, Juan's expression changed as she growled, Humph, look at that. Does he dare underestimate me? Juan. Peter sensed something was about to happen and frantically asked, Juan, what's going on? Where are you? But Juan was unusually calm as she gave him the address and an instruction. West Building, Basement, Bone, Area F. You can take your time, Senior. After all, he's right where I want him. Hearing this, Peter panicked and called out to her again. Juan, wait, I'll be right there. The moment he hung up, he shot up without a second's hesitation, wanting to rush to her aid immediately. But Costa noticed and moved to block Peter's path. Where do you think you're going? Off to something fun? Have you lost your mind? Don't you know your reckless actions right now will only make others more suspicious? Peter was held back, but he was still flustered, trying to find a way out. No one would believe his explanation about the surveillance camera audio being turned on and off. But if he didn't get there soon, Juan would be in danger. In the end, he still chose to rescue Juan, but his path was blocked, and his frustration was clear on his face. Please, get out of my way. I'm in a hurry right now. I'll explain later. Hearing his frustrated and urgent tone, Costa simply said, all right. Just when Peter thought he had agreed, Costa called for more men to stop him from leaving. In that case, I have even more reason not to let you go. Stop this foolishness and get back to your seat. Another officer sternly warned Peter. You will not move a single step from here until you are completely cleared of all suspicion. Peter's face immediately darkened, his anger flaring as he stood his ground. If you continue to block my path, I'll have no choice but to break your legs. Hearing this threat, Costa wasn't the least bit intimidated and stepped forward, standing defiantly. Try it, if you're so confident. Meanwhile, on the other side, Juan had followed Alipet to a warehouse. As she walked, she tapped a storage locker with her baton, pretending to speak loudly. Alipet, so extraordinary. Everyone knows the name, but no one can ever find you. She also recounted the story of her past mistake in reasoning, but luckily for me, you chose the wrong opponent. The first thing I did when I got here was to enable the audio recording function for all surveillance cameras. And he deliberately leaked the pre-recorded assassination footage and then tried to approach me. For what purpose? Why me? There are countless people here he could have targeted. At that moment, she finally understood what it all meant. The reason he deliberately left a flaw to lure me here was before Juan could finish her sentence. He spoke from the shadows. Impressive. To think a blind woman's keen sense of smell could figure it out. Your deduction is almost entirely correct. Hearing his condescending tone, Juan confronted him without a shred of fear. Almost? Are you trying to provoke me again? Fine. Our fateful meeting has happened. Now tell me why you're here. But then, she went on to expose Alipet's true identity. Alipet. No. Should I call you Captain Marco? He taunted her from above. Well said. Juan laid out all the evidence, concluding her deduction with an accusation. Shut up. Something felt off from the moment we met. I knew I'd smelled that scent of yours somewhere before. Now I remember. That unpleasant odor coming from you isn't perfume, nor is it the scent of a living person. It's the smell of a special disguise. He stood there, smiling smugly at Juan's sharp reasoning. She then made a blunt request. Isn't that suffocating? Take it off. It's not like I can see you anyway. Or, are you not confident in your real face? Alipet smirked, then seemed to consider her words. She mocked him, knowing she couldn't see. Oh, what an honor. I get to witness Alipet's true face. Then again, it's a good thing I can't see. Assassins like you are usually hideous. He ripped off his mask. revealing himself to be the high-ranking assassin, Johan. After removing it, he had a question of his own. Do you know why I wore the face of a man I killed to appear before you? Yuan was wary and confused. How interesting. Are you trying to hit on me? Is that it? He immediately stepped forward, his voice laced with amusement. There's only one reason. I really wanted to see you again. Faced with his flowery words, Yuan's disgust was plain. Oh please, can you stop spouting nonsense? Let me be clear, I can't stand that face of yours. Johan finally got straight to the point. Do you really think it's a good idea to meet me here alone? Yuan remained firm in the face of his question. That remains to be seen. But he continued to mock her condescendingly. A blind woman like you will have a hard time dealing with me. Hearing his disdain, she retorted sharply, That's hilarious. You should worry about yourself first. After speaking, Yuan felt a flicker of fear, but her gaze was ice cold. Still, I've felt uneasy ever since I walked in here. The air feels strange. What has he done to this place? But it doesn't matter. I have times on my side. The darkness is my specialty. The moment the thought crossed her mind, she turned and smashed the lights, just as Johan expected. Turning off the lights, just as he thought, Yuan seemed to dissolve into the darkness, leaving only a mysterious ripple in the air before him. Though bewildered, Johan scanned his surroundings and kept his voice steady. Clever. You cut the power to put me on equal footing with you? You want to fight on fair terms? At that moment, she reappeared and explained to him, Equal footing? Humans have the ability to adapt to any environmental and physical condition. When one sense is lost, the others are heightened. Yuan moved like a storm as she continued, speaking of her past. After losing my sight, I trained, and I gained a new sense that ordinary people could never possess. This time, she revealed herself completely. Tapping her cane on the ground, she introduced it to him. It's called echolocation. She elaborated on her unique skill. It's the ability to detect objects through sound waves. And you said we were on equal footing? How absurd. He stood on the other side, completely shocked. What? Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan lunged at him like the wind. In this darkness, you are nothing but my prey. Johan didn't realize Yuan was attacking from behind and could only manage to step back and block. But it was useless against the surprise attack, and he was sent flying 100 meters. As expected of a veteran assassin, he's clearly had special training. His movements are flawless. Hearing his praise only fueled her excitement as she swung her cane again. Being praised. I don't know how to feel about that, but it's too late. Whether you're a god or a demon, without light, you're no different from an ordinary person. As she spoke, Yuan threw her cane with all her might toward Johan's position, causing a massive explosion. Immediately after, the area burst into flames. But Yuan was analyzing the situation, sensing something was wrong. That's right. Human sight accounts for over 80% of the five senses reactions, so he shouldn't have been able to block or evade that attack. But what she saw next left her shocked and bewildered. But how could he have done that? He caught the cane, as if he could see everything in this darkness. How is that possible? She was so stunned she could only stare wide-eyed, her mouth agape. Just then, Johan revealed a shocking truth to Yuan. You know, humans have the ability to adapt to any environmental and physical condition. He repeated the same words she had just said, a direct challenge. When one sense is lost, the others are heightened. Therefore, you never stood a chance of defeating me from the very beginning. Then, he said something Yuan could never have anticipated. Model. Before. That's because I was born blind. After he revealed the truth, one broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as she put the pieces together. I get it now. I finally understand the unease I've felt from the start. The reason this space is so unnaturally cold. It's all because of him. She looked at Johan and finally understood why she couldn't use her powers. His senses were so sharp that even her own ultrasonic waves couldn't detect him. With a chilling coldness, Johan analyzed her every move. Echolocation. Is that what you call it? How wonderful. I see. So that's your trump card. Seeing that Juan had accurately perceived him, he offered a few words of advice. But in my opinion, there are some things that can never be overcome, no matter how hard you try, because the power he was emitting was far stronger, and he knew it. People call that despair. After all this time, Yuan finally understood what he had been doing. Now I understand why you kept sending me signals. It's because I'm blind, just like you. After hearing Juan's deduction, Johan gave her a cold reply. That's right. He had been holding back until now, but he finally lunged forward, preparing a finishing blow with his bare hands as he uttered a contemptuous remark. You blind people are so annoying. Costa was taken aback. You're going to break my leg? Go on, try it, he challenged. If you dare. Costa's face was seething with killing intent. I'll slit your throat before that happens. Peter's face was grim. I've already warned you. Costa froze on the spot. So fast. He's trying to punch me. It's a hook. Peter rushed in with a lightning-fast punch. Costa panicked. No. Peter vaulted over Costa with ease. Costa came to his senses. That wasn't an attack. Costa realized he had already dashed far away. What the hell is this kid? One of the bodyguards yelled, agitated. Let's go after him. But Costa stopped them. It's fine. I let him go. Costa pondered. It wasn't a coincidence. That brat just showed me. He realized with a start. If he had pressed the carotid artery, a critical pressure point on the neck, he really could have killed me if he wanted to. Costa raised a hand to the back of his neck. I'm getting worried again. Let's head back. The bodyguard replied, understood. The scene changes, and Johan begins to speak. My first target the moment I arrived here was you, An Juan. A blind woman. Juan replied jokingly, since we're in the same boat now, shouldn't we be helping each other out? Don't be like that. Let's talk for a bit. Johan didn't waste words and attacked immediately. She was sent flying 8,000 meters. Du-Wan cursed internally. Damn it. How could I not have known? I felt it the moment I stepped in here. The source of this unease is frequencies higher than 20,000 hertz. We're locating each other using sound waves. She had sensed it early on. Juan collapsed from the sheer pressure of his presence, but an ordinary person would never have been able to hear this sound. And of course, even for a seasoned expert like myself, it's incredibly difficult to perceive that sound. She wondered, this is an ability only found in animals like bats. How the hell did this bastard manage to surpass human limits? Juan's eyes widened. Impossible. Just then, Kiss praised her. Amazing. Simply unbelievable. Miss Juan, you're almost the best I've ever met. To be able to perceive space using only sound. It's truly astonishing. Yuan was bored. This stuff is tedious. Starting tomorrow, let's practice close quarters combat. But, Master Kiss, there's something that's been bothering me. Kiss asked, what is it? Yuan replied, I know I'm good, but what do you mean by almost the best? Kiss explained, that's not what I meant. Miss Yuan, you are the best I've ever met. Xuan quickly guessed. You just gave me the middle finger, didn't you? I know everything. Kiss quickly denied it. No, it was a thumbs up, Kiss explained. Of course, Yuan is an exception, but there is something else that can surpass all effort. Xuan was curious. Is it not human? Kiss stammered. No, it's not that. It's just a creature, a baby that was born, Kiss exclaimed. Born blind. Kiss recounted. I witnessed it once. Thanks to the brain's sensitivity, all senses except sight had surpassed human limits. Now, with other senses like hearing, smell, and touch, they can see. Back in the present, Johan shot towards her like a bullet. Yuan cried out in agony, completely hopeless. Son of a bitch! Isn't this just cheating? This is the true ability of someone born blind. My own skill of terrain perception through sound waves, Juan recalled, was the result of over 25 years of training. But this guy's skill, she told herself, it's like he's had 100 years of training. No, this is a level you couldn't reach, even in 1,000 years. First, Juan deduced, it's not just that he can see, it's as if he's seeing the space in 360 degrees. At this point, Yuan had already collapsed, but she still held onto a sliver of hope. But even so, that doesn't mean there's no way to win. This guy's senses are far more developed than mine, which means, on the other hand, suddenly, Johan called out, Dewey won. He acknowledged her. You're clearly different from the other blind fools I've met before, but the difference between you and me is indisputable, because you cannot see the way I do. Johan screamed, covering his ears. June thought to herself, asterisk. That's right. I know just how exceptional you are, but that also means asterisk. You're 10. No, 100 times more sensitive than any normal person. Asterisk. She had turned his greatest strength into his greatest weakness. After all, your hearing is incredibly sharp. The noise drove Johan mad. What are you doing? June smirked. So there it is. Your weakness, clear as day. Johan screamed in agony. My ears, they hurt. But things are never that simple. Johan let out a sinister laugh. Is that what you were expecting? Johan's twin scythes shot forward. June realized in that moment he wasn't strong times, because times he was blind, he was just strong. His blindness was incidental. Damn it, he was toying with me from the very beginning. I was wrong. This guy isn't strong because he's blind. All the while, Johan continued his relentless assault. June cried out in fear. He's just overwhelmingly strong. That knee to the gut was a testament to his power. Johan stated calmly, even for an assassin from Gabriel. Unless you're an apostle, this outcome was inevitable. It's a shame, really. But oh well. As he prepared to finish her, he added, "You weren't half bad." June snarled back. "Shut your mouth. What would a weakling like you know? No. What would times you times know? Get lost." Her words finally struck a nerve in Johann, right to the very end. "You just can't keep that mouth shut, can you? Still, you make for excellent bait. I needed to push things this far." He planned to make one final move to force Peter out of hiding. And speak of the devil, Peter appeared, providing backup. June was stunned. "Someone? Is that?" Peter cut in. "Are you all right, Senior June?" June snapped back to reality. "Right, I'm her senior." June warned him, "Be careful, that's Alipet. A blind son of a bitch." Peter's interest was piqued. "Blind? Is that guy picking on my senior?" Peter thought to himself. "He's blind, but what is this power?" Even he was astonished. "He blocked my surprise attack?" Johann mused. "So this is Peter, he's still just a kid." Just then, reinforcements arrived. "Where is he?" "Over here, let's go. Move, get him," Johann retorted. "Mark my words, you will die by my hand." Peter swiftly intercepted the blade. He committed the name to memory. Alipet. The backup team asked, "What's Alipet's status?" Peter replied, "He's gone." They scrambled. "Chief, Alipet got away. Search the other way." "I'll take this route." They searched frantically but couldn't find any trace of Johann. "I think he went that way." Requesting backup from Bravo team in the basement. "We're going to catch Alipet for sure." Meanwhile, Johann reflected, "No matter how I look at it, that was strange. He couldn't accept it. I clearly blocked it. No, I couldn't block it completely." Johann tore at his hair in frustration. "That kid, he mocked me. How dare he?" Later, in the infirmary, June was fuming. "That bastard. How many times did he even stab me? God, it hurts like hell." Peter consoled her. "Don't worry. If you've got enough energy to yell like that, you're not dying anytime soon." June was outraged. "Senior, is this the real you? A wounded person is lying here on their deathbed, and you can't even offer one kind word of comfort." Peter asked, "So, what should I say?" June whined, "Senior, it hurts. It really, really hurts." Then she paused. "Wait, are you about to go into an internal monologue?" "Ah, yup, that's the pose. Okay, I'm sick as a dog here, so please, no internal monologues." But Peter was, in fact, having an internal monologue. However, setting aside his exceptional combat skills, for a moment, how could a blind man disguise himself so perfectly as a pimp? If he's truly blind, then there's only one possible answer. Just then, Peter made his report. "Security Captain Costa. We've searched everywhere, but he vanished without a trace." Costa demanded, "Where could he possibly have gone?" "Continue patrols from now on." Suddenly, June spoke up. "Senior, are you only now realizing that you can't kill him?" She asserted that, if they tightened security and revealed his face, that bastard would only accelerate his plan to assassinate Chairman Choi Eun-jong. But in a place with such strict security, how could he possibly get to Chairman Choi Eun-jong? On Costa's end, he urged his men to move faster. Alpha Team, to the rooftop of Area A. Bravo Team, rooftop, Area B. He was getting anxious. Alipet just revealed himself. He's going to target Chairman Choi directly. "Everyone, stay on high alert. Tighten security around the chairman." The secretary looked worried. Costa commanded, "Be vigilant. Don't let so much as an ant get through. We have to be prepared for any and all possibilities." Peter thought to himself, "That's right, if he wants to pull off an assassination. In a place this secure, there's only one way to do it." His expression turned grim. He'll have to throw Costa's entire team into chaos. "Report anyone suspicious immediately. I'm going to see Chairman Choi." The guard replied, "Yes, sir." Peter predicted his next move. He'll disguise himself again. And at that very moment, Johann, now disguised as Costa, was already on the move. June shot up, yelling, "Senior, this is no time to be lazing around. We have to get to Chairman Choi, now." Peter simply gave a calm nod. She snapped, "If you get it, then hurry up and get ready." While June scrambled to prepare, Peter nonchalantly said, "The situation is under control for the moment." After finishing his work, he announced, "I've already treated the chairman's room with a temporary countermeasure." She was shocked. "A countermeasure? What kind?" Peter replied mysteriously, "I can't say." Elsewhere, Johann, disguised as Costa, was finding things difficult. He snapped. "What?" The guard stood in his way, saying no one was allowed in the chairman's office. Johann's face soured as he muttered, "Well, this is going to be difficult. I'm Costa, captain of SQDO's Team A. This is an emergency. I need to see the chairman." Despite this, the brown-haired guard stood firm. "Even so, sir, you are not permitted to enter." The guard watched Johann fuming and thought to himself, my orders are to be on alert for everything. No matter who it is, even SQDO, my first job is to stop anyone from entering the chairman's office. His face hardened as he growled, the situation is critical. Now step aside so I can do my job. The guard maintained his stance. Yes, because the situation is so critical, I must ask you to turn around, go straight back to your room, and sit tight. Johann was about to lose all patience, his hand tightening into a fist. Suddenly, he heard the secretary's voice call out, Captain Costa. She stepped forward and asked, what's going on? Tell me, and I'll relay the message to the chairman. At this, Johann smirked silently. He then handed the briefcase to the secretary, telling her it contained important documents for the chairman. She took it and replied, yes, I understand. I'll deliver it for you. Johann leaned in close to the secretary and whispered, under no circumstances. Absolutely no circumstances. Are you to open it? The guard behind her asked if they should deal with him. She watched him turn and walk away, stammering. No, it's fine. Let it go. Elsewhere, Du Yuan was on the phone. Senior, I'm telling you again. Someone is clearly helping him. There's no way he could have gotten his disguise from the outside. There has to be an insider. Peter, walking past Costa's men, replied, we haven't found any other bodies yet, so it's unclear who Alip has disguised himself as. And like you said, he has an accomplice. The blonde man's eyes watched him coldly, somewhat defensively. Arriving at the elevator, Peter gave a worried warning. Be careful anyway, Du Yuan. He's obviously still watching us. She immediately shot back. Senior, watch what you say. That guy is like a demon. He can hear everything. The elevator stopped on the 58th floor, and the doors opened. Stepping inside, he came face to face with Costa, who was actually Johann in disguise. Peter reassured her. Don't worry. It'll be fine, she said confidently. Of course I trust you, Senior. The man's face was cold as he looked at Peter, while Du Yuan's worried voice echoed from the phone in his hand. But that bastard Alip is a monster in the dark. Remember, if you run into him, Senior, don't fight. Run to a bright place immediately. Got it? Peter replied cautiously. Understood. I'll contact you later. Looking into the eyes of the Costa in front of him and catching his scent, he recalled his earlier fight with Johann and muttered, the same smell as that guy from before. He observed Costa's hand touching the braille on a soda can. Inside the elevator, they stood side by side, Peter's eyes seeming to notice something. Johann thought grimly to himself, he doesn't know my real identity. For now, I just need to get through this. I'll figure out the rest later. Suddenly, Peter spoke up. You came down from the chairman's office. It seems you had something you needed to see him about? Johann answered cautiously. I had important documents to deliver to the chairman. Why are you so curious? He muttered to himself. I heard he's a D-rank assassin from Glory. His actual skill is one thing. Johann mused. But what bothers me more is this unsettling feeling he gives me. He analyzed him silently. Based on his scent and movements, he's clearly a young man, but he gives off a different impression. Why is that? What's the reason? Johann's eyes scanned Peter like a machine, spitting out the results. Height, around 185 centimeters. Weight, 84 kilograms. A solid physique, with even his breathing under perfect control. With that speed and sharpness, there's no way he's just a D-rank assassin. He has to be at least B-rank, A-rank, or even higher. He made a silent guess. Or maybe, Johann suddenly called out, Peter. Hearing his name startled him, but Johann was actually just asking, do you know him? I hear he's the legendary assassin of Glory. Everyone wants to get their hands on Peter. Johann was curious. I wonder if he's here? I'd like to meet him just once. Peter looked down at his feet and replied, I hear he's someone a low-rank assassin like me would never have the chance to meet. By the way, there's something I'm curious about too. He said the name, Alip. Hearing the name, Johann flinched slightly. Peter continued, I heard he operates mainly in Europe and is a sworn enemy of Kudo. So why would he come to Korea? He recalled their previous battle, wondering why the man only fought in the dark. If he's that strong, why not fight in a well-lit place? Peter offered a hypothesis. Or, is it that he can't see anything? He'd hit the mark. Johann's face was filled with shock. Peter then threw out a taunt. No matter how strong Alip is, he's no match for Peter, right? Hearing himself underestimated, Johann seethed with rage. He bit his lip, veins popping on his forehead as he clenched his fists, trying to hold it in. Suddenly, Peter changed the subject. I almost forgot. He took out a pen and held it in front of Johann. You should have this back. You once said this was your favorite pen. I feel bad holding on to it. Previously, the real Costa had thrown the pen at Peter. He had caught it, put it in his pocket, and asked, why are you giving me this? The man had told him it was precious and to take good care of it. Now, The fake Costa took the pen, forcing a smile. This is a very rare type of pen. It's hard to find even in Europe. That's right. Johann suddenly heard Peter say, "My apologies." He fumbled to take out another pen. He exclaimed, "I think I gave you the wrong pen. What a huge mistake. The pen I gave you was this one." Peter feigned confusion. "But this is clearly your favorite pen. How could you not recognize it? How strange." He realized, muttering, "Is this bastard testing me?" He pointed the pen towards his eyes, turned his head to look at Costa in front of him, and growled, "Or has your eyesight gotten worse?" Johann immediately snapped, "Start making some sense." Peter put the pen in his pocket and said, "You know what? Everyone has habits that are hard to break." He gave a few examples, like how a prison guard can't ignore any unsealed object, or how firefighters always overreact to the smallest alarm bells. Peter recalled the action of touching the braille earlier and said, "So, what about a blind person? I hear they have a habit of using their fingertips to check for braille. Just like you did a moment ago." He recalled Costa's appearance, absolutely certain, because the Costa from yesterday had never once touched the braille. Johann knew he was exposed. His face darkened. He knew he couldn't hide it anymore and yelled, "Lights out!" The lights in the elevator went out, and everything went pitch black. Peter muttered in shock. "Lights out? How is that possible?" In the darkness, Johann took out a knife and lunged forward to attack. He was repeatedly slashed by the knife. Peter could only manage to avoid being stabbed in fatal spots. He gritted his teeth, taking the hits and muttering, "It's pitch black. I can't see a thing." Johann, gaining momentum, kept lunging and stabbing relentlessly. "Go on and struggle. The more you resist, the more painful your death will be." Peter was astonished by the speed of his attacks, exclaiming, "He's so fast. It's impossible to predict where the attacks are coming from." His eyes flashed in the darkness. He observed and realized, moreover, every attack is fatal, enough to finish an opponent in a single blow. Outside the elevator, when it stopped on the 20th floor, the doors opened, and Johann left as fast as the wind. The floor was covered in blood. Jian's voice echoed from the phone, "Senior, answer me." Peter leaned against the elevator wall, silent, covered in countless wounds. She asked frantically, "What's going on? What's with all the calls? Are you dead? If you're dead, say something." He spoke up. "Why so cold, kiddo?" Jian yelled back. "Damn it, you scared me. I thought you were really dead, Senior." Peter calmly brushed the dust off himself and said, "I just had a private meeting with Alapet." She was confused. "What? What do you mean?" He replied. "It's just as you said. I met him." Peter stepped out of the elevator and ordered, "Tell the staff to find Costa's body first, and find the person who helped Alapet." Jian was a bit surprised. So he was disguised as Costa this time? "Understood. I'll get on it right away." He looked at his arm full of wounds and muttered, "Man, that was insane. He fights in the dark as if he can see. Alapet is truly a dangerous man." Up in the ventilation ducts, Johann removed his disguise, thinking to himself, "Impossible. No matter how many times I replay that situation, it's just not possible." His body was covered in sweat after the fight with Peter. Johann sat and pondered. A total of 52 stabs, all aimed at vital points. No matter how fast a person's reflexes are, there's no way he could have blocked my attacks in the dark. He was amazed by the man's cleverness, but he created light from friction in that instant. He saw by creating a small light source. By scratching the inside of the elevator, even when the tip of the knife was at his eye, he didn't show a hint of fear. This gave Johann a sense of dread. He muttered, "This is the first time I've ever felt fear like this. Beyond the mission, I genuinely want to defeat that guy." Resting in the duct, he made a decision. "All right, change of plans. We're using times at times now. I can't wait to see what happens next. The real game starts now." Peter rushed towards the chairman's location, telling Jian, "Listen carefully." He explained as he ran, "Alapet created a smokescreen to distract us, to make us think that the one approaching Chairman Choi wasn't him." Jian shot up from her bed and yelled, "Did you find them? The accomplice?" Peter replied, "Yes." She pressed him. "Who is it?" "Senior, you know who it is, don't you?" Peter posed a question. "There have been quite a few critical situations during this whole time, haven't there?" He laid out his analysis. "And there's always been one person who didn't quite fit in those situations. Someone who is always present at critical moments and can control everything in this building, as well as freely enter and exit the chairman's room." At that moment in the chairman's room, Trang was sitting nervously at a desk while a shadow loomed behind her. Jian seemed to have guessed it, exclaiming, "Don't tell me." Peter replied, "That's right. It can only be one of Choi Trang's people." Meanwhile, the chairman was still completely unaware of the traitor right behind him. Trang just sat there, clutching a hat with a worried expression. On the other side, both he and Jian had realized the secretary was the mole. Peter ran faster, exclaiming, "I have to hurry." The secretary made a call. "Sir Johann, we have a big problem." Johann was curious. "What is it?" She reported, "I'm on my way to you now. Things have gotten rather complicated. The blonde guy is coming." A teammate charged in, shouting, "A leap has been spotted in Sector C on the E floor. We will avenge Captain Marco." "A leap," the secretary said worriedly. "Sir, you need to get out of there. Before you're discovered." He asked nonchalantly, "Who's Sanch?" "Ah, you mean Captain Mo's subordinate? It's useless even if they come." Confused, she asked, "What do you mean, sir?" Johann sat on the sink, looking at the cold corpses in a pool of blood, and said, "He's already dead." Johann asked, "How are things on your end?" The secretary, holding a briefcase in front of the door, replied, "I've handled it. Everything on this side is taken care of." He praised her. Good. Next up is that young man." Suddenly, Johann heard something and asked, "What's that?" She stammered, "No, it's just..." The secretary was confused. "Why is everyone?" A guard blocked her path and growled, "What's in the bag? Spit it out." "Sweating," she mumbled, Ariana and Granner. The secretary tried to remain calm and said, "There are important documents that need to be delivered to the chairman. You all saw me earlier, so why the sudden change?" The man with brown hair said, "Sorry, the situation is quite sensitive right now, so we have to check everything." She asked warily, "Are you two suspecting a secretary like me?" The blonde man spoke up, "Like we said, the situation is different now, so we need to be careful." The secretary ordered, "Get out of my way." The guard replied, "Fine." She thought to herself smugly, "What an idiot." The brown-haired man snatched the briefcase from her hand, saying, "Even so, we still need to check the bag." The secretary cried out in alarm, "Wait, what are you all doing?" Their eyes were full of menace. The blonde man growled, "The important documents you mentioned." The brown-haired man opened the briefcase and demanded, "What is this? Tell me. I can understand the syringe, but what the hell is this round hole next to it?" The blonde man threatened, "If you don't tell me what this is, you're going to regret it. Speak up now if you don't want your back broken." She pulled out a knife, ready to fight, and challenged them, "You two just try me." The secretary broke into a cold sweat, her face worried as she mumbled, "It's easy to say that, but how can I possibly defeat these two?" She looked at their intimidating figures and silently assessed, if they're assassins from Glory, they have to be at least B rank or higher. Names: Granner, Ariana. Bodyguards under Choi Unang, former Israeli mercenaries. 13 years of military service, 271 special missions completed. The secretary's eyes filled with resolve as she steeled herself. But it's come to this. What else is there to lose? She charged forward aggressively, screaming, "Die!" The blonde man blocked the secretary's attack with just one hand. Immediately after, the brown-haired man struck with a hand as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the knife in her hand shattered. As the fragments flew before her eyes, she panicked. "Damn it!" The blonde man gripped the secretary's hand menacingly. "Whether you stay and fight or try to run, your fate is the same, death." She sat helplessly on the floor and asked, "What are you going to do with me?" The secretary's face was pale as she mumbled in fear, "I'll die if I fight, and I'll die if I run. If that's the case, there's only one way." She burst into tears, clasping her hands together and begging desperately, "I was just following orders from Glory. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have any power at all." The guard asked, "How long have you been a spy?" She answered immediately, "From the very beginning. Please, spare my life." The blonde man offered a deal. "All right, if you answer my question, I'll give you a chance to live." The brown-haired man asked, "Where is Johann?" A hand moved with incredible speed, flashing past her neck. As the secretary stammered, "Actually, Johann is." In that instant, Johann had sliced her carotid artery without her even realizing it. He leaned in close, pressing his hand tightly against the wound on her neck, and whispered, "Actually, you don't need to repeat what Johann said." The secretary coughed up blood, letting out a few faint groans as she took her last breath. The blonde man asked, "Don't tell me. You're Johann?" The brown-haired man asked curiously, "Can you let us see your face clearly?" Johann replied nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter. After all, once you see my face, you'll just end up in a grave anyway." The blonde man looked at him with contempt. "Pretty confident, aren't you? By the way, I heard you're blind. Is that going to be a problem?" The guard asked curiously. "Fighting in a well-lit place like this, and facing assassins head-on, do you really think you can beat us?" The moonlight illuminated a pale face. He replied, "You're mistaken." With a chilling gaze, Johann lunged forward, exclaiming, "The problem isn't whether it's light or dark." Peter ran over, calling out, "Dui Yuan, over here." Du Yuan followed close behind, asking, "Senior, you're here? Where's Alip? Hey, why aren't you saying anything? I'm getting worried." She covered her nose and yelled, "What the hell?" He looked at the scene before him and muttered, "Alip, did you really have to do all this?" Peter ordered, "Dui Yuan, go check on the chairman." Dui Yuan replied, "Yes, sir." She hurried into the room to check, while he walked over to the blonde woman and asked with concern, "Ariana, are you okay?" The guard handed Peter a phone, stammering, "Take it, he's looking for you." He growled into the phone, "Alip, do you regret our little chat and run-in at the elevator earlier?" he asked. The man on the other end calmly replied, "Not at all. It's just that our conversation isn't over yet." Johan remembered Peter's taunts and decided to declare war. "Young man, let's end this then. Come to the armory and basement. Bone by yourself." He threatened over the phone, "If you don't, you'll regret it. I have to protect Choi Yun-trang now." He frowned in annoyance. "Are you saying the chairman is being threatened? What the hell do you want?" Johan answered vaguely, "Just go there, and everything will become clear." The person in Untrang's room screamed, "Peter, get in here, now." Peter rushed in, asking, "What's wrong?" She exclaimed in horror. He drugged him and strapped a time bomb to him, his face contorted with anger as he muttered. Peter looked at the bomb on the man's neck and guessed, the detonator key must be with him. "Now, I have to go to the location he set." He said, "This bomb is a real pain. JW, get him into the elevator." JW stammered, "Peter, you can't mean?" She asked, horrified. "No, where are you going, Peter?" Peter quickly turned to leave. He told JW to call the medical team and the bomb squad immediately. She yelled, "That's not what I meant. Where are you going?" Peter replied nonchalantly, "Where am I going? I've been invited to a party. It'd be rude not to show up, right?" JW said worriedly, "What are you talking about? Don't go. It's not an invitation. It's a trap." She immediately tried to stop him. "He wants to lure you into the darkness. You've seen how he fights in the shadows. Even for you, it's too dangerous," he replied calmly. "So what? Who do you think I am?" JW stammered. "You're Peter," Peter said confidently. "Exactly. So it'll be fine." Then he headed off, running towards the meeting place with Johan. She still looked unconvinced, muttering, "But even so, there's no way he can overcome the trap that monster has set." Outside the city, in a pitch-black room, a bodyguard spoke up. "Chairman, will this really be all right? What if Peter is with Choi Yun-trang, and Johan is all alone? Shouldn't we send another apostle there?" Raphael said mockingly. "Another apostle? If you don't know what you're talking about, just keep quiet." "Don't you think Johan would just kill that apostle too?" he asked, confused. "What do you mean, sir?" the man replied. "Do you think I don't know what kind of person Johan is? Unless you face him directly, you'll never understand what a monster he truly is." In 2017, in some village in M, Johan opened the door to a rabbit hutch. He picked up a white rabbit, confused. "Strange. I only raise rabbits." Johan wondered, "So why is there an octopus in here?" Stepping out from the shadows, Raphael remarked, "Impressive, even though concealing our presence is our specialty as assassins." The man was surprised by his sharpness. "You were still able to detect us? Truly remarkable," Johan said, with his eyes closed. "Your question is flawed. If I couldn't even notice something that basic, you wouldn't have come looking for me in the first place." Raphael put a hand to his chin and mumbled, "Your charming personality is the same as ever." Johan then threatened, 10 seconds. "Tell me why you're here, or you die." The bald man got angry, pulled out his gun, and yelled, "You son of a bitch. How about I rough him up first, then we talk, boss?" Johan said contemptuously. "Your gun may be fully equipped, but the moment you brought only one magazine, you'd already lost. You octopus, you underestimated me. Got it?" The man stood still, not understanding what Johan was bluffing about, and issued a threat. "Of course, you'll pay the price for that underestimation." The bald man got pissed, aimed his gun at him, and yelled, "What? One magazine is more than enough for you." Johan replied confidently, "Wrong. It's not enough." He moved so fast, the bald man could only exclaim, "Where'd he go?" In an instant, he was hit by a barrage of Johan's punches. Even the gun was smashed from the impact. He whispered, "The moment you said that, you should have just pulled the trigger." With ice-cold eyes, Johan growled, "If you were holding a knife, you would have died 13 times already." The bald man cursed, "Damn it." Raphael walked over, clapping and praising, "Alip, you really are skilled. Subduing this incompetent fool so easily," he sneered. "Aside from his slightly unusual body, there's nothing to be afraid of." Johan wondered, "By the way, an expensive suit, old prayer beads, the distinct scent of an Asian man, specifically, a Korean. What reason does the Vin Quang Society have for seeking me out?" The man laughed loudly and said, "It's really impossible not to be fond of you." Raphael took something from his pocket. "But you're mistaken about one thing." Johann looked confused. "What?" The man said it was no longer the Vin Quang Society. Its glory now. Raphael threw a piece of paper, pinning it to the map where Johann was standing, and ordered, "Take it." The man said, "See you in Korea. There's someone there with power you can't even imagine." Johann asked in a hoarse voice, "Korea? You mean Peter?" The man turned towards the door, tossing out a provocation. "He may be old now, but he's probably still a better assassin than you. If you're curious about him, get in touch." Raphael's final words made Johann's expression change. To find out if a leap is better than Peter. Back in the present, Peter was standing in the elevator on his way to the meeting point. His gaze was calm as the elevator stopped on the 10th floor. Peter stepped out, looked around, and exclaimed, "This is a bit much for an interrogation room." He wondered, "So, what's the reason you wanted to see me?" A voice called out, "First, I want to confirm something." Peter was confused. "Confirm?" Johann spoke from up high. "From the very first time I met you, I've always felt something very strange, and it's been bothering me ever since." Peter looked up. "What are you talking about?" he wondered. He was clearly a young man, but the aura he gave off suggested otherwise. Peter snapped irritably, "If you have something to say, just get to the point." Johann was puzzled. "You're at a very high level of mastery that young people could never achieve. It's strange. This is the first time I've ever felt this from someone." Losing his patience, he growled, "Then just spit out whatever you want to say." The man walked up behind Peter and said, "Then, I'll be direct. I don't hold prejudices against anyone." Johann offered his theory. "That's why I think you might be the real Peter." He glanced over at the man and remarked, "Look at this. Everything here is quite interesting, isn't it?" The man took out a controller, a provocative half-smile on his face. "What do you think of the whole setup here? You must have already checked on the chairman's condition before coming. Just one press of this little button can blow everything within a 20-meter radius to smithereens, leaving no trace behind." Peter's face darkened as he asked, "Are you trying to kill everyone?" He glared at Johann with ice-cold eyes and growled, "If you press that button, you, me, and the chairman will all disappear without a trace. Understand?" On the other hand, Peter secretly guessed that there was no way the man would actually press the button, but then he smiled smugly and pressed it. "Fantastic, isn't it? You really thought I wouldn't dare press it, did you?" The color instantly drained from Peter's face. The scene changes. At that moment, everyone panicked when they saw something emitting from the bomb on Yoon-jung's neck, exclaiming, "What's happening? What's going on?" Duan seemed to have realized what it was and stammered. With a look of excitement, Johann exclaimed, "Now then, let's begin." The building immediately exploded. He laughed with glee, shouting, "It's our party!" Johann looked annoyed, one hand on his hip, the other on his forehead. "Turns out I was mistaken about you. You're not Peter. If you were him, the doctor would have remained calm in a situation like this." Johann's voice still echoed above Peter's head. "It's true that you can't judge things by common sense." Meanwhile, unable to control his body, he dropped to one knee, his body trembling uncontrollably. Peter bowed his head and lamented internally. "I knew he was a cold-blooded monster, but I never thought he'd go this far." He asked in a heavy voice, "Do you have any idea what you've just done?" Johann replied nonchalantly, "Of course, I do." The scene inside the bombed building was utter chaos, with people scrambling to perform rescue operations. 2 bodyguards carried the injured outside, while the other 2 continued to search through the rubble. Raging red flames were everywhere. Someone's shattered glasses lay on the floor, but from Johann's tone, it was as if nothing significant had happened. Choi Eun-jung must have died when her head exploded. As for the girl named Duan, no one knew if her body was even identifiable. The mere thought was agonizing. Johann still held the detonator in his hand, a faint smile on his lips as he looked at the man collapsed on the floor. "For someone as arrogant as you, there's something I really want to show you." A series of sounds rang out as the row of lights on the ceiling shattered in unison. Shards flew in every direction, and the area around Peter and Johann was suddenly plunged into darkness, leaving only the sound of Johann's echoing voice, and that is despair. He narrowed his snake-like eyes, and a chillingly sharp, crescent-shaped blade appeared in his hand. His tone was utterly mocking, the kind that ensures you can never get back up again. "From now on, you will experience the most excruciating pain, many times worse than what you just felt." Peter's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes sharp in the darkness as he recalled Johann's previous case. Peter carefully remembered meeting a man in a suit with a buzz cut. He was using a special pair of night vision binoculars. Recalling Johann's case, Alip had used a special device that couldn't be detected by thermal imaging. In the darkness, the silhouette of a man stood, clutching the detonator. Peter's gaze grew colder, his mind racing. "In that case, I'll have to use a different method. With how thoroughly he prepared, he must have a countermeasure for the light. He pressed his lips together, tense. What a pain. Johann suddenly spoke, lunging toward Peter to attack. What are you doing? Taking a nap? He threw a series of sharp knives, each one whistling through the air, along with Johann's voice. The game hasn't even started yet. Peter took a defensive stance, facing the knives flying toward him. There was no way for him to dodge the sharp weapons. He struggled to shield his front with his arms as the cold blades sliced through his flesh wherever they grazed. He had no idea where the attacks were coming from on his body, and from the very beginning, he couldn't even tell where his attacker was. Peter's pupils contracted, his brow never unfurrowing, as he heard Johann's voice echo in the darkness. You're the same. In the end, you're just another weak human being. Peter felt a sense of panic as he sensed something. In the darkness, it was Johann, who had appeared behind him at some point with his sharp blade. He struck as fast as lightning, not giving Peter time to turn around. There was nothing he could do in the dark. Johann's vicious, relentless attacks forced Peter to retreat, his arms accumulating even more wounds. He still hadn't found a way out of this dangerous situation, a direct threat to my life. This is annoying. It's not just that his attacks are fast. They're also deadly and precise. Peter tried to see ahead, assessing the situation. If I want to catch him, I have to break his greatest weapon, his echolocation ability. Blades kept whizzing through the darkness as thoughts swirled in Peter's mind. Right now, forget about capturing him. It's impossible to even touch him. Johann's attacks were relentless, a constant barrage. It was impossible to even see him. Peter started to hallucinate. Countless hands appeared from nowhere, grabbing onto him, making it impossible to escape. He couldn't stop thinking. It felt as if a deadly shadow was swallowing him whole, dragging him into an abyss. A whooshing sound by his ear snapped Peter to attention. He quickly turned towards the sound, his mind racing. If that's the case, there's only one way to defeat this invisible enemy. He seized the opportunity, lunging towards the wind-like shadow. The plan was to wait for the moment he got close and grab him. Johann coldly saw right through Peter's plan. His voice echoed from the darkness. That's useless. Too bad for you. I can see everything. Where you are, what you're doing. He launched a powerful attack at Peter. He finished with a question, and what your time's about times to do. Peter was hit, sent flying a great distance. He gritted his teeth. Johann was now standing before Peter, his tone mocking, his eyes cruel. You're much quieter than you were in the elevator, aren't you? Or are you all talk? Peter let out a sharp breath and replied in a low voice. You're finally here. For the first time, Johann showed a hint of suspicion. Finally, he repeated. Peter stood up, reaching into his back pocket while offering a few words of praise for Johann. I have to admit, you're truly dangerous. I've never seen anyone fight like this in the dark. Suddenly, a loud times, whoosh times sound erupted, and a brilliant red light shot out sparks, illuminating the entire area around Peter. The source of the light appeared in his hand as Peter spoke calmly. But your powerful weapon ends here. Johann thought to himself, asterisk. A flare. Asterisk. Peter, returning to his usual calm demeanor, uttered, now. Let's begin. Johann was a bit incredulous at what just happened. Asterisk. This guy. So sudden. Asterisk. A blade flew through the air, slicing the flare in Peter's hand. Johann watched smugly as the unexpected light source was extinguished and fell to the ground. He smirked, his eyes still filled with cruelty. I thought you'd be a little different, but I can't believe you'd use a flare to deal with me. Did you really think that thing could do anything to me? The corner of Peter's mouth lifted as he calmly replied, Hey buddy, don't you think you're celebrating a little too early? Johann's face darkened slightly. What? Peter held up the half of the flare still in his hand. I never said I was going to use light to deal with you. Johann silently cursed. Asterisk. What the hell? Asterisk. Peter's target was never the light. He had been aiming for the fire sprinkler on the ceiling all along. He slowly began to expose Johann's trump card, echolocation. It's an amazing ability that allows the user to perceive their surroundings through sound waves, even in complete darkness. But it also has a fatal weakness. When the water valve suddenly starts spraying, the pitch-black space was now filled with a curtain of water, like rain. The water drenched Johann, who was stunned by the sudden turn of events, and Peter was standing off to the side. He asked again, So, if that happens, what do you think will happen next? The fire sprinkler continued to spray water relentlessly. Johann gritted his teeth at this development. Asterisk. Impossible. This can't be happening. Asterisk. The sound waves around him became chaotic, a mess of different frequencies. It was like an inescapable net, closing in on him. Asterisk. My echolocation has been completely neutralized. Asterisk. He recalled Peter's behavior at the beginning and the location of the fire sprinkler. It dawned on him. Asterisk. So that's why he was constantly looking around at the entrance, to locate the fire alarms. Asterisk. Johann angrily clenched his jaw. Asterisk. So everything he did was just a distraction to fool me. Asterisk. Johann's soaking wet hair fell, obscuring half of his face, revealing only a cryptic smile. You seem to know a lot about echolocation. I'll give you that. But, he raised an eyebrow slightly, what can you possibly do to me now? Johann remained calm, standing under the spray of water. He patiently retorted to Peter. Close combat, the flare. All of it was a fake-out, just a distraction to prepare for this move? But so what if you have the sprinklers? Do you think they'll run forever? All you've done is… He suddenly swung his arm, attacking Peter. Play a cheap psychological game. Peter frowned slightly. Asterisk. What a cold-blooded bastard. He's not showing any hesitation, even in this disadvantageous situation. Asterisk. Peter jumped back, dodging Johann's stormy assault, not forgetting to answer him. A psychological game? A whooshing sound cut through the air, leaving only the echoing voices of the two adversaries. If that's the case, then you've already lost. Asterisk. What is it now? Asterisk. I've known for a long time. Johann's eyes widened. He couldn't help but ask, known what? Peter answered with a frown, that all of my comrades are still alive. Peter began to recall the events of the past. The unconscious man sitting in the chair, an iron collar locked around his neck, being rescued. This only strengthened Peter's conviction. Speculation. An assassin obsessed with the perfect kill, who even sends advance notices to his victims, resorts to blowing up his target? That would never happen. Johann was stunned as he listened to Peter's account, his heart pounding in shock. How? How could he possibly know? No. More importantly, why? Johann recalled Peter's struggling appearance from before. His thoughts became a jumbled mess. Was he faking it this whole time? Why? Why would he do that? Peter calmly held the crescent-shaped knife, asking the question that had been bothering him. You definitely detonated a bomb somewhere else. Why did you have to lie like that? You were upset because you couldn't kill me then, weren't you? Johann's fists clenched tighter and tighter, and after hearing Peter's last sentence, they began to tremble. That's right, isn't it? Because you're just a man riddled with insecurity. Johann stood silently under the pouring water, his head bowed, unwilling to answer. Peter raised an eyebrow, continuing to provoke the once arrogant man. Where's all that confidence from before? Come on, give me a smile. That gloomy look doesn't suit your pretty face. Johann's pupils constricted, his face contorting in extreme rage. He screamed, What the hell do you know? Johann could never forget the days of his past, days that an ordinary person could never possibly understand. The words I found most confusing. A pure white rabbit, its ruby-red eyes standing out on its adorable face. Voices chirped all around the rabbit. Oh my, it's so white. How pretty. This rabbit looks just like you, doesn't it? Johann couldn't stop replaying those words. What did it mean to be pretty and white, just like it? A young Johann, with gray hair and red eyes, was holding a rabbit that also had white fur and red eyes. Beside him was a cute, blonde-haired girl. On his other side, a foreign boy with blonde hair leaned against the rabbit hutch, reaching out towards Johann. He offered, Can I borrow it for a sec? Johann hugged the small, trembling rabbit tightly, his tone firm. No, he's mine. The blonde boy clutched his arm, which now had a few scratches. He's not that fragile. Why are you being so stingy? The ugly memories began to surface. Johann realized that was probably when the foreign kid started mocking him. A young Johann fumed as his food tray was turned into a pile of garbage. The blonde kid even held up a fishbone, taunting him. Looks tasty, doesn't it? This is what I'm eating. Want a bite? And so, their bullying began. The young Johann, his face covered in bruises, scrapes, and bandages, remained silent. He kept his head down as the boys threw a box cutter at his head, snickering. Hey, is that really okay? It's fine. He can't see anyway. The wounded Johann kept his head down, silent, biting his lip to swallow his anger. My helplessness slowly turned into shame, but I couldn't fight back because I was just a weak, blind boy. And then, it happened. On a stormy night, with lightning flashing endlessly across the sky, Johann frantically searched the rabbit hutch. He's not here. Where is he? What's going on? Where's my rabbit? Inside the gym equipment room, the four bullies surrounded the poor white rabbit. It had stopped struggling, its red eyes wide and lifeless. They pulled its ears, pinched its nose, and tugged at the limbs of the helpless creature. their voices filled with amusement as they toyed with the small life. Hey, how come this rabbit has red eyes too? It must be blind, just like you. Is it dead already? So weak. A young Johann burst in from the rain, screaming in horror. You bastards! You dared to take my rabbit? Johann charged at the inhumane group, desperately sinking his teeth into one of their legs, ready to fight them to the death. They took turns punching and kicking Johann's skinny body, cursing at him relentlessly. It's biting! Stomp him to death! Stomp him! How dare you, you sons of bitches! Johann weakly cradled the lifeless white rabbit, as if he were holding his own battered body. He was surrounded by the hateful laughter of the other boys. Just buy another one. Don't get cocky, you blind freak. No matter how hard you try, you'll always be beneath us. All Johann could do was cry out in helplessness. Looking back, my sadness then wasn't because my beloved rabbit had died, but because the last shred of my self-respect had been trampled on. The despicable boys said to each other, "All right, let's go to sleep." Suddenly, all the lights in the equipment room went out. The boys panicked. Hey, why is it pitch black? Is it a blackout? I can't see anything. Where's my phone? Use it as a light. Where's the emergency exit? The boys scrambled in the darkness, oblivious to Johann, who was lost in his own frenzied thoughts. What's this? Why are they panicking? Why are they screaming their heads off? Ah, so now they can't see a thing. Johann lay on the floor, his red eyes wide open. I can see everything. He slowly, unsteadily, got to his feet. He looked towards the boys, who were chaotically trying to find a way out. Where you are? What you're doing? And the expressions on your faces. I can see it all. He attacked the blonde boy, landing a merciless punch right in his face. Johann stood behind the blonde boy like a phantom, the darkness embracing and protecting him, allowing him to become. He frantically watched the pathetic blonde kid crawling on the floor, begging endlessly. I'm sorry. It was my fault. Stop hitting me. Please let me go. Johann thought to himself, what? Have I been bullied by these guys all this time? The man ran for his life through the rain, his flashlight pointed towards the dark tool shed. He yelled out, quickly opening the door. The door swung open, and the horrific scene inside hit the man's eyes. 3 or 4 kids were sprawled across the floor, most of them unconscious, with red blood splattered everywhere. Johann stood in the middle of the chaos, his head bowed calmly, showing no signs of fear. He thought with excitement. From that day on, I realized I could become superior. Johann's youthful face was stained with blood, his eyes glowing crimson under the flashlight's beam, the corners of his mouth pulling into a satisfied smile as he greeted the man who had just arrived. Teacher, I'm better than you now. The past fades, and a crazed Johann raises his hand to attack Peter, screaming, a beautiful inferiority complex, huh? You think you're better than me with that cheap little water hose? Johann swung his knife wildly at Peter, who parried the blows while stripping away Johann's mask of arrogance. You're like a dung beetle, protecting your weak body with a hard shell. Arrogant people are terrified of being broken. Peter's words only made Johann more frantic, the gleaming knife relentlessly aiming for Peter's life. He roared, how dare you? Peter quickly realized there was a problem behind him, silently warning himself. There's a sound, very close, right behind me. Instantly, Peter subdued Johann. He smiled in relief. I've wanted to catch you for a long time, but if I left the others here, they'd all escape and I'd lose my chance. So, I decided I had to catch you here, no matter what. Johann's eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening. What the hell is this? Handcuffs! He stared in shock as his hands were cuffed and restrained. In front of him, Peter triumphantly explained, I was waiting for you to be triggered by my provocations. If you were your usual self, you wouldn't have been so easy to catch. Peter looked straight at Johann, chuckled, and continued, now, I've touched you. I've caught you. And I can finally see you. Johann froze in shock. Just how many of his weaknesses had this guy figured out? Peter slammed Johann against the wall and whispered, 34. That's the number of weak points on the human body. The red pupils in Johann's eyes constricted to pinpricks. Before him stood a cold Peter, his cruel gaze fixed on him as he raised a hand, ready to strike. He hissed, prepare yourself. I'm very curious to see how long you can last. With one hand, he pinned both of Johann's, while his other hand struck his abdomen with swift, powerful force. Peter looked at the man he'd just hit and frowned unconsciously, thinking, this weak point is in the liver. It's a fatal spot, so painful it should make him gasp for air. And yet, Johann bit his lower lip hard, not letting out a single groan, which surprised Peter. He can still take it? He raised his hand again for the next attack, his wet hair falling over his face, hiding half of his ruthless expression. Next up, the solar plexus. A storm of blows rained down on various parts of Johann's body, the throat, the chest, the abdomen, the philtrum. Peter had absolutely no intention of stopping, relentlessly unleashing his techniques. He felt a slight admiration for Johan's attitude. I have to admit, your spirit is strong, but no matter how strong your spirit is, Johan gritted his teeth, taking another thunderous punch to his stomach, Peter's voice ringing in his ear like a final verdict. In the end, you will fall. Peter stared at Johan in astonishment as he heard him reply with a hint of mockery. You say I'll fall? The one who's going to fall isn't me. It's you. Johan's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes completely bloodshot, but his tone was as mocking as ever. How stupid. You've already tied up my hands like this. Suddenly, Johan lifted his leg in a flash, driving his knee into Peter's stomach and hissing. Why didn't you tie up my legs, too? Peter stared in shock at what just happened, his mind racing. Impossible. This guy is much stronger than before. Johan's scowl deepened, his venomous eyes as red as a wild beast's. He spoke. What's wrong? Starting to regret it? Don't be surprised. The game has only just begun. The two stood facing each other. Peter continuously attacked and blocked with his left hand, while his right hand kept a firm grip on Johan, who relentlessly used his legs to counterattack. He frowned, reassessing the situation in his head. I was wrong. He's not enduring this with his spirit. Johan kicked out, driving his knee straight into Peter's stomach, catching him off guard. He tensed up, trying to rearrange his thoughts. It's his pride. His pride is controlling his every thought. It was as if Peter saw a Johan who had begun to go berserk, grinding his teeth, his eyes blood red, his brow furrowed so tightly that it made him think he'd be willing to sacrifice himself 1,000, 10,000 times over, just to kill his opponent. Peter grabbed the chain between the handcuffs. If that's the case, then so be it. With unstoppable force, Peter hurled Johan across the room, slamming him straight into the emergency exit on the opposite wall. He frowned, thinking to himself, what a pain in the ass. He watched Johan getting up in the distance, his mind racing. He should have been knocked out. How was he able to stand up, like nothing even happened? Johan ignored the scalding water, soaking him. It was hard to tell if it was water or sweat running down his handsome face as he stared coldly at Peter, using handcuffs to counter my advantage in the dark. Not a bad idea, but that's as far as it goes. If you were going to chain me, you should have chained my hand to yours. Johan went berserk, and with an unexpected burst of strength, he snapped the chain on his cuffs, so I could never escape you again. Across from him, Peter casually dusted off his shirt with an unconcerned tone. Too bad. So, what now? The sprinklers are still on. You can't see anything either, can you? Johan glanced at the digital panel on the emergency exit, calculating. The water definitely wasn't going to stop anytime soon. Because of the distorted sound waves, I can't use my echolocation. So, he quickly keyed in a sequence of numbers on the panel, deciding it was time to change venues. The door swung open, and Johan immediately leaped back, judging he was now in a spot the sprinklers couldn't reach. He looked forward in shock, hearing Peter's voice in pursuit. You okay? Peter was already on him, instantly unleashing a flurry of kicks and punches, not forgetting to inform him, it's nice and bright in here. It's over. Johan launched himself into the air with all his might to dodge Peter's attacks, his entire body leaning back. He blocked Peter's kick with the sole of his foot. Peter assessed Johan's condition, completely surprised. That kick should have landed at that range. His split-second judgment is incredible. From above, Johan's voice rang out. What's so surprising? You seem to have misunderstood something. He stomped on Peter's knee with the tip of his foot. You get weaker without light, but me, with or without it. From his high position, Johan swung his leg down at Peter, finishing his thought with satisfaction. I'm still the same. Peter watched in shock at what was happening. He leaped backward as Johan attacked him with reckless abandon. For a moment, he was genuinely too surprised to even speak. Johan looked at the man before him and began to taunt him. Gone silent, have you? Or did your little plan fail? And now you're losing heart. No need to be so discouraged. Now, it's my stage. Johan's eyes narrowed dangerously as he raised a familiar object in his hand, a detonator. He finished his sentence with a smirk. Let's start over from here. Before Peter could even react, the long rows of lights on the ceiling shattered with a press of Johan's button, their light extinguished in an instant. Johan's triumphant voice echoed in his ears again. This stage has no sprinklers and no way to create light. He pulled the corner of his mouth into a cruel smile, yet still offered Peter a sliver of praise. But I'll give you this. Of all the opponents I've ever faced, the image of the old man appeared in Peter's mind again. He had praised him highly. You're the one who's excited me the most since Johann, Apostle Gabriel. Peter didn't look up, his wet hair hiding half of his unreadable expression. Only his voice rang out, flat and even. He's old and retired, and you shouldn't speak his name so disrespectfully. Johann stood in the center of the darkness, the sound field around him enveloping both him and the man before him. He's not wrong. Gabriel didn't lose because he was old. He lost because he relied on his sight. Just like you. He smirked smugly. You can't see me. Which means, Johann's face turned serious as he gathered his strength to attack, finishing his sentence. You can't block, and you can't dodge my attacks. He could now fully utilize his advantage in the darkness. Every sound wave around him was crystal clear, and he could perfectly see the pitch-black form of Peter. Victorious thoughts thundered in his mind. There won't be any lucky breaks like last time. There's no way to create light anymore. He saw Peter's silhouette fumbling in the dark, unable to get a bead on him, completely lost. The distance between Johann and Peter closed rapidly, yet Peter still looked like he was just scrambling, looking back and forth. That's only natural. Now that your weapons are gone, there's only one emotion you can feel. In the darkness, Peter was completely disoriented. In Johann's eyes, he saw only endless confusion and helplessness. That's panic. Trapped in absolute darkness, you must be terrified. With a cruel laugh, Johann lunged forward, his eyes flashing with victory as he roared in his mind. It's over! But in the end, that was only what Johann thought, because just as he believed he had achieved his final victory, something unexpected happened. His face met a direct, thunderous blow, something that was completely outside of his calculations. Peter stood like a statue in the pitch-black darkness, yet he landed a perfect hit on Johann. He couldn't believe it, collapsing to his knees as thoughts raced through his mind. What was that? How did he hit me? Are my senses still not back to normal? Johann bit his lip, dismissing the thought. No, my senses have completely recovered. He scanned the darkness again, sensing the sound waves, and told himself, this time, I'll be faster and stealthier. He charged forward again with insane speed. A mere mortal could never track my movements. In his eyes, Peter's silhouette was nothing more than prey waiting for the hunter. This time, it would definitely be over. He aimed straight for Peter's back. Confident in his abilities, Johann lunged forward, certain it would all end here. But suddenly, before he even knew what hit him, he was struck again, coughing up blood as he was sent flying. He slammed into the wall, cracking it under the force, as Johann's voice echoed in disbelief. Impossible. Ignoring the blood dripping from his lips, Johann struggled to his feet, completely baffled by the situation. You obviously can't see me, so how do you know where I'm attacking from? He looked toward the source of the sound and heard Peter's calm reply. You're right. I shouldn't be able to see you. If we continued fighting like this, I would have lost for sure. Johann immediately shot back. Then how? Peter calmly raised his left hand, pointing to his right. He didn't care if Johann could see him as he threw a question back. I put handcuffs on you, remember? Johann shot back. What the hell are you talking about? I broke out of those ages ago. Peter continued his explanation. No. I put a pair of handcuffs on you that can never be removed. Doubt screamed in Johann's mind. What the hell is he talking about? He looked down, Peter's words echoing in his head. Never be removed. The handcuffs. Wait a minute. A faint, yellow-green light reflected off Johann's cold face. He suddenly realized something was off. This smell. I was so focused on the fight I didn't even notice. He stared in astonishment at his glowing wrists, or more accurately, at the strange, yellow-green light coming from the broken pieces of the cuffs still on them. Luminous paint. From the very beginning, you put cuffs on me that were coated in glow-in-the-dark paint. He remembered the moment he decided to open the emergency exit. How he'd been thrown towards that very door. Then, he remembered leaping out from the chaos of sound waves, not realizing that light was flooding in from beyond that door. You lured me into a lit hallway. It was all a strategy to let the luminous paint absorb the light from the fluorescent bulbs. He narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in them. Johann's mind was completely consumed by Peter's plan. He was acting so casually, as if he hadn't just been struggling to dodge my attacks. Just how many steps ahead did you plan? Half of Johann's face was still lit by the eerie glow from the cuffs. He asked Peter, how long have you been planning this? Peter stood in the darkness, his powerful frame showing no signs of being disoriented by the earlier assault. He casually raised a hand, recounting his plan to the still glowing Johann. I figured normal light wouldn't work on you. That echolocation of yours is too powerful a weapon. A few days ago, Peter had made a surprising request that left even Ji-won speechless. Do you coat the elevator with that stuff? The yellow-green light on his wrists was blinding. It became even more disorienting as Peter's voice continued to echo in the pitch-black darkness. I had to prepare a weapon of equal caliber, didn't I? Johann lowered his gaze. One hand splayed out, showing off the glowing paint, while the other reached into his back pocket. He regained his usual composure. Yes, I was wrong from the start. I shouldn't have fought you like this. Peter narrowed his eyes, watching Johan's every move, his guard raised. Another weapon? A sense of admiration rose in Peter. This guy is truly formidable. A red flame flared to life. The familiar red flare appeared once again, bathing the entire corridor in light. Peter watched silently as Johan lit the flare himself. Johan asked with a grin, "How about this?" He held the flare in one hand and his crescent blade in the other. "You can see much better now, can't you?" He was dispelling the darkness himself. Johan mounted the flare on the wall, and now light had completely replaced the shadows. Wielding two sharp crescent blades, he stepped towards Peter. Peter stood his ground, watching the display, and simply asked, "So, you plan on using dual blades now?" But contrary to Peter's expectation, Johan tossed one of the blades right in front of him. He stood, bathed in the light of the flare. "Take it," he demanded. "Let's fight fair and square." Peter glanced at the crescent blade at his feet. As he picked up the sharp weapon, he heard Johan explain his reason for a one-on-one duel. This way, whoever loses has no excuses. Johan took his stance, his gaze icy as he pointed the blade at Peter. The young Peter just smirked. "This guy, he's interesting." Right to the very end, Peter immediately launched an attack, his right hand gripping a crescent blade, his eyes blazing with fire. Johan also charged forward, blade in hand. But suddenly, as he closed in on his opponent, his eyes, which could see even in the dark, revealed a look of confusion. As he was rushing forward like a rocket, Peter's form, perceived through his sound waves, suddenly distorted, as if it were vanishing. Johan quickly assessed the situation in his mind. Asterisk. He's clearly right in front of me. But his speed. It's so fast I can't even get a clear look. Asterisk. A black shadow appeared just centimeters from his eyes. While he was still in shock, he couldn't see a thing. Peter swung a powerful slash at Johan, who quickly raised his arm to block. Peter spun the blade in his hand, slashing at Johan's arm while punching him in the side with his other hand. As Johan swung his knife behind Peter, Peter's own arm was already covered in scratches, blood splattering everywhere. Across from him, Johan was still attacking relentlessly. Peter lowered his head, his brows furrowed tightly, a scratch having appeared on his cheek at some point. Johan winced slightly. He saw that Peter had changed his grip on the knife and began to speculate. Asterisk. His grip on the karambit has changed. Is he planning to attack from above? Asterisk. If so, Johan would immediately grab Peter's wrist and swing his own blade at him with his other hand. Asterisk. I'll catch him and finish him off before he can even bring that blade down. Asterisk. But under Peter's gaze, which was sharper than any knife, Johan's every move was shut down. Peter still had more than enough room to launch another attack. Asterisk. He's too fast. I can't react in time. Asterisk. The karambit spun on Peter's finger. Johan crossed his arms in front of him, blocking Peter's continuous assault. Asterisk. There's no denying it. Asterisk. He gritted his teeth as droplets of red blood flew chaotically before his eyes. Asterisk. This whole fight, I refuse to admit what Raphael said was true. Asterisk. Johan had been so sure of his victory, but Raphael had just laughed mockingly and dismissed his thoughts. Asterisk. Even if it's Peter, there's no way he can beat me when I have a knife. Asterisk. What? Unless Peter has some terminal illness. Maybe. But doesn't he rarely use weapons to fight? Johan stood arrogantly to the side, hands in his pockets, while Raphael shrugged and talked about Peter. Asterisk. How ridiculous. Asterisk. Right? Oh, but I think someone once said what? Everything Raphael had warned Johan about now seemed to be playing out vividly, right before his eyes. Peter stared coldly at his opponent, the gleaming blade in his hand, his blood-soaked arm raised high. Asterisk, I think it was. If he uses a weapon, his opponent gets taken down way too easily. Asterisk, Johan yelled, swinging his blade at Peter again. Asterisk, Peter is swinging his blade at me. Stop bluffing. Asterisk. The two clashed directly, their blades striking each other with a brilliant flash. Peter landed lightly on his feet, while Johan was bleeding profusely. He glanced behind him, where his sound waves marked Peter rushing towards him. Asterisk. Impossible. This is the first time I've ever encountered someone like this. Asterisk. He slashed his knife behind him, but there was only empty space. His target was nowhere to be seen. A storm of doubt raged within him. Asterisk. Even I can't catch him. No, forget catching him. Asterisk. Peter's blurred image appeared again in Johan's vision. He couldn't even touch him, let alone see him clearly. Asterisk. What is going on? Asterisk. Peter was getting closer and closer to Johan. Asterisk. Why can't I see him? Why? This can't be happening. Asterisk. Asterisk. Could it be? Because he's holding a knife? I can't see him? Asterisk. A flash of light appeared before Johan's eyes, his face showing a hint of astonishment. Asterisk. Ah, I see it now. Wait, what is this? Asterisk. The Peter in Johan's eyes was no longer a black shadow defined by sound waves. Instead, it was the actual, illuminated figure of Peter, holding a blade and charging right at him. Asterisk. I can see him now. Asterisk. Peter swung the blade in his hand downwards, and Johan's eyes filled with pure shock and disbelief. Asterisk. That man? Asterisk. He raised his own blade to block Peter's slash, and yet, his blade was shattered by the blow. Asterisk. This is absurd. Asterisk. He was knocked backward, dropping to one knee to stop his momentum. Asterisk. Is this kid a wall that I can't overcome? Asterisk. He frowned, shutting his eyes tightly and letting out a soft groan, only to hear Peter say, "The more you move, the more it's going to hurt." Peter stood powerfully in the light, his bloody blade in hand, and coldly suggested, "You've probably torn your pectoralis minor. It would be best for you to just surrender." Johan struggled to his feet, his body covered in a web of bleeding wounds, his left arm hanging limply at his side. But he still talked tough. "Shut up. I absolutely refuse to admit it." But he was right. After that brutal and decisive clash with Peter, Johan was too heavily injured, and his strength was fading fast. Asterisk. After that last attack, my left arm has no strength left. But the thing I just can't understand. Asterisk. He looked at the broken remnant of the blade in his hand. Asterisk. Is his style of knife fighting. Asterisk. Asterisk. Even an expert like me took years to master this kind of blade, so how is this possible? Asterisk. Johan's memory flashed back to the confrontation just moments ago. Peter hadn't shown the slightest hesitation when attacking him with the blade. Doubt. A thought flashed through Johan's mind. How could a kid who's barely an adult be so skilled with a karambit knife? The red light from the flare continued to illuminate the entire hallway, casting a shadow of Peter as he slowly walked toward the struggling Johan. Standing on the other side, he spoke leisurely. "If you want, I can turn off the lights again, and my next attack will be for real. You can't possibly block all of my attacks with just your right hand." Peter attacked again. "This time, I'm aiming for the top of your head, now that both of my hands are free." He widened his eyes in shock when he heard Johan's voice. "You think I can only use one hand? How about it? What about this?" Johan had lost his casual, mocking demeanor. At that moment, his eyes were wide, his face covered in blood, and his teeth were clamped down hard on Peter's hand. "Now times you times can only use one hand. 2. He frantically swung the rest of the blade at Peter, still not letting go of his hand. "There's no wall I can't overcome. I'll never let go until I kill you." Just as he finished his sentence, his right cheek took a devastating blow from Peter. He couldn't help but release the hand he had bitten until it bled. One side of his own face was caved in from the brutal force of the punch. Peter just asked nonchalantly, "Never let go, huh?" Johan was stunned, using his hand to support his chin, his mouth seemingly unable to close. His whole body trembled involuntarily. Across from him, Peter continued to speak at a leisurely pace. "In the human jaw, there's a type of muscle called the masseter muscle. If you apply enough force to that muscle," Peter glanced down at Johan, "even a gorilla would be forced to open its mouth. So, do you understand now?" Johan collapsed to his knees, his one good right hand covering his bleeding mouth. He bowed his head and listened to Peter. "There are some situations that your pride and your weapons simply can't change." The sound waves continuously echoed in Johan's ears. In his utterly pathetic state, he spoke up. "Kim Song-yu, right? I'll remember that name for the rest of my life." Peter's expression suddenly turned serious. Asterisk. Click. Asterisk. What was that? What's happening? Johan swung his arm and cut down the flare on the wall, putting Peter on high alert. Was darkness about to swallow Peter whole? He quickly looked around. He cut the fire alarm wire. It's pitch black. I can't see a thing. A loud shout made Johan freeze in place. A light suddenly appeared at the end of the hallway. A group of armed men in tactical gear appeared, shouting, "Terrorist suspect spotted! Subdue the one with the silver hair." Peter was also surprised by their appearance. Special Forces. Did he hear them coming before I did? 3 Special Forces members pointed their guns at Peter, forcing him to raise his hands. The rest chased after Johan. Peter mused, "The more I learn about him, the more formidable he seems." The voices of the Special Forces, soldiers echoed through the hall. "Chase the terrorist. He's heading that way. Sergeant Kim, take the left. Sergeant Choi, take the right." Peter stood with his hands up, watching the Special Forces team chase after Johann. I can't harm innocent people, but if this keeps up, I'll let Johann escape. Peter watched with a cold expression, the chaotic voices of the Special Forces team ringing in his ears. Where is he? Can't see him. He's vanished. The entire main hall was surrounded by the Special Forces. Get outside and block all the exits. He definitely hasn't gotten out yet. Suddenly, a girl rushed in, shouting, "Wait!" It was Du Yuan, her face anxious behind her glasses. She urgently questioned a Special Forces soldier. What happened? You couldn't catch Alipet? What about Kim Sang-yu? How is he? The soldier's question back made Du Yuan almost lose her temper. Kim Sang-yu? Who's that? This area is dangerous. Ma'am, please step back. What? What's with the ma'am? No one paid attention to another soldier, who was rushing away, the silver tips of his hair visible at the nape of his neck. Suddenly, Du Yuan froze. She turned her head, her eyes filled with suspicion. Wait a minute. This scent. In the distance, there were only a few Special Forces, soldiers hurrying to their posts. Du Yuan's gaze suddenly shifted downward. What's this? When did this strange piece of paper appear in her jacket pocket? Who put something in my pocket? She picked up the strange paper to examine it. It was a letter written in Braille. The contents of the letter made Du Yuan frown. Alipet. What is this guy plotting? Inside the hospital, beds were filled with rows of people. Among them was Chairman Choi's secretary, one of her hands cuffed to the hospital bed. Peter looked around and asked Du Yuan, who was staring at the secretary with her arms crossed. How is everyone? As you can see, luckily, there are still survivors. The bomb on Chairman Choi's neck didn't go off either. That's fortunate. A doctor wearing glasses reported the situation to Peter. It seems he didn't manage to hit a vital spot. Didn't manage to? Impossible. He lowered his gaze toward the secretary's hospital bed. Peter asked her directly, how long have you been a spy for Glory? From the very beginning. Actually, people like me are planted everywhere. If the boss gives the order, my entire family will be slaughtered. Peter bowed his head slightly, his eyes cold. Raphael. That bastard. He's already spread his web everywhere. In the hospital corridor, Peter and, as they walked, JW spoke up. Sir, I really don't understand why you let Alip get away. What do you mean? What are you talking about? You took care of him yourself, Peter. How could he have escaped? Peter glanced over mysteriously and replied to a skeptical JW. Don't worry. Sooner or later, Alipet will become a useful card for us to play. What the hell are you talking about? But Peter didn't explain further, just giving a smug smirk. Just you wait and see. A bottle was turned upside down, its contents dripping onto the floor. A tall man was balancing on it with one hand, doing a handstand. He spoke to a man in a hooded jacket, sitting silently in the corner of the room. Hey, Johann. You took care of Choi Eun-rang, right? I'm getting excited just thinking about the headlines tomorrow. Johann's reply made the tall man, who was now drinking from the bottle, pause. I haven't killed Choi Eun-rang yet. What? Don't tell me Peter got the best of you too? That old bastard, Peter. The tall man was cut off by Johann's cold voice. Peter. Wasn't there. Another voice drew Johann's attention. Hey now. Someone else approached. See that? See that? The newcomer joined the conversation, his mocking tone irritating the already annoyed Johann even more. I see a loser who just got his ass kicked by Peter trying to pretend like nothing happened. Shut your mouth before I put you in a coffin for real. The newcomer had fiery red hair and gold earrings. He wasn't very old, but his sarcastic tongue was infuriating. Why so serious? You're no fun at all. Just kidding, just kidding. His name was, thus, General Responsibilities. All other information is unknown. Suddenly, thus was attacked. Johann, sitting far away, still had his hand raised, a clear sign he was the one who launched the attack. A threat. I'll say it again. Be careful, or I'll punch 72 holes in your face. Thus just laughed, catching the blade between two of his fingers. 72? My face only has 7 holes. The other man, who had been silent until now, thought to himself, this is getting interesting. The world's top assassin, Alipet. He then glanced at a young man in Chinese-style clothing, and another man said to have reached the pinnacle of martial arts, a supposed master of divine techniques. Thus didn't drop his mocking tone. All right, I'll stop talking. But I guess this means your 100% success rate is officially broken. The moment those words left his mouth, Johann snapped, leaping up and charging it thus. He casually tossed the blade aside. With his arms crossed, thus skillfully used his leg to block the attack from Johann's hand. As he fended him off, he rambled on. The more I see it, the more amazing it is. Can our little friend here really not see a thing? It's such a waste of your natural talent, my friend. Thus continued to fight with his arms crossed, blocking another one of Johann's moves. If you could see, you'd be a much better fighter. Johann ruthlessly aimed his blade at the nonchalant thus. You dare to stand before me and fight with your arms crossed like that? Oh, but of course. He suddenly launched a kick at Johann. If I put my hands down, our little friend here would die. Johann's knife attacks continued to rain down on thus. He didn't stop provoking him. That's not gonna work. Oh dear, it's not me who's going to die. Johann's face turned cold. Then, just die already. Finally, thus uncrossed his arms, sweeping his leg out with a powerful kick. Johann leaped up to dodge it. The two faced off head-on, each launching kicks meant to kill the other. Thus crossed his arms again, landing in a seated Eastern martial arts stance, while Johann used his hands to break his fall. The tall man spoke up. Hey Johann, thus, stop playing around, we need to. Before he could finish, Johann, pulling his hood back up, cut him off. Stop looking for that kid. What? Johann's face was a mask of bloodthirsty rage, because I'm going to kill him myself. With that, Johann turned and walked away. He ignored the tall man, handing the bottle to a guard, and thus, who was still talking to him. Who are you talking about, kid? Huh? Why's our little friend storming off like that? The tall man just shrugged and smirked, as if he had no idea what was going on. Yeah, what a difficult guy. Thus smirked and pointed a thumb at himself. So, boss, what do we do now? Should I go kidnap Choi Eun-rong for you? The tall man with the buzz cut rejected Thus's offer. No, there's a more effective way to verify this. Thus asked in surprise, as the tall man got dressed. What way? Is it what I'm thinking? Yes, exactly. The tall man chuckled softly and ordered someone to get the car ready. He stood against the light, the massive demon tattoo covering his back, seeming to glow under the lamp. I'll go see him myself. Lights were on again in the twin towers that had just been bombed. We have visitors. 3 Special Forces soldiers blocked the tall man's group outside the building. Chairman Glory is here to see Chairman DH. Oh. Even so, you can't enter. The Special Forces soldier tried to explain the situation inside to the man in the suit. This place is on lockdown due to a terrorist threat. Not even the president can get in. Oh really? What a shame. Just then, the people inside were drawn to the chaos erupting outside. Wait, who are you? Captain, what's all that noise outside? Look, the men outside the door were being thrown around like rag dolls. What the hell? The towering chairman of Glory had no trouble whatsoever taking down 2 or 3 Special Forces soldiers. The captain yelled, his voice strained, "Get back up, now." Just then, they heard the big man's voice. Not even the president can get in, huh? He strolled inside after neutralizing the Special Forces guards at the door. He then announced proudly, "And yet, here I am. So, what does that make me?" He tilted his head back, flashing a smug, toothy grin. Even better than the president? He casually stuffed his hands in his pockets and ventured deeper inside. All right, let's see. Choi Yu-rang has to be in here somewhere. And Peter's probably here too. Everyone from that hospital room, Peter, JW, even Chairman Ko, they should all be here. Chairman Glory was ecstatic. Excellent. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes. First things first, let's pay Choi Yu-rang a visit. Chairman Choi was in his office when he received an urgent internal call. What is it? There's a visitor forcing his way up here. We can't stop him. A visitor? In a situation like this? Chairman Choi was completely blindsided by the guard's report. The chairman of Glory? He broke out in a cold sweat, stunned. Raphael came here himself? The other end of the line descended into chaos. Wait, sir, you can't go in there. Horrified screams echoed from outside the chairman's office, making Yu-rang's blood run cold. The sounds of pain were relentless. He stood frozen, listening to his guards' panicked attempts to stop the intruder. Hey, wait, don't come any closer. Choi Yu-rang stared, stunned, at the man who had just spoken. Well, Chairman Choi. So, you're still alive. Raphael strode in, his massive frame effortlessly carrying an unconscious Special Forces soldier. He let out a sigh. What a relief. A tense Choi Yu-rang demanded to know why Raphael was here. The chairman of Glory answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. What do you mean? I came to see you. Hey, I'm a little hurt, you know. He rubbed the back of his neck, looking around with a mock-offended tone. What kind of question is that? A guest comes all this way to visit, and this is the welcome I get? The moment Raphael stepped into the room, a squad of Special Forces soldiers aimed their rifles directly at him, ready to open fire at a moment's notice. But he just shrugged nonchalantly, the unfortunate soldier still dangling from his hand. Is this how you're going to greet me? Choi Yu-rang, sitting on the sofa in the middle of the room, watched uneasily as the towering man advanced. The situation is unusual. I hope you can understand. Raphael finally dropped the soldier he was holding, hands in his pockets. He casually strolled closer to Chairman Choi. I heard you were in some trouble, so I rushed right over. Choi Yu-rang, unable to stop the sweat beating on his temples, replied with forced politeness. Thank you for your concern, Chairman Raphael, but fortunately, nothing happened. The guard beside Choi Yu-rang watched Raphael, his own forehead drenched in sweat. His mind raced. Who the hell is this guy? He got through the entire DHA group security perimeter by himself? And what's more, this whole situation is bizarre, the soldier silently assessed. We clearly have the tactical advantage and superior numbers. So why can't I stop shaking? The Special Forces soldier tightened his grip on his rifle. His face was a mask of tension as a single thought screamed in his mind. My whole body is frozen solid. I can't pull the trigger. It feels like if I even twitch, I'll die instantly. Raphael walked right past the soldier. He paid him no mind, yet the soldier gasped for breath, his body trembling even more violently. The soldier's thoughts were a chaotic mess. Wait. This man. No. Is he even human? What's wrong with his eyes? Raphael now stood before Chairman Choi, his massive frame looming over him, making him seem all the more terrifying. He spoke casually, as if genuinely concerned for a friend. Looks like you've been through quite an ordeal. Did someone help you out? Chairman Choi, who felt like he was sitting on a bed of nails, stammered, H help? H help? Yes. For example, Chairman Glory leaned in close, his voice dropping to a menacing growl. The Apostle Peter. Chairman Choi was frozen in terror, not daring to even blink as he stared at the man before him. He thought, terrified. I've met all kinds of people in my life, but being this close to Raphael, he couldn't suppress the primal fear rising within him. But this is the first time I've ever seen eyes so terrifying I can't even look at them directly. Because no human in this world could possibly have eyes like that. Raphael's eyes were utterly inhuman. Vertical slits, like a reptile's, were set in pools of reddish gold, the cold, calculating eyes of a vicious predator, ready to strike at any moment. He asked darkly, why the silence? Chairman Choi forced a crooked, pained smile, trying to pretend everything was fine. Ah, who? Peter, you say. If he had shown up here, we would have captured him on the spot. Raphael casually took a seat, sat down next to Choi Yun-trong, striking up a conversation with him enthusiastically. They looked just like two old friends catching up, right? I knew it. There's no way Chairman Choi would be conspiring with Peter. Isn't that right? By the way, Chairman Choi. He suddenly changed the subject, grabbing the tie hanging loosely around the chairman's neck, causing the old man to freeze completely. Only his eyes moved, darting down to look at the man's hands. Raphael acted as if he didn't notice a thing. What's with your tie? Why is it tied so sloppily? Ignoring that Choi Yun-trong was stiff as a board, sweat drenching his temples, Raphael reached out and tightened the tie for him. If you keep being so anxious, even if you're the chairman of DDH, you'll find it hard to stay alive. Choi Yun-trong was facing a danger so bizarre and threatening that his facial muscles had completely seized up. The truth is, I've never even met Peter. But I don't dare lie to this man's face. Because if I lie, Choi Yun-chong's thoughts were completely overwhelmed by Raphael's terrifying, beast-like face. He'll kill me in an instant. Without a shred of hesitation, he spoke softly. All right, I understand. Choi Yun-trong unconsciously gasped for air as Raphael continued. It seems Chairman Choi isn't lying. So, do you have any other interesting stories to tell me? Choi Yun-chong's lips trembled. That person wasn't Peter. Raphael's eyes bored into him. It wasn't Peter, Choi Yun-trong continued. It was an assassin from Glory. Memories of meeting Peter in his Kim Song-woo disguise, standing with the demon sword, flashed through his mind. The time he and Peter sat drinking tea together. Or when the young man was inspecting the hotel room. And even when disaster struck, it was Peter who ran against the crowd. The image of the handsome young man with a calm smile on his face flashed through the chairman's mind. Raphael seemed unconvinced, questioning him. An assassin from Glory? Chairman Choi trembled. Glory. He was drenched in sweat, but forced another strained smile. They have many talented assassins. They'll definitely be able to capture Peter. Raphael's predatory eyes stared him down, and all Chairman Choi could do was try to pretend he was telling the truth. Finally, the man stood up and waved his hand dismissively. This story isn't interesting at all. Well, I'll be going then. I was just worried about you, so I had to come and check on the situation myself. Let's get a meal sometime when you're free. He turned to leave. By the way, that black bean noodle you had for dinner last night, it didn't look very good. That seemingly random comment made Chairman Choi's blood run cold. How did you know about that? He stammered. The man replied matter-of-factly. Oh, it's nothing. Take a great interest in you, Chairman. He paused, stuffing his hands into his back pockets. So, if you have something to say, just say it. Raphael's demeanor turned dark. If you dare to conspire with Peter behind my back, and I find out. He turned his head, a cold smile playing on his lips, his terrifying eyes practically shooting sparks. Everyone involved will be torn to shreds. Doctors and nurses rushed down the hallway, their urgent calls catching the attention of Peter and JW. Doctor, anyone, hurry, hurry. It's an emergency. Peter and JW immediately ran after them. What's going on? We should follow them. A blood-curdling scream echoed from the chairman's room. I'm a dead man. Peter's expression turned grim as he looked inside. Chairman Choi was having a complete mental breakdown, one hand clutching his head, the other gripping the table, his entire body shaking uncontrollably as he screamed over and over. He ignored the doctors trying to calm him down. Raphael is going to kill me. Chairman, please calm down. It's okay. Get the sedative quickly. Lies. You're a spy sent by Raphael, aren't you? No, sir, I'm not. Chairman Choi continued to scream, clutching his head. Stay away from me. I don't trust any of you. Peter and JW moved closer, but she couldn't understand what was happening. Raphael was just here. I don't know what happened, but it looks like the chairman is in deep shock. I heard Raphael has been pressuring him for a long time. Peter remained silent for the moment, his face serious, as he assessed the situation. Chairman Choi still couldn't be calmed, no matter what the doctors tried. JW had no choice but to ask for Peter's opinion. So what do we do to calm him down? Even the most famous psychiatrist and sedatives aren't working. Then, Peter noticed something. JW. What's that? JW picked the object up. Ah, the chairman has been clutching it for dear life. It looks like some kind of old hat. Peter's face grew somber. He then gave an order that stunned the doctors, nurses, and his own partner. You. Get out. The medical team. 2. The others were shocked. What? Why all of a sudden? Only JW accepted the command. Ah, yes, I understand. The doctor, being pushed out by JW, was still confused. Hey, what the hell does he think he's doing? We're the doctors here. JW just replied nonchalantly. He said get out, so get out. He's a better doctor than you. The door to the chairman's room closed. Peter stood before the desk, speaking calmly to the frantic Choi Un-trang. Chairman, it's me, Kim Sang-woo. Please, calm down and talk to me. Peter's eyes filled with compassion. There are no more spies sent by Raphael here. So please, rest assured, Choi Un-trang screamed, cutting Peter off. He clutched his head even tighter, trembling more violently. No, don't lie to me. It's too late. Deha is already in Glory's hands. Raphael was after Deha from the start. I'm a dead man. Raphael will kill me himself. He could kill me at any moment. Meaningless. It's all meaningless, I shouted, cutting off Chairman Choi's frantic words. Hey, Choi Un-chang, I yelled. Why are you disappointing me so much? Peter's next words left Choi Un-chang completely stunned. Have you forgotten the promise we made all those years ago? What was Choi Un-chang thinking about? A promise from long ago, on a snowy night. The year was 1978. In Moscow, a train sped through the night under a blanket of white snow. Peter, in his original form, walked through a blood-soaked train car. He casually spoke to a boy in his early teens who was kneeling behind him, his face flushed and his eyes filled with absolute admiration. Get up. It's a long way to Korea. The boy immediately scrambled after the tall man, towards the light of the train car. Wait for me. Suddenly, a glint of vigilance flashed in Peter's eyes. He stopped the boy. Wait. Choi Un-chang. Peter pushed the boy down onto a seat. Before the boy could even process what was happening, he quickly grabbed the Russian-style winter hat on his head. Huh? Sit here, cover your ears, and count out loud from 1 to 10. The boy was confused. Why? Peter answered curtly. Just do as I say. Little Choi Un-chang obediently followed his instructions. He covered his ears tightly, shut his eyes, and began to count. 1, 2. Peter glanced at Choi Un-chang, sitting to the side, then spoke nonchalantly. Here I come. Or maybe, he looked towards the next car. You two, come on. 2 strangers were hiding on either side of the car's walkway, guns in their hands. How? How did he know? Shh, quiet. The man on the left analyzed the situation. He's dropped his weapon anyway. We have the advantage. The other man agreed. So, when do I give the signal? As little Choi Un-chang's count reached the number 5, the other man yelled, now. The 2 men simultaneously aimed their guns into the car, where Peter and the boy had just been. But to their surprise, all they could see inside was a faint glimpse of the boy's Russian-style hat. What? There's no one there? While they were still confused, they heard Peter's voice ring out. If you guys were smart. The 2 gunmen were still striking a dangerous pose at the car's entrance. Peter, who had been leaning against the wall for who knows how long, spoke casually. You would have jumped off this train a long time ago. At that moment, Choi Eun-chang counted 6. With unbelievable speed, Peter took down both men in the blink of an eye. The boys' counting echoed through the car. 8, 9. Peter casually stood in the passageway between the two cars, lighting a cigarette. 2 guns lay scattered at the entrance, and the 2 men who had held them were now unconscious at his feet. Peter called out, Choi Eun-chang. He glanced at the boy, who was clinging to the seat, staring at him with admiration. I told you to count. Choi Eun-chang stammered. I'm sorry. Peter didn't press the issue, simply saying, Now, prepare yourself. The boy looked bewildered. Huh. Peter expertly drove a heavy-duty motorcycle, speeding down the snowy road, with a little Choi Eun-chang clinging on behind him, screaming in terror. You didn't tell me it was going to be like this. He just called out his name, Choi Eun-chang. Peter calmly explained to the boy behind him, there will be many challenges waiting for you ahead, and dangerous situations like today might happen again. The boy replied pensively, I'm scared. I want to stay with you forever. Peter just answered coldly, we will never see each other again. Choi Eun-chang fell silent, disappointed. Tears welled up in Choi Eun-chang's eyes as he thought to himself, I guess I really can't get close to anyone. While the boy was still sad, he suddenly heard Peter continue, Instead, keep this hat. Think of it as me, and make me a promise. Peter seemed to be placing a great deal of hope in little Choi Eun-chang. His gaze was indescribably resolute. If we ever meet again, don't become someone who disappoints me. At this, Choi Eun-chang was able to smile happily. He quickly replied, I promise. If I can see you again, I will definitely live a good, strong life. All right, you promised, kid. Don't disappoint me in the future. The present-day Peter took the old Russian-style hat and pressed it onto Chairman Choi's head. Little Choi Eun-chang, what about your promise to me? Peter stood in the light, a determined smile on his face. Get up. There are a lot of people waiting for you. Chairman Choi trembled with emotion. It can't be. But I always hoped it was you. Right from the first time we met, the image of the young Kim Sung-woo appeared before Chairman Choi, or the way you looked when you were inspecting the room. I always felt your presence in him. From that day on, Chairman Choi lifted his head, his eyes overflowing with a torrent of emotions. I never forgot you. I really, really wanted to see you again. Choi Eun-chang smiled through 2 streams of tears, filled with an indescribable happiness. He looked up at the steadfast young man before him. So much time has passed. Peter was genuinely happy, a smile filling his eyes. Thank you for growing up well, Choi Eun-chang. The door to the chairman's office opened. The people gathered outside stared in astonishment towards the room. They heard his voice. I apologize, everyone. It seemed Chairman Choi had pulled through. He emerged from his collapse, looking completely revitalized. It seems I made everyone worry. Everyone cried out in unison. Chairman, are you all right? JW, standing beside Choi Eun-chang, whispered, Senior, what did you do? He gave a vague reply. Nothing. The chairman has always been a strong person. The flashy pink van sped down the road. Inside, JW was relentlessly questioning him. Hey, after everything that happened, is a simple, thank you all I get? Peter replied nonchalantly. What else? What more do you want? JW answered sulkily. Who said I was asking for anything? JW slammed her hands on the table, shouting nonstop, while her pet dog looked at her with concern. What kind of person do you take me for? Do I look like some gold digger to you? Peter acted as if he understood completely. I'm not the one saying it, but he did give me this. He handed an envelope to JW. JW grumbled. What's this? I don't need some thank you letter. She opened it, then her eyes widened as she shrieked with joy. Wait a minute. This is a black card. Peter said, I don't need it. You can have it. JW joyfully held up the black card. Thank you, and thank the chairman for me. The dog beside her panted happily along with her. Peter was baffled. What was so great about a black card? JW cheered. Of course it's great. With this, you can get so many things. The pink van drove off into the distance. JW asked, So, where are you headed now? Peter replied, It's been a while. I want to stop by my home for a bit. JW was confused. Home? What do you mean? Back at the company headquarters, Peter heard someone call his name. Hey, Kim Sang-woo. He answered curtly. What is it? The Dako brothers stood opposite Peter. Where have you been these past few days? You just vanished. You probably went to meet some VIP and got a black card, didn't you? Peter thought to himself. If you two were just a little bit sharper, you'd never have to worry about starving. Just then, Yuna rushed in, panicked. Hey, we're in trouble. We're in big trouble, the Dako brothers joked around. It's only been a few days. Why does it feel like we haven't seen you in ages? Anyway, what's wrong? Spit it out. Yuna exclaimed. We're in danger. We're all about to be kicked out. The shorter Dako brother acted nonchalantly. Hey Lee Yuna, you're ranked 335th, so you're definitely getting the boot. Good luck with that. You'll be back with us soon enough. Yuna stomped her foot in frustration. Oh my god, you idiots. That's not it. She clenched her fists and screamed at the clueless faces in front of her. All of us are about to get fired. The idiotic shorter Dako brother exclaimed. What? No way. Yuna continued to report what she knew. I don't know all the details, but this is an official announcement from the company. Only D-rank assassins have to take this test. And out of the 336 D-rank assassins, if we don't make it into the top 100, we're all fired. Peter thought grimly. What's coming has finally come. The shorter Dako brother started to panic. No. How is that possible for us? We can't even break into the top 300. How are we supposed to get into the top 100? The taller Dako brother pointed at Peter. Hey, you, Kim Sang-woo, he asked. How can he be so calm when he's at the very bottom of the rankings? Peter crossed his arms and calmly replied. I already knew this was coming, so I've found a way for us to survive this. Someone asked impatiently, what is it? The door to the room slid open, and a voice came from outside. Well, look who's here. The taller Dako brother's face went pale as he looked at the newcomer. Why is times here? Yuna had no idea what was going on. Who is that? Why are you so scared? The shorter Dako brother was also terrified. Lee Yuna, don't look him in the eyes. A massive hand gripped the doorframe. So, it's you guys? A towering man appeared, with faded blonde hair, a contemptuous gaze, and sunglasses resting on the back of his neck. The moment he opened his mouth, he radiated an obnoxious aura. You D-rank brats. Peter thought to himself, what in the world is going to happen to us now? The taller Dako brother was sweating bullets. No, he's Mr. Bear, the guy we met on the cruise ship, the shorter Dako brother added. Why is he here? Yuna turned to look at the two of them. Hey, you guys know him? The Dako brothers replied. Of course, he's a really powerful guy. Peter stared indifferently at the newcomer. He overheard the Dako brothers wondering, but why would the esteemed Mr. Bear come to a dump like this? On a certain night, sometime before, a blood-covered Keigo sat in the room with a cold expression, while JW shrieked at him nonstop. You! What the hell are you doing here? Another piece of trash has come to defile this place. My god. How can someone so bizarre even exist? Just leaving and then coming back whenever you feel like it. I guess you think this place is your home now, huh? Peter stepped in to stop her. JW, I'm sorry, but could you step out for a moment? Even while hiding behind Peter, JW didn't stop yelling. Hey, you should be grateful to me. You're damn lucky. The only reason you're keeping your life is because I'm leaving. JW managed to squeeze in a few more insults before Peter pushed her out. I'm leaving because I'm a nice person, not because I'm scared. You hear me? If only I could see, I would've. Peter shut the door, cutting off JW's curses. All right, now it's just the two of us. Peter looked at the bloodied man who had been sitting silently this whole time. Why did you come back? Keigo looked up and said, This is the first time I've ever met someone as strong as you. Who in the world are you? Peter replied, If I told you, would you even believe me? Keigo looked at Peter with a serious expression. At this point, there's nothing I wouldn't believe. Even if you told me you were Peter, I'd believe you. With his hands in his pockets, Peter said casually. Peter answered, That's right, I'm Peter. Keigo stroked his chin. So it really is true. Then, as if Peter's words just sank in, Keigo shot up in shock. What? No way. Peter is supposed to be an old man. Peter waved his hand. Hey, didn't you just say you'd believe me? Keigo couldn't believe his random guess had actually hit the mark. That's different, Peter shot back. How is it different? He suddenly paused. No, wait a second. Thinking back, Keigo recalled his encounters with Peter, the abilities he displayed. They were all things I'd never seen before. So, those incredible abilities were real all along, Keigo mused. Wait, whether he's Peter or not doesn't even matter. Peter spoke up, cutting through Keigo's thoughts. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Keigo immediately spoke up. I just went to see Raphael, but the gap between me and him is a long road. I'd have to get through so many formidable people. With my current strength, there's no way I can defeat him. You were right. I've never learned martial arts from anyone. In my past, I was cast out by my own family. He continued to explain, Right now, there are so many unbelievable things happening. But one thing is certain. Keigo looked down at the floor. You are stronger than me. So please, help me get stronger. Peter coldly refused. No. Suddenly, Keigo dropped to his knees. He lowered his voice. Please, help me. He remembered the beautiful girl in the green kimono. In her hands were blooming daisies, her smile as bright as the sun, as beautiful as a princess. I want to get revenge for Duska. And so, he furrowed his brow, kneeling properly before Peter. Make me strong. Please, help me. Master Peter looked him straight in the eye, his hands in his pockets, casually watching Keigo. What's with the master stuff? Stop with the cheesy lines. Get up. He was resolute. I won't get up. Not until you accept me as your disciple. Peter was silent. He quietly replied, I would never force my disciple to kneel. Those words sent a shock through Keigo. Peter continued, as it happens, I have an important mission I want to give you. Keigo shot to his feet, shouting forcefully, whatever it is, I'll do my absolute best. Back in the present, Keigo looked at the three people in front of him. So this important mission is to train these D-rankers? He stroked his chin. The top 100 D-rankers. Yuna crossed her arms and asked, what's wrong? Keigo answered bluntly, it feels like we're going to be eliminated right from the start. It was as if a switch had been flipped inside Yuna. She lunged at Keigo. Hey, old man, do you have any idea who I am? What rank are you, old man? Spit it out. Hey, you two, say something. The Dako brothers broke out in a sweat, trying to hold the fierce girl back. They whispered, please, be quiet, Yuna, we're dead meat. Peter stood behind them with his arms crossed, watching the commotion. Yuna's mouth didn't stop running. Hey, you two look way tougher than me, so why are you so scared? Old man, hurry up and tell us your rank. Peter walked past Keigo and whispered, so only they could hear, I can't train these kids, so you need to help them survive. Keigo's face turned serious as he declared, I will give it my all, even if I have to sacrifice my life. The three in front of him immediately grew excited. Yuna asked right away, so, how are we going to train? I wonder what kind of training it is. I can't wait. After all, we've already survived a hell week of training. Keigo replied nonchalantly, the training I went through wasn't anything special. The screams of the three echoed through the mountains. Help me! They were forced to climb a steep mountain with boulders strapped to their backs and no safety ropes. Each one of them was screaming. This isn't training. If we fall, we'll die. Keigo stood on the mountaintop, relentlessly shouting down at them. He showed them no mercy. The only options were to climb up or fall. Humans can only get stronger when they face death. Maybe so, the three trainees screamed desperately. This isn't facing death. This is death. We'd rather go through another hell week than this. At Glory's headquarters, on the rooftop, Raphael leaned against a retaining wall, talking. From the Nathaniel Hospital to this incident with Johann, there's one thing in common. The person next to him could only be seen as two legs propped against the wall. And what's that? He asked. Raphael replied, wherever a Glory assassin appears, there are traces of Peter. He thought back to the ruins after the battle, voicing his thoughts. The movements of Glory's assassins are top secret information. Only an insider or a supporter could possibly know. Even for Peter, getting this information should be impossible. Then why haven't you considered this possibility, that Peter has infiltrated Glory and is operating among the assassins? The other person retorted, impossible. Peter has always stood at the very top. There's no way I wouldn't recognize him. A thought suddenly struck Raphael. Wait, why didn't I think of that? He looked down at the city. He continued voicing his theory. Peter can't possibly be operating out in the open. The person dangling precariously spoke up. What do you mean? Raphael continued. If Peter isn't at the top right now. He gestured with a twisting motion of his hand to express his idea. Then what? For example, what if he's hiding among the most numerous assassins? The D-rankers? The other person said. But like the boss said, there's no way we wouldn't recognize an apostle like Peter. Raphael propped his chin on his hand, amused. Peter is a man who always does the extraordinary. We have to suspect everyone, and Johann is a master of disguise. Raphael asked, but how are we supposed to recognize him? The man dangling from above shouted, okay. He hung from the rooftop of the building, his hair falling back to completely reveal his sharp features. I've just thought of a very interesting method. Peter sat in a chair with his arms crossed, while Keigo stood behind him with his hands clasped, listening to Jihan's outburst. Senior, this is a trap designed to keep only 100 D-rank assassins and demote the rest. Glory has never done this before. They must have caught your scent, Senior. She sat down next to him and continued, there's no telling what those bastards are plotting. Don't you go. Over my dead body. I won't let you go otherwise. Jihan glanced at Peter and kept rambling. But no matter what I say, you're still going to go, aren't you? Peter crossed his arms and answered calmly. That's right. If I don't go, it will only make them more suspicious. So I have to. Keigo bowed his head and offered, Then let me go with you. Peter looked down, pointing out the problem. How can you possibly go when your face has already been exposed? Kago suggested a solution. If I wear a hood, it should be fine. Peter immediately shot back. You're an apostle of glory. Jihan rubbed her temples in frustration. One is stubborn, and the other is an idiot. What a mess. Kaigo frowned. Master is an idiot? Jihan was too tired to say any more. Forget it, forget it. She narrowed her eyes at the two of them. Senior, we don't have any information about that place at all. We don't know what kind of trap Raphael has set there. Peter interjected. It's not like there's no way. Jihan immediately asked. What way is that? Peter replied cheerfully. We'll find out when we get there. Jihan sighed. Oh my god. The location is the Glory Club's new base, the holy land of Dead Iceland. Peter focused on observing his surroundings. He never expected the meeting point to be a deserted island like this. And the people gathered here. Yuna gasped in amazement. This is incredible. All the D-rank assassins are here. Yuna asked Peter doubtfully. It's so strange to see so many assassins. Because of the nature of our work, we never get a chance to meet in such large numbers. Why gather so many assassins like this? Is it some kind of group training? Some of the D-rank assassins collapsed on the ground. They wailed, we just went through a week of hellish training, and now we have to go through another one? I'm not doing it. No, I can't. Yuna asked uneasily. Peter, you keep looking around. Look at them. Do you think I can fit in with this crowd? A voice from a loudspeaker echoed from the large screen. A tangent-skinned man with curly hair was holding a microphone, speaking smoothly. Hello, D-rank assassins. I am Khan, your manager and operator. Welcome to Dead Iceland. To enhance the company's image, Glory has organized a surprise event. Potential D-rank assassins of Glory survive on this island and continue to bring glory to Glory. The crowd below grew restless. Hey, so what are we supposed to do? You have to teach us something before telling us to bring you glory, right? Khan spoke into the microphone again. Why are you in such a hurry? That's why you'll always be D-rank. No. The test is very simple. Survive on this island for 48 hours. It's as simple as that. The D-ranks thought this would be a piece of cake. You call that a test? That's too easy. We came here for a vacation. Khan continued with the microphone in his hand. If you think that, you are mistaken. From now on, you will fight each other like true assassins. The winner will receive the loser's assassin certificate. After the test ends, the 100 people with the most assassin certificates will pass. You are free to fight, hide, or steal. The method for obtaining another person's assassin certificate is entirely up to you. See you in 48 hours. Who will be the final survivor? Please hand over all your personal belongings. The test will begin in 30 minutes. Yuna, having changed into her uniform, cheered excitedly. This is so cool. We even have serial numbers. It's just like playing a game. Yeah, we look like real assassins, another person said. We are times real assassins. Peter, wearing the uniform, remarked, Glory has prepared very thoroughly, and that has created a very serious problem. He glanced at the numbers on his chest and on everyone else's, thinking, this number printed on our shirts, it's our rank. The fact that they've publicly displayed our ranks like this will definitely cause trouble. The inside of the assembly room was incredibly noisy. Hey, look at the others. That short old guy is wearing a mask, and there's even a clown. What unique styles. The old guy in the orange mask and the clown with green hair stood next to each other, observing their surroundings. Then, someone shouted excitedly as a beautiful woman with a fiery, curvaceous figure appeared. That girl is so pretty. She doesn't look like an assassin at all. Hey, why are you guys staring at her like that? A guy with a buzz cut pointed forward. Forget the girl. Look who they're looking at. Peter stood next to an old man, his face completely unenthusiastic. Hey, is that old geezer still a D-rank? And Peter's at that age. Now that I'm an apostle, I have to get out of D-rank quickly. He glanced around, noting the island was covered in surveillance cameras. He saw cameras installed in every nook and cranny and made a silent assessment. This means they're watching us very closely. If I act carelessly, I'll be in big trouble. Peter stood amidst the crowd, observing his surroundings with extreme caution. They're not sure that I've infiltrated the D-ranks, so they're probing to see if I'm here. He narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation. That means I have to hide my power and keep playing the part of rank 336. Sounds like it won't be easy. I hope there aren't any more variables. Suddenly, several voices rang out. Hey, what do you want? You crazy bastard. A man raised both his arms. Now, everyone, allow me to conduct a little inspection. A few men standing behind Peter spoke up. What's this guy trying to do? We could easily take him down, right? Peter thought, looking at the man flaunting the rank on his chest. Oh, it's nothing. He grinned widely, his glasses perched on his face. As you can see, I'm Butterfly, rank 330. I have something I need to verify urgently. The others started murmuring. What? Is rank 330 something to be proud of? Guys like him are usually the first to get eliminated, but what does he want to verify? Thaddeus, in his role as Butterfly, shouted arrogantly and rushed towards the old man from before. He pinched the man's cheek, pulling it and demanding, "Talk." The old man cried out in pain. "You insolent brat, let go of me," he retorted. "Oh, that's not it. I heard Peter was here, so I came." The crowd's murmuring grew louder. "What's wrong with this guy? Looking for Peter here? Why would he look for Peter in a place like this? Don't you know who Peter is?" Thaddeus exclaimed excitedly. "I can't possibly check all 335 of you. What should I do?" "Ah, I have an idea." Peter, standing in the crowd, narrowed his eyes as he watched Thaddeus's antics. He suggested, "All right then, let's make this quick and decisive." Peter's face darkened as he calculated in his head. "It's definitely him, the variable in this test. Let's see what he's brought with him." Thaddeus raised a hand, adjusting his glasses, and shouted enthusiastically, all right, focus up. Who here is Peter? Raise your hand." The crowd was completely confused. They sneered. "Is this bastard crazy? Should we just eliminate him right now?" "Hey, calm down. If we keep looking for Peter like this, how long will it take?" Suddenly, Thaddeus's eyes lit up as he looked in one direction and exclaimed, "Oh, a hand is raised." Peter stood nonchalantly with one hand in his pocket. The other was the one he had just raised, his expression one of utter boredom. Thaddeus exclaimed, "Peter." He tilted his chin up and said, "Starting to get interested now, are you?" Butterfly joined in the fun with a mocking tone. "So, our little bro is Peter?" Go Hyung, standing below, didn't understand what he meant and guessed randomly, "What do you mean by that? If you mean brother, just say brother. Why are you using English?" Juna, standing right beside him, couldn't take it anymore and cursed. "It's brother, you idiot. It's English." Peter stood there, trying to think of a way to stop this. Right now, I don't know what his goal is, but I have to shut him up. Having figured out a plan, Peter didn't hesitate and called out to Thaddeus, "Butterfly, look around you." He didn't understand, but followed Peter's words and looked around to see what was happening. Look around? The surrounding people looked on with some disbelief and began to whisper among themselves. "From what I know, Peter is an old man. There's no way that guy is Peter. Could Peter really be here? The Apostle Peter? Where is he?" Peter knew that no one would believe him if he tried to explain his identity now. So he tried a different approach to probe. "Right, let's assume Peter is here. But if you make such a racket looking for him, do you think he'll show himself? He'll definitely just hide even better. If you think that method is effective, then go right ahead." After hearing this, Thaddeus found it somewhat amusing and replied with a smirk, "Well, our little bro." Before he could finish, he spun around, and before anyone knew what was happening, he threw a powerful kick straight at Peter's face. Seeing that he didn't react at all, Thaddeus was slightly impressed. "Oh, look at that. How interesting. You really are strange." Go Hyung, standing beside them, couldn't believe it. "What the hell is that guy doing? His foot stinks. Does he think he's so cool? Anyone could do that." Peter didn't even blink at the sudden kick, his mind racing. No, not just anyone could perform that kick. To the people around them, it was just an ordinary kick. He recalled each movement, analyzing it, but a middle kick, a Brazilian kick, and finally a side kick. Peter saw the details of each movement and knew it was anything but ordinary. In that brief moment, he changed the trajectory of his kick 3 times. This made him understand the situation implicitly. This kid might be hiding his power, but he's definitely a master. After executing the kick and successfully probing his target, Thaddeus gave an innocent smile. "All right, we have to make our little bro have more fun." Then, Go Hyung stepped forward to ask Thaddeus about what just happened. "Hey, what are you doing? He's rank 336. You scared the hell out of Kim Sang. Woo, how dare you bully the weak." "What? You're a real coward." Another teammate confirmed it with Go Hyung. "Hey, Mr. Butterfly, stop that and fight a real man like me." Hearing all this, Thus just smirked and stepped away from the two of them to explain. "Why so serious? Smile. Come on, smile. I was just kidding." He then walked over and touched Peter's face, teasing him. "So young. Your skin is so smooth. See you around, little buddy." Rank 336. Go Hyung, from behind, added his own words. "Hey, Kim Sung-yu, don't be scared. Relax. Did that kick scare you stiff or something?" The two of them walked over and put their arms around Peter's shoulders to support him after that kick. "Don't worry, this big bro will protect you for life. Guys who mix English into their speech are usually terrible fighters. You know? Don't worry, be happy. Okay?" Don't be scared. Don't be scared. As thus walked ahead, he heard the other two talking and thought about Peter's reaction. Unable to believe it. Scared stiff? What are these two kids talking about? He recalled the look in Peter's eyes when he executed the kick and understood. Even though I changed the kick's trajectory 3 times, his eyes followed every single move. He saw all of my attacks. Because he understood how different he was from other ordinary people, he recognized that look in Peter's eyes. He wasn't scared at all. He was confident he could dodge everything. And that's supposed to be a D-rank assassin? The thought made thus even more intrigued and eager to find out more. How suspicious. This is interesting. Meanwhile, on the other side, the two guys were getting excited for the upcoming match. Man, this is going to be a piece of cake. If Butterfly is rank 330, we can easily get into the top 200, right? His friend, hearing this, cheerfully added, we just have to beat them all and steal their certificates. Juna, the calmest of the group, reminded the two of them, just make sure you don't get robbed instead. Peter, who had been silent until now, finally spoke his mind. Hey guys, now is not the time to be celebrating. Don't you realize how dangerous our current situation is? Go. Hyung heard this, but didn't understand at all and asked back, what do you mean? Peter looked directly at them and explained the situation. Think about it. If you were one of the top-ranked players, who would you target first? The two of them immediately pointed straight at Peter and answered, the weakest one. Seeing this, his expression didn't change one bit, as he simply stated the correct answer. Then, Peter calmly looked down at the number on his own jersey and explained, our low ranks. In other words, we are the target for the other 332 people. The two who had been so confident and triumphant just a moment ago were now trembling with fear after hearing his explanation. Ugh. So what are we supposed to do? Juna looked at the two trembling figures and firmly stated the solution. The only way for us to survive here is to cooperate with each other. On the day of the battle, the announcer's voice came over the large screen to the contestants. All right, let the game begin. From now on, try to survive. Peter just coolly thought about how the contestants around him would act. All the assassins here are probably thinking the same thing. They'll spread out, find a safe hiding spot, and make a plan. Suddenly, Peter realized something and pondered it. But the problem is, with this many surveillance cameras, I can't use my powers freely. Thinking this, he turned around after finding a solution. In that case, I have to blend in with them. And the way to do that is, looking at his teammates, Peter realized the way and told everyone, follow me. I know how we can survive here. After a while, when they arrived, the other two looked at the scene before them and complained to Peter. I had high hopes when you said you knew how to survive, but what the hell is this? Why did you bring us to this desolate place? Hearing them complain, Juna turned around and angrily scolded them. Can you two just shut up and follow me? The two of them shouted in unison, pointing at the island map. Just look. The east side of the island has tons of food and places to rest, and there's even a supermarket to buy stuff in the south. So why? Why would you? Go Hyung walked forward, pointing at the deserted factory, full of questions. Choose this garbage factory? You should have picked a better place, right? Faced with this question, Peter answered very calmly. The answer is simple. Places with food are definitely already being fought over by a lot of people. If we go there, who will be the first target? The two finally understood and praised him. Of course, it would be us. Brilliant, brilliant. Kim Sang-yu. Once they felt reassured, the two started chatting with each other. I knew that already. I knew it too. I just wanted to test him. Meanwhile, Peter was brooding over another, more troubling matter. The thing that worried him most was that thus was following them. Peter thought with confusion, it's that guy. Peter knew that him following them wasn't a simple matter. He was a bit suspicious of his actions. For someone like him to show up among a bunch of D-rankers, it definitely has something to do with Raphael. Seeing him smirking only made him more suspicious, and he reminded himself, I have to be careful with this butterfly guy. Suddenly, the other two had a question for him. Hey Sang-yu, who are these guys? What? Right in front of them were the lowest ranked D-rankers, standing there, a bit wary of them. Peter, of course, had his own plan, and answered frankly, I called them here. Then he turned to explain to everyone about this. The top-ranked guys will definitely attack the ones at the bottom first. So, the ones at the bottom have to form an alliance. Peter stood before the crowd with the air of a leader, stating his intentions. The two of them still found it hard to understand after hearing this. An alliance? What's an alliance? Juna angrily turned to explain it to the other two, as well as to everyone else. Can you be quiet? It's a temporary act of cooperation. After explaining, she naturally had some reservations herself. Even though they're enemies, if there's a benefit, we should just do it for now. As expected, Sang-woo is very sharp. If we were out there alone, we'd be in big trouble. But if we want to survive, we have to steal other people's certificates. Thinking this, Juna also turned to look at Peter, who was standing strong at the front, and wondered, "What are you going to do next?" He pulled out some kind of card, then resolutely instructed everyone. "Alright, next is how to get into the top 100. Before coming here, Peter had thoroughly researched the battles of the others out there. While we're hiding here, the other assassins are fighting fiercely out there. No matter how strong the top-ranked guys are, what if the 10 of us attack one person who's already exhausted?" After hearing that, Juna got an idea about the challenge. "Oh, so we don't have to go around collecting certificates, we just have to pick them up." Peter was very supportive of her and guided everyone on what to do next. "Exactly, Juna. We'll attack together and steal the certificates. Then we'll divide them equally. In other words, the 10 of us will become one." Another person understood implicitly and stood up in agreement. "Great. Let's cooperate. Let's divide the tasks." Upon hearing that, he immediately divided the tasks. "First, you two will patrol the forest with me. The rest of you, stay here on guard duty." Thus, who had been listening to the discussion all this time, found it more and more interesting and smiled. Quick situational judgment, and he even has leadership qualities. The more I look, the more interesting this gets. But how will you deal with what's about to happen? As Sang-woo split them into teams for the mission, number 331, who was with Peter, confessed the truth. "Actually, I used to be a promising boxer. I even won a medal at the National Sports Festival. But because life was hard, I became an assassin." Everything seemed to be going well for Peter's teammate, number 331. But no, only after joining did that person understand. "I thought things would get better when I became a glory assassin. But when I joined, I realized this place is full of monsters." At this point, that person shed helpless tears. In this situation, forget about being promoted to C rank. Even just staying in D rank is difficult. Seeing this, Peter turned to encourage his teammate. "I was once like you. Hang in there, my friend. Effort will never betray us." The man, number 331, was moved by the comfort. "Thank you." Hearing words of encouragement from a guy ranked 336 is truly heartwarming. After comforting him, he turned his attention to carefully observing their surroundings. "This area seems quiet for now, but I hope the guard team is also doing their job." At that moment, back at the base, someone was crying out in pain for help from outside the door. "Help me, please, open the door for me." Someone inside heard the voice and peeked out to investigate. "Who is it?" The injured person pleaded desperately for help. "Open the door. I'm just rank 317. After they opened the door, they asked about their teammate's condition. What happened? The person was heavily injured, trembling as he recounted the event. "There's a B-rank assassin outside. Asterisk sobs. Asterisk. Everyone was a bit confused and puzzled upon hearing this. B-rank? Why is a B-rank assassin suddenly here? This is a place for D-rank assassins. Hearing this, everyone there was shocked and asked the injured person, "Wait, more importantly, you fought with a B-rank? Why? Why would we have to fight a B-rank assassin in a test for D-ranks?" Suddenly, this person remembered something important, and he reminded everyone. "In times like this, we need to stick together even more. Quickly, block the door." Suddenly, at that very moment, a mysterious person appeared. He held a knife to the back of a D-rank assassin and threatened, "It's too late." He walked over, having understood their entire plan, and provoked them. A temporary alliance to cooperate, right? But do you know what the most interesting thing about an alliance is? Do you people know? May appeared, surrounded by a murderous aura, and issued a challenge. "It's that you never know when you'll be betrayed. I'm B-rank." Do-hyun also appeared behind the other guy, getting ready to have some fun with a fight. "You brats should always be wary of outsiders, you hear?" Thus, who was lying there sleeping, suddenly woke up at the commotion, eager to watch the drama. "What the hell is this? This is more interesting than I thought." Juna was caught off guard, thinking with fear and anxiety. B-rank. And there are even two of them. If they really are B-rank. She thought in terror. The scene I once witnessed at the church that made me tremble. If this continues, there's no way we can win. Number 331 also rushed over to inform Peter of everything. There's an intruder in the factory. Another person, number 321, heard this news and immediately ran away in fear. Damn it. Whatever. It's every man for himself. Number 331 couldn't believe how cowardly that guy was, and cursed in anger. "Hey, you coward, how dare you run off by yourself?" But Peter, after hearing the news, remained surprisingly calm. Number 331, not knowing what to do, asked him anxiously, "This is bad. We, rank 336, have to run too, right?" Hearing this, he calmly thought about his secret plan, thinking, the time has come. The arrogant Zemedo replied to all the rank Ds there, "But what if we kill someone during the test? Didn't you all hear what was said earlier?" Hearing this, everyone suddenly seemed to understand something and stammered, What? He didn't beat around the bush and directly pressed them for an answer. There's no rule that forbids killing on this island. Doyun also showed off the certificate card he had just stolen as a threat. "You bastards, hand over your certificates and die." Tedious had no intention of helping and just sat in a corner, smiling with satisfaction. "This is interesting. Should I step in?" "Nah, that would spoil the fun." Watching these kids fight each other is pretty entertaining. Juna, standing in a corner, was also trying to think of a way to salvage the current situation, making a wish. If only Sang-yu were here, this would all be over. No, Sang-yu can't use his powers, so the situation would only get worse. Seeing the dangerous situation before them, the two brothers also decided to protect everyone and reminded each other, "Get ready. We have to risk our lives to protect everyone. It's dangerous, little bro. See you in heaven, big bro." After some thought, Juna finally decided to fight them. "That's right, I've trained a lot. It's time to risk it all. It's all or nothing." The excited Zemedo charged forward, provoking them, wanting a quick and decisive victory right away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 certificates here right now. Why aren't they pouncing yet? If he were to charge in, he'd want to leap and grab them instantly. Jumping so fast, no one would even see it. He resolved, "I'll go get them." Everyone who saw this thought in panic, "Wait, he's too fast. No, it's impossible. I can't even react." But just then, a punch from someone else grazed past his face, defeating him. After that powerful punch from the mysterious person, he was sent flying hundreds of meters away, unable to get back up. Everyone who saw this was shocked and started murmuring amongst themselves. What was that? Is that another powerful rank B? No. Why would rank Bs attack each other? Juna was also thinking about the person on her mind. Only Sang-yu could rush in here. "I have to stop him. He can't come in here and die with us." She also rushed out, shouting at the mysterious person, "Don't come in here. Go back." Suddenly, upon seeing the person, she froze for a moment and thought, "Huh? What the?" A man wearing an orange hat that looked like a pumpkin walked in powerfully, making Juna think in shock, "Pumpkin guy." She immediately had confusing thoughts about the man. How could that guy, rank 331, possibly stand up to a rank B? It turned out that under the hat was Peter, thinking seriously, "With such strict surveillance, my actions will be limited." It turns out he had made a deal with number 331 earlier. "The only way I can act without being noticed is to borrow this man's identity." So, I gathered the rank Ds and went into the forest where there are no surveillance cameras. At this point, someone had a question about Peter. "By the way, where's Kim Sang-yu? Why didn't he come back with you, mister?" Peter, in his disguise, replied coldly, "He went back ahead of us." Just then, someone grew a little suspicious and asked, "Hey, something seems different. I think he's taller." Another person confirmed this unusual observation. "It's true. Pumpkin Guy is bigger and taller than before." Without flinching, he directly addressed their suspicion. "That's right. I'm in my growing years." The two, not knowing any better, said admiringly, "Whoa, so cool. Teach me how to do that." Juna looked at the two who didn't recognize him and pouted, thinking, "Take a closer look, you two. How can you not recognize him?" At that moment, Zemedo, who had been sent flying 100 meters, woke up and questioned Peter's identity. This is ridiculous. Who the hell are you?" Without a hint of fear, Peter confronted him directly, revealing his other hidden identity. "I am the Pumpkin Knight, a rank D assassin, number 331, and you're a rank B?" Hearing his rank, the man remained contemptuous and prepared to attack again. "Just a rank 331 dares to challenge me?" Unafraid, Peter got into a fighting stance and told him, "Don't underestimate rank 331. I, Pumpkin Guy, was once the national boxing champion." Jiun stepped forward, his eyes as sharp as a knife, a confident smirk on his face. "Do you have any idea what's going on right now? Do you know who you're fighting against?" Peter raised an eyebrow, a scornful smirk playing on his lips. "Of course I know. I'm a rank D, number 331. And you're a rank B assassin pretending to be a rank D, aren't you?" That statement left J.A. in stunned, as if he just heard the impossible. "What a ridiculous story," he thought, shaking his head with a mocking gaze. "It seems you still don't understand what's happening, do you?" "That's exactly why you're still just a D rank," he said, twirling his knife. "All right, fine. Let me break it down for you. His initial playful tone turned serious as he spoke of his opponent's death. It means you're about to die by my hand. Peter confidently took a defensive stance. Don't underestimate rank 331. I, Bumpkin Kai, was once the national boxing champion. The battle between them was so captivating that it sent a buzz through the surrounding crowd. Someone asked, "Is this going to be okay? Even if he was the national boxing champion, how can he fight a B rank? Somebody stop him. Bumpkin's going to get killed." Tadius sat watching the match. This is absurd. First, it was rank 336, and now it's Bumpkin Kai at rank 331. This isn't the skill level of a D-rank national boxing champion. His record is nothing special, yet he managed to land a critical blow on a B rank, even if it was just a surprise attack. The more intense it got, the more excited he felt. So, what if it was a direct confrontation? He couldn't hide his silent joy. Behind him, people were still murmuring, but is Bumpkin really that strong? When I first met him, I never thought he was this powerful. Someone else added, "That's right. It's like he's become a completely different person." Peter glanced at the spectators, thinking to himself, there are too many people watching. In this situation, there's only one way. Ji-hyun smirked, taunting him. "The national boxing champion? Huh? All right then. I'll let you die by the boxing you love so much." Then, without hesitation, he threw a punch towards him and roared, "Imata con boxeo." Juna stood to the side, smiling as she thought, that's right. The mask hides his identity. If that's Sang Yu, he could definitely beat these B-rank losers with ease. Her joy quickly turned to astonishment as everyone began to realize something was wrong. But the problem was, a D rank was fighting a B rank. At that thought, her expression suddenly changed. Before he knew what had happened, he had taken the full force of the man's punch, his face completely deformed. While she was still in a state of confusion, Peter took a devastating blow on the stage. A dry crack echoed across the floor as dust flew everywhere, and he was sent flying back dozens of meters. Ji-hyun rushed in from the other side, his eyes as cold as steel. He sneered, speaking loudly as he walked. How disappointing. The national boxing champion is nothing special, is he? Not giving his opponent a chance to recover. He rained down left and right hooks on Peter's face, leaving him no room to defend himself. Go and his teammate were frozen, stunned by what was happening in the match. What the hell is my teammate doing? I told him not to be so reckless. Juna stood frozen amidst the quieting crowd, her eyes glued to the stage. No way. That can't be Sang Yu. Those two B ranks are stronger than we thought. Even Tadius thought he had misjudged the situation. This is beyond my expectations. I was wrong about him. This little friend Bumpkin is in trouble. Ji-hyun's punches rained down like thunder, each blow splattering more blood across his body. What was happening in the fight forced him to reconsider. To be hit like that and still be standing, that's not the level of a D rank. He shook his head and smirked slightly, not because he found it funny, but because he could feel something waiting to awaken, something A rank, or maybe even higher. Ji-hyun punched and punched and punched again, but the more he attacked, the stranger it felt. I'm clearly hitting him, but it feels like I'm not. The more he fought, the more confused he became, wondering what on earth was happening. But he continued to throw punch after punch at Peter. Go was a bit confused. What are those two doing? Go was sweating, unsure how to answer. Juna was worried. He's been hit so much, but he's still not down. Tadius continued, because he's been blocking the blows perfectly. Little friend Bumpkin, Juna asked in surprise. What do you mean, blocking perfectly? He smirked slightly, not answering immediately, and looked towards Peter. Look closely, he's only pretending to block well. When his opponent's punches came at him, he would wait until the very last second and move with the direction of the attack at the moment of impact, taking almost no damage. He had come to a conclusion. It was the boxing technique of dodging by pretending to be hit, also known as head zone. The fight on the stage continued, but now the spectators were starting to notice something different. What is that? That's strange. Yeah, it really is. Is Bumpkin Kai the one getting hit? So why does that B-rank assassin look so tired? He was gradually losing stamina. He had started to tire, sweat soaking his forehead, his breathing becoming ragged. That guy just got lucky. This time, I'll finish you. He swung his arm back to build momentum for a decisive punch, but was suddenly stopped when Peter stomped on his foot. He even faked a fall to create a false scene, as if he were an amateur, then spun around and slammed his elbow into Ji-hyun's temple, making him stagger. That collision caused a huge reaction from the audience, and everyone erupted into excited chatter. Peter remained on the ground, playing innocent, as if he had just won by a surprising fluke. Meanwhile, his opponent was sprawled on the ground, his face covered in blood. What was that? My foot slipped, but luckily I won. Juna, who was nearby, saw the incredible scene and thought to herself, "What? It looks like he went easy on him." At the same time, Go and Go Hyung both gasped and shouted, "That old guy is so lucky. Did he really win the National Sports Festival like that?" Thaddeus's interest in Peter was piqued. Interesting, he pretends to be clumsy. Seeing Peter dodge his attack by a hair's breadth, he thought, but did he really dodge all those attacks using head zone? And he thought about the fight just now. Even a world champion couldn't do that. Maybe no one else noticed, but my little friend Pumpkin landed a hit right on his temple. And that punch contained terrifying power. A precise and mighty blow. Theseus smirked with amusement. I can't stand it anymore. Ji-yoon struggled to his feet. Damn it, I lost to a D ranker again? I have to get out of here. He then turned tail and ran for his life, because someone was waiting for him. Someone shouted, "Hey, the number 2 ranker is running away." Another person replied, "Just let him go. It's not like we could beat him anyway." The crowd, who had been waiting for an opportunity, couldn't believe that Old Man Pumpkin had defeated a B-rank assassin. Amazing. Quick, let's grab the certificates. Meanwhile, Peter sat thoughtfully before the body of June's previous opponent. That's not the issue. It's only been a short while since we started. So how do they have so many certificates already? How? Then they must be hiding something. He then looked in the direction Ji-yoon had fled, lost in thought. Go pretended to be sad and walked over to talk to him. "Old Man Pumpkin, you're all done." "I'm so jealous." Go Hyung added, "We only have 1 certificate. I guess we should get ready to go home, huh?" Go acted shy. "Yeah. What can we do?" Hearing them, he decided to share the certificates with his teammates. "We'll split them evenly. We're a team, after all." The 2 young men on his team were moved to tears. "Thank you, Peter, thank you." "Sir." No, Mr. Pumpkin." Peter also walked over and offered a certificate to Thaddeus. "You want to share, too?" But what Thaddeus wanted most right now was a match with him. "I don't need this. I want something else," Peter asked, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Thaddeus waved his hand and laughed. "Oh, it's nothing." Then he smiled dangerously. "I want to fight you." Juna hastily tried to stop them. "Hey, it's over. We're supposed to be working together, not fighting each other, Mr. Pumpkin." But Go Hyung seemed excited, "Huh? We're not trying to kill each other. What's there to be afraid of?" Go chimed in. "A match between Pumpkin and Butterfly. This is going to be exciting." Seeing Peter hesitate, he raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as if he was about to unleash his ultimate move. "How about it? We'll bet our certificates on this match. Sounds interesting, doesn't it?" Then he added, "Oh, and my certificates are very easy to get." Peter raised an eyebrow, a questioning look in his eyes. Before he could speak, Thaddeus quickly added, "All my little friend Pumpkin has to do." His eyes sparkled with provocation, and he held out his hand as if in invitation, or rather, as a challenge. "Is touch a single strand of my hair, and I'll give them to you." "Then just give them to me now," Peter cut in unexpectedly. His voice was calm, as if the whole thing wasn't worth discussing. The statement made Thaddeus freeze for a moment. With the confidence of a winner, he continued, "After all, you won't be able to touch me anyway." Amidst the tense atmosphere, our audience members started to get noisy. Go spoke up. "Hey, what's with this mood? Are they really going to fight?" Go Hyung replied, "This is getting good." Juna, on the other hand, was desperately trying to stop them. "Mr. Pumpkin, don't fight." Peter stood silent for a long moment, his eyes pensive. He began to reconsider all his assumptions. Even though he says that, he hasn't used his hands once since we met. Remembering how Theseus always kept his arms crossed, he wondered, is he hiding something on his hands? That led him to a new theory. Seeing that he wasn't answering, the boy provoked him. "Go on, use whatever my little friend Pumpkin is most confident in. Boxing? Or something else. For you can even use a weapon." Then he stood up, preparing for the match. Suddenly, a shrill warning blared from the speakers, shattering the tense atmosphere like a knife. "The factory area will be sealed in 5 minutes. Anyone remaining in the factory area will be eliminated. Therefore, please evacuate immediately." Theseus looked quite disappointed. He stood up. Now who would go and interrupt us like this? Walking up to the group, Go Hyung angrily demanded, "Kim Sang-yu, where have you been?" As he dramatically recounted what happened. "Did you run off again? Do you have any idea who we just fought? We just took on 2 B-rank assassins." Jun-na looked on, completely fed up with his exaggerations. "Let's just get going," she thought contemptuously. Asterisk. "All you guys did was stand there and watch." Asterisk. Sang-yu held up a hand to stop them. "Wait, hold on, we shouldn't stick together." They groaned, exasperated. What is it now? Making things complicated in an emergency like this. Juna noticed the backpack on Peter's back and asked, what's this? He replied, it's a supplementary item. Go Hyung looked inside. I get the flashlight. But why is there a ball? He asked, confused. Peter answered calmly, it seems the organizers have hidden these supplementary items all over the island. He said confidently, if we all stick together, it'll be harder to find them. So, we should split into 2 groups. Go Hyung quickly cut in. Funny, you should say that. I was just about to suggest the same thing. Go continued, oh, you too? I actually thought of this plan an hour ago. In the end, Go Hyung and Go formed one team, while he and Juna became the other. As his and Juna's team walked through the forest, Juna spoke up. Do you think the supplementary items are different depending on who finds them? If so, wouldn't everyone end up fighting over them? He calmly replied, that's possible. But the bigger problem is, his voice trailing off only made Juna more curious. While scouting the area, he thought grimly, asterisk, the organizers will keep expanding the restricted zone, asterisk. In other words, they're going to shrink our playing field and force all the participants to fight each other. His expression grew serious, as if preparing for another battle. Asterisk. If that's the case, I'll have to fight sooner or later. Asterisk. As he was thinking, Juna suddenly shouted a warning. Kim Sang-yu, stop. What is this? It can't be. Sang-yu, can't you sense it? Peter asked what she was talking about. Juna pressed on. You can't smell that strong scent? Juna cheered happily, pulling a pile of food out from behind a rock. There's a ton of food back here. Let's grab it and share some with the Go brothers, he said, completely baffled. How in the world can you smell food that's been sealed? You must be incredibly picky, huh? He and Juna had no idea what the other team had found. Asterisk. I wonder how the Go brothers are doing. Asterisk. They've probably found something good by now. Meanwhile, over with the Go brothers, they were busy trying on princess dresses they had just picked up. What the hell is this? A supplementary item. It seems Peter and Juna had placed a little too much faith in their teammates. As they were searching for items, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Juna said in shock, was that a gunshot? There's no way there are guns here, Sang-yu said. It seems the others have found supplementary items too. Juna, you hide here. I'll go check it out and be right back. With that, he dashed off in the direction of the gunshot. He thought, asterisk, when we came to this island, we had to turn in all our dangerous weapons. If those B-rank bastards have guns, there's no telling what could happen. Asterisk. He ran like the wind, thinking to himself, asterisk, I knew this wasn't a simple test, but I have to stop this before it's too late. Asterisk. Asterisk. I wonder what that bastard Rafado is planning. Asterisk. Arriving at the source of the gunshot, he froze in shock. A dead body was sprawled on the ground, in a pool of their own blood. To make sure, he placed a hand on the person's neck, checking for a pulse. Once he confirmed they were dead, his expression turned grim. It seems this D-rank test isn't going to be what I thought. Just then, he spotted a dark figure flash past in the tallest tree on the island. It was Diaz, observing the situation and reporting to his boss. Yes, boss, there's no old man here who looks like Peter. He thought to himself that there were 2 interesting people here, recalling his encounter with our hero when he was disguised as Pampine. Then he said aloud, but maybe I should head back. His boss replied, having second thoughts? Are we? Second thoughts? Diaz laughed as if he'd just heard a hilarious joke. His boss continued, things are about to get much more interesting from here on out. What do you mean? He asked. The boss replied, you'll see when you get there, and gave a mysterious, wicked smile. Meanwhile, as Juna was hiding under a tree waiting for Sang-yu, she ran into the test administrator. Who's there? She was stunned to see who it was. You're the test administrator. What are you doing here? The administrator, who was clearly injured, struggled to speak. This isn't a test to avoid demotion. Juna was confused. What are you suddenly talking about? The administrator continued. Everyone here is going to be wiped out. Juna was stunned by his words. What did you just say? Everyone's going to die? Meanwhile, Diaz had also received the news. Everyone's going to die? Boss, can you explain that in simpler terms? The boss continued. It's exactly as I said. I'm going to send all this D-rank trash to their graves, and if anyone manages to survive, it will be Peter. His face twisted into an ugly, vicious expression at the thought of finally finding the real Peter. The test administrator screamed, we're all going to die. Drenched in sweat, he struggled to get the words out. You have to run. Get out of here. This isn't a test to avoid demotion. Juna asked, stunned. What did you say? He then collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. I don't know what Glory is planning, but it looks like some bastards they sent are killing off the D-rank assassins. As blood trickled from his mouth. Be careful, there isn't just 1 or 2 B ranks. Even if all the D ranks teamed up, they wouldn't stand a chance against them. He coughed dryly. We can't. Juna tried to get the key information. Multiple B ranks? Where are they? The test administrator tried to say. There, but a knife flew into his neck, making Juna scream. Hey! A voice rang out. I didn't even want to come here yesterday. But now, I see I made the right decision. A gray-skinned man appeared, saying, I never expected to find such a pretty little girl here. This was INSANE, disguised as a D rank. Rank, B rank, number 4. Distinguishing features, unknown. Juna asked seriously, Are you the one who killed everyone? This is a D rank test. What are you doing here? The man cut her off. That. He brought a bony hand to his chin, pretending to think. None of my business. Collecting certificates. I don't care. I'm just going to kill all you D ranks. No. I just changed my mind. INSANE licked his lips with a malicious look. I won't kill you. I'm going to take you with me. The more Juna looked, the more she frowned, thinking, this disgusting pervert. At first glance, he doesn't look like anything special, but he's a B rank, she thought warily as he approached. Can I really beat him alone? Seeing this, INSANE smirked mockingly. Why are you staring at me like that? You like what you see? Well, as it happens, he lunged towards Juna, shouting, I was just thinking about you too. Suddenly, another voice rang out. What a coincidence. Go Hyung appeared, wearing a dress with an open neck and shoulders, and raised an eyebrow teasingly. Funny, we were just thinking about you too. Juna cried out in relief at their arrival. The Dako brothers, he continued, grabbing INSANE's arm. They say the Apostle Badro always appears at the most critical moments. Go also appeared in a cute dress, holding a stuffed animal, and said, Sorry, but your opponents are us. The man leaped back into a tree as Juna shouted a warning. You have to be careful with that guy. He's a B-rank bastard who goes around killing people. That pervert. The Dako brothers spoke up. Wait, why are you saying that? Go tossed the off-the-shoulder dress aside and asked with unconcealed sarcasm. So, this guy's a B rank? He just looks like a tiny, weak little monkey. Go Hyung did the same with his cute dress and stuffed animal, adding, I've had enough experience with the old geezers at the church. Remembering the scene at the church, they both said, I'll never be as careless as I was back then. That's right, this time is different. Juna rubbed her chin, thinking, we have to do this ourselves, without Sang-woo. She turned to Go Hyung and shouted, Dako brothers, let's fight together. The three were about to team up, but he cut in. Juna, save your strength for later. Go also said, you know it too, Juna. He stepped forward, rolling his shoulders to warm up. If we want to become Badro, a B rank is just a small stepping stone we have to overcome. Ready? His brother, Go Hyung, replied with a slight smile. Of course, little brother. Seeing the Dako brothers leap forward, INSANE rubbed his chin and thought, what are these D-rank brats trying to do? Are they actually trying to run? But the sight of Go Hyung charging at him made him change his mind. No, they're attacking. Go Hyung's attack missed its mark, making him think, what? This guy? He thought as he looked over from midair at the man who had already landed on the ground. How did he get over there so fast? Go, Hyung said it out loud, without hesitation. So this cute little friend's specialty is speed, huh? But did you know? The two figures clashed repeatedly, then charged at each other once more. Go Hyung shouted. That this Dako is pretty fast too? But realizing something wasn't right, his eyes widened. What? Wait a minute. Something's wrong. Go Hyung thought. This guy's specialty isn't speed. While INSANE, looking relaxed, started to taunt him. What? Are you surprised? Is it because I'm such an unpredictable man? But Go's voice rang out. Surprised? About what? He appeared behind the man, restraining him with both arms. Once I've got you, there's nothing you can do. INSANE could only glare, thinking, how is this kid so strong? Go then, said to him, old man, once I've got you, it's over. No one can escape this hold. But Go Hyung shouted in a panic, no, little brother, let him go. Go, however, didn't understand the situation. What? Why all of a sudden? INSANE's lips curled into a smirk as he spoke, laughing. You keep saying, Badro, Badro. Even if you were reincarnated, you could never become Badro. Because, he suddenly roared, breaking free from Go's hold and grabbing both of the Dako brothers by the neck. Badro was already a legend at your age. He gathered his strength and slammed them both into the ground, roaring mockingly. You D-rank brats. Go gritted his teeth, trying to resist the man's power. What? Is this strength? Go Hyung coughed dryly again and again, his throat constricted, unable to speak. As if hearing both their thoughts, Hai Sin grew excited, his mouth widening into a huge grin. That's right. You can't speak, can you? The grip strength of a normal adult male is 45 kilograms, but the grip strength of Hai Sin, he frowned, his mouth wide open, looking just like a monkey, of the man's was 130 kilograms. A system window popped up with new information. D-rank contestant. B rank in 4 categories. Notable trait. Grip strength of 130 kilograms. The man grew more frantic, shouting, "If you can't even break free from my grip, how the hell can you become a Bajro? Have you guys ever even met an apostle?" But suddenly, his eyes widened as he thought, "Huh? What is this?" The Doc Go brothers, on either side of him, wrapped themselves around his arms and roared. "This is the result of the training we learned from the apostle." The contestant clenched his jaw, watching their movements. A simultaneous flying armbar. They didn't even speak to each other. So how is this possible? But the Doc Go brothers continued. "No matter how strong you are, don't you dare look down on someone else's dream." Go gritted his teeth, tightening his hold on the man's arm. "No matter what anyone says, we will definitely become Badros." Remembering the past, Kogel had once asked curiously, "Why? Why do you two want to become Badros so badly?" The Doc Go brothers answered in unison, "Because it's our destiny." Going back 11 years, a voice echoed from inside an abandoned store. "Hey, did you know?" Whispers rose from the children. "Even orphans have a hierarchy, you know." "What? I heard they were abandoned the moment they were born. They don't even have any money." "Oh," and that was followed by a few mocking laughs. "So what should we call them?" And so, we were called them. In the library, a voice spoke up. "This is weird, isn't it, big brother?" Go, looking miserable, leaned against a bookshelf and spoke. "Why are we the ones locked up when those other guys were fighting too? They were clearly the ones who started it." Doc, who was in no better shape, said while stuffing a tissue up his nose. "I heard that back when Father Gabriel was alive, everyone was really happy." Go turned to look at him and asked curiously, "But maybe Mom will come find us one day." Doc just replied in a flat, judgmental tone. "Stupid. That's never going to happen." Hearing Doc say that, Go reacted as if his deepest wound had been touched, shouting, "How do you know?" Doc didn't even bother to look at Go, as he said, "Mom didn't even bother to name us before she abandoned us. That means she never had any intention of finding us again." He calmly lay down on the floor. "No one is ever going to look for 2 nameless kids like us." That was the moment when even the last glimmer of hope vanished. A book suddenly fell and hit Doc on the head, making him cry out in pain. Doc complained, turning his head to look up at the bookshelf. "Damn it, even this old notebook is hitting me." But Go bent down, his attention on the notebook. "Hey, wait a minute, big brother, what is this?" He pointed at the notebook and said, "This notebook doesn't have a name. I heard that everyone who remembered my name died in the war. People call me Doc Go, even though they use it as a mocking nickname. Fine, I'll show them. I'll show them just how great this Doc Go can become, even if the name is meant as an insult. I have a name. I know it's silly, but whenever I'm alone, I just want to say it. Maybe I'll never be called by this name out in the world, but I still tell myself before I go to sleep." Doc forced his swollen eye open to look. Go also managed to speak through his swollen mouth. "Don't become someone who would disappoint Badro." He glanced over at Go. "Badro, is this the diary of the Apostle Badro?" Go looked back at him and said, "It turns out Badro was also lonely when he was a kid." Go pointed at the notebook, voicing his thoughts. "Hey big brother, what if we give ourselves names?" Badro's nickname, Doc Go, sounds cool, Doc remarked. "Whoa, that's the first time you've ever said something that makes sense." Hearing him say that, Go got excited. "Really? Awesome." Doc pointed a thumb at himself with one hand and grabbed Go's shoulder with the other. "Since we're brothers, I'll be Doc. And you'll be Go." After finishing their story, they both shouted at Kogel. "That's why we want to be like Badro," he replied thoughtfully. "Yes, I understand your touching story," Kogel added, "but you two can never become Badro." Hearing this, they both slumped. "Don't be," Kogel continued, making them both freeze. "So sad. But you never know." Kegel glanced at them. "If the two of you become one, then maybe." Hearing him say that, both Doc and Go were stunned. "Huh? What do you mean?" The scene changes, and this time, the two of them have one of their hands tied together, much to their constant displeasure. "Hey, Master Bear, what does tying our hands and feet together have to do with becoming one? You're just torturing us again." This has all just been ridiculous training so far. Standing behind them, radiating a murderous aura, he said, then you might as well just die. As if fighting for their lives, the two of them quickly changed their tune and put on bright smiles. Okay, actually, I've been wanting to do this for a long time. A loud scream rang out. Doc, go! Doc was flailing in midair, panicking. I'm about to fall. Don't let go of my hand. Go was also trying to cling to the cliff face with one hand. Don't move. Meanwhile, Kegel, observing from somewhere, said, You two are not separate individuals. You must unite, both in body and in spirit. The next training session began quickly. Go Hyung kept yelling, Og, you have to go right. Go Chan yelled back, No, you go left. Kegel, meanwhile, relentlessly threw attacks at them both, saying, Trying to dodge like you're in the military? If you don't dodge in the same direction, you'll get hit. That evening, both were locked in the same bathroom, complaining non-stop. Do we even have to go to the bathroom together? There's only one toilet. But Cargill couldn't care less. Leaning against the wall, he replied, Synchronize your bathroom breaks too. You two need to become one. Back in the present. Hee-sang coughed violently as he threw them both away. How dare you be so insolent to me? He thought back to the situation just now, breaking out in a cold sweat. Damn it, was I just seeing things? I saw something. Coming from those two brats. A murderous silhouette appeared in his mind, a terrifying killing intent that I've never felt before. He trembled, scratching his forearms until they turned bright red. But so what? In the end, they're just a couple of D-rank kids. There's no way they're a match for me. Juna, hiding nearby and observing the situation, had a million thoughts racing through her mind. That pervert's mana is sealed, but he can still toss the Go brothers around like baseballs. It's just me now. What do I do? I have nothing left. He suddenly turned his head towards her, shamelessly licking his lips with his long tongue. So, it's just the two of us now? Give up, pretty girl. Before he could finish, he received a sharp slap across the face. A weak little thing like you. This sent him into a panic, thinking, What? How did an attack come from the right? But wait a minute. Hee-sang clutched his right cheek, thinking in alarm. How could she attack me from that far away? There are no weapons here. Suddenly noticing something, he let out a breath. That's some good improvisation. He looked at Juna, who was now holding a bouncy ball tied to a string, and said mockingly, To think you could craft a weapon in such a short time. But pretty girl, what are you so confident about? Do you really think you can beat me with this little ball? Hee-sang flashed a wicked grin and burst out laughing. I heard those brothers were trained by an apostle. What about you? Were you trained by Badro? Juna just calmly replied, No, I've never been trained by Badro. Hearing her words, Hee-sang laughed even harder. I'm just kidding, just kidding. Why are you answering so seriously? How could someone like you ever meet Badro? Who do you think Badro is to you? He sighed with mock pity. But suddenly, Hee-sang's pupils dilated in utter shock. What is that? It can't be. How can this girl? In his eyes, Juna had now taken on the form of Peter. She was exuding an aura even more formidable than the two brats from before. Juna lifted her leg, the string wrapped around her knuckles and the tip of her left foot. She said seriously, I'll show you what I've learned. A lewd laugh escaped his lips. All right. He gave the pretty girl a perverted look. I have to admit, you're not just a pretty face, but no matter how good you are at improvising or how clever a weapon you create, he pointed a finger at her tauntingly. You're still a D rank, number 335. You can't possibly defeat me. Haven't you ever heard the saying, experience is golden? He narrowed his eyes, thinking, that's right. I must have been seeing things earlier. I've done 17 years of hard time. There's no way my eyes would deceive me. Wait, no. His eyes suddenly shot wide open. It's precisely times because times I've been in prison for 17 years. That thing was real. Juna appeared with a powerful aura and shouted, Hey, you pervert! Are you going to fight or not? He used both hands to pinch his own cheeks. He thought chaotically. Get a grip, he sang. I need to get to a hospital as soon as I get back. He continued. That's right. I was wondering how a weak girl like you would fight. Turns out it's long-range attacks. One of his hands cupped his cheek. If you're outmatched in strength, you use long-range tactics. That's a basic principle of combat. You're a smart girl. But what are you going to do now? He transformed into a wild beast, his eyes wide and a grotesque smile on his face. Too bad that weapon is useless here. Because with that, he leaped, spreading his arms to pounce on Juna. This is a forest. She nimbly dodged. He was slightly surprised. Oh? You dodged that? Juna thought. That perverted bastard is right. The forest is too dense. If I throw this in the wrong direction, the string will get caught in the trees. Hee-sang moved around her at blinding speed, and I'll be open to a counterattack. I can't attack him like this. He provoked her. Why aren't you throwing it? Afraid it'll get caught in a tree and you'll get hit back? Come on, sweetheart. Suddenly, he was right behind Juna. Hey, you. She quickly spun around, thinking, this pervert, he's just toying with me. I have to finish him when he lets his guard down. She threw the balls towards Hee-sang in succession, but he just laughed. Missed me. What was that? Your throwing skills are terrible. I thought you were something special, but I guess I was wrong. Juna focused all her strength into her throws, thinking, please, this one has to hit. Hee-sang burst into contemptuous laughter. Sweetheart, aim properly. Whoosh. Ha. You missed again. He placed a hand on his chin, looking down on her with disdain. If you keep this up, you could throw that 100 times and you'd still miss. Just as he finished speaking, something slammed into his head, making him choke. Asterisk. Cough. Asterisk. Stunned, he looked behind him. What? Who's there? He saw nothing but empty space. There was no one there. What the hell was that? He felt a sense of dread as sweat beaded on his face. Could it be? Juna lunged forward in silence, her weapon raised to strike. She thought to herself, asterisk. Just a little more. Asterisk. Her voice rang out as she held up the weapon. So, what do you think? Leaning against the pool table, Juna asked, if I had this in that rundown room, do you think I could have survived? Peter aimed his cue stick at the ball. No, he answered flatly. She retorted, you could at least pretend to think about it before answering. He replied nonchalantly, I'm just answering your question. That got Juna's attention, and she looked up. Peter explained, in a cool tone. A slingshot is an excellent weapon. It can inflict significant damage from a distance with very little force, but in times that time's place, a slingshot could become a liability. She asked, a liability? He continued. You might not even be able to use it there. Juna replied, what kind of place would that be? Peter said calmly, in that case, Juna, try hitting this target. He used the cue in his hand to point ahead. A bottle was placed on a barrel, a considerable distance from the table. Her jaw dropped in shock. Huh? How am I supposed to hit that? Peter casually put his cue away. But there's more than one way to get there, so don't worry too much. Juna watched from behind him. What do you mean by that? He replied. It means that we make our own paths. Peter turned and walked towards the door. Well, I'll be going now. She clenched her fists and shouted after him. Wait, Peter, make our own paths. What are you talking about? You have to explain it to me. From a small house, the sound of groaning echoed. Oh man, I'm gonna die. Is there anyone else in the world going through this? Another voice replied. Of course not. Peter walked in and observed the two men. They were lying on the bed with their hands tied together. What are you two doing? The man in the blue shirt spoke up. You wouldn't believe it. We're training. The two of them shot up, crying and wailing. Have you ever tried to fall asleep at the exact same time? If you don't, you get woken up. Even if we were actual brothers, there's no way we could even use the bathroom at the same time, Peter said, deadpan. All right, give me some space. You stink, the man in blue asked dazedly. Anyway, where's Juna? We only get 3 hours of sleep a day. The one next to him chimed in. Where'd she run off to? Chasing some fantasy. The guy in the white shirt lay back down. Ah, who cares? Let's just get some sleep. Sleeping is the best solution. 1, 2, 3. Sleep, said the man in blue. Hey, aren't we supposed to sleep on 4? Peter chuckled softly. She's probably off chasing that fantasy. Juna. She's probably training her heart out, dreaming of becoming stronger. The steel locker in front of her was covered in dents. With a look of pure determination, Juna gracefully fired her weapon. She collapsed to her knees, her hands trembling and raw. It's no use. There are too many obstacles. No matter how hard I try, I can't even reach the target. Sweat poured down her face, but the fire in her eyes hadn't faded. No, I have to try again. If I still have the strength to talk, it means I haven't tried hard enough. Juna kept practicing. Ah, so close. Again. She refused to give up, trying again and again to hit the target. Again. This time, I'll definitely make it. Exhausted and panting, Juna thought to herself, I've shot this thing thousands of times, but it always gets blocked. There's no way to hit it.